Chapter 1. Excluded. Cui Qingyi stood at the entrance of the Cui residence, gazing silently at the firmly closed gates. Having just been cast out by her in-laws, she returned to her maternal home with her only maid and a blue cloth bundle. Yet, after an incense stick's burn had passed, the midday sun beat down upon her, causing her head to spin, while the gates of the Cui residence remained resolutely shut. Behind her, the maid, Ju spoke with a quivering voice, cautiously suggesting, "Miss, allow me to knock once more." Surely it is the servants who are remiss. If the mistress knew you had returned, she would certainly come out to welcome you personally. Cui Qingyi remained silent, having already anticipated such a scenario. Yet the stark reality left her heart feeling cold. Once a solitary soul from 1,000 years hence, she found herself inexplicably reborn within the womb of Lady Cui. Throughout her years as the eldest daughter of the Cui family, she believed she had fulfilled her role adequately. Yet, to her dismay, she was abandoned by her in-laws, and the family that should have embraced and sheltered her turned out to be so unforgiving. Ju urged herself to disregard the curious gazes around them and stepped forward to rap on the imposing vermilion door, only to be halted by Cui Qingyi. Stamping her foot, Ju insisted, "Miss, I must knock again. The mistress must care for you upon learning of your return. She would not deny you entry." Her words, however, were tinged with a heavy nasal tone, betraying her lack of conviction. With a sigh, Cui Qingyi lifted her gaze to the home she once knew, inhaling deeply. "Let's go, Ju. We shall find lodging at an inn and contemplate our future." Reluctant to depart, Ju lamented her mistress suffering at the hands of the Chen family, now abandoned. She had hoped to return to the mistress' side, believing that even if the circumstances were less than favorable, life would improve. Yet now, they cannot even enter the door. How could the mistress be so heartless? Cui Qingyi tugged at Ju who seemed rooted to the spot. Rather than engage in a futile tug-of-war at the entrance, she turned and walked away. After enduring 2 days on a boat and being rejected by her own mother, she felt utterly drained and lacked the strength to impart any wisdom to Ju, knowing she would ultimately follow as expected. After a few steps, Ju hurried to catch up, linking her arm with Cui Qingyi, and together they proceeded toward the inn. Inside the Cui residence, Mama Cui observed the mistress' sour demeanor as she presented a cup of perfectly warmed, fragrant tea. "Mistress, the eldest young lady has departed." At the mention of Cui Qingyi, the mistress' pent-up fury surged forth. She hurled the cup of tea to the ground, where it shattered into countless pieces, sharp porcelain shards flying and grazing Mama's hand, drawing forth a bead of blood. Unfazed, she pressed a handkerchief to the wound. Fuming, the mistress exclaimed, "How could I have given birth to such a disappointing creature? I arranged for her a splendid marriage. Not only did she fail to nurture it, but now she has been cast aside by her in-laws. Does she wish to disgrace me? How will Yuan Shi conduct himself at the academy now? Away with her. Let her go as far as she can, such a worthless child." In the backyard, Mrs. Cui often displayed her generosity and grace, treating the servants with warmth. However, the staff had never witnessed her in such a furious state. They fell silent, fearing to become the target of her ire. Cui Mama, observing her mistress' distress, felt a sense of helplessness. She had long held reservations about the marriage of the young lady. Although their family bore the surname Cui, it had been many years since they had even known which way the main gate of the Cui clan faced. This union was merely a result of chance. The Chen family had once contemplated calling off the engagement, yet the mistress insisted on marrying her daughter into the Chen household, hoping that this connection might pave the way for her son, Yuan Shi, in the future. Cui Mama recognized that if the young lady could establish herself within the Chen family, they might indeed provide assistance in both wealth and connections for Wenx's scholarly pursuits. However, fate proved to be less predictable than one might hope. After marrying into the Chen family, the young lady failed to win the affection of her husband and mother-in-law, and her inability to bear children led to her eventual dismissal. As a divorced wife, a fate that had become all too foreseeable, as the lady returned home, she could not simply ignore her. As a mother otherwise, the outside world would deem her cruel. Cui Mama discreetly signaled to a nearby maidservant who had been attending to Mrs. Cui for several years. At a mere glance, the maid hurried to fetch a fresh cup of tea. Cui Mama carefully assessed the temperature before handing it to Yuan Shi, saying, "Madam, Please calm your temper. You have young Master Wen Shi to care for. Do not let your anger affect your health." Thinking of her beloved son, Yuan Shi's expression softened as she accepted the teacup and took a few sips. The warm tea eased her ire considerably. Having served Yuan Shi for many years, Cui Mama had become attuned to her mistress' temperament. She lowered her voice and said, "Madam, I understand your concern that the young lad's situation may impact Master Wen Shi, but under the current circumstances, she cannot remain outside. That if any scandal arises, those in the backyard may become unruly." Yuan Shi contemplated this, pressing her forehead. "I am well aware that some are waiting to see me humiliated, but Qingyi's temperament must be properly refined. Let her remain in her current predicament for a while, so she can understand the difficulties a woman faces in the world. Hopefully, she will learn to behave more obediently in the future." Cui Mama nodded in agreement, noticing Yuan Shi's frown, and hurriedly approached to skillfully massage her temples. Meanwhile, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo had taken residence in an inn. The innkeeper, noting that two young ladies were lodging alone, had arranged for them a quiet room on the second floor. Zhu Ruo paid the innkeeper with some loose change, glancing at the meager amount left in her purse with a slight frown. Upon entering their room, which was shaded and had just been cleaned by the attendant, Cui Qingyi sighed deeply, relieved to escape the sweltering heat. Although she was in good health, standing under the blazing sun for so long had taken its toll. That Zhu Ruo, upon entering, quickly surveyed the room and, noticing Cui Qingyi's discomfort, hurriedly poured her a glass of cool water. Watching her mistress breathe deeply, Zhu Ruo was suddenly reminded of the young lady before her marriage. In an effort to align with the esteemed Chen family, the young lady of the household was hastily married off as soon as she reached the age of maturity. At such a tender age, her life within the Chen residence was devoid of any moments of ease. On a daily basis, not only was she admonished for any crude display, such as a loud exhale, but even a slightly raised laugh would summon reproach from the matrons dispatched by her mother-in-law. After several years, the young lady had nearly forgotten how to smile. Perhaps, she mused, departing from the Chen family might not be such a misfortune after all. However, this thought was quickly dismissed as she shook her head vehemently, reflecting on the mere 20 taels of silver remaining to both herself and her mistress. Her heart plummeted. Though Cui Qingyi remained silent, sipping her water, her peripheral vision captured every subtle movement of the young lady, offering no words of comfort. Chapter 2. Mother Cui has arrived. The konjac was purchased from a vendor when she was 5 years old, after spending 2 months' worth of her allowance. For this transgression, Yuan reprimanded her with 10 slaps and punished her to kneel for an hour. She was not a naive 5-year-old, and thus understood that Yuan's punishment stemmed not from the mere act of spending money, but rather from her defiance and independent spirit. Yuan possessed an overpowering desire for control over her children. Every action and word had to align with her wishes. In Cui Qingyi's eyes, Yuan was not nurturing her offspring, but rather raising a puppet, one that could be manipulated at will. Fortunately, at that time, Cui Wen Shi had not yet been born, and Yuan, contemplating her future dependence on her daughter in old age, ultimately decided to keep the konjac by her side after the punishment. Cui Qingyi was not one to perform good deeds anonymously. Having endured punishment for the konjac's sake, she made certain the girl was aware of her sacrifice. From that moment onward, the konjac's heart and mind were wholly devoted to her mistress, obedient in all matters. This pleased Cui Qingyi, for otherwise, she would not have insisted upon having the konjac as her sole maid when she married out of the Cui household. However, the girl harbored one flaw. She often clung to unrealistic fantasies regarding those she encountered. At present, she likely still believed that Yuan would soon send someone to retrieve them. Cui Qingyi's return was merely a fade for the outside world. She was certain that Yuan, prioritizing the reputation of her only son, Cui Wen Shi, would not permit her to return to the Cui residence. Even if Yuan were willing, Cui Qingyi had no intention of going back. She was acutely aware of what awaited her should she re-enter the Cui household. Yuan would swiftly seek to arrange a match for her, and it would be fortunate if she were merely made a secondary wife. The greater fear was that Yuan would send her to become a concubine. Though the Cui family had rules forbidding their women from becoming concubines, Yuan would go to any lengths for her son, Cui Wen Shi. Thus, Even if Yuan wished to bring her back, Cui Qingyi would devise a means to dissuade Yuan from harboring such thoughts. With this in mind, her spirits lifted considerably. After the two of them had washed and dined, they lay down to rest. Having swayed on the boat for 2 days, Cui Qingyi soon fell into slumber upon the soft bedding. She slept soundly until the early hours of the night, only to be abruptly awakened by a series of knocks at the door. The konjac, more alert, stood at the threshold, inquiring who was outside. "It is I, Mother Cui." From a lady's side came the voice from outside. Upon hearing this, the konjac's face brightened. Yet she remembered Cui Qingyi's instructions and refrained from opening the door immediately, waiting instead for her mistress to speak. Cui Qingyi, having been roused from a deep sleep, felt her heart race. Though the Jin dynasty was relatively safe, it could not compare to her former era. 2 women alone in the world must remain vigilant, and her sudden awakening naturally instilled fear. Steadying her nerves, Cui Qingyi's previously misty eyes darkened with a haunting sorrow, revealing the weary visage of a woman hardened by the trials of domestic life. She nodded slightly, signaling the konjac to open the door. Madam Cui waited outside the door, her anxiety palpable, fearing that the household might catch wind of her presence and gossip about her. She had quietly slipped out while everyone was resting. Although the inn appeared tranquil, she was still apprehensive about lingering too long and encountering undesirable individuals. When Juruo opened the door and saw Madam Cui cloaked in her mantle, her face lit up. "Madam Cui, is that truly you? Please come in." Madam Cui adjusted her hood and stepped inside. As she navigated past the screen in the room, her gaze fell upon Cui Qingyi, who sat on the bed clad in pale, pink undergarments. Madam Cui's eyes sparkled momentarily before furrowing in concern. She mused to herself, after 4 years apart, the young lady has matured and grown even more beautiful, yet her appearance does not align with the contemporary ideals of femininity and docility. The young lady's face is delicate and exquisite, yet possesses an unsettling vibrancy, especially those eyes reminiscent of a feline. "You have suffered, my dear young lady. Let me see you," Madam Cui expressed with genuine tenderness. Cui Qingyi, uninterested in dissecting the authenticity of that concern, chose to accept it as it was. After all, she had played her part convincingly over the years, whether in the Cui residence or the Qin household. "Madam Cui, did my mother send you to bring me home?" Cui Qingyi's tears flowed before her words could, as she grasped Madam Cui's hand with palpable urgency. Hearing her question, Madam Cui hesitated momentarily. "My dear lady, you have truly endured much. The Chun family is devoid of decency, treating matters with such harshness." Upon receiving the news, Madam collapsed in a fit of rage and has been bedridden for days, constantly worrying about you. Cui Qingyi lifted her head, her large, round eyes brimming with tears. "What? My mother is ill? It is my unfilial behavior that has caused this. I must return to care for her." Observing Cui Qingyi's struggle to rise from the bed, Madam Cui, in her urgency, disregarded the possibility of causing her pain and firmly pressed her back down. "My dear young lady, do not rush. Allow me to explain properly." Satisfied with Cui Qingyi's response, Madam Cui wasted no time in conveying the words entrusted to her by Madam Yuan. "You are aware, my lady, that aside from you and the young master, the master has other children. There are countless eyes in the courtyard watching and waiting for Madam to falter. Since learning of your abandonment by the Qin family, the master has chastised Madam daily for her failure in raising you. And even the concubines dare to openly ridicule her in front of others. They say that your marriage has left you childless for 4 years, which has brought shame upon the family, and now you are a divorced woman. If you were to return home, it might jeopardize the prospects of your unmarried sisters. Madam is unwell and distressed over you, caught in a difficult situation. My dear young lady, I have watched you grow up. I am merely being forthright. Madam has raised you with great care over the years, never expecting any repayment, only wishing for your happiness. However, you must also consider Madam and young Master Wenqiu." Zhu Ruo, quietly listening nearby, widened her eyes in astonishment. The unfolding events diverged entirely from her expectations. Although Madam Cui's words seemed to stem from concern for the young lady, each utterance subtly implied her selfishness and lack of filial piety. Konjac turned to look at Cui Qingyi, only to see her young mistress with a pale face, trembling lips as she asked, "What does mother think I should do?" Cui mother replied, "My dear young lady, is there truly no hope for you and the young master? I believe he is not the type to be heartless. A woman who cannot bear children is at a disadvantage. Why not write a letter? I shall send someone to deliver it to the young master, imploring him to consider the bond you shared over the years and to take you back. Even if you cannot become the main wife, at least you could be a secondary wife, providing you with some security in the future." Hearing this, Cui Qingyi nearly burst into laughter. In this day and age, which respectable family would acknowledge a secondary wife? It was plainly an invitation for her to plead with Chen Linen to return as a concubine. Alas, just as she had departed, the Chun family had eagerly welcomed a new bride, and now they were inseparable. How could Chen Linen allow her to return and disrupt the affection he held so dearly? Chapter 3. The dowry shop. Cui Mama expelled the meticulously crafted thoughts from her mind, then turned to gaze at Cui Qingyi with anticipation. As she departed, Yuan Shi had imparted numerous instructions. Both she and her mistress hoped that Cui Qingyi would plead with Chen Linen. Even if she could not become the legitimate wife, at least as a concubine, the bond between the Cui and Chun families would not be severed. Should Chen Linen be willing to take Cui Qingyi back, it would signify that he harbored some feelings for her, suggesting that the core issue lay in her inability to bear children. Yuan Shi believed she could comprehend this. For even a humble farmer marrying a woman would expect her to provide heirs, let alone a prominent family like the Chens. However, the dynamics shifted when it came to concubines. No one would particularly concern themselves with whether a concubine could bear offspring. They merely wished for Cui Qingyi to remain within the Chen household, ideally leveraging the slight guilt Chen Linen felt towards the eldest daughter to secure a future for the young master. Cui Qingyi, clutching a handkerchief to her eyes, wept profusely. "Cui Mama, is it truly my mother's intention for me to return as a concubine?" Yet, it was already too late. She had barely departed from the Chen residence when a new bride was welcomed in, leaving no room for her as the discarded wife. Cui Qingyi bluntly articulated Yuan Shi's plan, causing Cui Mama's expression to falter. While harboring such thoughts was one matter, having them voiced so openly was quite another. Moreover, the Chen family's actions were indeed callous, unceremoniously casting aside the first wife only to usher in new bride. Cui Mama had initially perceived her young lady as lacking decisiveness, pondering that perhaps a combination of feigned illness and heartfelt confessions might sway her. However, the Chen family had taken matters to such an extreme, effectively cutting off their escape route. Now, any further schemes seemed futile. With her large lychee-like eyes swollen from crying, Cui Qingyi grasped Cui Mama's hand earnestly. "It is my fault to cause you such worry, Cui Mama. Please wait for me. I shall prepare to return with you to care for my mother." Upon hearing Cui Qingyi's intention to accompany her back to tend to her mother's illness, Cui Mama felt a twinge of annoyance. Internally, she mused, "Madam has previously remarked on how much the young lady has changed during her 4 years of marriage, becoming less pliable. Yet, she appears as naive as ever, utterly oblivious to the nuances in conversation. It is clear she cannot be taken back, and I must return to seek the madam's guidance on how to arrange her future." With that thought, Cui Mama quickly extricated herself from Cui Qingyi's grasp and, with a look of regret, said, "My lady, your return is yet to be disclosed to the master. You know his temperament. It would be better for you to stay here for the time being. Once he has calmed down, I shall come and fetch you back." Cui Qingyi remained silent, her tears flowing incessantly, evoking a sense of profound misfortune in those who beheld her. Cui's mother, rising from her seat, did not hasten to depart, but instead turned to broach another matter. "My lady, you are well aware of the circumstances within our household. The mistress has endured considerable hardship, and now, with the added burden of financing the young master's education at the academy, we find ourselves in dire straits. When you wed, the mistress provided you with 2 shops as part of your dowry. Have you managed to reclaim the deeds to those establishments? It would be prudent for you to entrust the deeds to the mistress, allowing her to arrange for their management, which might afford you a more comfortable existence." Jujiao, standing nearby, was rendered speechless her eyes glistening with unshed tears mirroring those of her mistress. This evening had unveiled a stark truth. Not only did this family show reluctance in welcoming their young lady back, but they also harbored intentions of reclaiming the shops that rightfully belonged to her. Jujiao felt a surge of indignation, her heart nearly bursting with fury. Even a mother should not stoop to such cruelty. With great force, she shoved the elder woman, who loomed over Cui Qingyi, causing her to stagger. With her hands firmly on her hips, she confronted her with unrestrained vitriol. "I spit on you, a family of black-hearted wretches. You first coaxed my lady into returning to that den of horrors for your own gain, and now you seek to deceive her out of her shops. How dare you? I see no maternal compassion here. You are worse than a wicked stepmother. Begone, and do so quickly, or I shall strike you." As she spoke, Jujiao brandished her fists threateningly, her gaze fixed intently on Cui's mother, ready to advance if she did not leave post-haste. Cui's mother, having lived many years, was unaccustomed to being berated in such a manner, especially not since the years when the Yuan family had failed to produce a male heir, during which she had been unable to hold her head high in the Cui household. Her face flushed with anger, her breath coming in heavy gasps. Yet, she refrained from confronting Jujiao directly, knowing the girl possessed considerable strength, having once relied on Cui Qingyi to defend herself during altercations while still in the Cui residence. Turning her attention back to Cui Qingyi, she lamented, "My lady, I have watched you grow. Are you truly going to allow a mere girl to insult me so?" Cui Qingyi felt that Jujiao's words were not harsh enough. "It is my own inadequacy that has led to this. The 2 shops for my dowry were pawned long ago to provide gifts for Chun Lin's wedding, leaving me with scarcely 10 taels of silver now." Not only was Cui's mother taken aback, but even Jujiao, who had previously exuded fierce determination, suddenly felt her resolve wane. She had forgotten this crucial detail. The shops had indeed been sold, and now both she and her mistress found themselves in a truly desperate situation. Cui's mother's lips moved, her thoughts swirling with unspoken expletives. But she held her tongue. Trembling, she donned her cloak and exited the inn with purpose. After this tumultuous encounter, Cui Qingyi was thoroughly awakened to her reality. Rising, she approached the window, her gaze following the small carriage of the Cui household as it vanished from sight. Jujiao, in a state of dejection, slumped over the table. The fierce spirit she had displayed moments ago, now extinguished, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Mistress, do you think the mistress will not come to fetch us?" Cui Qingyi turned and leaned against the window sill, the night breeze carrying a hint of chill that made her feel as though every pore in her body had opened. A sensation of exquisite comfort. Instead of answering, she posed a question. "If Madam Cui were to take us back, I might soon find myself sent to some household as a concubine by the Cui family. At that point, we would no longer be together. Would you still wish to return?" Juanru shuddered at the thought. The mere idea of being separated from her mistress filled her with dread. "No, no, no. I do not wish to return. Miss, let us escape instead." Juanru, with her straightforward nature, could discern right from wrong. While the members of the Cui household believed her mistress to be gentle and easily manageable, she had accompanied her for many years and had encountered numerous troubles. Yet, as long as her mistress was present, she had never faced any significant punishment. Even at the Chen family, those individuals had not dared to treat her harshly. Chapter 4. Action. She was resolute in her determination not to part ways with the young lady. A smile graced Cui Qingyi's face, revealing a subtle dimple that remained hidden when she was not smiling. It lent her an endearing playfulness when she did. Although Cui Qingyi's visage could not be deemed a pinnacle of beauty, indeed, it diverged entirely from the conventional standards of beauty held by society. She derived immense satisfaction from her reflection in the bronze mirror. Her large, luminous lychee-like eyes and her lively, oval face exuded a vibrant vitality that she cherished. Yuan Shi, however, was dissatisfied with her appearance and sought to compensate through other means. Thus, from a young age, Cui Qingyi was instructed in etiquette by various governesses. Initially, she perceived her mother's affection as genuine, believing Yuan Shi to be wholeheartedly invested in her upbringing. Yet, having lived for several years, and with Yuan Shi's intentions being far from concealed, she gradually discerned the underlying motives. Particularly after Yuan Shi endured great hardship to give birth to Cui Qingyi, a male heir. Her patience with Cui Qingyi, the daughter who had nearly jeopardized her ability to bear children, waned completely. Cui Qingyi vividly recalled the time when Cui Qingyi was born. Yuan Shi, despite her frail condition, summoned her to the bedside, incessantly instilling in her the notion that she owed a debt to Cui Qingyi and Yuan Shi, insisting that she prioritize her younger brother above all else as he grew. The bond between mother and daughter, once tender, gradually eroded under Yuan Shi's relentless admonitions, ultimately dissipating entirely. Cui Qingyi harbored a deep-seated disdain for both Yuan Shi and Cui Qingyi. Had Cui Qingyi been a commendable individual, Cui Qingyi would not have hesitated to assist him within her capacity, fostering a mutual reliance between them in this era. Yet, under Yuan Shi's tutelage, Cui Qingyi had developed an exceedingly selfish disposition. He regarded his sister not as kin, but as a mere servant bound by obligation, destined to be exploited indefinitely. Such a person could not be relied upon in times of her distress. Yuan Shi, lacking in cunning, entertained the notion of sending her back to become a concubine for Chun Linen. With no resources of her own, it was only a matter of time before Yuan Shi devised other means to extract the remaining value from her. It appeared that she must stoke the flames further. While Yuan Shi remained oblivious to Cui Qingyi's true nature, Cui Qingyi possessed a profound understanding of Yuan Shi, whose vulnerabilities were glaringly apparent. Yuan Shi's casual mention of illness was intended to evoke guilt and soften Cui Qingyi's heart. However, upon returning home and recounting the events, Yuan Shi was struck with dismay upon learning that the two shops that had accompanied Cui Qingyi's dowry were no longer in existence. This revelation lodged painfully in her chest, depriving her of sleep throughout the night. The dowry that Yuan Shi had prepared for Cui Qingyi was more for appearances than substance, consisting of items that held little monetary value and were more a nuisance than anything else. Had it not been for the insistence of Cui Laoi to maintain his dignity by allocating two shops from his own holdings to the dowry, Yuan Shi would never have relinquished them to Cui Qingyi. These possessions were, after all, intended for Wenshu's future use. Now, with the loss of the two profitable shops, her frustration festered throughout the night, leaving her with a throbbing headache upon waking. Mother Cui also had a restless night. Although she was a servant, she was a dowry attendant of the Yuan family, and her well-being was intertwined with the fortunes of the Yuan clan. The loss of what rightfully belonged to Cui Qingyi pained her deeply. "Madam, how should we deal with the eldest young lady?" Upon hearing the name Cui Qingyi, Yuan felt a headache coming on and waved her hand impatiently. "Do not concern yourself with her. Let her stay outside. This girl has become increasingly unruly after her marriage. It is an opportunity for her to learn a lesson." Yuan understood that, as a daughter of the Cui family, Cui Qingyi's actions would inevitably reflect upon Cui Qingyi's reputation in the future. Therefore, it was only logical for her to choose the path of maximizing benefits. At 19, Cui Qingyi was approaching her 20th year and was unable to bear children. Finding a suitable match from a family of similar standing was impossible, but older widowers might still consider her as a secondary wife. If all else failed, she could be placed in a noble household as a concubine, ultimately providing support for Wenshu. With this realization, Yuan felt a sense of calm. She recalled that Mother Cui mentioned they had only 10 taels of silver left. She anticipated that the two of them would suffer hardships outside before returning to the Cui residence, which would allow her to maintain control over the situation. The depths to which the mother and daughter had sunk were indeed disheartening. Cui Qingyi did not remain quietly in the inn. Having had some acquaintances before her marriage, she felt it necessary to send greetings upon her return. Zhu Ruo hesitated with a stack of invitation cards. "Miss, those people may be unwilling to see me." Cui Qingyi chuckled at her words. "When did you learn to speak in such a roundabout way? My current status is indeed awkward, and it is only natural for them to refuse. Just deliver the invitations. Do not worry about anything else." Seeing her mistress so unconcerned, Zhu Ruo felt relieved. She was indifferent to the situation, but feared that Cui Qingyi might feel disheartened. After half a day, Zhu Ruo had only managed to deliver 3 invitations. Cui Qingyi had anticipated this outcome. Noting Zhu Ruo's frustration, she smiled and urged her to freshen up and prepare for lunch, as they had much to attend to in the coming days. Within less than a day, the news that the eldest daughter of the Cui family had been cast aside by her husband and subsequently rejected by the Cui residents spread throughout the city. A day or two later, when Master Cui, who had been attending a gathering with friends, was questioned about the matter, he appeared utterly bewildered. A concerned friend gently advised him, "Cui, although your daughter has been sent back, she is still your flesh and blood. Do not be too harsh on her. A few words of reprimand will suffice. How can you not allow her to return home?" Master Cui felt a shock run through him, followed by a surge of anger directed at Cui Qingyi. He favored his son-in-law Chenlinen over his own daughter, as the latter brought him pride. However, now, Master Cui could not care to drink any longer. He hurried back to the residence, heading straight for Yuan's courtyard. Upon observing the expression of Lord Cui, the individuals within the main residence instinctively understood that yet another quarrel was imminent between the two masters, prompting them to attentively listen for the commotion within the room. Lady Yuan, attended by Mama Cui, was sipping her medicine, its bitterness causing her to frown. Upon noticing Lord Cui's furious entrance, she quickly deduced the cause of his ire. However, she remained unfazed, fortified by the presence of her son and the support of her maternal family, her posture resolute. "I inquire of you, has the eldest daughter truly been dismissed? Why has no one informed me?" Lady Yuan cast him a cool glance, disregarding his question, while Mama Cui interjected, "Madam has sent individuals to seek you on several occasions. Yet, my lord, you have consistently been unavailable to meet with those from our courtyard, which is why you were not informed." Lord Cui, momentarily taken aback, felt his previously lofty indignation dissipate. Chapter 5. The Yuan residence not long ago. He had sold a treasured ancient tome to a wealthy merchant from the capital for a handsome sum, which ignited within him an insatiable desire to take a new concubine. The new concubine was as exquisite as a blooming flower, her youthful beauty captivating him so thoroughly that he spent half a month residing in her quarters, neglecting the matters of his legitimate wife. Thus, when Mama Cui spoke, he found himself at a loss for a valid defense. Yet, men often share a common trait. Even in the face of guilt, they will attempt to justify their actions. Lord Cui, with a flourish, settled into his chair, continuing his tirade. "I bear the weight of this family's livelihood, laboring tirelessly each day. Are you unaware that you ought to send someone to inquire more frequently? Had I known of the eldest daughter's predicament sooner, I would have certainly penned a letter to the Chun family. Perhaps there could have been a resolution. Now, alas, the matter has escalated, and she has returned home, bringing disgrace upon the Cui family." The more he spoke, the more he convinced himself of his righteousness, his tone rising gradually in intensity. Yuan, however, dismissed his grievances as mere drivel, showing no inclination to engage with him. In her youth, she had once viewed her husband as a pillar of support, filled with hopes that he would cherish and protect her, that they might embody a blissful couple. Yet, within merely half a year of their marriage, she had witnessed his callousness firsthand. The elderly matron of the Cui household treated her son as if he were a precious gem, obsessively concerning herself with the affairs within their quarters, scrutinizing even the most trivial matters, which vexed her greatly. While she battled her mother-in-law, Cui Jin remained indifferent, not allowing the discord with the matron to tarnish his perception of her. It was only after she became pregnant with Cui Qingyi that Cui Jin, under the matroness orchestration, hastily took 3 additional concubines. Following her arduous childbirth, which left her health compromised, the physician advised her that future pregnancies might be unlikely. From that point on, Cui Jin would only make a token visit to her quarters on the 1st and 15th of each month, while children continued to be born in the rear courtyard. Gradually, she came to a realization, regardless of the type of man one marries, it is the sons who will ultimately serve as a woman's foundation for the future. With assistance from her family, she procured a secret elixir that aided in childbirth, successfully giving birth to Cui Wenxiu. From that moment onward, she completely relegated Cui Jin to the recesses of her mind. With the matron now deceased, her sole focus became managing the Cui household, ensuring that the family's South Modest estate would belong to her son. Particularly in recent years, her family's business had flourished, granting her a newfound confidence. It is only with financial security that one can possess true authority. Even Cui Qingyi occasionally found himself beholden to her whims. Lord Cui lamented the burden of providing for the family. Yet what of this month's household expenses? With so many mouths to feed within the home, he should also contribute financially. Yuan's eyes sparkled with scorn, which Cui Qingyi chose to ignore. You remain ensconced in the rear courtyard, oblivious to the challenges of laboring outside. I must retain some silver for dealings with my superiors. Should I cultivate good relations with the officials, it will benefit Yuan Shi in the future. Upon mentioning Yuan Shi, Yuan's demeanor softened considerably. Yuan Shi is your own flesh and blood. By paving his way, your own reputation shall flourish in turn. Upon hearing these words, Cui Qingyi immediately understood that the Yuan family was no longer intent on extracting silver from him. A wave of relief washed over him, causing him to forget entirely the purpose of his visit to the main courtyard. I am well aware of this fact. I have a dinner engagement with my colleagues tonight, so I shall not be joining you for supper, he declared, and with a graceful flick of his sleeve, he departed as directly as he had arrived. Inside, Madame Yuan emitted a cold snort from her throat, contemplating what he might be up to. Cui Mama, you must inquire about the eldest girl's situation tomorrow. We need to settle this matter swiftly. While Su Guer remains unaware, we must send her off promptly. Madame Yuan pondered to herself that she would need to return to her familial home the next day. Her brother and sister-in-law were thriving in their business, frequently traversing the capital and undoubtedly acquainted with numerous high-ranking officials. Although Cui Qingyi was a second wife, her association with the Cui surname could still afford her considerable advantages. If the eldest girl were fortunate enough to marry into the capital, whether as a primary wife or a concubine, it would be a favorable outcome. As for the possibility of the Cui family questioning her actions, Madame Yuan paid it no mind. Over the years, they had gained little from the Cui family, and it was hardly their place to meddle in her family's affairs. The following morning, Madame Yuan set out in a sedan chair to return to her family's estate. Upon recognizing the occupant of the sedan, the watchers outside the Yuan residence hurried back to the inn. Zhu Ruo, having fished a few coins from her purse, handed them over, feeling a twinge of regret as she watched the small figure scurry off with the silver. Living in the inn with the young lady, she was acutely aware of their dwindling resources, and this expenditure was considerable. Yet, upon reflecting on the information they would obtain, she deemed it worthwhile. Apart from herself, there was no one else to assist the young lady. If they did not spend money to gather intelligence, they would be left to remain oblivious. As the young lady had lamented, merely waiting for others to take advantage of them. Cui Qingyi sat by the window, sipping tea and gazing at the scene outside. The great Jin dynasty, with its robust national strength, had endured through the centuries, remaining peaceful and stable. Of course, this was merely her own perception. She had no access to deeper insights and was disinclined to delve into such matters. She was but a commoner, ensnared in the daily calculations of life within the Cui and Qin households. In the vast expanse of the Jin dynasty, she was merely a speck of dust, inconsequential and unnoticed. Thus, while she lived, she resolved to fully savor the beauty of her era and to make the most of this rare existence. When Zhu Ruo entered, she found her mistress lost in rapture, gazing at the bustling streets below. She could not fathom what was so captivating. After all, it was merely a crowd in shops, and having seen them for several days, one would think she would grow weary of the sight. Mistress, just as you suspected, Madam has returned to the Yuan family. Cui Qingyi withdrew her gaze from the window, her expression regaining its tranquility. It seemed her mother had already made her decision. Cui Qingyi had anticipated this. Madame Yuan was merely a matron of the inner chambers. Her formidable tactics could only be employed within the confines of the Cui household, dealing with Cui Jin as concubines and illegitimate children. Such methods would be ineffective in the outside world. Therefore, if Madame Yuan intended to secure a more advantageous match for her, it would necessitate intervention from the Yuan family. Although the Yuan family is her maternal family, Cui Qingyi enjoyed visiting them during her childhood. However, upon witnessing her uncle send his daughter, not yet 13, to become a concubine for another family. She was utterly repulsed by them. A 13-year-old girl, still uninitiated into womanhood. What respectable family would take her as a concubine? It was a question Cui Qingyi could easily comprehend, yet no one in the Yuan family seemed to oppose such a disgraceful act. She had once been grateful that she had not been born into the Yuan family, but little did she expect that she would still find herself entangled with them after her marriage. Chapter 6. The graciousness of yesteryears, though anticipated. An air of misfortune still lingered. Zhu Ruo observed her mistress's swift change of expressions, finding it somewhat amusing. Rather than being sorrowful over her departure from the Qin family, her mistress seemed to flourish with each passing day. This only reinforced Zhu Ruo's belief that leaving Qin was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. She feared that had they remained, the Qin household would have gradually drained the life from them both. Has Miss Liang replied? Upon hearing Cui Qingyi's inquiry, Zhu Ruo promptly responded, "There's been no written reply." Instead, it was conveyed directly by Miss Liang's attendant, stating she wishes to meet you at the inn tomorrow. Cui Qingyi nodded at this information. On that particular day, she had dispatched several invitations, most addressed to her closest friends. However, only Miss Liang had shown interest in reciprocating. It appeared that childhood bonds were rather unreliable, often swayed by interests that could sustain relationships. Otherwise, prolonged separation in this era, compounded by the inconvenience of communication, could easily dilute even the strongest of connections. Zhu Ruo, perplexed, remarked, "Mistress, I recall that Miss Liang was not particularly familiar with us prior to this. Upon our return, others seemed eager to distance themselves. Yet Miss Liang is willing to meet with you?" At this juncture, Cui Qingyi deemed it unnecessary to withhold the truth. "Do you remember our visit to the Liang residence before I came of age? I had the fortune of assisting Miss Liang with a small favor then, and perhaps she still remembers my kindness. The specifics of that favor remained unspoken. Some matters were best kept private." Zhu Ruo nodded, reflecting on the recent contrasts of warmth and coldness in human relations. Miss Liang is quite a decent person, far superior to some others. Noting her mistress's tendency to see the goodness in everyone, Cui Qingyi chose not to correct her immediately, trusting that with time and familiarity, her perceptions would evolve. For now, the most pressing concern was to resolve the immediate predicament and hastily extricate herself from it. Qinghe City stood as the largest prefecture in the eastern part of the Great Jin, encompassing numerous counties, which in turn were divided into several townships. The county of Linshui, where the Cui family resided, was comparatively prosperous within Qinghe City. The local magistrate, who leaned towards the Liang family, was rumored to have influential relatives in the capital, suggesting that with a few years of service in Linshui, he could ascend the ranks. Cui Qingyi was indifferent to the magistrate's prospects. Yet the fact that his wife bore the surname Cui held significance for her. Linshui, being a small locale, had many members of the Cui clan who were estranged from their prominent family. If fortunate, some might find ways to send promising children to the academy established by their family for scholarly tutelage. However, witnessing the Yuan family's failure over the years to elevate Cui Wenshu, Cui Qingyi understood that such endeavors were far from simple. Notably, Liang Yuan's younger brother, Liang Jin, age 15, had already been studying for 2 or 3 years at the Bai Lu Dong Academy run by the Cui family, indicating a substantial acquaintance between Madam Liang and the Cui household. The layout of Linshui's county town was square, with a variety of shops lining the 4 main streets. Then where Liang Yuan had invited Cui Qingyi for their meeting was located on the North Street, and Cui Qingyi surmised it likely belonged to Madam Liang. Liang Yuan sat by the window on the 2nd floor, observing from a distance as Cui Qingyi and her maid approached on foot. She furrowed her brow, reflecting on her past encounters with Mrs. Cui, who had always appeared to be a rather gentle lady. How could she treat her own daughter with such cruelty? Yet, recalling that Cui Qingyi had been hastily married off at a tender age, Liang Yuan found it less surprising. As she watched Cui Qingyi enter with her maid, Liang Yuan ceased her gaze out the window and patiently awaited her arrival. Though not particularly acquainted with Cui Qingyi, their paths had scarcely crossed over the years. However, when Liang Yuan was 15 and had been schemed against by her relatives, it was Cui Qingyi who had come to her aid. Without her intervention, Liang Yuan feared she would have had no choice but to succumb to her relative's vile intentions for the sake of her parents and brother. In truth, Cui Qingyi had not merely saved her once, she had salvaged her future. Lost in her recollections, Liang Yuan was soon greeted by Cui Qingyi, who ascended the stairs with a maid. The two women, of differing statuses, exchanged no intimate pleasantries, and Cui Qingyi courteously inclined her head, addressing her, Miss Liang. Liang Yuan, however, was warmer in her reception. It has been years since we last met. You have become even more beautiful, Qingyi. Come, let us sit and reminisce. The maid accompanying Liang Yuan cast a curious glance at Cui Qingyi. She was a recent addition, selected by Lady Liang before her marriage, and was unaware of Liang Yuan's past, thus puzzled by her mistress's enthusiasm toward someone seemingly of lower status. Thank you, Sister Liang, for remembering me. Given my current situation, I hope not to be a burden, Cui Qingyi said politely. Liang Yuan waved her hand dismissively. Do not speak of such things. I am unconcerned with status. Cui Qingyi smiled, appreciating the sentiment, though she understood the nuances of their interaction. After sipping a cup of tea, she broached the purpose of her visit. I would not have dared disturb you, Sister Liang, had I not been left with no other option. At a young age, I believed in the importance of parental consent and matchmaking, and so I was married off to Qinghe City shortly after coming of age. However, upon arriving at the Chun residence, I discovered that Chun Linen had a childhood sweetheart, a little cousin with whom he had grown up. Their bond was deep, and I became the source of their discord. Years of marriage brought no harmony, and with a disapproving mother-in-law, I found myself cast aside without recourse. I had hoped that returning to Linshui would provide solace. Yet I soon realized that a married daughter is like water poured out. There is no place for me in the Cui family of Linshui anymore. These were the harsh truths of Cui Qingyi's experiences, devoid of embellishments save for her sorrow. Perhaps it was their shared femininity that stirred Liang Yuan's empathy. She tentatively spoke. While I sympathize with your plight, I fear I cannot assist you. Is there anything else you require of me? In response, Cui Qingyi replied, I indeed have a request for you, Sister Liang. My mother wishes to find a noble family to send me to as a concubine. Liang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment at Cui Qingyi's revelation. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, to my knowledge, the Cui family has a long-standing ancestral decree that no daughter of the Cui lineage shall ever become a concubine. Is Madam Cui truly determined to pursue this course? With tears brimming in her eyes, Cui Qingyi nodded affirmatively. Should Liang Yuan or Madam Liang involve themselves in matters concerning the marriage of the Cui daughters, even with past favors in mind, Liang Yuan would categorically refuse. However, since this matter pertains to the ancestral teachings of the Cui family, Liang Yuan could indeed intervene. Lowering her gaze in thought, Liang Yuan finally remarked, I shall return home shortly. I will convey this matter to my mother as it is. I cannot guarantee whether she will take action, but regardless of the outcome, the debt of gratitude I owe you from years past will be settled completely. Are you agreeable to this? Chapter 7. The arrival of the Cui family. Cui Qingyi smiled and nodded. She was not a greedy person. The worth of kindness depends entirely on whether the recipient acknowledges it. Liang Yuan had already shown great integrity. Having said what needed to be conveyed, Cui Qingyi took the initiative to take her leave, and Liang Yuan made no attempt to retain her. Liang Yuan remained seated, watching as Cui Qingyi and her maid gradually disappeared around the corner of the street, just as they had arrived. It was only then that the maid attending to Liang Yuan finally spoke up. Miss, do you truly intend to assist Miss Cui with this matter? Liang Yuan lifted the teacup that had cooled and took a sip, countering with a question. What? Do you believe I ought not to help? Chun Xiu pondered for a moment. Although she was aware that her mistress operated within certain principles, she still expressed her thoughts. I too find Miss Cui quite pitiable. Yet this is ultimately a matter concerning another family. Our involvement feels somewhat inappropriate. Liang Yuan chuckled softly. There are certain things you do not understand. I must assist her this once. Liang Yuan's words were somewhat cryptic, yet Chun Xiu refrained from pressing further. Her mistress was not a foolish individual. If she stated her intention to help Miss Cui, there must be a compelling reason behind it. Though Chun Xiu had joined Liang Yuan later than others, through time she had come to understand various matters. In large families, The maids of young ladies are often groomed from a young age, accompanying them upon marriage. It is generally those who have undergone some significant upheaval, often accompanied by bloodshed and death, who find themselves rearranging their maids just before their weddings. Currently, Liang Yuan accompanied her husband in his official duties, and this visit coincidentally brought her through Lin County, allowing her to stay at her family home for a few days. Even Chun Xiu couldn't help but remark on Miss Chui's fortunate circumstances. Once a woman matures, she is required to adhere to numerous customs, whether at her husband's home or her family's. Liang Yuan seized this opportunity to enjoy some respite before returning. Madam Liang had been eagerly awaiting her return. As soon as the doorman announced that the eldest daughter had arrived, a flurry of orders ensued to set up cooling items. Upon entering the house, Liang Yuan was instantly enveloped in a refreshing breeze, and she sighed contentedly. Though the outside world was pleasant, the summer heat was indeed oppressive. "Don't stand by the ice basin. Come sit here," Madame Liang scolded gently, eyeing her daughter. "You are already a mother. Such recklessness is unbecoming." Liang Yuan moved closer and sat beside Madame Liang. "Whether I bear 10 or 8 in your presence, I am still merely your child." Seeing her daughter draw near, Madame Liang feigned annoyance, yet inwardly relished the moment. Once daughters marry, they become part of another family, and even the closest of mother-daughter relations cannot frequently meet. The two enjoyed some fruit and exchanged casual banter before Liang Yuan broached the subject of her encounter with Cui Qingyi. Upon hearing the name, Madame Liang waved her hand, signaling the servants to leave the room. Is she not married to the Qinghe family, but returning to her family home? Madame Liang, confined to the inner quarters and preoccupied with trivial matters, had not kept abreast of such news. There was nothing improper in confiding with her own mother. So Liang Yuan recounted the situation involving Cui Qingyi that she had taken upon herself. Upon hearing this, Madame Liang's brow furrowed in concern. "Did she threaten you with that matter?" Liang Yuan hastily waved her hand, insisting that she was not that kind of person. Otherwise, she would have leveraged the past favors for personal gain. It seemed she was truly compelled by circumstance. "Mother, I kindly ask you to assist her for my sake. If she comes to me again, I will be able to handle it with a clear conscience." Observing Liang Yuan's demeanor, Liang's mother understood her thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, she smiled and replied, "This matter is indeed troublesome for her. However, concerning the ancestral teachings of the Cui family, I can indeed intervene. Not long ago, your brother wrote to me, mentioning that the scholars at the academy have voiced considerable discontent regarding certain members of the Cui family. The main household is also inclined to rectify the family's reputation, but unfortunately, they lack a solid reason. I shall provide the necessary support." With their agreement, the mother and daughter exchanged smiles. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi awoke from her midday slumber, just as someone from the Yuan family arrived with a message. After reading it, Yuan Shi's smile could hardly be contained. "Tell your elder brother that in a few days I will send the eldest girl over, so he can take her to the capital." Her servant acknowledged and hurriedly departed with the message. Beside her, Mama Cui was equally delighted, exclaiming that their uncle was indeed reliable, swiftly finding a suitable family. "Your elder brother has traveled far and wide over the years, gaining a wealth of experience, which makes him quite capable." Curious about the match her elder brother had arranged for Cui Qingyi, Yuan Shi's smile widened again. Her brother mentioned that it was a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Revenue in the capital who, due to their acquaintance, was willing to take the girl into his household. If she proves herself worthy, she could not only assist her elder brother, but also look after Wen Su once he achieves success in the capital. However, she must be cautioned before her departure. Once in the capital, she must not publicly disclose her relationship with Wen Su to avoid any embarrassment for him in the future. Mama Cui, upon hearing this, agreed with a smile as they both envisioned the future glory of Cui Wenshu in the capital. As for Cui Qingyi, the sister who had become a concubine, she merely needed to discreetly support her brother while maintaining a public distance from him. Yuan Shi, contemplating that a little hardship might make Cui Qingyi more obedient in the future, decided against hastily bringing her back home. On the eve of the Yuan family caravan's departure, Mama Cui arrived at the inn, only to be informed that both Cui Qingyi and her maid had checked out earlier, and the innkeeper had no idea where they had gone. Initially filled with confidence, Mama Cui was left bewildered, pondering where a fragile girl accompanied by a maid could have possibly gone. Eventually, a stout woman behind her suggested, "Sister Cui, could it be that the eldest girl has returned home?" Considering this, Mama Cui found it plausible. With no money to her name, the eldest girl must have exhausted her limited funds during their stay at the inn. "Let's hurry back and check," she urged. Meanwhile, Cui Qingyi, just as he was about to step out to dine with friends after finishing his duties, was summoned by a servant of the county magistrate. "Cui Zhubu, the magistrate requests your presence." When Cui Qingyi was called to a halt, he felt a twinge of guilt, his mind racing to recall whether he had neglected any pressing administrative affairs in recent days. Otherwise, why would the county magistrate suddenly wish to see him? Yet, his propensity for muddled thinking was not a recent development, and he could not ascertain what misstep might have led to the magistrate's scrutiny. Daunted by the situation, Cui Qingyi could only follow silently behind the servant towards the magistrate's study. Upon reaching the office, he overheard a conversation that suggested the magistrate was in good spirits, allowing him to relax his previously tense disposition. As he entered, the voices inside diminished. Magistrate Liang's gaze turned cold upon seeing Cui Qingyi. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, refrained from speaking. Cui Zhe, upon catching sight of Cui Qingyi, felt an immediate aversion. The latter exuded a sense of indulgence, devoid of any noble-bearing characteristic of the Cui clan. His countenance screamed of a man who sought pleasure, which explained his audacity to flout the ancestral teachings of the Cui family by offering his daughter as a concubine. Fortunately, that arrangement had not yet come to fruition. Otherwise, the Cui family's reputation would have suffered immensely. Chapter 8 Confrontation. Cui Qingyi was unfamiliar with Cui Zhe, yet he found the man's gaze toward him rather peculiar. It bore a resemblance to the look his father used to give him when he was still alive, a mixture of disappointment and frustration. The thought of his long-deceased father caused Cui Qingyi to feel an unwelcome tightness in his face. Seeing Cui Qingyi's reaction, Magistrate Liang shook his head slightly. This was precisely why he had refrained from promoting Cui Qingyi over the years. He lacked the discernment expected of someone in his position. As a member of the Cui clan, how could he not recognize the family jade pendant? "This is Mr. Cui Zhe, the fifth master from the Cui residence in Hengyang," Liang County Magistrate introduced. Hengyang was the stronghold of the Cui clan, home to their ancestral estate and the renowned Beiladong Academy. Upon hearing the magistrate's address, Cui Qingyi realized that this man was likely a teacher at the Beiladong Academy. A flicker of hope ignited within Cui Qingyi as he thought of his own legitimate son, who could only attend the Linshui Academy. Perhaps this encounter could present an opportunity for Yuan Shi to make an impression in front of the clan's esteemed members. If the fifth master were to recognize Yuan Shi's talents, the Linshui Cui family could ascend to prominence. "Oh, I see, a cousin from the main family. I am truly blind to not recognize your greatness. I humbly ask for your pardon." Cui Qingyi began to flatter, regardless of the situation. Cui Zhe's gaze toward Cui Qingyi grew increasingly disdainful, unable to comprehend such lack of awareness. Magistrate Liang, noticing Cui Zhe's cold demeanor, prompted Cui Qingyi to take a seat. Cui Zhe had embarked on this journey under the orders of the family elders to inspect the clansmen in the Qinghe area. The Cui family was vast and deeply rooted, with members scattered across the country. Currently, there was a possibility for a member of the Cui family to attain the position of prime minister, which, if realized, would herald a resurgence of the clan's glory for centuries to come. Thus, the family mandated a strict adherence to decorum among its members, ensuring that no missteps occurred. As Cui Zhe traversed the region, he was somewhat satisfied with the performance of the Qinghe Cui clan, noting that while intelligence was not a requisite, one must never presume to be clever. Just as he contemplated returning home, he received news from Lady Liang. Recognizing the importance of her family within the clan, he decided to honor this visit. Upon discovering the presence of such a fool as Cui Qingyi, he felt his journey had been worthwhile. "I have heard that you intend to send your daughter to the capital to become a concubine. Is this true?" Cui Zhe inquired, his tone direct. Cui Qingyi, still wearing a sycophantic smile, was taken aback by the question and hurriedly denied it. "No. Where did you hear such a thing? That is absolutely impossible." Cui Qingyi, uninterested in the words of a fool, Pressed on, "Is Cui Qingyi your daughter?" Cui Jin's flesh quivered slightly as he replied, "Yes, she is my daughter." "Then it is indeed true. The Cui family has long held a family decree that prohibits the women of our clan from becoming concubines. How dare you defy this edict? Do you wish to be expelled from the Cui lineage?" Cui Jin stuttered, his lips trembling. He was a man of little experience. Over the years, he had learned to avoid confrontation, especially when faced with those of higher status. A mere increase in the volume of their voice could send him into a state of terror. "Mr. Wu, do calm your temper. This matter is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. I shall return home immediately to ascertain the truth." Cui Jin wished to leave first to inquire about the situation with the Yuan family. To his left, Cui Zhe let out a cold laugh, stating, "Very well, since the victim is present, let us confront the issue head-on." Magistrate Liang clapped his hands, and the attendant who had been waiting outside promptly responded. Beads of sweat formed on Cui Jin's forehead, recalling how he had previously confronted the Yuan family, only to be rudely dismissed. He had since turned his attention to his concubine's quarters, momentarily forgetting about the affair concerning his eldest daughter. Now, realizing that the situation might indeed involve her, he felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Soon, several footsteps echoed from outside. The servant lifted the bamboo curtain, and Lady Liang entered first, followed closely by a slender and graceful figure. Cui Qingyi had received news from Liang Yuan early that morning and had come to Liang Manor. Although Liang Yuan had assured her that she was not the type to seek revenge for kindness received, as a mother, Lady Liang felt compelled to offer a few words of advice to Cui Qingyi. Upon meeting, she conveyed her thoughts, and Lady Liang came to agree with Liang Yuan's assessment. Believing that Cui Qingyi was quite perceptive, her demeanor resonating positively with Lady Liang. Since this was a matter of gratitude, Lady Liang decided to assist wholeheartedly. Upon seeing his wife personally escorting someone, Magistrate Liang began to scheme. "My dear husband, Brother Wu, this girl is Cui Qingyi." After Lady Liang's hints, Cui Qingyi approached respectfully to bow before the magistrate and Cui Zhe, then offered a curtsy to Cui Jin, who regarded her with evident discontent. Cui Zhe observed her actions closely, feeling a shift in his disposition. This girl resembled the Cui clan more than her father did. Cui Jin, seeing his daughter whom he had not encountered in years, displayed no warmth, instead wearing a look of disdain as he reprimanded her. "You foolish girl, who allowed you to come out and disgrace yourself? Your Excellency, I sincerely apologize. I shall take this unfilial daughter home for proper discipline." Unfortunately, no one paid him any heed. Cui Zhe softened his tone, addressing the solitary Cui Qingyi standing at the center. "You claim that your parents intend to send you to the capital to become a concubine. Do you have any evidence?" Cui Qingyi was uncertain whether this commotion would yield the desired outcome, yet she understood that such fortuitous circumstances were rare. After waiting 14 years, this was her singular opportunity, and regardless of the outcome, she felt compelled to act. "I possess a handwritten letter from my mother as evidence. I have diligently studied the ancestral teachings of the Cui family since childhood, though, regrettably, as a daughter, I had no chance to attend an academy to hear the scholars' teachings. Nevertheless, I have never forgotten my responsibilities as a descendant of the Cui clan, and I implore my uncle to advocate for me." Lady Liang, observing the slight smile in Cui Zhe's eyes, sensed that Cui Qingyi's request had already achieved considerable success. A servant took the letter from Cui Qingyi's hands and presented it to Cui Zhe. As he read through it swiftly, his breathing grew increasingly heavy, and finally, he slammed the letter down, exclaiming with a cold snort, "Cui Jin, you and your wife possess quite the audacity." Cui Jin, disregarding everything else, rose to grasp the letter that Cui Zhe had carelessly discarded on the ground. Upon reading it, darkness clouded his vision. In his heart, he cursed incessantly. Foolish woman. Foolish woman. In a letter from Yuan, she boasted extravagantly about having found a suitable match for Cui Qingyi, emphasizing the hardships she endured as a mother. She then reminded Cui Qingyi, upon entering the residence of a noble in the capital, to never forget to consider her maternal uncle and younger brother. Though the words were sweetly spoken, the underlying truth of selling her daughter for glory was painfully evident. The Cui family, known for its scholarly integrity, had maneuvered delicately within the court for years. Now, standing on the brink of achieving the highest office, they were nearly undone by the actions of two inconsequential fools. The ancestral teachings of the Cui family remained steadfast. Not a single woman of the Cui surname had graced the emperor's harem in recent years. Should Cui Qingyi find herself wed into the household of a lowly official, it would become a sharp weapon for political adversaries aimed at the Cui family. Chapter 9. A clean break regardless of the esteemed position this individual held within the Cui clan. The mere fact that she bore the surname Cui provided ample opportunities for the political adversaries of the clan to exploit. In this moment, Cuizhi found himself genuinely grateful to Madame Liang. Were it not for her, the Cui family would have solidified their predicament. And should any misstep occur during the future ascendance of the relevant individual, he too would be caught in the ensuing scandal. The Liang County magistrate and his wife exchanged subtle glances, their keen intellects at work. Previously, Cuizhi had contemplated merely reprimanding Cui Jin, hoping to minimize the situation. However, now he resolved to address the matter with utmost seriousness, seizing the opportunity to tighten the reins on the Cui branch in Qinghe. Suppressing his simmering anger, Cuizhi stroked his beard and turned to the aggrieved Cui Qingyi, inquiring, "As you are the aggrieved party, pray tell, how do you wish to proceed?" Cui Qingyi relaxed her hands, which had been coiled within her sleeves. She understood that her desires for today had been met. Kneeling before Cuizhi, she prostrated herself 3 times in earnest. Then, lifting her gaze to meet his, she implored, "Qingyi seeks nothing further, but I beseech you, Master Wu, to grant me the authority to sever all ties with the Linshui Cui clan. Henceforth, I shall simply be Cui Qingyi. I implore you to facilitate this." As her words hung in the air, the study was enveloped in a fleeting silence. Cuizhi had not anticipated that Cui Qingyi would articulate such a request. It is often said that there are no faultless parents in this world, and her accusation against her parents was already a profound deviation from societal norms. Now, she audaciously sought to completely sever her ties to the Cui family. Despite his commitment to impartiality, Cuizhi found it difficult to endorse such a drastic measure. Thus, his tone cooled slightly as he replied, "Are you certain? Regardless of their shortcomings, your parents have provided you with the gift of life. Your actions may be deemed unfilial." Cui Qingyi, unwilling to elaborate further, had resolved to accept the potential scorn that might be heaped upon her in the future. Instead of answering, she countered, "Sir, may I inquire if you have a daughter?" Cuizhi replied, "Indeed, I do." Cui Qingyi pressed on, "Has your daughter not been married off shortly after reaching maturity? Are you and Madam not aware of each other's flaws in character, yet still compelled her into matrimony for the sake of social standing? Would you not, upon her being cast aside by her husband, turn her away, coveting her possessions? Would you not subject your wounded daughter to further indignities merely to pave the way for your son? Sir, the Beiladong Academy is renowned throughout the realm for imparting the virtues of gentlemanly conduct. Do the sacred texts not teach that one need not trample upon women to ascend?" Cui Qingyi's eyes brimmed with tears, the pain she felt evident, yet she valiantly held back her tears, her defiance shaking Cuizhi to his core. In the Dajin dynasty, women typically reach maturity at 15 and married at 17. The Cui family had never set a precedent for marrying off their daughters at such a tender age. Cuizhi, a revered teacher at Beiladong Academy, had never encountered anyone daring enough to question him so boldly in person. Yet, in the face of Cui Qingyi's words, he found no suitable response. As Cui Jin gazed upon his daughter, he felt an unfamiliarity, as if he did not recognize her. The Cui Qingyi, he remembered, was a well-educated and sensible young woman, devoted to the Yuan family and her brother, Cui Wenxiu. How could the girl before him possibly be his daughter? Yet that face, aside from having matured, bore little difference from the one he had seen on her wedding day of 15. In the stillness, a soft sigh broke the silence. Madame Liang wore an expression tinged with sadness and compassion. "It is not easy for a woman. Having been married once, you have fulfilled your filial duty to your parents. Mr. Wu," she continued, "the Cui couple has proven unworthy of their parental role. Since Cui Qingyi is separated from her husband, should she not wish to return to the Cui household, she is free to choose her own path. As for her future apart from the Cui family, it will be determined by her own fortunes." Once Madame Liang finished speaking, Lord Liang nodded in agreement. Cui Qingyi opened his mouth to speak, but upon encountering Cui's cold demeanor, he swallowed his words. And let it be as you wish. However, once she departs from the Cui family, she must not consider herself one of the Cui clan. As for Cui Qingyi, I shall take it upon myself today to permit Cui Qingyi to sever ties with the Cui family, so that from this moment on, you shall have no further connection to the Linshui Cui household. Do you consent? Naturally, Cui Qingyi was reluctant to agree. What child would willingly renounce their parents? Just as he was about to retort, Cui continued, if you are unwilling, the Cui family has no need for a descendant who disobeys ancestral teachings and behaves recklessly. You may take your family and withdraw from the clan. From henceforth, you shall have no association with the Cui family. Upon hearing that he would be expelled from the Cui clan, Cui Qingyi immediately fell silent. The proceedings became much simpler, witnessed by the magistrate Liang. Cui Qingyi personally drafted a document, and after all parties signed and sealed it, it was handed to Cui Qingyi. Thus, Cui Qingyi completely severed her ties with her maternal family. As she stepped out of the county office, Cui Qingyi felt a long-missed sense of liberation after so much planning. The matter had been resolved, leaving her feeling as light as if she might take flight. Behind her, Zhu Ruo felt a sense of uncertainty about the future. While there were indeed widows and women living independently after separation, the prerequisite was that they possessed wealth. She and her mistress were destitute, lacking even a copper coin. Zhu Ruo had already begun contemplating whether she should venture out to seek work, perhaps in washing or similar tasks, to earn a few coins. Meanwhile, in the Cui residence, Cui Mama hurried back, inquiring with the gatekeeper only to find that the young lady had not returned. In frustration, she rushed back to report to Yuan Shi. Just as Yuan Shi was preparing to send the household servants out to search, a thin young boy burst in, crying, "Oh, mother, I don't want to go to the academy anymore." The visitor was none other than Yuan Shi's beloved son, the 15-year-old Cui Wenxiu. Whether it was due to insufficient nourishment during gestation or some other reason, Cui Wenxiu was born as frail as a kitten. Despite Yuan Shi's diligent care over the years, he remained slender and had not grown much taller. His thinness gave him a sharp, angular visage, starkly contrasting with his two half-brothers. Yet Yuan exhibited no concern. As the saying goes, a child is the heart's delight of a mother. Yuan would gladly sacrifice her own flesh to nourish Cui Wenxiu. Witnessing her beloved son weep so inconsolably, she momentarily set aside her inquiries regarding his untimely return home and assured him, "Who has wronged you? Rest assured, mother will seek justice for you." While many a youth in Jin had already attained the status of a scholar at the tender age of 15, Cui Wenxiu still behaved like a child, wailing without end, yet none in the family perceived anything amiss. In the academy, some had berated him for seeking fame at the expense of his sister, labeling him a heartless wretch. Even the teacher had questioned the veracity of such claims. "Mother, my sister has not been wed to Qinghe. How could she possibly become a concubine? This cannot be true, can it?" Chapter 10. Departing from Linshui, County Yuan was taken aback when her son inquired about the matter. She had never anticipated that the scheme she devised with her family would reach the academy. The thought that this could potentially affect her son filled her with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Without further ado, she set aside the idea of seeking out Cui Qingyi, focusing solely on her son. "My dear child, there is nothing to worry about. Your sister has already been married off, and she is no longer part of our family. Mother will ensure that she does not affect you. Please, stop crying, for your tears break my heart." Cui Wenxiu, indulged by Yuan, was a child who would throw a tantrum over trifles. His academic performance was far from satisfactory, often incurring the wrath of his tutor, and he had long grown weary of the constraints imposed by the academy. Yet, Yuan was ever compliant with his whims except when it came to his studies, where she was strict and would not allow him to be erratic. Now that he had a valid excuse, he insisted on staying home for a few more days. After some contemplation, Yuan acquiesced. "Very well, the rest day is approaching. My dear son, studying is arduous. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare some delectable dishes for you." Upon hearing that the mischievous Cui Wenxiu would be lingering at home for a few extra days, The maidservant who had been hiding behind Cui, Mama, silently rolled her eyes. At the age of 15, Cui Qingyi had not studied much of the classic texts, but was well-versed in matters between men and women. Whenever he encountered a pretty maid in the residence, he would make advances, causing quite a nuisance. Unfortunately, there were few maidens of suitable age in the Cui household, much to the distress of the two maidservants, who would inevitably be harassed whenever Cui Qingyi returned home. Yet, Cui, as a mother, seemed entirely unconcerned. Once Yuan had pacified Cui Qingyi, he began to long for outdoor adventures. With a clever twinkle in his eye, he declared his intention to return to his studies. Yuan, delighted at this declaration, allowed him to leave. Throughout their interaction, the mention of Cui Qingyi was conspicuously absent, as if she were a stranger to them. Even the maidservant who had been closely attending Yuan, aware of her favoritism towards the young master, found Yuan's indifference to be chilling. Those with keen insight initially considered the possibility of acquiescing to Cui Qingyi's whims, thinking they might secure a position of favor in the future. However, witnessing the mother and son's dismissive attitude towards Cui Qingyi extinguished that notion. They feared that while they might not endure a life of comfort, they could potentially risk their very lives. After leaving the Liang residence, Cui Qingyi and her maid did not linger but made their way directly to the passenger dock. After exchanging their tickets with the boatman, Cui Qingyi finally exhaled a long-held breath once they settled into their designated cabin. Juju, looking bewildered, followed her mistress aboard and tentatively spoke. "Miss, have you forgotten? We have no money left. The fare for this boat cannot be inexpensive, can it?" On their return from Qinghe, they had traveled in a communal berth accommodating 10 people. Though cramped and odorous, it was affordable, costing only 50 when per person from Qinghe to Linshui. As she sensed the boatmen preparing to set sail, calling the crew to their stations, Cui Qingyi's anxiety subsided entirely. From her clothing, she retrieved a banknote of 50 taels and handed it to Juju, saying, "Who says we are out of money? I possess ample funds. Once we arrive in Dongping County, we can purchase a house and a shop. It will just be the two of us, and we shall live however we desire." Konjac was utterly stunned, clutching the banknotes handed to her, flipping them over and over while gazing at them in the sunlight. With a spark of delight, she exclaimed, "Miss, this is real, genuine banknotes." Cui Qingyi gazed at her with amusement, grateful that she remembered to lower her voice. The dimples at the corners of her mouth appeared, revealing the truth. "Of course it's real. How could I deceive you?" Konjac's concerns stemmed from the two of them being penniless, fearing that without the Cui family, they would struggle to survive. However, upon witnessing Cui Qingyi's ability to produce money, her anxiety dissipated entirely. "Miss, didn't you say those 2 shops were sold? Where did you acquire this silver?" As the boat drifted further from the shore, Cui Qingyi felt no trepidation about Konjac's inability to keep secrets, and she recounted the events in detail. On the day of her marriage, as the bridal sedan chair entered the Chun family's gates, she learned of Chun Linen's childhood sweetheart, his cousin. Had it not been for her, the young mistress of the Chun family would have undoubtedly been that girl. Although she was oblivious to the situation, she had unwittingly become the villain who disrupted their romance. Feeling a sense of discontent as she stepped in her new life, Cui Qingyi, despite being a soul reborn after millennia, had little ambition. She merely wished to lead a tranquil life. Having little sense of belonging to the Cui family, she had hoped that marrying according to her parents' wishes would grant her a true home. She had once dreamed of living harmoniously with Chun Linen for the rest of her days. Yet his actions were utterly repugnant. Knowing full well he was betrothed, he maintained an ambiguous relationship with his cousin, unwilling to marry her while remaining silent for years. Lacking the courage to confront her parents, he directed all his pent-up frustration toward her, an innocent party. In Cui Qingyi's eyes, such a man was not worthy of respect. From that moment, her expectations for her husband, whom she had barely met, diminished. On their wedding night, Chun Linen, reeking of alcohol and displaying a sullen demeanor, appeared as though he were being forced to consummate their union, which greatly disgusted her. A man devoid of responsibility was unworthy of trust. She abandoned any thoughts of bearing his children, realizing that a foolish father would only bring suffering to their offspring. Moreover, Cui Qingyi had just turned 15. her body still maturing. She had intended to discuss matters with Chun Linen thoughtfully over the years, but now that seemed unnecessary. Chun Linen was still quite young. When she merely mentioned the cousin in his presence, he became furious and stormed out with his bedding. Consequently, whenever he could not withstand the pressure and ventured into her room, she would surely bring up the cousin to vex him. This cycle would breed mutual disdain, exacerbated by the cousin's occasional provocations, leading to their eventual separation while Cui Qingyi remained untainted. Regarding the 2 shops included in her dowry, when Chen's mother subtly urged her to hand them over for management, she devised a plan to sell them to avoid attracting thieves. The several hundred taels from the sale of the shops were carefully saved by Cui Qingyi. In recent years, both the master and servant have relied on the monthly allowance provided by the Chun family, as well as the silver brought from the Cui household. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ruo's eyes widened in astonishment. Having spent each day in close proximity to her mistress at the Chun residence, she was utterly oblivious to such matters. Noticing the hint of redness in Zhu Ruo's eyes, Cui Qingyi deftly shifted the conversation. Pray tell, would you prefer to remain in the Chun or Cui family? Or would you rather accompany me to lead a life of freedom and ease? Cui Qingyi fixed her gaze intently upon Zhu Ruo, her demeanor cool and detached. If Zhu Ruo were to express a desire to cling to the comforts of the Chun or Cui households, Cui Qingyi would undoubtedly find a way to rid herself of her. She could not afford to keep someone with divided loyalties by her side. Zhu Ruo, oblivious to Cui Qingyi's subtle intentions, pondered for a moment about the prospect of remaining alone in either the Chun or Cui family. Just the thought sent a shiver down her spine. No, I certainly wish to follow my mistress. Chapter 11. The confrontation between Yuan and Cui. The reaction of Zhu Ruo was entirely within Cui Qingyi's expectations. As Zhu Ruo had grown up by her side and was inevitably influenced by her, in an environment like that of the Cui and Chun families, where she could not endure, it was natural for Zhu Ruo to feel the same. Observing the persistent smile on Cui Qingyi's face and knowing that she and the young lady were not destitute, Zhu Ruo's spirits lifted, reassured that they would not find themselves on the streets anytime soon. In the private cabin of the passenger ship, devoid of prying eyes, Zhu Ruo initially contemplated asking Cui Qingyi why she had to sever ties so resolutely with the Cui family. However, this thought flickered briefly in her mind before she came to a realization. Yuan, in her heart, cared only for her son Cui Wenxiu, treating the young lady merely as a commodity for exchanging interests. Had the young lady not been prepared, not only would they have found it impossible to leave Lingshui smoothly, but both mistress and servant might have already been sold off by now. Yuan was the young lady's biological mother, and regardless of her reluctance, no one would intervene. Not even the authorities would concern themselves with such matters. If the young lady did not choose to confront the situation openly, any schemes Yuan had would surely resurface. Next time, they might not be as fortunate, and they would have nowhere to seek justice. With this understanding, Zhu Ruo felt a cold sweat trickle down her back, yet she was immensely grateful for their current stroke of luck. The guest room rented by Cui Qingyi was positioned by the window, allowing a gentle, moisture-laden breeze to waft in. Cui Qingyi's previous life had been spent far inland, where the transition between spring and summer was marked by swirling yellow sands, often enduring months without rain. She had not anticipated that in this life, she would reside in a place rich in rivers, with the sea visible in the distance. Occasionally, sounds of guests and crew mingling outside the room echoed in her ears, creating a lively atmosphere rather than an intrusive noise. Inside, the two of them exchanged a few words now and then, and before long, the sun began to set. Due to her fear of Yuan discovering her extravagant spending, Cui Qingyi had been consuming the simplest meals at the inn. However, upon hearing the crew announcing the availability of freshly caught fish, her appetite surged. She glanced at Zhu Ruo seated across from her, who had grown thinner after days of frugality. Just then, a waiter approached the room to inquire about their dinner preferences. Cui Qingyi ordered a fish that had just been caught, knowing that such a fresh catch required only simple steaming to reveal its exquisite flavor. Accompanied by a few dishes of cold, fresh vegetables, they enjoyed a hearty meal together. Cui Qingyi, contentedly rubbing her belly, reflected on her 19 years spent here. Back at her family home, Yuan had always ensured she ate only to 7/10 full, aiming to maintain a slender figure. Even when presented with her favorite dishes, if she indulged even slightly, she would be chastised for her gluttony. Upon arriving at the Chun family, her situation had not improved much. Thinking about it, Cui Qingyi felt a wave of pity for herself. Perhaps no other time traveler in this world had fared as poorly as she. The passenger ship glided down the river towards Dongping County, located at the southernmost edge of Qinghe City, requiring 3 days of travel to reach their destination. In the residence of the Cui family, Cui Jin had endured considerable humiliation at the hands of Cui Zhe, not only losing face but also nearly being expelled from the clan. As he exited the county office, he noticed that Magistrate Liang regarded him with a newfound disdain. A tempest of frustration brewed within Cui Jin, and upon returning home, he was met with the sight of his son, Cui Wenshi, who should have been studying at the academy, chasing a group of young maidens around the courtyard. Cui Wenshi donned a peach-colored robe, his eyes obscured by a handkerchief, seemingly belonging to one of the maidens, as he flailed his arms in search of them, calling out, "Sisters, do not run away. I shall catch you soon." Cui Jin, known for his dashing demeanor, found this display of youthful exuberance exceedingly irksome, particularly given his own recent disgrace. The thought of enduring such indignity, while still shamelessly contemplating recommending Cui Wenshi to Master Wu, only fueled the flames of his ire. Cui Wenshi's servant had noticed Cui Jin's arrival and had intended to call out for him to halt, but a fierce glare from Cui Jin rendered him speechless. Although he was assigned to Cui Wenshi by the Yuan family, he was still merely a servant, bound to obey his master, lest he suffer the consequences of offending him. The maidens, frightened by Cui Jin's imposing presence, quickly scurried away, leaving Cui Wenshi oblivious in the center of the courtyard. He lunged forward to embrace one of the maidens, only to sense something amiss as he drew closer. In his own courtyard, there were no maidens of such robust stature, and feeling cheated, Cui Wenshi removed the blindfold. Just as he was about to berate the impudent maiden who dared to mock him, a resounding slap struck his face. Cui Wenshi, slight of build, was no match for the corpulent Cui Jin, who swung his arm with force, sending Cui Wenshi spinning thrice before he fell to the ground with a thud. Gasps filled the air as Cui Wenshi, dazed, spat out 2 bloodied teeth. In the wake of the commotion, a cacophony of wails erupted from the Cui residence, startling even the stray cats and dogs that passed by, while the birds resting in the trees took flight in alarm. In the rear courtyard, among the quarters of several concubines, one emerged with her sewing basket to witness the turmoil. The Cui courtyard, though modest, was home to several concubines who lived in close quarters, and on typical days, they would bicker amongst themselves due to Cui Jin's frequent outbursts. Yet now, they exchanged knowing glances, murmuring, "It appears we have yet another spectacle to behold." Indeed, the sound of crying suggested a significant disturbance. News of Cui Wenshi's beating quickly reached Yuan Shi's ears, who, disregarding her disheveled appearance, rushed to the front courtyard with her hair unkempt. Upon seeing her son slumped on the ground, bloodstains evident before him, her eyes filled with tears. Without concern for her dignity as the matriarch, she dashed forward, grasping Cui Wenshi and exclaiming, "My son, what has happened to you? Tell your mother where it hurts." Seeing his mother arrive, Cui Wenshi, knowing he had an ally, cried even louder, the two of them resembling mourners at a funeral, which only served to exacerbate Cui Jin's fury, his temples throbbing with suppressed rage. In recent years, Yuan has regarded Cui Wenjin with utmost affection, coupled with the understanding that Cui Qingyi was well educated under Yuan's guidance, embodying grace and composure. Yuan, despite her irritable temperament, is the legitimate matriarch, possessing considerable aptitude in child-rearing, which led him to entrust Cui Wenshi to her care. Previously, Yuan had remarked on Cui Jin's sensibility and commendable academic pursuits. However, upon witnessing Cui Wenshi's behavior today, an embodiment of a debauched scion, he found it hard to conceive any promising future for him. A fierce argument erupted between Yuan and Cui Jin at home. Yuan, known for her unwillingness to be wronged, clashed with Cui Jin, And following the incident where Yuan Shi received a slap, the couple's disagreement escalated into a physical confrontation. The household servants and maids, having never witnessed such a loss of decorum from their masters, were taken aback. By the time they intervened, Cui Qingyi bore several crimson scratches on his face from Yuan's nails, while Yuan had received multiple slaps from Cui Qingyi, with blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. As they were separated, Yuan continued to shout her intent to seek redress from Magistrate Liang and Shuizhe. Chapter 12. Arrival at Dongping, County Cui, Qingyi grimaced in pain, covering his face as he overheard Yuan's loud outburst. With a cold huff, he retorted, "Go ahead, shout in front of the county magistrate. Let everyone in Linshui know that you and your family conspired to send your own daughter off to be someone else's concubine. Just wait and see how you'll hold your head high in the future." Yuan, being pulled back by her maids, also let out a cold scoff. "She is my flesh and blood. I will do as I please, and outsiders have no right to interfere." Cui Qingyi, realizing her lack of remorse and the increasing volume of her shouts, was further ignited by the memory of Shuizhe's ambiguous emotions when he left the county office. Indeed, she was his mother, but if she were to make this matter public, with a heart as ruthless as hers, how could Wensu ever expect a favorable outcome? Do not forget, Wensu's future still relies on Lord Liang's endorsement. Go ahead and offend him. With that, Cui Qingyi turned away from the chaos, his face a mask of coldness as he departed from the Cui residence. Yuan felt a lump rise in her throat, but she swallowed it back down. For years, she believed she had a firm grip on Cui Qingyi, controlling every aspect of the Cui household. Yet, deep down, she recognized that, as a woman of the inner chambers, her influence was limited to that confined space. Her ambition was to see Wensu excel in the imperial examinations. Yet she understood that this endeavor could not be accomplished solely by him. No matter how wealthy the Yuan family was, they could not invest all their resources in their nephew. Although Cui Qingyi was ineffectual, there were moments when she had no choice but to rely on him. But Cui Qingyi, that worthless son, had also managed to hold her tightly in his grasp, simply because he bore the Cui surname. As for Cui Qingyi, her audacity in considering sending her to another family as a concubine stemmed from her belief that Cui Qingyi lacked resolve. Since the birth of Wensu, she had incessantly instructed Cui Qingyi that her life should revolve around her brother, that her very existence was to be a sacrifice for him. Over the years, Cui Qingyi had adhered to this, but why had things changed this time? Yuan's thoughts were consumed by the chaos instigated by Cui Qingyi, her teeth grinding together in frustration. Indeed, a married daughter is like spilled water. Observing the uproar between her parents, Wensu dared not intervene during their quarrel. Only after Cui Qingyi had left did he cautiously approach Yuan. "Mother, it is all my fault. I was studying and playing in the yard, and I did not expect to anger father. It was entirely my mistake." His swollen face appeared both comical and pitiable, swiftly diverting Yuan's attention to him. She grasped his hand, her disheveled hair resembling that of a madwoman. "My son, I will rely on you from now on. You must restore our family's honor." Wensu, fearing Yuan's wrath, quickly vowed, "Rest assured, mother, I will study diligently and earn you a title of nobility. If my sister has angered you, I will ensure she is disciplined." Wensu was well aware of the words that pleased Yuan, and with just a few phrases, he had her smiling brightly, leading him back to tend to his injuries. The passenger boat journeyed for 3 days and finally arrived at the dock of Dongping County at noon on the 3rd day. Although she was not prone to seasickness, Cui Qingyi felt a sense of fatigue and weakness as she descended with the assistance of Juruo. Dongping County lies at the southernmost tip of Qinghe City. Apart from its numerous waterways, a few kilometers further south reveals a picturesque bay. Such advantageous geographical conditions ensure that, provided the local officials are not avaricious, the lives of the common folk remain prosperous. Having witnessed much, the hearts of the people grew lively. The modest dock was bustling with small stalls and vendors, the air filled with the sounds of their persistent calls. "Miss, would you care to take a look at our fresh river delicacies? A quick fry at home would make for a delightful dish. Freshly caught carp, 15 1 per pound. Choose as you please. In addition to various river fish, several farmers' wives were selling vegetables, eagerly beckoning to Cui Qingyi as she glanced their way. Despite the abundance of vendors, the streets remained remarkably clean and dry. Cui Qingyi nodded inwardly. Her initial decision to settle in Dongping County was inspired by the tales of the old maidservant during her time at the Qin residence. She had long wished for the opportunity to explore Dongping County. Standing on the street, Zhu Ruo surveyed their surroundings and suggested, "Miss, shall we find an inn to rest at first? Once we've recuperated, I will seek out a realtor to find us a house." After 3 days aboard the boat, Cui Qingyi had shared her plans for the future with Zhu Ruo. Having followed Cui Qingyi since childhood, Zhu Ruo had never formed any notions of her own life. She was accustomed to following Cui Qingyi's lead, and her previous anxieties about their future had now eased, reassured by the plans her mistress had laid out. "Very well, let us explore the town once we have rested," Cui Qingyi agreed. The two women joined the throngs entering the town, yet Cui Qingyi felt an undercurrent of uncertainty herself. Though she possessed the wisdom of a past life, she was navigating a feudal era thousands of years ago, having spent 19 years here with scant opportunities to venture outside. Thus, she and Zhu Ruo were essentially feeling their way through unknown waters. The city gate of Dongping County stood approximately 30 feet high, guarded by soldiers clad in armor. Observing from a distance, Cui Qingyi noted that the entrances for exiting and entering the city were separate, with a fee of 5 when required for entry. After watching for a while, she discerned that the local populace could enter freely, while those from outside or nearby villages were subject to this fee. Travelers from afar were also required to present their household registration, akin to a travel permit. Cui Qingyi found no offense in this regulation. It suggested a commendable level of security in Dongping County. Moreover, she observed that the patrolling soldiers were disciplined, not the sort of ruffians one might typically encounter. Yuriru, unaware of her mistress's contemplations, remained silent, already clutching several copper coins in anticipation of the entry fee. Their entry into the city was seamless upon seeing two young ladies. The inspecting soldier kindly advised, once inside, head east, where you'll find many inns close to the county office. The county's constables patrol regularly, ensuring safety. Cui Qingyi expressed her gratitude through her veil, while the soldier gestured for them to pass swiftly. Konjac quietly followed Cui Qingyi, waiting until they exited the city gate before softly saying, "Miss, Dongping County is rather pleasant." Cui Qingyi nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of satisfaction that alleviated some of the unease she had previously concealed. Following the soldier's directions, the two made their way eastward. Fortunately, Dongping County was not extensive, and they soon came upon several goose houses, each with a 2-story structure. Having left the confines of Linshui and the ever-hungry relatives behind, Cui Qingyi refrained from lavish spending. They rented a room, entering and exiting together. As bathing on the ship was inconvenient, Konjac took some silver to request hot water from the innkeeper, allowing both master and servant to enjoy a refreshing bath that washed away much of their fatigue. Chapter 13. The Purchase of a Residence in Recent Days. Having slumbered extensively aboard the ship, the two women felt revitalized after indulging in a warm bath and donning fresh attire. Contemplating the prospect of establishing their home in Dongping County, they recognized that if only she and Zhu Ruo were to share their lives henceforth, they would need to abandon the habits cultivated within the confines of the inner chamber, learning instead to embrace the world as ordinary women do. With a resolve to step outside, Cui Qingyi led Zhu Ruo downstairs, where they settled at a window-side table in the bustling hall. The attentive waiter approached them promptly. "Ladies, are you here for lunch? We have fresh fish and shrimp available. What would you like to partake in?" Cui Qingyi ordered a steamed fish and some river shrimp, complemented by a couple of vegetable dishes. While awaiting their meal, she keenly observed the patrons dining within the establishment. Both men and women were present, yet few, like herself and Zhu Ruo, ventured out in pairs. However, the streets were alive with a multitude of pedestrians, including unmarried women and matrons selling their wares. Cui Qingyi felt a wave of relief. It appeared that the further they distanced themselves from Qinghe City, the greater the freedom bestowed upon women. Her decision to come to Dongping County indeed seemed fortuitous. Seizing the opportunity as they awaited their food, Cui Qingyi initiated a conversation with the waiter. "My good sir, this is my sister and my first visit to Dongping County. Might you enlighten us as to the identity of our county magistrate?" Her inquiry was not a mere whim. She had overheard other guests at a nearby table speak of the magistrate with evident reverence. The waiter beamed at her question and replied, "Our magistrate's surname is Zhou, a distinguished scholar of the 5th year of Chongping, a truly remarkable individual. Since Magistrate Zhou assumed his position here in Dongping County, life has improved significantly for us all." Noticing Cui Qingyi's earnest attention, the waiter was about to elaborate further when a call from the kitchen interrupted him. He excused himself hurriedly, stating, "Please enjoy your meal, and do not hesitate to call for me should you require anything." Having gleaned the information she sought, Cui Qingyi refrained from further questioning. Zhu Ruo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Miss, I feel that the people here are quite different from those back home." Cui Qingyi smiled and inquired, "In what way do you find them different?" Yuru pondered, scratching her head in mild distress. "I cannot quite articulate it, but they simply seem unlike the people of the Cui estate or the Qin family." Cui Qingyi chuckled softly at Zhu Ruo's observations. Zhu Ruo continued, "Miss, you two are quite different from how you were at the Cui and Qin households. You never smiled like this before." Cui Qingyi comprehended the essence of Zhu Ruo's words. Although the Cui family had grown distant from the main household, they remained a branch of a prominent lineage, having once enjoyed affluence. Even though Cui Jin now held a modest position as a 9th-rank clerk in the county office, he still possessed ample property, servants, and land. The Qin family was even better off, with Chen Linen's uncle occupying a significant position in the capital. Such families stood in stark contrast to the common folk of Dongping County, whose daily concerns were vastly different, inevitably influencing their demeanor and state of mind. As for herself, she had been subjected to the ambitions of Yuan Shi, who sought to leverage her connections with the influential, imposing countless constraints upon her. Adhering to the standards expected of a refined young lady. Do not speak with your mouth agape as before. Even the slightest fluctuation in her expression would earn her a reprimand. Over time, she found herself unable to smile. Dongping County is a vibrant locale that whetted her appetite. Jianru observed her young mistress, whose dining demeanor remained as graceful and delicate as ever, though she consumed quite a substantial amount. With most of the vegetables from the table finding their way into her stomach, Jianru murmured, "Miss, eating too much will lead to weight gain. A habit cultivated over many years is not easily altered." Upon feeling a slight distension in her abdomen, Cui Qingyi decided to pause. She urged Jianru, "You should eat a bit more as well. We must look after each other while living outside in the future. It would not do to neglect your health." Jianru considered this. When they were at the Cui and Chen households, her sole responsibility was to care for her mistress, with the heavy labor handled by others. However, in the future, without the assistance of servants, if she did not maintain her strength, would she expect her mistress to bear the burden? Ultimately, both of them finished their meals, leaving the plates spotless, though Jianru felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was the height of summer, and glancing at the blazing sun outside, Cui Qingyi dismissed the idea of venturing out and instructed the innkeeper's assistant to procure some fresh fruit, opting instead to rest indoors. The following morning, taking advantage of the cool weather, Cui Qingyi set out with Jianru after breakfast. As they strolled through the streets, Jianru inquired, "Miss, are we not heading directly to the dental shop?" Cui Qingyi pointed down the road ahead. "Let us first meander along the street and observe the surroundings." In the Great Jin, dental shops could be found in every region, dealing not only in property transactions, but also in the trade of servants. Whether it was abandoned houses or transactions among common folk, all must pass through the dental shop, where the transactions will be officially recorded by the county clerks. These clerks were also under the jurisdiction of the county, making the process somewhat cumbersome, yet it remained legitimate. However, Cui Qingyi did not intend to rely on a few hundred taels of silver to sustain her for a lifetime in Dongping County. Indeed, the average citizen might not spend even that much on sustenance throughout their life. Yet Cui Qingyi desired to indulge in fine dining, luxurious living, and exquisite clothing, which would require significantly more than a mere few hundred taels. Moreover, with Junru by her side, should Junru marry in the future. Her mistress would undoubtedly need to prepare a dowry, along with considerations for future support. With these thoughts in mind, Cui Qingyi shook her head, realizing the burden of her existence. Having toiled like a beast in her past life, she now found herself destined to continue. She merely needed to engage in some modest business endeavors to sustain her livelihood. Cui Qingyi contemplated silently. Thus, whether purchasing or renting a residence, she could not afford to make hasty decisions. A river meanders through Dongping County from west to east, with the town nestled along its banks. The northern side is backed by the eastern mountain, where numerous houses are situated at its base. The county's sole academy is perched on the mountain side of the eastern mountain, and Cui Qingyi stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse, only managing to see the outline of the academy from a distance. She beckoned to Junru, "Come, let us explore the foot of the mountain." At this early hour, with the weather still pleasant, Cui Qingyi was intent on exercising, and the two walked together towards their destination. Breathless and fatigued, Cui Qingyi finally grasped the profound meaning behind the saying, "A horse dies from running towards the mountain." The two of them had been fixated on the eastern mountain, trudging along for over half an hour. Upon noticing a tea stall at the foot of the mountain, they leaned on each other and made their way over to sit down. Cui Qingyi felt as though her throat was ablaze. And the same could be said for her companion, Juru. "Sir, please bring us a pot of refreshing tea," she requested. "Certainly, just a moment," the vendor replied. As the warm tea flowed down her throat, Cui Qingyi felt as if she had been granted a second lease on life. She considered her physical condition. It was not particularly poor. Over the years, whether at the Cui residence or the Chun household, she had deliberately engaged in exercise. Regardless of the sweltering summer heat or the biting winter chill, she made it a point to walk several laps around the courtyard every day. After more than a decade of this routine, her physique remained commendable. Having lived in this dynasty for over a decade, it was her first visit to the academy, and she curiously surveyed her surroundings. At that moment, the tea stall had few patrons, allowing the tea vendor the leisure to converse with them. "Are you waiting for your brothers who are studying?" he inquired. "You have arrived early. The scholars will not be dismissed for another half an hour." Chapter 14. Purchasing a residence. Dr. Cha, an elderly gentleman, had evidently been stationed at this stall for quite some time. Thus, Cui Qingyi thought to inquire about some information. "Dear sir, how often does Dongping Academy observe a break? Can students return home daily, or is it only on rest days?" Dr. Cha replied, "We have a break every 10 days. The academy provides accommodation, though it is not mandatory. Students may choose to reside here or return home as they wish." As their conversation unfolded, several food vendors began to set up their stalls beside the tea stand. While waiting for the stalls to be ready, Junru leaned in to observe and notice some unfamiliar delicacies. Seeing that Cui Qingyi and Dr. Cha were still engaged in conversation, she decided to explore the stalls on her own. The residents of Dongping County were quite industrious, and at this hour, it was clear that the vendors had come to cater to the students of the academy. It seemed that Dongping Academy had a more lenient management style compared to other academies. Cui Qingyi lingered for a while longer, feeling completely rejuvenated, before she settled the tea bill and sought out Junru. They aimed to leave the mountain gate before the students were dismissed, to avoid the impending crowd and any unnecessary commotion. Junru held 2 green rice dumplings in her hands, and Cui Qingyi reached over to take one. "Is it still the season for green rice dumplings?" Junru swallowed the morsel she had in her mouth and savored the taste. The vendor mentioned these were preserved from spring, intended to offer something novel. "However, I believe they do not compare to the dumplings made in spring." Cui Qingyi took a bite and concurred. The flavor indeed lacked the richness of those made in springtime. Furthermore, it seemed the preparation was not as meticulous, rendering it inferior to the culinary creations of the Qin family. "Let us stroll along the foot of the mountain and observe our surroundings," she suggested. As noon approached, not only the foot of the academy, but the entire streets of Dongping County seemed to come alive. They encountered individuals washing vegetables, others beating clothes by the riverside, and vendors hawking their wares, creating a lively atmosphere. While walking, Cui Qingyi noted that nearly all shops were bustling with activity, predominantly focused on food. She felt somewhat dissatisfied. She was not one to revel in commotion and merely sought to engage in a humble trade, leading a tranquil life. After a long day of exploration, both master and servant were thoroughly exhausted. While soaking their feet in the inn's room, Cui Qingyi resolved, tomorrow morning, we shall visit the Yang real estate agency. It is prudent to enlist their assistance in finding a residence. Jianru nodded vigorously, agreeing that seeking help from a Yang was indeed the better choice. The Yang in Dongping County was conveniently located not far from the county office, marked by a prominent sign. As they strolled along the street, it was easy to spot. Upon entering, the staff of the Yang promptly greeted them. Good day. Are you interested in viewing properties or perhaps purchasing a servant? I wish to buy a residence in Dongping County. Might you have something suitable? Upon hearing her intent to purchase a residence, the smile on the agent's face broadened significantly. His enthusiasm heightened compared to when he first encountered Cui Qingyi and Jianru. Certainly, our Yang is officially registered with the county office. We have records of all properties available for sale in Dongping County. Just let me know your preferences, and I will assuredly find a residence that meets your satisfaction. Cui Qingyi was aware of the drastic change in the attitude of the agent. Although the agency was under the jurisdiction of the county office, the agents relied on their own income each month. The more properties and servants they could trade, the greater the silver they would receive at the end of the month. Furthermore, purchasing a property was far more profitable than renting or buying servants. When Cui Qingyi expressed her intention to buy a residence, the agent was naturally delighted. After she conveyed her requirements, the agent pondered for a moment and exclaimed, "You have come at just the right time. We recently reclaimed a property located in Huaihua Alley on West Street. It is inhabited by reputable families and would be quite suitable for you." However, Cui Qingyi, intrigued by the agent's description, sensed he had more to say and pressed him, "But what concerns might there be regarding this residence?" The agent hesitated briefly before speaking candidly. "It is not a significant issue, merely that the previous owner had a sparse household, which many people regard with superstition." Understanding this, Cui Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging that society often harbored such taboos. After all, who wouldn't he wish for a flourishing family? Nevertheless, she herself was indifferent to such matters. If anything, her very existence was the greatest taboo in this world. In her childhood, she had to tread carefully around Yuan Shi, fearful of revealing any signs that might lead Yuan Shi, who believed her presence impeded her chances of having a son, to take drastic measures against her. This was not an exaggeration. Yuan Shi had become obsessed with the notion of bearing a son, and Cui Qingyi was certain that if anyone dared to mention such matters in her presence, Yuan Shi would undoubtedly resort to madness. Yet, there was no need to share her indifference with the agent. She feigned a troubled expression and said, "Then I must trouble you to take us to see the property." The agent nodded, retrieved the keys, and led Cui Qingyi and her maid out. Upon exiting, a carriage was already brought forth, prepared by the agency to facilitate the visit to the property. The agent beckoned. "Esteemed guests, though the carriage may be modest, it is indeed clean. Please do take a seat." The carriage was indeed simple, merely a canvas-covered cart. Yet Cui Qingyi and Jianru were elated, after yesterday's exhausting journey. Her calves were still sore when she awoke that morning. Given the availability of transport, there was no room for complaints. The agency had been considerate, and they dared not show disdain. Jianru assisted Cui Qingyi into the carriage before climbing up herself. Those who worked as agents possessed keen observational skills. Having taken a good look, they discerned that despite Cui Qingyi's seemingly simple attire, she undoubtedly came from a notable background. After all, though her demeanor was unpretentious, the habits ingrained from years of upbringing in a wealthy household were evident in her every word and action. After the carriage had traveled for approximately 15 minutes, it came to a halt. "Dear guests, the carriage cannot enter the alley, so I must trouble you to disembark and walk a few steps," the agent announced. Cui Qingyi assisted Zhu Ruo in disembarking from the carriage, revealing that it had come to a stop beneath a grand locust tree, its trunk capable of being encircled by a single person. This venerable tree, displaying considerable age, boasted robust roots protruding from the earth, a towering crown, and an abundance of lush foliage. The guide casually remarked, "This ancient locust has been standing for over a century. When in bloom, its fragrance wafts throughout the entire alley, which is how Locust Flower Alley derived its name. Please mind your step and follow me. Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo trailed behind the guide as they made their way along Locust Flower Alley, which stretched north to south, with the terrain gradually rising as they progressed northward. The 2-meter-wide pathway was paved with blue stone slabs, appearing remarkably clean. Our region is blessed with ample water resources, resulting in frequent rainfall. Without these blue stone slabs, the ground would be impassable during the rains. Thanks to the slabs, even in heavy downpours, the surface remains pristine. The guide explained. Zhu Ruo concurred. Indeed, it looks quite immaculate. Chapter 15. Purchasing a Residence 3. In Huaihua Lane, numerous scholars have resided, and over the years, several candidates for the imperial examinations and talented individuals have emerged. It is commonly said that our Huaihua Lane is blessed by the literary star, making it a land of fortune. Had it not been for the peculiar misfortunes surrounding the previous owner of this residence, it likely would have been purchased long ago. Cui Qingyi paid no heed to his words. As they passed by several houses, the guide halted before a dwelling adorned with a copper lock. Cui Qingyi's keen eyes caught sight of the rust mottling the lock. As the guide unlocked the door, a cloud of dust, heavy with the damp scent of mildew, rushed forth. Cough, cough, cough. Both Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo instinctively covered their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs, while the guide awkwardly touched his nose, feeling guilty at the thought of his earlier remarks at the agency. Ah, Cui Qingyi stepped inside, and her foot precisely landed on a patch of moss that had grown in the crevice of the bricks. Caught off guard, she stumbled sideways. The guide was startled by the sudden turn of events, but fortunately, Zhu Ruo was quick-witted and caught her before she fell. Both the master and servant were taken aback, while the guide glared at the moss on the ground, grumbling about its poor choice of location, which nearly jeopardized his business. Cui Qingyi regained her balance, though her expression soured as she swiftly reassessed her opinion of the guide. Indeed, it seemed that agents of any era shared the same disposition, capable of spinning tales even from the deceased. She looked at the guide, forcing a faint smile. This residence appears to be more than merely vacant for a few days. As you suggested, in her estimation, it had likely been uninhabited for over a year. Having had his little ruse uncovered, the guide awkwardly chuckled and hurriedly introduced the property to dispel the awkwardness. Zhu Ruo, maintaining a serious demeanor, advised, "Miss, this residence does not seem suitable. Shall we return and continue our search?" Upon hearing Zhu Ruo's words, the guide grew anxious. Miss, since you are here, why not take a look? If it does not meet your approval, I will assist you in finding another." Cui Qingyi feigned reluctance, yet still granted the guide some courtesy. "Very well. Let us have a look. I shall introduce it to you at once." The guide, fearful of losing his hard-won clients, eagerly gestured towards the house. "Behold, this courtyard is spacious, and the construction is commendable, built with the finest timber. With proper care, it could serve you well for decades. To the front are the wood storage and kitchen, while behind are 2 bedrooms, along with a hall and side rooms, ensuring ample accommodation for guests." As he spoke, he scrutinized the expression on Cui Qingyi's face, only to find her countenance devoid of any reaction. He sighed inwardly, having anticipated that he had encountered 2 easily swayed clients, only to be met with such an unexpected hurdle upon entering. However, considering the small size of Dongping County, he realized that any local with a genuine intent to buy a house would quickly learn the true circumstances surrounding the Wang family residence. The residence had been languishing in the real estate market for over a year. Not only had it failed to sell, but there were scarcely any visitors to inspect it. Gradually, the agents lost interest in maintaining it. Having worked as a real estate agent in Dongping for several years, he could immediately discern that the 2 women who entered were not locals. Momentarily distracted by a thought, he considered selling the property to someone unsuspecting, thereby resolving this long-standing dilemma and potentially earning a reward from his superiors. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the possibility that it might remain unsold. Cui Qingyi did not even venture into the backyard. She merely glanced around before signaling to Juanru to return. The agent, realizing the futility of the situation, led the 2 women back to his office. "How much for this property?" Cui Qingyi inquired in a perfunctory manner. The agent held up 3 fingers. Yuan frowned, her voice tinged with unmistakable disdain. How could this house possibly be worth 300 taels? The agent, accustomed to such negotiations, remained unperturbed. This house boasts a prime location and is 70% new. If it weren't for your evident interest, I could easily sell it for 400 taels. Cui Qingyi dismissed his bluster, stating plainly, to be honest, I am not particularly satisfied with this property. I would appreciate it if you could assist me in finding alternatives. The agent, resigned, nodded. Very well, I shall show you other options. Upon returning to the inn, Cui Qingyi and Yuan closed the door and exchanged smiles. Yuan, with a mischievous glint in her eye, asked, How did I perform today, miss? Cui Qingyi generously praised her. You did well. What do you think of the house we viewed today? Having faced many challenges in her previous life while renting, she had shared her insights with Yuan before their outing, emphasizing the importance of concealing one's enthusiasm or urgency to prevent price hikes. Yuan fidgeted with her fingers. Miss, I actually think the house is quite decent. The agent mentioned that many scholars reside on Huaihua Lane, and I heard some reading aloud when we entered the alley. He was truthful about that. While you converse in the front yard, I took a look at the backyard, which has a well, so we won't have to struggle to fetch water from outside. There's also a small patch of land for planting vegetables and keeping a few chickens. As for the moss in the courtyard and the mildew inside, a few thorough cleanings will suffice. The most important thing is that this house is affordable, which will save us a considerable amount. Cui Qingyi regarded the girl with newfound respect. She had only offered a cursory suggestion yesterday, yet Yuan had come up with so many thoughtful observations. In truth, Cui Qingyi also found merit in the property. While it could not compare to the residences of the Cui or Chun families, it was still quite satisfactory within Dongping. Minor flaws could be addressed gradually once they moved in. Perhaps due to their decision to purchase the house, both mistress and servant found it difficult to sleep that night. Yuan, curled up in her blanket in the darkness, asked Cui Qingyi, Miss, are we truly going to buy the house? How could it feel like a dream? Soon, we shall have our own home, and no one will be able to cast us out, will they? Cui Qingyi listened quietly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She reached out to pat the exposed arm of Yuan, her voice gentle yet resolute. Indeed, we are on the verge of purchasing our dwelling. From now on, no one shall have the power to expel us from our own home. With this affirmation, Yuan, content, fell into a peaceful slumber. However, Cui Qingyi found herself restless. After 19 years in this era, witnessing the injustices faced by women during her time with the Cui family and then with the Chun family, she remained acutely aware of the inequities imposed upon her gender. Women were innately relegated to the status of proletarians, mere appendages to their fathers, brothers, and husbands. The men in power demanded submission, selflessness, and a willing heart from women. Cui Qingyi understood her own limitations. She harbored no ambitions to wrestle against this feudal society. While she could disregard the welfare of others, she had to ensure her own salvation. After 19 years of trepidation and careful scheming, she had finally succeeded. The agent led Cui Qingyi and her maid to view several residences, yet each one was met with their discerning critique. Just as the agent began to think these days had been in vain, Cui Qingyi suggested that the house on Huaihua Lane was worth considering. With the exchange of funds for the keys, the agent finally realized that these two had had their sights set on the Huaihua Lane property from the very beginning, skillfully leading him on. Internally, he shot a glare at Cui Qingyi and her maid, perplexed by their cunning, as they appeared to hail from a wealthy background. Clutching the freshly minted title deed, Cui Qingyi and Yuan exited the agency, turning a corner before instinctively extending their hands and delivering a resounding high five. Chapter 16. Cleaning. Having spent such a considerable time together, Zhu had grown accustomed to her mistress's occasional peculiar behavior. From initial astonishment to a now habitual compliance. This subtle transformation often surprised even herself. After successfully purchasing a residence and settling in Dongping County, the two spent another night at the inn before beginning to furnish their new home on Huaihua Lane. Upon learning of their recent settlement in Dongping, the innkeeper, perhaps guessing they would need to procure many items kindly mentioned several reasonably priced general stores in the city. Cui Qingyi took this opportunity to inquire further, as there were indeed numerous items needed for their new abode, and it would be advantageous to avoid unnecessary detours. Once they vacated their room, the pair walked to Huaihua Lane. At this hour, numerous elderly women were seated beneath the large locust tree at the entrance, enjoying the shade and engaging in light-hearted conversations. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the two young ladies enter the lane. Cui Qingyi offered a friendly smile to the group of elders before proceeding directly toward their new home. As soon as the two departed, the area beneath the locust tree buzzed with chatter. "Who are these young ladies? They appear unfamiliar," one elder remarked. "Indeed, they seem quite new. That girl is delicate and fair, unlike any known relatives," another added. The neighbors, having lived in the lane for many years, not only recognized one another, but also had a sense of familiarity with the relatives who frequently visited each household. A mere glance revealed that Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo were not likely related to anyone in the vicinity. An elderly woman with drooping eyelids peered into the lane, as if recollecting something, and suddenly slapped her thigh. "Oh, I remember now. A few days ago, someone from the tooth shop came by, leading people to the vacant Wang family's residence. Surely, these two have rented the Wang family's house," exclaimed another elder. As soon as the words left her mouth, the surrounding murmurs grew louder. "Indeed, Ma Pozi, you seem to have seen it clearly. Is it truly the Wang family's house?" Ma Pozi replied. "I just happened to pass by and noticed. I can't be certain it's these two. It could very well be some wealthy relatives visiting from elsewhere." Despite their simple attire, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo's demeanor and aura distinctly set them apart from the local women. The elderly ladies, mostly of advanced age, no longer burdened with household chores or the care of grandchildren, spent their days either eating or idly gossiping beneath the locust tree. The arrival of two unfamiliar faces in the lane would be a topic of discussion for days, much like the news of any household acquiring a new donkey for hauling. Standing in the courtyard of their new home, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo were filled with joy. Even the moss in the corner appeared more delightful to them. Zhu Ruo clasped her hands, still in disbelief. "Mistress, is this truly our home from now on?" Cui Qingyi fully empathized with Zhu Ruo's feelings, as she too had felt as though she were dreaming the first time she stood in her own house. She stepped forward and gently squeezed Zhu Ruo's cheeks to bring her back to reality. "You are not dreaming. This will indeed be our home. To ensure we are comfortable here tonight, let us clean up while there is still daylight, and then we shall go out to purchase bedding." Konjac nodded emphatically and dashed towards the kitchen. She had previously noted that the house was furnished with basic necessities, which they could utilize for the time being, planning to procure new items once everything was settled. Konjac was remarkably efficient in her tasks. The two of them worked in harmony, sweeping and wiping, and after a little over an hour, they had thoroughly cleaned the entire courtyard. A house, when uninhabited, often appeared drab and lifeless, yet with the presence of occupants. Even an old dwelling radiated vitality. Cui Qingyi straightened her back and called out to Konjac. "All right, we can tidy the rest once we move in. Let us head to the market first." Konjac responded cheerfully, her spirits lifted by the joyous occasion. After the hour of cleaning, she felt no weariness. The general store introduced by the innkeeper proved to be quite commendable, offering not only a wide array of goods at reasonable prices, but also delivering them to their doorstep. Cui Qingyi made a single purchase at Yao's general store, acquiring bedding, staples, and sewing supplies, and then awaited with ease the arrival of Yao's assistant with their items at Huaihua Alley. Afterward, Cui Qingyi took Konjac to a clothing shop to procure garments for both of them, and the news of the new owners of the Wang residence spread throughout every household in Huaihua Alley. As they organized their new acquisitions, the two of them prepared a simple meal with the fresh water boiled on their newly purchased stove, enjoying a few bites of the pastries bought earlier in the day. They were exhausted from the day's work, deciding to continue organizing tomorrow. "In the evening, we shall prepare a few dishes to warm our new home," Konjac said, finishing the last crumbs of her pastry. "I'll wake up early tomorrow to buy vegetables. I heard from the general store's assistant that fresh fish and shrimp are available at the morning market." That night, Cui Qingyi struggled to find restful sleep. Lying in bed, she pondered the idea of adopting a dog, noting that while the alley was populated, the houses were spaced apart, and two solitary women might inadvertently attract trouble. A dog would not only serve as a guardian, but also provide companionship. A new day dawned with the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs. Cui Qingyi, groggy from sleep, sensed konjac rising to dress. Once the door was securely shut again, she drifted back into slumber. Perhaps due to the early light and the knowledge that no one would trouble them in the daylight, she slept particularly soundly. Upon awakening, she found that konjac had prepared breakfast and was busy in the kitchen dealing with the fish and shrimp they had purchased. Noticing Cui Qingyi had risen, she hurried to fetch water for her to wash up. Cui Qingyi waved her hand. "You carry on with your tasks. I can manage myself." Upon hearing this, konjac ceased her insistence and continued with her work while sharing her observations from the morning market. "Miss, the vegetables at the market are not only fresh but also inexpensive. Eggs are just 5 cents each, and the fish and shrimp are similarly cheap, much lower than what we usually pay at the estate." As she spoke, she inhaled deeply. "I stood at the stall for quite a while, yet I couldn't discern how these vegetables differ from those we typically buy for the estate, given such a significant price disparity." Cui Qingyi found this intriguing. "You actually know the prices at the estate?" During their time at the Cui residence, the Yuan family meticulously managed the household accounts, allowing only Cui's mother and herself access to the financial records. Cui Qingyi, indifferent to such matters, was surprised to learn that the kitchen maid, Zhu Ruo, was aware of the procurement activities. With a hint of bashfulness, Zhu Ruo confessed, "I often visit the granddaughter of the kitchen's old lady Lin whenever I have some free time." Upon hearing this, Cui Qingyi comprehended that in affluent households, there are designated individuals responsible for purchases, while the head of the household typically only reviews the monthly accounts. As for the prices of vegetables, grains, and oils outside, it was not their place to inquire. They merely accepted whatever information was presented to them. Chapter 17. The Black Dog in the Eyes of Cui Qingyi. The Yuan matriarch appeared astute, yet was utterly foolish at heart. She managed the accounts of the Cui residence, and all the significant stewards were individuals she had brought from her maternal family. While these people were undoubtedly loyal, who could resist the allure of tangible profit? As for the Qin family, they were a prominent clan in Qinghe City, residing in a grand estate with numerous brothers, each vying for attention. The matriarch was consumed by the demands of daily social interactions, leaving her little energy to personally assess external market prices. Not long after marrying into the Qin family, Cui Qingyi discovered the disarray within the household accounts. Fortunately, the Qin matriarch was preoccupied with her needs from her maternal family and would never permit her daughter-in-law to interfere in the management of household affairs. Cui Qingyi was content to remain uninvolved in the internal conflicts of the Qin family. Upon hearing Cui Qingyi's words, Zhu Ruo couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder the lady of the house often laments about the extravagant expenditures. It seems everyone is feasting on eggs laid by golden hens, each worth 20 coins. Cui Qingyi chuckled at this remark, for it was indeed the case. However, with the Yuan family backing her, they likely did not concern themselves with such trifling amounts. After finishing breakfast, Cui Qingyi rolled up her sleeves and took a small spade to clear the moss from the courtyard. The once pristine yard had become overrun with weeds and moss due to the dampness, rendering it as slippery as the banks of a river, which was quite uncomfortable. Zhu Ruo, noticing her efforts, quickly interjected, "Miss, allow me to handle this." Cui Qingyi waved her hand dismissively. "Carry on with your tasks. Soon it will be just the two of us relying on one another. Should all the household chores fall upon you alone, you would surely wear yourself out." Zhu Ruo felt no qualms about this, having begun working in the fields at the tender age of 3. Even after entering the Cui residence, whenever there was a shortage of help, she was summoned to labor. This task was trivial compared to her past experiences. Yet, seeing Cui Qingyi so diligently squatting down to work, Zhu Ruo chose not to insist further. Keeping busy was beneficial, as it occupied one's mind and prevented unnecessary thoughts. After organizing the fish, shrimp, and vegetables they had purchased, Zhu Ruo also took up a small spade, and together they spent the next 15 minutes clearing the moss from the courtyard. However, the ground was inevitably left with several unsightly marks. With a sigh of relief, Cui Qingyi straightened up to admire the significantly improved courtyard. Having led a life of pampered ease, even this modest effort left her arms and legs aching. After resting for a moment, the two changed into fresh attire and prepared to venture out, as Cui Qingyi wished to explore the marketplace for puppies to bring home as guardians. Just as they were ready, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Zhu Ruo went to answer it, revealing a woman clad in gray linen with an elongated face. "Ah, someone is indeed here," she remarked. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, her gaze unabashedly scrutinizing the two within the courtyard. Zhu Ruo stepped forward to shield Cui Qingyi from the woman's prying eyes. Her tone tinged with displeasure. "What business do you have?" Uncertain whether it was ignorance or feigned foolishness. The woman seemed oblivious to the displeasure etched on Zhu Ruo's face as she continued her monologue. "So, you have purchased the Wang family's residence? I thought the people in the alley were jesting. This estate is considered inauspicious. Have you been deceived by that toothy fellow?" Cui Qingyi did not miss the glint of resentment in the woman's eyes as she glanced into the courtyard. Gently pushing Zhu Ruo out, she swiftly shut the door behind them. "Auntie, we must be off to the market. We cannot entertain you today." The woman's smile faltered instantly. This impudent girl truly lacked manners, failing to invite her in despite her personal visit. However, noticing the two girls' clean attire and fine fabrics, coupled with her knowledge of the Wang family's property selling at a considerable price, she deemed it wise not to offend these evidently affluent young ladies. "Oh, do go ahead. My home is just next door. Do visit us when you have time." She gestured toward a modest dwelling nearby. "Ah, thank you, Annie. We shall take our leave now," they replied, and as they walked away, the woman spat on the ground, muttering venomously, "Two ungrateful little vixens." Upon exiting the alley, Zhu Ruo glanced back and noticed the woman still standing there, fixated on them, which sent a shiver down her spine. "Miss, she is still lingering near our home." Cui Qingyi did not turn back. "Pay her no mind. Since she is a neighbor, we are bound to cross paths again. A semblance of civility will suffice." Cui Qingyi, uncertain of where to procure a dog, inquired of several passers-by until a street vendor carrying a load pointed them in the right direction. "Head towards the city gate. There is a mule market established by the county office where occasionally locals sell their dogs." After expressing their gratitude, the two made their way to the mule market, which was essentially a designated area near the city wall for livestock trading. Inside, mules, oxen, and donkeys were present. The sweltering heat rendered the market's aroma less than pleasant, and as they entered, most of the livestock handlers merely cast fleeting glances at them without approaching. They ventured to the far end of the market, but found no dogs for sale. Cui Qingyi felt no disappointment, resolving to return another day. Just as they prepared to retrace their steps, Cui Qingyi locked eyes with a fierce-looking black dog lying quietly at the feet of a mule. The dog's menacing gaze startled her, yet her departing footsteps halted involuntarily. Zhu Ruo, following Cui Qingyi's gaze, instinctively clutched her chest and took a few steps back. "Miss, let's find a small dog instead. This one looks too fierce." Cui Qingyi shared her concern, noting the dog's intimidating demeanor, which certainly did not suggest an affectionate nature. At that moment, the dog's owner approached, noticing the two young ladies fixated on the large black dog. "Are you interested in buying a dog? This one won't do. It's too aggressive and bites. I bought it to turn into meat." No wonder it lay there, Cui Qingyi thought, stealing one last glance before turning to leave. The alley was bustling with people. Having a dog to guard the entrance and intimidate passers-by seemed sufficient, but the risk of it biting someone was not worth the trouble. No one noticed that the black dog, which had lost its hind leg, was intently watching the direction where Cui Qingyi had departed, only burying its face in its front paws to sleep once her figure had vanished from sight. Due to the pain in its rear leg, the dog's entire body trembled slightly. Unable to procure the desired puppy, the two strolled through the streets, purchasing some necessities for home before returning. "Miss, look!" Zhu Ruo exclaimed, pointing at a conspicuous footprint on her front door, indignantly declaring, "It must be that woman." Cui Qingyi examined the print on the door, her brows furrowing in displeasure. It was evident that the malicious intent was aimed at them. Knowing only she and Zhu Ruo were at home, "Let us not dwell on it. Let us go inside," Cui Qingyi sighed. Not far away, phone was concealed behind her own door, peering through the crack as she observed Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo entering. With a contemptuous snort, she remarked to herself, "Those two wretched girls dare to show me such disrespect." Chapter 18. Visiting the neighbors, Madame Feng's mother-in-law emerged from the backyard and immediately noticed Madame Feng, who was huddled against the closed door in broad daylight, looking as if she were a thief. She dropped the broom she held and scolded with a stern face. "Madame Feng, if you truly have nothing to do, why not accompany the eldest to the outskirts to fetch goods?" Startled by her mother-in-law's sudden outburst, Madame Feng patted her chest and muttered, "Mother, how could you walk so silently? You nearly scared me to death." Without waiting for response, she swiftly retreated into the kitchen. "What sins did I commit in my past life to have a daughter-in-law like you, so lazy and indulgent?" Her mother-in-law continued, "Madame Feng, I warn you, if you stir up trouble again, I shall personally send you back to your mother's house, without needing the eldest to intervene." Listening to her mother-in-law's tirade from the kitchen, Madame Feng remained silent, her heart filled with disdain. Since the moment she entered the house, the old woman had threatened to send her back, yet over a decade had passed, her children had grown, and if it weren't for her husband's obstinacy, she would have dealt with the old crone long ago. Juju sat in the courtyard, pouting. The footprints on the young lady's door must have been left by that woman. Should we not confront her and inquire about her intentions? Cui Qingyi was preoccupied with inspecting the items she had purchased the day before. The woman's visit today served as a reminder that while they resided here, they ought not to seek to establish a close rapport with the neighbors. At the very least, they should avoid creating enmity. She planned to prepare some pastries to introduce themselves to the various households. "You actually witnessed this?" Juju asked, taken aback. "I did not see it firsthand," Cui Qingyi replied, "but I am certain it was her doing." Cleaning the basin, she estimated the number of families in the alley. Cui Qingyi measured 3 scoops of white flour, added the yeast and brown sugar she had bought, and mixed in warm water to create a batter, covering it with a white cloth to let it rise in the sun. To catch a thief with the goods, if you confront her without direct evidence, you may find yourself in the wrong and possibly suffer repercussions. Recognizing the validity of Cui Qingyi's words, Juju sulked for a moment before noticing Cui Qingyi carrying a basin outside, prompting her to quickly rise and assist. "Young lady, what are you preparing?" "We're making some sweet cakes to offer to our neighbors, providing an opportunity for a proper introduction." As for why they weren't simply purchasing ready-made pastries from the street, there were 2 reasons. First, the pastries at the shop were rather expensive, and common folk rarely indulged in them more than once or twice a year. Gifting such items would inevitably draw attention. Secondly, with so many households in the alley, providing each family with a package of pastries would easily amount to several taels of silver, making them appear as foolish spenders. While waiting for the dough to rise, the two began to prepare the ingredients for their evening meal. Juju's spirits lifted instantly as she pointed to the corner of the courtyard. "Young lady, I see that many families in this alley have trees in their yards. Why not plant one ourselves? It would provide shade and fresh fruit." Cui Qingyi agreed. "That sounds good. We can visit the market another day to look for one." With summer temperatures soaring, the basin of dough had risen in less than an hour. Cui Qingyi decided to finish the sweet cakes before nightfall. The method was straightforward. She mixed the risen dough to release the air, poured it onto a steaming cloth, and placed it in the pot to steam over high heat for a little over a quarter of an hour. The sweet cake, enriched with brown sugar, is delightfully fluffy and soft. Cui Qingyi, unreserved in her use of brown sugar, allows one to savor its rich flavor with each bite. Zhu Ruo, after tasting a piece, nods repeatedly, exclaiming delicious. In her past life, Cui Qingyi was enamored with baking, having learned much from online videos. Although she lacks the elaborate tools here, the natural quality of the ingredients she uses results in dishes that are exceptionally delectable. Let us make some more another day. For now, we should distribute what we have prepared. Dividing the cooled sweet cake into several portions, the 2 young women set out with a basket. As evening descends, workers from various households return home, while the women bustle about preparing dinner. Young children frolic in the yard, and upon spotting unfamiliar faces, they rush to the kitchen to announce their arrival. Mother, there are guests." A modestly dressed woman emerges from the kitchen, wiping her hands. and halts upon seeing the two lively young ladies outside her yard. "Who are you looking for?" Cui Qingyi replies, "Sister-in-law, we are the new arrivals in Huaihua Lane, living in the 8th courtyard." Following her gesture, the woman quickly comprehends. "Ah, you are the ones who bought the Wang family's house. I heard my mother-in-law mention this morning that the house was sold. It seems we shall be neighbors. Please, come in and sit with us." The woman warmly invites Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo inside. It is dinner time, and it would be quite rude to visit another's home uninvited. "Sister-in-law, we merely came to introduce ourselves, and will visit again another day. Here is a small treat we prepared for the children. Sister-in-law, could you kindly fetch a bowl?" Zhu Ruo lifts the basket to reveal neatly arranged pieces of sweet cake. The sweet aroma of brown sugar wafts through the air, making the woman feel somewhat embarrassed. "Oh dear, you should not have brought anything." As Zhu Ruo picks up a piece of the cake, the woman hastily calls for her children to bring a bowl. With the bowl cradled in her hands, the sincerity of the woman's smile becomes evident. "Dear, my husband's family name is Li. You may call me sister-in-law Li. Do come by to chat another day." "Very well, sister-in-law Li. We shall be on our way to visit others now." "Ah, Alahite." As they continue their visits, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo repeat similar pleasantries. Most families in the lane are exceptionally courteous, except at the Feng household. Feng, eyeing a piece of sweet cake in the bowl, points to the basket and says, "Sister, with so many children at home, one piece is simply insufficient. Could you spare me another?" She reaches out to take one for herself. Having never encountered such shamelessness, Zhu Ruo rolls her eyes and steps back. "No, we must visit other homes. If we give you another, we will have none left." Seeing her attempt to take advantage thwarted, Feng retracts her hand, grumbling, "How stingy. It's just a piece of brown sugar cake, as if no one has seen it before." Her tone is bold, yet she does not return the item in her possession. Meanwhile, the busy mother-in-law in the kitchen assumes Feng is merely slacking off. Upon witnessing Feng reaching into another's basket, her face flushes with embarrassment. In a fit of frustration, she yearned to vociferously rebuke the shameless individual, yet was apprehensive about becoming the subject of ridicule. Thus, she resorted to calling for Feng to come and stoke the fire. Reluctantly, Feng turned around, hastily stuffing a generous mouthful of sweet cake in her mouth, as if someone were poised to snatch it away. Bearing gifts, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo made their rounds, greeting all the residents in the alley. To their relief, it appeared that, aside from Feng, all the others were of sound mind. Once they had concluded the customary social visits, the duo began preparing the evening's comforting dishes. Chapter 19. The Animal at the Door in Dongping County. Where rivers abound and nearby seas teem with aquatic life, Junru rose early to procure the freshest ingredients. For her inaugural meal in her new abode, Cui Qingyi decided to take matters into her own hands. While residing with the Cui family, she was always cautious of being discovered by that madwoman Yuan, refraining from mentioning anything related to her previous life. Now, having finally liberated herself in the Cui household, she could cook without any reservations. Junru assisted Cui Qingyi in the kitchen, marveling as dish after dish, each more vibrant and aromatic than the last, was presented at the table. With a curious tilt of her head, she inquired, "Miss, where did you learn to prepare such exquisite dishes? I have never encountered these in the manner." Cui Qingyi casually handed her the last dish, a fish head tofu soup, replying, "I learned it from books." Understanding dawned on Junru. Her mistress was indeed an avid reader. Yet, she was surprised to discover that there were books that instructed one on culinary arts. The meal, featuring shrimp with fragrant pepper, pan-fried river fish, and the aforementioned soup, showcased an array of flavors that was nothing short of perfection. They settled at a table in the courtyard. And Cui Qingyi raised her cup of tea in lieu of wine, proclaiming, "May Cui Qingyi and Junru share this day year after year, and may each passing year bring forth such moments." Inspired by the brilliance in Cui Qingyi's eyes, Junru echoed the sentiment. May the young lady and Junru celebrate this day every year, and may each year bring such joy. The meal was savored to its fullest, yet Cui Qingyi, patting her belly, lamented, "Alas, there is no wine, nor any spice." The era of the Great Jin was entirely foreign to Cui Qingyi, a blank canvas in the tapestry of her historical knowledge. Yet many aspects of this dynasty bore striking similarities to the ancient world she knew. Initially, she endeavored to unravel the mysteries surrounding this era, questioning whether Great Jin truly existed within the annals of Huaxia history, only to have been inadvertently forgotten for some reason. Gradually, however, she ceased her inquiries, content to simply exist in this reality, for its existence sufficed. Cui Qingyi often entertained whimsical thoughts. If she, a traveler from millennia past, were to leave behind something remarkable in this age, would future generations be astonished by the advanced thoughts of those ancient times, or would they speculate on her origins? Perhaps leaving archaeologists in a state of bewilderment. After the meal, Juanru tidied the dishes before returning to the kitchen, while Cui Qingyi reveled in the rare freedom and tranquility of the moonlit courtyard. That night, she found peaceful slumber, untroubled by insomnia, and awoke to a dimly lit room and the gentle patter of rain outside. The sound of raindrops on the stone tiles was particularly melodious, prompting her to close her eyes for a moment, then rise to open the wooden window and gaze at the rain. Hearing the commotion, Juanru returned from the kitchen, cautioning, "Miss, autumn is fast approaching. Be careful not to catch a chill in this rain." "Is it already time for autumn?" Cui Qingyi mused. As Juanru entered, she offered her a light outer garment. "Indeed, after a few more rains, the weather will grow progressively cooler. I wonder how cold the winters are in Dongping. No winter here could possibly be colder than that of Qinghe City," Cui Qingyi remarked unconsciously, leaving Juanru momentarily stunned. In the winter of Qinghe City, the cold does not merely chill the flesh, it seems to penetrate the very marrow. Juanru suddenly realizes that the girl from her family has endured a bitter existence for the past 19 years, a suffering akin to the winter chill of Qinghe City. Not felt on the skin, but deeply rooted in the heart and bones. Cui Qingyi has a fondness for rainy days. During such moments, the world falls into an unexpected tranquility, granting those within it a sense of peace. Breakfast consists of plain porridge, steamed buns, boiled eggs, and a small serving of pickled vegetables. Knowing Cui Qingyi's habits, Juanru sets up a table and chairs beneath the eaves, placing a pot of fragrant tea upon it. Awaiting her emergence from the meal, Cui Qingyi spends the entire morning observing the rain from the corridor, and once Juanru finishes her kitchen duties, she is drawn to join her in watching the downpour. Once the rain ceases, let's procure some flowers and plants to adorn the courtyard. And we must also acquire some fine tea leaves and snacks, Juanru suggests. Being of a restless nature, Juanru's interruption gradually dispels the melancholic thoughts that have been stirred within Cui Qingyi by the gentle patter of the rain. Unconsciously, they begin to discuss the need for flowers to enliven the courtyard, which appears rather desolate without them. As they converse, a sudden scratching sound emanates from outside the main door, resembling an animal clawing at it. Sharing a glance, Juanru retrieves a stick from the woodshed and cautiously approaches the door. Sensing the presence of someone nearby, the scratching ceases, and Cui Qingyi presses her ear against the door, detecting faint, labored breath from outside. Peering through the crack, she sees nothing discernible. Juanru reaches for the doorknob, but Cui Qingyi stops her, cautioning, "Do not open the door. It is likely a wild dog, and as long as the door remains shut, it cannot enter." Juanru concedes, reasoning that as long as it is not a mischief maker from the alley, they are safe. Outside, a large black dog, drenched and with its hind legs drooping, lies quietly. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, it shifts its body, attempting to conceal itself in the corner. However, the wooden door does not swing open as it had anticipated, and the enticing scent it yearns for begins to fade. In a moment of desperation, it considers scratching at the door once more, but for reasons unknown, it retracts its paws and curls back into the corner, allowing the increasing rain to drench its parched fur. Within the courtyard, after lunch, Cui Qingyi yawns wearily, observing the intensifying downpour. Juanru notices and says, "Miss, perhaps you should take a nap. There is little to be done." Cui Qingyi contemplates this, and, glancing at the sewing basket resting on Juanru's lap, replies, "You should rest as well." Juanru dismisses the notion, saying, "If you rest, sewing is not taxing at all. When you left the manor, you took nothing with you, and, as autumn approaches, the weather grows colder by the day. I shall make you a few warm garments. The thought ignites a fire within Juanru, yet she refrains from mentioning the troublesome Chen family in Cui Qingyi's presence, choosing instead to vent her frustrations silently. Cursing them in her heart, Cui Qingyi had entered the Chen household at the tender age of 15, alone in the grim inner quarters, devoid of a husband's affection and lacking her mother-in-law's favor, ultimately facing the disgrace of being cast out, without even a single warm garment to call her own. The illustrious noble family, a lineage marred by deep-seated grievances. Observing the melancholic demeanor of Zhu Ruo, Cui Qingyi discerned her sulking disposition. Yet, she had no inclination to offer solace. Their existence in Dongping County was tranquil and secure, and with the passage of time, all matters would inevitably fade into oblivion. Upon awakening from a slumber, Cui Qingyi noted the diminishing intensity of the rain. A subtle chill lingered in the air, prompting her sudden craving for a warm pot dish. The thought of a steaming hot pot accompanied by chilled wine promised a unique delight. Zhu Ruo remained seated in the courtyard, engaged in needlework. Hearing activity from within, she rose to open the door. "Miss, what would you like for dinner this evening?" "I shall prepare the meal. Primitiser la mode bot," paired with some cold wine. Zhu Ruo pondered for a moment, recalling a vendor on the street selling lamb. "Then, I shall procure the lamb." Chapter 20. An unexpected guest led us by some lamb bone soup. "All right." Cui Qingyi watched as Zhu Ruo exited with a basket in hand. Just as she was about to rise and kindle the stove in the kitchen, a sudden, sharp cry pierced the air from outside. Without a thought for her umbrella, Cui Qingyi slipped on her shoes and rushed out the door. "Zhu Ruo, what happened?" "Miss, do not come out." Zhu Ruo, having completely forgotten about the earlier disturbance at the door, flung open the main entrance only to be startled by a dark mass lurking in the corner. Letting out a shriek, clutching her chest in shock, she had yet to regain her composure when she spotted Cui Qingyi rushing toward her. She quickly positioned herself at the doorway, her voice trembling as she urged Cui Qingyi to stay back. Blocked from proceeding, Cui Qingyi followed Zhu Ruo's gaze and beheld the ominous dark fur. Instinctively, she assumed that someone from the alley, discontented with their presence, had come to cause trouble under the cover of the rain. Yet in the next moment, she discerned the mass subtly heaving. It was alive. Her breath caught in her throat. The fact that it was living only heightened her fear. "Zhu Ruo, you go inside and fetch a stick." Zhu Ruo, entirely oblivious to the fact that the dark shape was a living creature, snapped back to reality and obediently turned to retrieve a stick from the woodshed. Cui Qingyi, from behind the wooden door, extended her stick to prod the dark fur. Yuruo, anxious, clutched the Cui Qingyi garment tightly, prepared to leap forward at the first sign of trouble. The stick met the dark fur, yielding no reaction. Cui Qingyi pressed harder, and a faint, muffled groan emanated from the depths of the fur. Zhu Ruo, finally realizing, exclaimed, "Miss, it's alive." "Indeed it is," Cui Qingyi responded, locking eyes with a pair of droopy, weary dog eyes. She recognized them as belonging to the black dog they had seen at the mule market the previous day. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ruo leaned in to gaze more closely, astonished. "It truly is. It must have escaped from that person." Cui Qingyi noted the rope tethered around the dog's neck, its uneven, frayed edges suggesting it had seized an opportunity to break free while its captor was inattentive. "It's getting late. You should go by the lamb. Remember to get several lamb bones." Zhu Ruo hesitated, reluctant to venture out again. She had witnessed the dog's ferocity firsthand the day before. "Miss, I think I should stay here with you. What if the dog bites someone?" "Bite someone?" Cui Qingyi prodded the dog's head with her stick, gesturing for Zhu Ruo to see for herself. "It is gravely ill. It lacks the strength to bite anyone. Hurry along, for nightfall approaches and the roads will become treacherous." With a heavy heart, Zhu Ruo reluctantly picked up the basket she had discarded earlier and advised, "Miss, please secure the door so the dog cannot enter." The proprietor of the mule had mentioned that the dog's hind leg had been broken, and it certainly appeared to be on the brink of death. Zhu Ruo, now unafraid, scolded the dog, "Go on, scurry away. If I see you here again, I shall strike you." The black dog, curled up in the corner, squinted its eyes, seemingly indifferent to her words. As the konjac disappeared into the distance, Cui Qingyi cast another glance at the barely alive black dog before preparing to close the door. She was not a person overflowing with sympathy. A dog that could bite was clearly nearing the end of its life, and she had no intention of courting trouble. However, just as the door was about to shut, a shadow darted into the courtyard with lightning speed, swiftly diving into the open woodshed. Despite dragging a broken leg, its movements were remarkably swift. Had she not anticipated this, Cui Qingyi would have never believed it. Watching the black dog curl up in a heap within the woodpile, she found herself both amused and exasperated. Realizing it was the first time in her 2 lifetimes that a dog had latched onto her, anger emboldened her, and she completely forgot how this very dog had startled her the day before. Grabbing a stick leaning against the wall, she resolved to drive the uninvited guest away. "You dare bully me too, even you a mere beast." With the stick in hand, she strode forward with fierce intent. Yet before she could reach it, the dog, huddled in the woodshed, began to whimper pitifully, its rain-soaked body trembling uncontrollably. Cui Qingyi halted a few steps away, tightening and loosening her grip on the stick, finally exhaling in defeat. Forget it. Why bother quarreling with a mangy dog? Seeing the fierce woman walk away, the wooden door that had kept it outside closed once more, and the black dog buried its head between its forelegs in despair. Meanwhile, Konjac had hurriedly purchased a leg of lamb and a few meticulously cleaned bones from the shop. Returning home with quickened steps, upon noticing the absence of the black dog outside, she let out a sigh of relief, genuinely fearful that the creature might perish at her doorstep. Eagerly, she opened the door to share the good news with Cui Qingyi. "Miss, that dog has finally left." It was utterly terrifying. After a brief pause, the two stood in the courtyard, and Konjac suggested, "Miss, why don't I go chase it away?" Cui Qingyi was indifferent. So Konjac took up the stick, ready to evict the unwelcome visitor. Cui Qingyi watched with a cold gaze, but before Konjac could approach, the seemingly slumbering dog began to wail mournfully. The sorrowful cry was so distressing that even Cui Qingyi, with her hardened heart, nearly shed tears. Unsurprisingly, the resolute Konjac, who had just moments ago been determined to chase the dog away, stood frozen in place. After a while, she turned to Cui Qingyi, who was observing the spectacle. "Miss, perhaps we should let it stay in the woodshed for the night?" Cui Qingyi let out a cold laugh. "Let us cook instead. A lamb hot pot is simple, but the broth takes time." The two of them worked together, simmering the chopped lamb bones, while Konjac washed vegetables and Cui Qingyi sliced the lamb leg. The lamb for the hot pot needed to be cut evenly to taste delectable. Once most of the lamb leg was sliced and arranged on a plate, the broth began to bubble enticingly. They added ginger and scallions to the pot, watching as the broth gradually turned a rich, milky white. The air filled with a delicate scent of lamb. Once the broth was ready, they transferred it to a small clay pot, and Konjac set the charcoal stove outside. That evening, the two enjoyed lamb hot pot under the stars in the courtyard. As the fragrant aroma of lamb wafted through the air, the black dog in the woodshed could scarcely contain its drool, yet it remained motionless, pretending to be a lifeless creature. During mealtime, Cui Qingyi stole several glances towards the woodshed. Observing the dog's eagerness to dart into the house, she surmised it would not perish anytime soon. After indulging in a hearty lamb stew, Cui Qingyi broke into a sweat, the chill brought by the autumn rain completely dissipating, and with a few sips of cold wine, she felt a deep sense of contentment that elicited a sigh. Regrettably, it lacked spice. Zhu Ruo also partook in several cups. Her tolerance was moderate, and in her current hazy state, she paid little heed to her mistress's yearning for heat. After all, they were at home, and no one would know if they left the dishes unwashed after their meal. The two women simply gathered the plates and retreated to their room, buoyed by the effects of the wine. After feasting on lamb and imbibing, Cui Qingyi found herself awakened by thirst less than an hour later. She nestled in her blankets for a while, but instead of calling for Zhu Ruo, she rose to fetch water from the kitchen. Perhaps it was the satisfaction of a full belly and pleasant dreams that prompted her whimsical decision to take the candlestick to the woodshed, where the tenacious dog had taken to lingering. Chapter 21. A new member of the family. The room was enveloped in a profound stillness, allowing Cui Qingyi to easily discern the heavy, labored breaths emanating from a curled-up figure. After placing the candlestick carefully, and perhaps still under the lingering effects of alcohol, she boldly approached the huddled mass and gently kicked it. "Are you dead?" The black dog, barely clinging to life, could offer no reply, only managing a muffled grunt through its nostrils. In the flickering shadows cast by the candlelight, Cui Qingyi sighed. "Very well. I shall play the role of the Good Samaritan." She retrieved another candlestick from the kitchen, illuminating the space, and began sifting through a pile of firewood until she found 2 sturdy sticks, which she carried over to the prone dog. "I am here to rescue you, so do not even think about biting me. If you dare to bite, I shall prepare a dog meat stew tomorrow." Her tone was fierce, yet her touch remained gentle. With a soft push, the dog lay flat on its belly. Recalling the mule trader's words that the dog had suffered a broken leg, Cui Qingyi leaned closer, peering at the injured creature. The left hind leg was noticeably swollen, obscured by a thick coat of fur that concealed the true extent of the injury. After pondering for a moment, she rose to fetch a pair of scissors and some old clothing from the house. Though the dog appeared to lack any aggression, Cui Qingyi was reminded of the fearful gaze she had encountered at the mule market. First, she draped the old fabric over the dog's head, and observing its stillness, she secured the garment with a tight knot. This way, should the dog react in pain, it might provide some measure of protection. As she lifted the scissors to trim away the fur from the dog's leg, she noted that the breed was indiscernible, its coat being exceptionally thick, even on its legs. Despite her careful handling, the scissors occasionally brushed against the injured area, yet the dog remained eerily silent. Were it not for the occasional twitch of its paw, she might have thought it lifeless. Once she could discern the nature of the injury, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. It appeared the bone had dislocated at the joint. She felt confident enough to attempt to realign it. "Ah, you're fortunate. I possess some knowledge of bone setting. Bear with me, and should you dare to bite, you shall meet your end." Summoning her courage, she gripped the deformed leg, and after a few tentative prods, she exerted force, quickly releasing the leg and stepping back. The dog, no longer feigning death, let out a mournful howl, but contrary to her expectations, it did not lash out. Instead, it laboriously lifted its head, uttering a few plaintive cries in her direction. Cui Qingyi was genuinely taken aback. The dog seemed to possess an understanding of her intentions, as if it recognized her efforts to save it. Perhaps due to the acknowledgement from a creature, her spirits inexplicably soared. With nimble fingers, she secured the dog's leg with the 2 sticks while muttering, "I am merely taking a gamble on your survival. Do not move about recklessly. Your recovery depends on your own will." The dog responded with a soft howl, as if to acknowledge her words. "Good, you understand your situation. I have saved you, and once you recover, you shall remain to guard my home. Otherwise, I shall sell you to others for meat. Do you comprehend? Why do you still remember how dogs bark? I initially thought you were a wolf with your howling." Cui Qingyi entered the kitchen, igniting a fire to warm the leftover mutton soup from the previous evening. She retrieved a wooden basin left by the former owner of the house and poured the warm soup into it, considering that the creature might have gone several meals without food. She also broke a piece of bread into fragments and tossed it in. In the woodshed, the black dog, feeling a bit dazed, caught the enticing aroma of the mutton soup. It scratched the ground restlessly with its front paw before settling down quietly. Cui Qingyi approached with the soup and untied the cloth bound around the dog's head, saying, "Here, eat." Later, as she lay in bed, she mused that they should indeed adopt a fiercer dog. Otherwise, they would sleep soundly, oblivious to any intruders that might wander into their home. Cui Qingyi was awakened early by the sound of konjac sweeping the courtyard. Today was a bright and sunny day. She planned to buy a tree seedling to plant in the yard and tidy up the backyard. There are also a few items that needed to be added to the household. Once these tasks were completed, the day would come to a close. Cui Qingyi felt no guilt about wasting time. She had already set aside 200 taels from purchasing the house, along with 50 taels for furniture, leaving her with a total of 500 taels. This sum was more than sufficient for her and konjac to live comfortably for many years without the need to be frugal. With silver in hand, her heart was at ease, and Cui Qingyi found life to be exceedingly pleasant. The morning after the rain was somewhat cool, prompting Cui Qingyi to add an outer garment. Konjac had already prepared the washing water. Upon seeing Cui Qingyi awake, Konjac hurried over, whispering, "Miss, look." Although they were in their own home, Konjac spoke in hushed tones as if they were intruders. Cui Qingyi glanced towards the woodshed and saw a black dog, its head peeking out, lying there. When it noticed her gaze, it wagged its tail in a friendly manner. Cui Qingyi perceived a sort of flattery in the furry dog's face and smiled. It seems to be quite fortunate. As the saying goes, a cat brings fortune and a dog brings wealth, since it has arrived. They might as well keep it and let it guard their home once it has recovered. Konjac readily agreed, responding cheerfully, "Indeed." Thus, the little home belonging to Cui Qingyi and Konjac officially welcomed its third member, the black dog, Yuan Shi. Having decided that this would be their dog from now on, Konjac felt sympathy for Yuan Shi, who had endured hardships. She diligently prepared a large pot of soup daily, using mutton bones to nourish it. The results were immediate. The dog's once dull fur visibly regained its luster. Yuan Shi's vitality proved to be remarkably resilient. Within a few days, it was able to trot around the courtyard on 3 legs. Cui Qingyi examined its injured leg, confirming that the bone was not misaligned, and removed the wooden brace that had been used for support. Testing it out, she observed Yuan Shi gingerly placing its hind paw on the ground. Feeling the relief in its leg, Yuan Shi cautiously took a few steps, while Cui Qingyi turned her attention back to her tasks. In her absence, the black dog managed to walk a few steps on all 4s, and, after a moment, it lifted its left hind leg, tentatively attempting to walk a few more steps. Cui Qingyi and Konjac worked together to turn over the soil in the backyard and scattered some vegetable seeds they had purchased, hoping to harvest one last crop before winter fully set in. The subsequent growth would be left in the ground, serving as nourishment for the soil. The household has recently acquired a plethora of new items. The garden is adorned with several potted flowers and a large water tank. Cui Qingyi intends to raise a few small fish within it. It is a delightful pastime to admire the blossoms and feed the fish during idle moments. The courtyard is rather modest in size, and there is not an abundance of tasks to occupy her time. After a few days of leisure, Cui Qingyi began to feel a tinge of boredom. Having appreciated the flowers and nearly finished feeding the fish, she even groomed the dog, Yuan Shi, until it was devoid of a layer of fur. Thus, she resolved to seek out some engaging activities. Zhuo, holding a basket of needles and threads, sat in the courtyard sewing garments. Observing her young mistress on the verge of becoming listless, she suggested, "My lady, why not learn to sew alongside me?" Chapter 22. The study. Cui Qingyi waved her hand dismissively. In her youth, she had been compelled by the Yuan family to learn needlework. Although she had mastered the art of embroidery and garment making, it had left her with an aversion to needles and threads, causing her eyes and hands to ache at the mere sight of them. "No, take your time," she said, as the sun was not yet too harsh. Cui Qingyi took an umbrella to shield herself from its rays, preparing to venture out to the bookshop in the street. Juju, somewhat apprehensive about her going out alone, set down her needle and thread and cautioned, "Miss, do not wander down to the foot of the East Mountain. Just browse the bookshop on the street and return early." Having resided in Dongping County for over a month, frequenting its streets, Juju had to concede that the security here was indeed commendable, rivaling that of Qinghe City. The county magistrate, Zhou, lauded by the townsfolk, certainly possessed some capability. Cui Qingyi nodded. "Understood, I won't stray far. I shall return in a little over an hour." When it came to her safety, Cui Qingyi never exhibited arrogance. Just as she stepped beyond the threshold, a large black dog, which had been quietly napping beneath the eaves, suddenly rose to follow her. Observing its demeanor, Cui Qingyi laughed. "What is this? Do you wish to accompany me?" Yuan Shi wagged its tail vigorously, its intentions unmistakable. Juju seized Yuan Shi by the scruff of its neck, exclaiming, "Where do you think you're going? A bookshop does not permit a dog like you inside. Besides, at your size, you would frighten passers-by." With Yuan Shi unceremoniously pulled back, Cui Qingyi set off alone. Though they had raised Yuan Shi, which had behaved well during this period, Cui Qingyi could not shake the memory of its fierce gaze when they first met, nor could she forget the warning from the seller that Yuan Shi was capable of biting. It was better to err on the side of caution. One could never be too careful. Dongping County had produced several talented scholars and students. And while there had yet to be any notable achievements from its literati in the imperial court, the cultural atmosphere was undeniably rich. In addition to the academy located at the foot of the East Mountain, the streets of the county town boasted numerous bookshops. Cui Qingyi casually selected a bookshop to explore. Glancing up at its sign, Ink Fragrance Studio, a name she found appealing. Upon entering, her eyes were drawn to the counter where a young man in his 20s lounged in a chair, relaxed, engrossed in a book. Without lifting his gaze, he gestured toward the bookshelves inside, saying, "If you wish to purchase something, feel free to browse. Be careful not to dirty or damage the books, or you will be liable for compensation." He then returned his focus to the tome in his hands. Although it was not yet the student's day of respite from the academy, the bookshop was far from desolate. Cui Qingyi perused her surroundings until she discovered a shelf dedicated to novels. In the modern world, she had always believed that life in an ancient society, marked by technological limitations, must be exceedingly sparse. Yet, upon finding herself amidst it, she realized that the spiritual realm of the ancients was far from lacking. Everything forbidden within the confines of a woman's chamber was lavishly depicted in the writings of scholars, celebrated and disseminated. Take, for instance, the delicate illustrations of amorous encounters. In the bookshop, they were brazenly displayed upon the shelves. Speaking of such illustrations, Cui Qingyi had encountered them when she was 15, on the eve of her marriage, and she had been astounded by the artist's exquisite skill. The types of storybooks are indeed diverse, encompassing historical narratives, heroic legends, supernatural tales, and romantic sagas. Cui Qingyi, however, showed no interest in the romantic tales and instead selected several volumes of historical epics and mythological legends. Just as she intended to continue browsing, she was inadvertently bumped into by a scholar who was walking with his head bowed, causing the books in her hands to tumble to the ground. The sound of the books hitting the floor echoed in the quiet bookshop, startling the scholar, who quickly glanced at Cui Qingyi and stammered an apology, expressing his distraction. Cui Qingyi silently raised an eyebrow, contemplating the scholar's handsome appearance, particularly his striking eyes. The scholar hastily gathered the fallen books and returned them to her. Apologizing once more for his clumsiness, Cui Qingyi accepted the books nonchalantly, dismissing the incident as trivial. Ma Xuan, who had been engrossed in his reading, looked up at the commotion and noticed the same scholar who had been frequenting his shop, now standing before a young lady. Ma Xuan's brow furrowed. His shop had gained popularity among young ladies due to the latest storybooks available, attracting daughters of affluent families. Over time, this had drawn the attention of less scrupulous individuals, turning his reputable establishment into a venue for those with ulterior motives to pursue respectable young women. This particular scholar had been quietly reading for several days, and Ma Xuan had perceived him as an earnest individual, despite his lack of purchases. However, it seemed he too was not what he appeared. Observing the young lady, though not dressed in finery, her poise and demeanor suggested she was not of ordinary upbringing, an astute choice on the scholar's part. Disgusted by the situation, Ma Xuan contemplated intervening to protect the young lady, but noticed her expression, which seemed to harbor a smirk, as she uttered something that startled the previously composed scholar into a hasty retreat. Satisfied that she had not been harmed, Ma Xuan resumed his seat, pondering a means to address this troubling trend. From the previous year to the present, Dongping County had witnessed several romantic entanglements between talented scholars and elegant ladies, all originating from his establishment, the Maxiang Studio. While this might be seen as a fortunate occurrence by others, Ma Xuan viewed it as a source of mischief, fearing that if these antics continued unabated, his beloved studio would inevitably suffer. As Cui Qingyi approached the counter to settle her purchase, Ma Xuan calculated the total, 8 taels of silver. Noticing her selection of historical narratives, he casually promoted, "We have the latest storybook by the esteemed Qingfeng Gongzi, located on the front shelf. Would you care to take a look?" Cui Qingyi shook her head, indicating that she was satisfied with her choices. After receiving her books, wrapped in oiled paper, she inquired, "Do you require any transcription services?" With her rapid reading pace, she could finish these volumes in less than 5 or 6 days, and she sought additional work to occupy her time while earning some extra silver. Ma Xuan gazed in astonishment at the guest before him. This individual, who had just purchased several storybooks, unflinchingly spent 8 taels of silver, clearly indicating a person of considerable means. What, then, compelled him to engage in copying texts? Had his family fallen into disrepair? The young lady, as you have observed, noted that our Dongping County is abundant with scholars, and there is no shortage of individuals willing to transcribe manuscripts. Cui Qingyi nodded in understanding, took her book, and turned to depart. She pondered quietly to herself. It seems an abundance of scholars may not necessarily be a boon, as even the task of copying a mere storybook has become a competitive endeavor. Chapter 23. Under observation, Qi Moshuan watched as Cui Qingyi departed, lingering at the threshold until her figure vanished from sight. He then turned his gaze toward the scholar still standing beside the bookshelf. With a furrowed brow and a cold demeanor, he spoke with palpable impatience. "Young master, my humble bookshop is rather small. It would be best for you to seek your reading pleasures elsewhere in the future." This blatant dismissal rendered Gu Erlang, who was already feeling anxious, utterly pale. Perhaps due to years spent in dim quarters, his complexion was already somewhat sallow, and at this moment, it appeared even more ghastly. He wished to offer an explanation, yet when he opened his mouth, no words would come forth, burdened as he was by his own guilty conscience. Fortunately, the shopkeeper showed him a modicum of courtesy, refraining from exposing his sordid thoughts in front of so many witnesses. Gu Erlang, clad in a scholar's robe meticulously maintained by his mother, exuded an air of refinement and cleanliness, reminiscent of the fragrance of ink from afar. However, at this moment, having been unmasked, his retreat from the bookshop bore an unmistakable hint of disarray. Qi Moshuan, observing this, felt little empathy. After years of running his bookshop in Dongping County, he had encountered countless scholars, if not 1,000, certainly 800. He could easily discern the shallow aspirations that lay in the hearts of individuals like Gu Erlang. Their ambitions were simply those of a scholar who could neither bear burdens nor wield a sword, seeking a wife from a respectable family to ensure continued support for their scholarly pursuits. For those with a sense of integrity, should they achieve success, they might treat their humble spouses with kindness. However, there were also those whose consciences had been devoured, abandoning their wives and children upon attaining fame and fortune. Meanwhile, Cui Qingyi had purchased some snacks in the marketplace and was now heading home, glancing at the time. In the courtyard, Zhu Ruo was busy with needlework. Her sewing skills quite admirable. She had nearly completed a light winter coat within just a few days. Wang Kai, ever obedient, lay beneath the flowers and grass, and upon seeing her return, he eagerly wagged his tail and scampered over to greet her, resembling a devoted servant, entirely shedding his former fierce demeanor. Noticing her return, Zhu Ruo hurriedly poured a cup of cooled water. Cui Qingyi sat beneath the eaves, accepting the cup and drinking it in one gulp. Usually, such a bold display would prompt Zhu Ruo to chide her, but today, her focus was elsewhere. She felt a deep-seated joy. Their young lady had emerged from the Chen household. Although life outside was not as opulent or refined, it was as if she had been granted a second chance at life, eating and sleeping well, lacking for nothing. It was essential to eat heartily, drink well, and nurture oneself. That was true fortune. Their young lady was indeed fortunate now. Oblivious to Zhu Ruo's inner thoughts, Cui Qingyi finished her water and casually remarked, "I recall there's a family with the surname Gu in the alley." Zhu Ruo pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed, they reside at the very end of the alley, several households away from ours. Why do you inquire about them, miss? Did you happen to encounter them at the alley's entrance?" Although they had visited each household on the day they moved in, both Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo were inherently reserved and had never engaged in the idle chatter that often took place beneath the locust tree at the end of the alley. As a result, they were not well acquainted with the residents of the neighborhood. Cui Qingyi shared the amusing incident she encountered at Mo Xiangjai with Zhu Ruo, advising her to be cautious in the future and to avoid entanglements with the Gu family. After pondering the situation of the Gu family, Zhu Ruo furrowed her brow but could not recall any specifics. Cui Qingyi's admonition was met with a straightforward acknowledgement from her. Gu Erlang returned home earlier than Cui Qingyi. As soon as he stepped inside, his mother eagerly pulled him into the room, bombarding him with questions. Had he met anyone? Had he spoken to her? What was her impression of him? Upon hearing his mother's inquiries, Gu Erling's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, embarrassed and vexed. He extricated his sleeve from her grasp, but replied honestly, "Yes, I met her and exchanged a few words, but I am uncertain of her opinion of me." His mother found his demeanor both exasperating and amusing. She playfully slapped his arm and scolded, "What are you so shy about? Let me tell you, your brother and sister-in-law can no longer accommodate you. You and your elder brother both came from my womb, and I cannot continuously bear the burden of supporting your elder brother's family while you remain idle. Besides, you are not one to contribute in any meaningful way. Without the support of your brother and sister-in-law, how can your father and I afford your educational expenses? Just heed my words and take them to heart," she urged. Gu Erlang, head bowed and mind swirling with thoughts, considered the recent quarrels at home regarding his education, as well as his mother's words. Feeling dejected, he murmured, "I understand. I will return to my room." Watching him retreat, Gu's mother sighed silently, recognizing her son's infatuation with that young woman. As a fellow woman, she had no desire to manipulate a girl's destiny, yet the family's circumstances were increasingly precarious. Gu Erlang had always excelled in his studies, having passed the preliminary examination at the tender age of 13. It was a rare honor for a common family to produce a scholar, and they had exerted all their efforts to support his education. However, fortune seemed to evade him, as he failed the subsequent 3 examinations. Initially, Gu Darlang was willing to support his younger brother's education, driven by brotherly affection and the hope that his brother's success might bring honor to their family. Yet, as Gu Erlang continued to fail, the family's finances dwindled like water, and Gu Darlang, burdened with a wife and children of his own, began to harbor grievances. Recently, the household had erupted in conflict over trivial matters, with the eldest daughter-in-law outright refusing to continue funding Gu Erlang's education and forbidding Gu Darlang from contributing any of his earnings to the family pool. If Gu Darlang objected, she declared she would rather seek a divorce than remain in the Gu household, toiling like a weary ox. Naturally, Guo, the eldest, was unwilling to comply. He had been married to his wife for 5 years, and they were blessed with a son and a daughter. The bond he shared with his wife was profound, and the thought of abandoning them for the sake of his younger brother was utterly unacceptable to him. Over the years, Guo's parents had been supporting the education of his second son, fully aware of the burden this placed on the eldest. Previously, when the eldest couple refrained from causing a scene, the parents could feign ignorance, but now that matters had escalated to this extent, to remain silent would be to intentionally dismantle the eldest family. Despite their evident bias towards the second son, they could not condone such actions. After much contemplation, the elderly couple ultimately resolved to allow the eldest family to live independently. The family estate would be divided into 3 portions, one for the eldest, one for the second, and one for themselves. The eldest couple, along with their children, would establish their own household, while the elderly couple would reside with the second son. From that point onward, aside from the customary respect during festivals and provisions for their old age, the eldest would no longer be responsible for his younger brother. Upon hearing this decision, the eldest wife was overjoyed. She had long desired a separation, but had refrained from expressing her wishes due to the presence of her in-laws and her husband. Now, her dreams had finally come to fruition, and she promptly moved out with the children to establish their own home. With the absence of daily strife and turmoil, Guo's mother, however, found little solace. Both she and Guo's father were not in their youth anymore, and even with their utmost efforts, they could scarcely afford the expenses of an education for their grandchildren. Chapter 24. Scheming on that day, she was sewing beneath the locust tree, listening to the townsfolk discuss the newly arrived Mrs. Cui. That young lady seems to bear the surname Cui. She looks as though she hails from a wealthy family. Ever since that day when Cui Qingyi made her rounds, visiting each household with sweet cakes in hand, the gossip surrounding her had not ceased, despite the fact that the two of them rarely ventured outside. Thus, whenever the topic of the new Mrs. Cui arose, it invariably piqued everyone's interest. As soon as someone mentioned her, others would chime in. Indeed, I observe that they seldom leave their home to work, yet they seem to lack for nothing. Their lives appear quite comfortable. Gu's mother, who had been quietly listening, mused to herself that it was not merely comfortable living. For over a month now, she had passed by the Cui residence daily, often catching the enticing aroma of meat simmering in their kitchen. Other families in the alley managed to get by, yet none seemed to enjoy the luxury of meat on a daily basis like the Cuis. Someone remarked, "Oh, I saw Mrs. Cui the other day. She is truly beautiful. Whoever marries her will surely have a prosperous life." The speaker's words were casual, but they struck a chord with Gu's mother. It occurred to her that Mrs. Cui likely had no one else in her household. If her son, Erliang, could marry Mrs. Cui, she would be there to help him with his studies and the imperial examinations, alleviating the worries that burdened her and her husband. Her son was already 20, and his marriage prospects had been delayed due to his focus on academics. The more she contemplated it, the more she felt that Cui Qingyi would be a splendid match. After several days of consideration, Gu's mother discreetly shared her thoughts with Erliang. Initially reluctant, he was ultimately swayed by his mother's words. "Your father and I have not many years left. Your elder brother is preoccupied with his own family. Mrs. Cui seems to come from a good background and could provide you with some support in the future." Thus, after much deliberation, Gu Erliang decided to heed his mother's advice. He understood that if he ceased his studies and lost his parents' support, his future could be uncertain. Recalling Mrs. Cui, whom he had encountered a few times in the alley and found quite appealing, he mustered the courage to approach her when he fortuitously met Cui Qingyi at the ink fragrance studio. However, her reaction was unlike that of any other young lady he had previously encountered, leaving him uncertain. Meanwhile, Cui Qingyi was blissfully unaware that, less than a month after her relocation to Locust Blossom Alley, someone had already set their sights on her. At that moment, she was wielding a small stick, instructing her dog, Yuan Shi, to shake hands with a few pieces of cake, demonstrating some simple commands. Juju observed from the side, initially amused. Believing it futile for a dog to comprehend commands, it would be a waste to feed it those treats. Yet, after approximately a quarter of an hour, Juju's eyes widened in astonishment. The dog, which had been bewildered by the commands of lying down and standing just moments ago, had now mastered the tricks with remarkable proficiency. At her command, Yuan Shi, lie down. The large black dog, Yuan Shi, skillfully stretched out its front paws on the ground, and after receiving a small piece of pastry, the expression on its canine face conveyed a hint of flattery. Rising to its feet, Yuan Shi noticed the black dog obediently complying, prompting Cui Qingyi to cast a somewhat triumphant glance at the astonished Jujiao. It was uncertain whether the dog truly possessed human-like qualities, as it cast a self-satisfied gaze in her direction, almost as if to say, "You are the foolish one." Jujiao stammered, "Miss, could it be that this dog has truly become a spirit?" This statement earned Yuan Shi a barely perceptible eye roll, which brought another wave of amusement to Cui Qingyi. It was not a matter of the dog becoming a spirit. Rather, spending days in the company of humans led it to react to certain fixed phrases. Some dogs, possessing sharper intellect, required less time to learn, while others, not as bright, took longer. Much like people, there was nothing extraordinary about it. After listening to Cui Qingyi's explanation, Jujiao chuckled, pointing to the somewhat proud Yuan Shi, and remarked, "So it seems we have indeed benefited, having brought back such an exceptionally clever one." Cui Qingyi burst into laughter, feeling increasingly at ease in her own home, having long forgotten the rules that once kept her from showing her teeth while smiling. Though Yuan Shi had not transformed into a spirit, it was undeniably an intelligent dog. Otherwise, it would not have dragged itself to Cui's doorstep, injured and desperate for survival. Recognizing the joy of its master, Yuan Shi was determined to earn Cui Qingyi's affection. After spending an afternoon in Yuan Shi's company, that evening, Jujiao specially prepared a pot of lamb bones as a reward for the dog, celebrating its ability to bring joy to Cui Qingyi. With a way to pass the time, Cui Qingyi found herself reluctant to venture outside. She blissfully spent her days sitting comfortably under the eaves, sipping tea and reading or teaching Yuan Shi new commands, leading a most delightful life. Unbeknownst to her, there were those outside who awaited her departure daily, nearly stretching their necks in anticipation. While Gu Erlang had previously shown some resistance to his mother's proposal, after encountering Cui Qingyi at the Maxiang studio, he found himself devoid of any objections regarding the prospect of marrying her. Cui Qingyi was a beauty, a lively and enchanting one at that, surpassing all the women he had ever encountered in Dongping County. Observing her son's restless demeanor, Gu's mother felt a mix of sympathy and pride. She lamented the fact that her son, whom she had nurtured for so long, had yet to bring her a cup of hot water, while in just a few short days, he had completely devoted himself to a woman. Yet, she took comfort in the realization that her son was not entirely oblivious. He had finally heeded her words. Of course, there were some unspoken discontents that she dared not dwell upon. As for whether Cui Qingyi would reciprocate Gu Erlang's affections, Gu's mother held no concerns. Her son excelled in his studies, and even the scholars at the academy remarked that his failure to achieve success in the imperial examinations was merely due to a lack of fortune. In previous years, suitors had flocked to seek his hand, and had she not wished to delay his commitments, Cui Qingyi would not have been the only contender. During her recent days spent under the locust tree, she had also heard that Cui Qingyi was living alone with a maid in Huaihua Alley, and had not seen any relatives visiting. It is likely that she faced difficulties at home, or other circumstances compelled her to live alone. At such a juncture, their willingness to accept her leaves her with little cause for reluctance. Madam Gu is quite pleased that Cui Qingyi has no relatives to speak of, without other kin. She can devote herself wholeheartedly to caring for the household once she marries Gu Erlang. After all, neither she nor her husband are the type of in-laws who would mistreat a daughter-in-law. The Cui family will enjoy nothing but good days ahead. Gu Erlang, clad in a long gown, presents himself with meticulous attention to detail. "Mother, I shall visit the bookshop," he announces, eager to perhaps encounter Lady Cui. For Madam Gu, her son's education is of paramount importance, and she would not hinder him. With a wave of her hand, she encourages him, "Go ahead, but do return in time for dinner." Chapter 25. The visit from the Gu family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Ever since the notion of having Gu Erlang court Cui Qingyi crossed her mind, Gu Mu's long-standing worries dissipated, bringing her immense relief and joy. Observing her eldest daughter-in-law entering with a basket, she chose not to display any displeasure. "Where are the children? Why do you come alone?" The fact that her mother-in-law was willing to engage her in conversation allowed Gu Dajiao to exhale in relief. Seizing the opportunity, she insisted on separating households, ecstatic at the prospect of no longer having to support the second son's education. However, Gu Dalong was different. Once the initial thrill of autonomy wore off, he began to fret about his parents and younger brother. Sighing daily, he feared that his in-laws would blame him for the separation, preventing him from visiting. Thus, he was met with his wife's discontent at home. Though illiterate, Gu Dajiao possessed the wisdom of daily life and recognized that this situation was untenable. Regardless, her goals had been achieved. Following the separation, there would be two distinct families, and her in-laws would find it difficult to demand support for the younger brother. Taking the initiative to visit her in-laws, she provided her husband with a graceful exit, ensuring she would not be at a disadvantage. Prepared for a cold reception or a scolding from her mother-in-law, she was pleasantly surprised when her mother-in-law refrained from any harsh words and even inquired about the children. Elated, Gu Dajiao had no desire for discord with her mother-in-law. "Mother, I brought some greens from my family home. There's too much for us to consume, so I'm giving this basket to you." While greens were commonplace, and the Gu family had their own crops, Gu Dajiao's gesture was a sign of filial piety, a small yet significant offering. Observing the fresh greens, Gu Mu recognized that her daughter-in-law was not offering wilted leaves out of obligation, and her irritation dissipated. "Nonetheless," she remarked, "save some for the children and the eldest son to stir-fry with oil. That would be delightful." With that, Gu Dajiao's anxieties melted away, and she quickly moved closer to Gu Mu, taking over the laundry duties while whispering heartfelt sentiments, ultimately dispelling the last remnants of her mother-in-law's discontent. Gu Mu's face brightened, as she had longed for someone to discuss the matter of Cui Qingyi. Listening attentively to Gu Mu, Gu Dajiao couldn't help but marvel inwardly at her mother-in-law's bold aspirations. Although she had only seen Cui Qingyi once, she sensed that the young woman must come from a respectable lineage, her demeanor distinctly different from their humble background. Moreover, with the younger brother still a mere student, what made them think that someone of her stature would be interested in him? Yet, Gu Dajiao held her tongue, nodding in agreement. When Gu Mu suggested visiting the Cui residence, she did not decline. Together, they lifted the basket of greens once more. Gu Dajiao thought to herself that she didn't care whether her mother-in-law or younger brother's hopes were fanciful. She merely pondered the possibility of success. What if, against all odds, Cui Qingyi truly developed feelings for the younger brother? Such a turn of events would undoubtedly be a boon for the Gu family. A wealthy sister-in-law has arrived, which means that in the future, the in-laws and younger brother will have no reason to require the elder branch to oversee the affairs of the younger brother. Conversely, if anything occurs in their household, they will have support, which is indeed a fortuitous development. Cui Qingyi was discussing with Zhu Ruo the idea of embroidering several endearing cats onto her cloak. Initially, Zhu Ruo objected, feeling that cats would detract from the cloak's solemnity. However, upon witnessing Cui Qingyi's deft sketches of lively and diverse feline figures, she promptly changed her mind. "My lady, what kind of cats are these? They are simply delightful to behold," Zhu Ruo exclaimed, clutching the drawing paper with affection, already contemplating how to embroider them onto her mistress's cloak. They are merely ordinary cats. One simply needs to envision them as human-like while drawing to capture their essence. Although Zhu Ruo did not fully grasp this concept, her admiration was palpable, just as she was about to inquire further about whether her lady could depict other creatures. A series of knocks resounded from the front door. Yuan Shi had already dashed to the entrance, remaining silent yet watchfully fixated on the outside. Unperturbed by the visitor, Cui Qingyi assumed that it was likely someone from the neighborhood, and she noticed Yuan Shi's alert demeanor, narrowing her eyes slightly. The Gu family matriarch and daughter-in-law stood at the door, and upon realizing the courtyard was devoid of response, they called out, "Is Lady Cui at home?" Although surprised that anyone would visit them, Zhu Ruo glanced at Cui Qingyi, who permitted her to respond, "Yes, just a moment." Cui Qingyi also called back to Yuan Shi, who was standing rigidly. "Yuan Shi, come back." Having grown accustomed to his new name, Yuan Shi swiftly wagged his tail and returned at his mistress's call. Cui Qingyi grasped his ear, warning him, "If you dare to bite anyone without my permission, you will regret it." With that, she gave a gentle pat to Yuan Shi's hind leg. The clever dog, realizing he had been discovered, averted his gaze in embarrassment, unable to meet Cui Qingyi's eyes. Zhu Ruo opened the door, and the Gu matriarch and her daughter-in-law were immediately struck by the immaculate courtyard adorned with vibrant potted flowers in full bloom. They had seen the house when it was on the market, and at that time, the courtyard appeared somewhat dilapidated. However, now it seemed even more splendid than their own regularly maintained garden, which brought them joy. The Gu matriarch spoke up, "We are from the Gu family in the neighborhood. The sweet cakes you sent were a hit with the children, and I have shamelessly come to inquire about the recipe. I hope I'm not intruding." Upon realizing they were from the Gu family, Zhu Ruo recognized them, but felt reluctant to allow them entry. The old woman's words sounded like an excuse. After all, it had been quite some time since the sweet cakes had been delivered. If the children had not had their fill, they would not wait until now to come asking. Nevertheless, they lived in the same neighborhood, and it would be improper to bar them from entering. "Ah, it is you, Madam Gu. Please come in. The recipe for the sweet cakes is quite simple. I will explain it to you, and you can try making it at home." Madam Gu remained silent, yet her gaze conveyed her discontent. This young lady's every gesture and movement exuded an aura that distinctly set her apart from the likes of them. One could only wonder about the remarkable standing of her master. Lost in such thoughts, she inadvertently turned to behold the figure seated beneath the eaves. Madame Gu found herself at a loss for words to accurately describe Mrs. Cui. All she could perceive was an overwhelming brilliance, the kind that instantly signified she belonged to a different echelon. Though clad in seemingly ordinary attire, the quality of the fabric surpassed that of the others, bestowing upon her an air of elegance that was undeniably captivating. At that moment, Madame Gu was convinced that her mother-in-law's aspirations would likely remain unfulfilled. A person of such stature would surely disdain associating with those of their kind. Yet, Madame Gu's mother held a different perspective. She too had noticed Cui Qingyi, as well as the sleek black dog resting at her feet. Chapter 26. A bitter parting, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. This woman truly lacks the ability to manage a household. A dog is kept so plump. It seems that if she were to marry her son in the future, she should not be entrusted with the household affairs. Otherwise, countless treasures would be squandered. Cui Qingyi, oblivious to the musings of Gu's mother, gazed curiously at the elderly lady and the young girl who entered. Having resided in Huaihua Alley for quite some time, this was the first occasion someone visited her home as a guest, which felt rather remarkable. As they approached, Cui Qingyi rose gracefully, recognizing them as Madam Gu and Sister Gu. Please come in and take a seat. Junruan, prepare a pot of fine tea for Madam and Sister Gu, she instructed. Madam Gu smiled warmly and replied, as the wife of a farmer, my days are rarely idle. Today, I happen to have some leisure time. My little granddaughter has been longing for the sweet cakes you make, so I took the liberty of visiting. While Madam Gu's words were pleasant, Cui Qingyi thought to herself that if she had not encountered Gu Qingzi that day at Ma Xiang's studio, she might have believed her. Considering she had lived 2 lives and read countless tales in this one, if she still could not discern the schemes in Gu Erlang's heart, it would indeed be a source of great shame. Nevertheless, she maintained a composed demeanor. The recipe is quite simple, yet it is rare for children to enjoy such humble fare. I shall have Junruan write down the method for you to take home. I assure you it will be identical to the one I prepared that day. Madam Gu found this remark somewhat jarring. What did she mean by humble fare? Why did it sound so off? However, Sister Gu felt no discomfort and, sitting somewhat awkwardly on the stool brought by Junruan, politely expressed, "Thank you, Madam Cui. My daughter has a sweet tooth and enjoys such treats. I will certainly make them for her when we return home." As Junruan emerged with the tea tray, Sister Gu's gaze fell upon the exquisite teacups and bowls. She inwardly marveled. Indeed, the wealthy are different. Even their drinking vessels are so beautiful. The porcelain was fine and white, adorned with intricate designs. Such splendid cups seemed a waste for mere water, yet she could not fathom what else they might serve. Moreover, during their previous visits to others' homes, they were often merely offered bowls of plain water. This was her first experience with such elegantly served tea, invoking a sense of vanity and importance. Without needing further instruction from Cui Qingyi, Junruan fetched 2 types of pastries from the kitchen to accompany the tea. Madam Gu's thoughts began to wander again. In a farmer's household, there should not be so many formalities. These pastries appear rather lavish. This young lady truly lacks the skill to manage a household, squandering fine goods. As the refreshments were arranged, Junruan ceased her busyness and sat beside Cui Qingyi, continuing her needlework. Madam Gu's eyes shifted from the tea and treats to Junruan's hands, unable to suppress her thoughts. Such fine fabric. It is a pity that it is wasted on our kind. Cui Qingyi, adhering to the principles of hospitality, was about to invite the Gu matriarch and her daughter-in-law to partake of the tea and delicacies when she abruptly swallowed the words that had nearly escaped her lips. Gu Dasa felt quite embarrassed. Her mother-in-law was generally agreeable, yet somewhat petty, having spent a lifetime skimping on food and clothing, saving every coin to support her younger son. However, what rationale was there for making such remarks in another's home? Gu Dasa hurriedly interjected. Cui Xiaonyang appears well-educated and possesses striking beauty. She would undoubtedly look splendid in that attire. Upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Gumu realized her previous comment had been somewhat excessive, as the person in question was no longer connected to them. Yet, her intentions were not malicious. She merely felt a sense of regret. The fabric was evidently expensive, likely costing a considerable amount per yard. Such precious material seemed a waste in this context. Cui Qingyi understood the purpose of the visit from the mother and daughter-in-law duo. Initially, she had hoped to maintain a peaceful coexistence in the neighborhood. But the older woman proved to be insufferable, audaciously critiquing in another's abode. Having endured the condescension of the Yuan family and the matriarch of the Chun family during her time with them, she now found herself subjected to the unwarranted disdain of this old woman. She had little desire to feign amiability, choosing instead to adopt a cold demeanor as she picked up a book nearby to read. Zhu Ruo, unperturbed, casually remarked, "What constitutes good material here? It only catches the eye in this place." Gumu, feeling somewhat displeased, was about to retort when she was startled by a pair of piercing eyes fixed upon her. The large black dog that had been quietly lying at Cui Qingyi's feet was now staring intently, causing her to feel somewhat unnerved. The encounter left the Gu mother and daughter-in-law feeling embarrassed, and as they were ushered out, Zhu quickly shared a recipe for sweet cakes, hoping these two would not return with the same excuse again. Once they departed, Zhu closed the door and spat disdainfully, "Pa, a toad wishing to eat swan meat." Zhu was not timid by nature. Having lived in Dongping County for so long and engaged with various individuals, her once restrained temperament began to resurface. Even while shopping for groceries, she felt emboldened to speak her mind. Cui Qingyi regarded this transformation positively. The world often operates in such a manner that those on the same level are not inherently allies. Others might perceive kindness as weakness, thereby fostering malice. Was Gumu a bad person? Cui Qingyi did not believe so. She was clearly a devoted mother, striving for the well-being of her children and grandchildren. Yet such a person could also concoct schemes against others. Not far away, Feng Shi observed as the Gu mother and daughter-in-law knocked on the gate of the Cui residence. And upon seeing them emerge, she hurriedly approached. "Aunt Gu, have you been visiting Cui Nyangzi? It's nearly noon. Why didn't she invite you to stay for a meal?" As she spoke, her shrewd eyes scanned the hands of the Gu family, eager to see if they had brought any delightful goodies from Cui's home. The last sweet cake, though rustic in appearance, had indeed been quite delectable. Regrettably, Lady Cui was rather miserly. Each household received only a meager portion, and she barely had a few bites before her mother-in-law whisked it away to distribute among the children. It would have been one thing to share it with the boys of the household, but even the two young girls were allotted a few morsels. Such a waste. Mrs. Feng's reputation in Huaihua Lane was far from flattering. Typically, Mrs. Gu would ignore her, but having just witnessed her son being disrespected by the two young ladies of the Cui residence, she found herself irked upon encountering Mrs. Feng. "How presumptuous of you to think you could invite others to dine without cause. Do you take me for someone without shame, seeking to exploit others?" Mrs. Gu's voice was hardly subdued. Hearing this, Mrs. Feng's mother-in-law, who was busy in the kitchen, hurried out. "Sister Gu, what seems to be the matter?" In her fury, Mrs. Gu pointed an accusatory finger at Mrs. Feng. "I say, dear sister, you must keep a close watch on your daughter-in-law. She is lazy and gluttonous, always gossiping about others. With such a mother, you must be wary. You wouldn't want to jeopardize your grandson's prospects for marriage." Without waiting for a response from Mrs. Feng's mother-in-law, she turned on her heel and departed. Mrs. Feng, feeling the weight of her mother-in-law's gaze, shrank back slightly. Yet her spirit remained defiant as she muttered in the direction of the departing mother and daughter-in-law. "Look at you, how easily you distribute the family as share." Mrs. Feng's mother-in-law was utterly exasperated with her daughter-in-law. It seemed she was forever confronted by neighbors who would berate her due to this troublesome child. The situation had become so dire that she felt embarrassed to engage in idle chatter with the neighbors, a veritable calamity. Chapter 27. Prosperity guards the master. Madam Feng secretly resolved that, regardless of what her eldest son might say, she was determined to drive the Feng family out and compel them to work alongside him. If she continued to allow them to linger, she feared, as old Lady Gu had warned, that would indeed impact the prospects of her grandchildren finding wives. Observing that her mother-in-law refrained from berating her, Feng felt an unexpected sense of relief and, undeterred, resumed her gaze toward the Cui family residence. The proximity of their homes allowed her to daily inhale the alluring aromas wafting from the Cui household, a temptation she could no longer suppress, yet lamentably lacked an excuse to pay them a visit. Sister Gu followed her mother-in-law home, her heart heavy with trepidation, fearing that the frustrations her mother-in-law had endured at the Cui household would be unleashed upon her. She contemplated how to placate her mother-in-law, but to her surprise, the older woman remained unexpectedly calm and even inquired, "What do you think of that young lady from the Cui family?" Sister Gu, somewhat speechless, recognized that her mother-in-law had not yet relinquished her hopes. However, she refrained from discouraging her and replied candidly, "I believe she is quite admirable. She possesses both beauty and wealth. I do wonder, though, how such a person could reside alone in our Dongping County." Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Madame Gu's face. It mattered little whether a woman was deemed beautiful. What was paramount was her ability to manage the household and care for her husband, alleviating any concerns he might harbor. There was, however, a sentiment left unspoken by Madame Cui. She found the young lady's appearance somewhat lacking in gravitas, particularly her striking eyes. The same could be said for her dog, whose gaze was equally unsettling. Sister Cui concurred, "You are right, mother. We women live for our men and children, but we cannot neglect our own existence either." Over the years of shared experiences, Sister Cui knew precisely what words could bring joy to her mother-in-law, and within moments, she had the older woman smiling brightly. Madame Cui remarked, "This girl seems to possess a rather spirited temperament, and she does tend to spend money somewhat extravagantly. Nevertheless, it is of no concern. Once she enters our family, I shall guide her accordingly." Sister Cui added, "Indeed, with you by my side, mother, I cannot fathom how many missteps I have been spared." Glancing at the sky, Sister Cui realized her purpose for visiting had been fulfilled and thus felt disinclined to linger any longer, especially to hear her mother-in-law strategizing for her younger brother-in-law. She said, "Mother, the eldest and the children should be returning for dinner soon. I shall head home now and bring the children to see you this evening." Upon hearing that her son and grandchildren would be dining, Madame Cui wasted no time urging Sister Cui to return home promptly. As she awaited the return of Cui Erlang, Madame Cui pulled him close, offering careful counsel. "Today, your elder sister-in-law and I visited the Cui family. That young lady from the Cui family truly seems to be a commendable choice. If you have genuine feelings for her, you should take the initiative." Though Madame Cui did not explicitly state how he should proceed, she trusted that her son, raised under her guidance, was not lacking in intelligence. Indeed, Cui Erlang was no fool. One could hardly claim that a young man who had the means to pursue his studies at home was dim-witted. He had also taken it upon himself to gather information about the young lady from the Cui family. What he learned brought him delight. The Cui young lady had only arrived in Dongping County a little over a month prior, accompanied solely by a maid, and had yet to receive any visitors since her arrival. Cui Erlang resolved to take the initiative, confident in his ability to win her heart. Cui Resurgence. Cui Qingyi had not ventured outside for several days, unaware that someone was eagerly anticipating another encounter with her. Zhu Ruo reported to Cui Qingyi, saying, "Miss, I only knew that humans could be sycophantic, but I never imagined that even this dog could be so. It truly is a waste of my kindness towards it." As Zhu Ruo watched Cui Qingyi training Yuan Shi to shake hands, she found it amusing and wished to try as well. However, to her dismay, the dog only used her to procure food and treats, offering her mere indifference in return. Cui Qingyi chuckled and beckoned Yuan Shi to her, gently patting its head while admonishing, "You must not bully your sister Zhu Ruo. She is our provider." Yuan Shi, squinting in delight from the affection, immediately wagged its tail at Zhu Ruo, displaying a servile demeanor that amused her greatly, causing her to forget her irritation. "Well, since you're so perceptive, once I sell my handkerchiefs, I shall buy you some meat bones." Zhu Ruo, filled with ambition, awaited the moment to boast, yet felt a pang of insecurity. "Miss, do you truly believe someone will buy my handkerchiefs?" On that day, Cui Qingyi had casually remarked upon seeing the vividly embroidered cat motif on her cloak. "Our Zhu Ruo's craftsmanship is truly exceptional. If she were to sell her wares at an embroidery shop, it could sustain our family of 3. Yuriru, taking her words to heart, pleaded with Cui Qingyi to draw numerous fresh designs, and she diligently embroidered handkerchiefs, preparing to sell them in the city's embroidery shop. However, as the moment to leave drew near, Zhu Ruo faltered, hesitating to take that crucial step. Understanding her feelings, Cui Qingyi offered no words of comfort, but donned the embroidered cloak and said, "How will you know if you succeed unless you try? I shall accompany you. Surely there is an embroidery shop that appreciates fine work." Seeing her companion's willingness to accompany her, Zhu Ruo's eyes sparkled with hope, with Cui Qingyi by her side. Her fears dissipated. Cui Erlang was feeling quite dispirited. He wished to approach Miss Cui, but despite his myriad strategies, she remained a recluse, leaving him at a loss. For several days, he had even endured the disdainful glares of the ink shop's owner, lingering in the bookstore, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. Yet he had seen no sign of her. Gazing at the closed wooden door, he contemplated alternative methods, just as despair began to take hold. The great door swung open before him, and a figure he had longed for emerged. Draped in a lilac cloak, she illuminated the dim alleyway. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Erlang seized the opportunity to speak to Cui Qingyi. He was confident that he had left a lasting impression on her at the bookstore. Unbeknownst to Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo, as they stepped outside, someone rushed towards them. Zhu Ruo instinctively moved to shield Cui Qingyi, only to see a shadow darting from within the doorway, seemingly leaping from standstill, and then that figure tumbled to the ground with a thud. Gu Erlang fell rather hard, lying on the ground, dazed and bewildered for a moment, unable to comprehend how he had ended up there. Struggling to turn his head, he was confronted by a robust black dog baring its teeth, its fierce demeanor seemingly contemplating the best point of attack. Gu Erlang harbored an aversion not only to dogs, but also to chickens, now being scrutinized by something he feared from a position of dominance. He instinctively felt the urge to scream, only to be thwarted by the deep growl of the creature. Witnessing the unforeseen scene before him, it was not just Gu Erlang who was taken aback. Even Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo were momentarily stunned. As Cui Qingyi regained her composure and recognized the figure sprawled on the ground as Gu Erlang, the very individual who had collided with her at the bookstore, she understood the situation. She reached out to summon Yuan Shi, rewarding it with a gentle pat on the head. "Good boy, Yuan Shi." Although Yuan Shi obediently returned to Cui Qingyi's side, its body remained tense, ever vigilant of the person on the ground. Chapter 28. Brought to court, Cui Qingyi felt a sense of satisfaction. Truly, it was a loyal and protective dog, not unworthy of her benevolence in keeping it. Zhu Ruo also realized that this person had just taken advantage of their unguarded moment to crash into them, pondering what sordid schemes lay in his heart. Anger surged within her, and she advanced, delivering several kicks to Gu Erlang. "Scoundrel, what are you attempting to do in broad daylight? I'll kick you to death." Having trained physically alongside Cui Qingyi since childhood, Zhu Ruo possessed a degree of strength, and in her wrath, her kicks sent Gu Erlang tumbling, utterly disheveled. "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Madam Cui, I'm Gu Erlang from the alley. We met at the bookshop, do you not recall?" As onlookers began to gather, Cui Qingyi's expression darkened. She thought to herself, it seemed this scholar was no different from the ruffians. Did he mean to entangle her further? With the crowd closing in, she had no desire to entertain Gu Erlang's antics for their amusement. Casting a cold glance at the man on the ground, she disdainfully remarked, "Bookshop? Which bookshop? And who is Gu Erlang? It appears that a rogue has come to my doorstep in broad daylight. I shall report this to the county office and see how the authorities handle a scoundrel like you." With that, Cui Qingyi gestured for Zhu Ruo to leave. Someone in the crowd recognized Gu Erlang and hurried off to inform the Gu family. Others, who had connections with the Gu family, rushed to intercept Cui Qingyi. "Madam Cui, wait, is there a misunderstanding here? Gu Erlang is not that sort of person. He may have merely been passing through." Around them, voices chimed in agreement. Indeed, the doors of each household in this alley opened outward, with people coming and going. He was just passing by. "There is no need for you to take it so seriously, Miss Cui." In their eyes, Cui Qingyi, as the newcomer, held no ties to them. Yet the Gu family was different, an old neighbor for many years, and Gu Erlang was a scholar. Should he one day succeed in the imperial examinations and become an official, they would certainly want to support him. Cui Qingyi had no intention of antagonizing the neighbors, but she was not one to shy away from confrontation. If she were afraid of trouble, she would not have gone to such lengths to sever ties with Chenlinen and the Cui family. Though today, as events unfolded unexpectedly, it was a splendid opportunity. Rather than remaining secluded and allowing others to speculate, she would create a scene, making it clear that she was not one to be easily manipulated. Cui Qingyi cast a glance at Gu Erlang, now being helped to his feet, and coldly stated, "A misunderstanding? I beg to differ. Of course, mere words hold no weight. Let us take this matter to the county magistrate and clarify it, so everyone can see the truth. The magistrate, I am sure, is a discerning individual who would not wrong the innocent. Ordinary citizens naturally harbor a sense of reverence for the authorities. Even living in the county town, none would casually approach the office to lodge complaints. Now, upon hearing that this person insisted on going to the magistrate, they were inclined to disengage from matter. Gu Erlang felt a flicker of panic, but he quickly regained his composure. He had done nothing wrong. He merely wished to greet Lady Cui, even if he found himself at the county office. No one could justly accuse him. After a moment's delay, his mother hurriedly rushed from home. Upon seeing Gu Erlang's disheveled appearance, her heart raced with concern. He was her cherished son, and at that moment, he looked as if he had been assaulted. Early on, what has happened? Speak to your mother. Just as Gu Erlang was about to say it was nothing, his mother turned her ire towards Cui Qingyi, a woman of considerable strength despite her years. She charged at Cui Qingyi with a fierce demeanor that was indeed intimidating. You must be the seductive vixen who has led my son astray. Now you dare to slander him and tarnish his name? I shall not stand for it. Having lived many years, Gu's mother had witnessed her fair share of troubles. The moment she heard the news, she sensed the gravity of the situation, especially upon learning that Cui Qingyi intended to escalate the matter to the county office. While she lacked extensive knowledge, she understood well the importance of a scholar's reputation. To protect her son, she sought to preemptively ruin Cui Qingyi's name. Cui Qingyi, now genuinely enraged, initially regarded Gu's mother as a woman with a few petty thoughts and a somewhat malicious heart. At this moment, however, she wished she could retract her earlier sentiments. This woman was utterly despicable. Cui Qingyi once again deeply understood why some women, despite discord in their marriages, chose to remain confined within their homes. It was because should they step outside, the first to pounce upon them would be people like this. As Gu's mother lunged at Cui Qingyi in the alley, no one intervened. In fact, onlookers eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. A brawl among peasant women typically consisted of hair-pulling, slapping, and tearing at each other. If this refined young lady were to be publicly humiliated, they were curious to see if she could maintain her haughty demeanor thereafter. The thought of an unmarried young lady engaging in a street fight was tantalizing. However, events did not transpire as the crowd expected. In an instant, as Gu's mother charged, Cui Qingyi deftly evaded her, leaving the spectators bewildered. With an impressive display of agility, she managed to twist Gu's mother's arm behind her back, pinning her in place, while a large black dog growled protectively by her side, with a fierce glare directed at the crowd. The dog's low growl seemed to warn that anyone daring to approach would face dire consequences. Gu's mother's arms, now ensnared by Cui Qingyi, were rendered limp and painful, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Cui Qingyi had only intended to intimidate the mother and son, but at this juncture, she realized she must escort them to the county office. If she did not assert her strength today, greater troubles awaited her in the future. Fortunately, the county office was not far, and she instructed Zhu Ruo to report the incident. Without hesitation or delay, Zhu Ruo complied. The young lady possessed considerable skill, and with Wang Kai standing guard, immediate danger was averted. However, if she lingered any longer, the situation could easily change. Gu Erlang was on the verge of despair. However, he had likely just injured his waist, and at that moment, the pain was excruciating, rendering him incapable of assisting his mother. The onlookers from Huaihua Alley, witnessing that Cui Qingyi was indeed commanding someone to report to the authorities, dared not make any further movements, let alone approach to implore Cui Qingyi to release Gu's mother. Offering a few words of assistance was one thing, but involving the county office was entirely unnecessary. Juju hurriedly made her way and, by fortunate chance, encountered the patrolling constables as she reached the main street. Upon receiving news of the incident, the constables followed her to the scene. After ascertaining the situation, they took both the Gu mother and son along with Cui Qingyi, regardless of their previously arrogant demeanor. Even the Gu family dared not misbehave in the presence of the officials, merely crying out their innocence. Gu Erlang could not fathom how matters had escalated to such a degree. He had merely intended to greet Miss Cui, yet he found himself summoned to the courtroom. Chapter 29. The observant scholar in Dongping County. County Magistrate Zhou had recently taken a group of men to inspect the waterways, leaving the affairs of the court to the deputy, G. This was the first time Cui Qingyi found herself in such a position. Standing in a hall adorned with the words of authority, her exterior respectful while her heart remained untroubled. To her surprise, the young deputy, Ji Yunji, appeared to be no older than his 20s, far from the elder with a beard she had envisioned. During Cui Qingyi's tenure at the county office, he had grown weary of petty disputes and minor thefts among the locals. However, upon seeing the bailiff return with a new case, he begrudgingly summoned his focus. As he sat in the court, he struck the wooden block and began to inquire about the matter at hand. Gu, an ordinary woman, was initially filled with trepidation. Having always avoided the county office even for casual strolls, she now found herself as the defendant in the courtroom. Yet, upon noticing the youth and gentle demeanor of the magistrate, her fear began to dissipate. Eager to speak before Cui Qingyi, she exclaimed, "My lord, I am wronged. This young lady has seduced my son, and in her shame seeks to frame him. You must uphold justice. My son is a scholar destined for success, and his reputation cannot be tarnished." Cui Qingyi surveyed the three individuals before him, raising an eyebrow in bemusement. He chose not to interrupt Gu's fervent speech, waiting for her to finish before turning to the quietly kneeling Gu Erlang. "Your mother claims that this young lady has intentionally lured you. Is that true?" Cui Qingyi cast an indifferent glance at the slightly trembling Gu Erlang, thinking to herself, what a useless fellow, lacking the steadiness of his illiterate mother. Gu Erlang's mind raced, yet he hesitated to echo his mother's accusations. "My lord, I am deeply ashamed. This is all a misunderstanding." At this point, he covertly glanced at Cui Qingyi, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. "I have admired Miss Cui for some time, and today, upon seeing her, I simply wished to greet her. Perhaps my unexpected approach startled her, leading to the unfortunate incident with her dog. Everything transpired so swiftly that I could not react in time. My mother, in her protective instinct, spoke out of turn. I wish to apologize to Miss Cui and hope that you may forgive my mother's indiscretion." Oh, Cui Qingyi was taken aback by Gu Erlang's unexpected defense. She had anticipated he would side with his mother in condemning her to clear his own name. Yet, he seemed to understand the implications of their previous encounter at the ink fragrance studio, where many had witnessed their interaction. His words now painted a different picture, one where a lovesick scholar had unintentionally caused a commotion, rendering the matter trivial. Indeed, the minds of scholars are often intricate and discerning. Gu Shi was momentarily taken aback, her attempt to speak thwarted by a sharp pinch from Gu Erlang at her waist, rendering her silent. Cui Qingyi, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, observed Gu Erlang's bashful demeanor as he glanced at the young lady, though he remained skeptical of its authenticity. Having been reared in the lap of luxury, he was well versed in the artifice often employed between men and women, and he found the man's performance lacking in finesse. He turned to Cui Qingyi, inquiring if she recognized the situation. Cui Qingyi, casting a glance at Gu Shi and her son, let out a cold scoff. "My lord, I implore you to discern the truth. The common folk believe this matter is not one of affection as claimed by Gu Erlang, but rather a scheme by the mother and son to exploit wealth and tarnish my reputation, subsequently seizing my assets. This esteemed scholar, Gu Erlang, speaks eloquently, yet his intentions are nefarious, seeking to take advantage of my vulnerable state, having no familial support." Gu Erlang's words effectively stifled any retort from Cui Qingyi. In this affair, she had not sustained any tangible harm, and it was unlikely that the county officials would punish the mother and son based on such flimsy grounds. Had it been another woman, she might have developed a fondness for Gu Erlang due to his conduct in court, and perhaps even a romantic connection would have blossomed outside these walls. However, Cui Qingyi was resolute in not acquiescing to Gu Erlang's insinuations, choosing instead to clarify her stance in the court, eager to see if he would dare approach her again. Yunzi checked invarble. Recognizing that this young lady was far from foolish, should she truly entertain any feelings for Gu Erlang, she would likely find herself ensnared in a web of deceit. Yet, seated here in this court, he embodied the law, and thus could not allow his personal thoughts to surface, lest the magistrate return and reassign him to guard the levee. After a brief admonishment from both sides, it was deemed a misunderstanding, and the matter was concluded, allowing them to depart. The hasty nature of their visit to the county office mirrored its abrupt conclusion. Nevertheless, Cui Qingyi achieved her objective. She wanted those in Huaihua Lane, who harbored intentions towards her, to recognize that she, Cui Xiaonyang, was not one to be trifled with. Gu Shi's arrogance evaporated, and, as they exited the court. She hurriedly pulled her son away. Gu Erlang, still eager to converse with Cui Qingyi, found the setting inappropriate. Meanwhile, Zhu Ruo awaited Cui Qingyi outside and rushed to her side upon her emergence, exclaiming, "Miss, are you unharmed?" Cui Qingyi shook her head, replying, "I am fine. Let us head to the embroidery workshop." Zhu Ruo, however, was too anxious to concern herself with the workshop. Her worry for her mistress had reached a peak. Perplexed by her indifference. In truth, Cui Qingyi felt she had not performed to her potential that day, leaving her somewhat frustrated. She quietly reassured herself that this was merely a first experience, and when faced with a similar situation in the future, she would know how to respond more adeptly. Ultimately, they made their way to the embroidery workshop. Zhu Ruo's embroidery skills had been honed under the guidance of a master, and even in Qinghe City, Cui Qingyi had yet to encounter anyone whose craftsmanship surpassed that of Zhu Ruo. The workshop, discerning in its appreciation of talent, examined several pieces of cloth, promptly offering a price. The embroidery on this piece is quite commendable, with innovative designs and meticulous stitches. I shall give you 15 won for each. Konjac was prepared to face setbacks and ready to visit several embroidery shops, yet she did not anticipate that the very first shop she entered would accept her handkerchief. Instinctively, she turned to glance at Cui Qingyi, who nodded in affirmation. With a joyful nod, Konjac responded, "Certainly, thank you, shopkeeper." The female shopkeeper smiled and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for gratitude, no need for gratitude. Your embroidery skills are truly exceptional, and the patterns are both beautiful and intriguing. I'm certain many young ladies will find them appealing here. Should you have more, feel free to bring them to my embroidery shop, and I shall offer you the same price." Chapter 30. Exclusive copyright. The words of the proprietress filled Zhu Ruo with immense encouragement, causing her to beam with delight in response. Once she stepped out of the embroidery workshop, she could no longer contain her excitement. Despite her efforts to restrain herself, her joy radiated from her eyes and brow. Cui Qingyi could thoroughly empathize with such feelings, recalling the elation she experienced when she earned her first few hundred coins upon reaching adulthood. "My dear, let us indulge in some pastries and procure a few hefty bones for Wankai." Cui Qingyi had no reservations, and on their way back, the two spent the entirety of the over 100 coins they earned from selling scarves that day. Although they only acquired 2 bags of ordinary pastries and 2 substantial bones, both Zhu Ruo and Cui Qingyi felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The sunset elongated their shadows, and such days were truly delightful. That evening, Zhu Ruo stewed the bones for Wankai, who seemed to understand the reason behind his feast, strutting proudly around the yard. Since earning her first pot of gold, Zhu Ruo dedicated herself wholeheartedly to her embroidery work. Despite Cui Qingyi's concerns about her straining her eyes, Zhu Ruo, driven by her pursuit of wealth, heeded no warnings. After several attempts at persuasion, Cui Qingyi ceased her efforts, waiting for the novelty to wear off before Zhu Ruo would eventually relent. Upon finishing the borrowed storybook, Cui Qingyi mused that the people of this era appeared untouched by the advancements of technology. The authors exhibited a profound reverence in their imaginations of the cosmos, the myriad of creation and mythological figures, as if these deities were indeed real. With the storybook read, she observed Zhu Ruo, who was tirelessly focused on her embroidery. And after more than 2 months, Cui Qingyi finally pondered whether she, too, should seek some form of occupation. Ever since she had escorted the Gu family to the county office, the people in the alley seemed to have reached an unspoken consensus, subtly excluding Cui's household from their social circle. Though the weather gradually turned colder, a few remained seated under the locust trees, chatting. Apo notichingu Cui Qingyi emerge. They instinctively paused their conversation, resuming only after she had walked some distance away. Cui Qingyi found this scenario amusing. Her current existence in this era endowed her with a spectator's perspective, allowing her to find entertainment even in the neighbors' cliquish behavior. As they watched the cloaked woman depart, the onlookers reluctantly withdrew their gazes. TSK, how does she manage to live without venturing into town for work? They say she hails from a prominent family. She must possess a considerable fortune. Who knows? A woman without a man. Who can ascertain the source of her wealth? The group exchanged knowing glances and shared a silent laughter. Sister Li, overhearing their increasingly absurd speculations, hurriedly gathered her sewing basket, rising to brush off the dust from her clothing. Ladies, continue your chatter at your leisure. I must return to prepare dinner. As she announced her departure, the remaining few waved her off casually. Once she was gone, the discussion that had centered on Cui Qingyi shifted back to Sister Li. Humph, she is so self-important. What is she pretending for? Of course, she is quite different from us. She is the daughter of a scholar, albeit one who has been sold. Ha ha ha. As Sister Li returned home, she cast a glance at the Cui residence, recalling the two young ladies who had courteously brought sweet cakes that day, and she sighed silently. She was well aware that once she left, the gossips would undoubtedly use her background as the daughter of a scholar to mock her. Yet, Sister Li had long grown accustomed to it. Her father was indeed a scholar, albeit one with a penchant for gambling. Her three sisters from her maternal family had all been sold off by their gambling father, and she considered herself fortunate to have been sold to a good family, where her in-laws had treated her kindly over the years, allowing her life to unfold smoothly. However, her two sisters had been sold to unknown fates, their circumstances a mystery to her. During her first year after marrying into Huaihua Alley, she too had been the subject of pointed fingers, but over the years, she had come to understand that these people were merely idle, seeking to elevate themselves by highlighting the misfortunes of others. Nevertheless, she observed that those two young ladies did not possess a weak disposition. Unlike her past self, they would likely navigate their lives quite well. As Cui Qingyi entered the Mo Xiang Zhai, the young shopkeeper was no longer engrossed in his reading. Instead, he had pulled up a chair and was glaring across the street with an unfriendly demeanor. Cui Qingyi had a favorable impression of him and followed his gaze, curious about what had provoked such a countenance. Qi Moshuan had initially intended to glare subtly at the competitors encroaching on his business, but upon being caught in the act by a customer, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ahem, what book would you like to purchase? Please feel free to browse. He stammered. Cui Qingyi nodded. The bookstore appeared markedly quieter than her previous visit, with only a few scattered individuals present. After circling the shelves without finding the book she sought, she approached the counter. Shopkeeper, where can I find the works of the esteemed Qing Feng? Upon hearing the name Qing Feng, Qi Moshuan's expression twisted momentarily before he dejectedly pointed across the street. You see that? If you wish to find the works of Qing Feng, you will need to go to the Qixing bookstore over there. Cui Qingyi raised an eyebrow and, taking his cue, exited Mo Xiang Zhai, making her way to the Qixing bookstore. Qi Moshuan watched in dismay as one of his few customers ventured across the street, feeling a lump in his throat as tears threatened to spill. Woe is me. Please come back. I merely mentioned it in passing. Don't actually go. Qi Moshuan's inner world was rich with emotion. Yet unfortunately, Cui Qingyi had not brought the ability to read minds with her during her journey. She entered Qixing bookstore with keen interest, and in stark contrast to Mo Xiang Zhai, it was bustling with patrons perusing and selecting books. Noticing her arrival, a busy bookkeeper casually called out, "Esteemed guest, the tales of Qing Feng can be found over there. Feel free to browse and choose." Following the direction indicated by the bookkeeper, Cui Qingyi indeed found a prominently displayed shelf labeled with the name Qing Feng. This must be the embryonic form of a modern-day column, she mused, marveling at the ingenuity of the ancients. Surrounded by a throng of young men and women, it was evident that the esteemed Qing Feng Gongzi was indeed quite popular. Esteemed guests, henceforth, the works of Qing Feng Gongzi will exclusively be available at our Qixing bookhouse. We humbly request your patronage. Cui Qingyi discerned the reason behind the bookstore proprietor's earlier discontent. Given the immense popularity of Qing Feng Gongzi's works, it was likely that most patrons of the Maxiang bookstore were drawn there primarily for him. Now that Qing Feng Gongzi's writings were solely the province of Qixing bookhouse, the loss of over half their clientele was understandable, thus the proprietor's dismay. Upon grasping the situation, Cui Qingyi selected several volumes penned by Qing Feng Gongzi to purchase. Noticing the quantity of her selection, the proprietor beamed and remarked, "Dear guest, next month marks the birthday of Qing Feng Gongzi, and we shall unveil his new series at Qixing Bookhouse. We sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence." Cui Qingyi nodded in agreement, yet an inner turbulence stirred within her. Chapter 31. undertakings beyond the reach of scholars, the ancients truly excelled in the art of commerce. With the last two patrons having departed from the Mo Xiang Zhai, Qi Moshuan sat in despondency, feeling a sense of futility wash over him. He decided to close the shop and head home. Just as he rose, he noticed the customer who had previously inquired about the works of the esteemed Qingfeng Gongzi returning, now holding several books in hand, which he recognized as the latest offerings from Qingfeng Gongzi. Qi Moshuan felt tears welling up once more. Cui Qingyi smiled and spoke. "Shopkeeper, do you accept manuscripts?" With a weary demeanor, Qi Moshuan replied, "I do not. For what purpose would serve? Who could ever rival Qingfeng Gongzi? I fear my Mo Xiang Zhai is on the brink of closure." He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, perplexed by the emergence of the Qixing Shuzhai, which had secured an exclusive deal for Qingfeng Gongzi's manuscripts. All the clientele that once frequented the major bookstores of Dongping County had now been monopolized by them. What if I could present a manuscript superior to that of Qingfeng Gongzi? What price would you offer me? The idea of writing a manuscript had struck Cui Qingyi spontaneously upon seeing the Qixing Shuzhai, spurred by the ambition of her fellow household member, Zhu Ruo, who yearned to earn some silver. With only 3 living members in her family, she found herself meandering through days without any productive endeavor, a situation that could not persist. Such bold aspirations for a young lady. Qi Moshuan scoffed lightly, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Cui Qingyi with newfound seriousness. "If you could indeed present a manuscript better than that of Qingfeng Gongzi, I would be inclined to offer you a similar revenue share as the Qixing Shuzhai, 4060. His tone carried an air of defiance, a testament to the pressure he felt from the competition. However, Cui Qingyi was undeterred. She simply needed the shopkeeper's affirmation. A gentleman's word is as binding as the strongest steed. Thus, it is settled. I shall bring my manuscript in a few days." Disregarding Qi Moshuan's reaction, she turned and left. While she may have lacked confidence in other pursuits, she was assured of her superiority in the realm of storytelling. Having absorbed countless tales throughout her life, Qi Moshuan closed the bookstore early, hardly considering Cui Qingyi's words. As business dwindled day by day, he felt a mixture of anxiety and confusion. With 5 mouths to feed, reliant upon the income from a bookstore, he was troubled by the absence of customers. Were it not for the shop's familial ties, he would soon find himself in financial straits. Upon learning that her young mistress intended to write a manuscript for profit, Zhu Ruo's eyes widened in disbelief. In her understanding, those who profited from books were invariably literati, much like the esteemed members of the Cui clan. The elders of the Cui family were renowned literary figures, and it was said that a single piece of their calligraphy could fetch a staggering price of 1,000 taels of silver. Zhu Ruo had never witnessed such exquisite artistry capable of commanding such a fortune. In her heart, she believed that those who could effortlessly earn 1,000 taels by scribbling a few characters were no ordinary individuals, even if they bore the same surname. They were beyond the reach of her family's aspirations. Yet now, her mistress claimed she would write a manuscript for profit, and Zhu Ruo wondered if such an endeavor was indeed feasible. Yet, she felt reluctant to dampen the young lady's spirits. After all, when the girl first ventured into the embroidery shop to sell her creations, she had offered her unwavering support. Now, it was her turn to reciprocate. In her heart, Zhu Ruo gritted her teeth and resolved to suppress her conscience. "Yes, my dear, you can surely succeed. Keep pushing forward." From that day forth, Cui Qingyi embarked on the journey of crafting her own narrative. During her previous visits to the bookstore, she had meticulously observed that the most popular tales in the market were those depicting the romances between talented scholars and exquisite maidens. This, however, had led to a saturation of such works. The reason the works of the esteemed scholar Qingfeng enjoyed such commercial success was not due to their uniqueness, but rather because they had been adapted into theatrical performances in the capital, where the elite gathered. Consequently, the name of scholar Qingfeng reverberated across the vast expanse of the Great Jin dynasty, leading to the widespread popularity of his narratives. With illustrious predecessors paving the way, it was indeed challenging for newcomers to replicate their success. If Cui Qingyi wished to see her own writings flourish, she would need to carve out a new niche. Thus, after much contemplation, she decided to abandon the notion of weaving sorrowful love stories and instead focus on criminal investigation novels. This genre, centered on solving mysteries, was glaringly absent in the literary market of the Great Qing, positioning her as a pioneer in this field. As for concerns regarding potential taboos in writing such stories, Cui Qingyi felt no apprehension. Having spent 19 years in the Great Qing, she had not merely idled her time away. During her 15 years confined within the walls of the Yuan household, she had thoroughly studied the legal codes of the Great Qing. As long as her narratives did not delve into royal secrets, the realm of literary creation remained relatively free. Of course, Cui Qingyi understood that to make her book appealing, her narratives could not simply revolve around criminal cases. They would require intricate interweaving of various elements. The poignant and romantic entanglements of lovers were indispensable components, as many timeless mysteries throughout history have been immortalized by the infusion of love. As for the criminal plots, her mind was brimming with ideas. Having spent her childhood captivated by the television drama Kaifeng Prefecture, where the intricate cases, though frightening, were undeniably thrilling. Meanwhile, Zhu Ruo busied herself with embroidery, all the while observing her mistress's movements. She noticed that the young lady, previously furrowed in thought, had now begun to write. Zhu Ruo felt an urge to peek at what was being penned, but feared interrupting Cui Qingyi, and thus stifled her curiosity, redirecting her focus to her embroidery needle. Qi Moxuan had long since forgotten Cui Qingyi's words from that day. He meticulously dusted the shelves with a feather duster. The anger he had felt days prior now replaced by a profound sense of despondency. In times of bustling business, such layers of dust would never accumulate. Since his childhood, he had been at his father's side managing the bookstore, and now, after many years, the gradual decline of the shop weighed heavily on his heart, a burden no one else could truly understand. He was contemplating whether to close the bookstore and pivot to selling other goods. After all, he could not simply wait for the business to deteriorate to the point of incurring losses. However, this decision is profoundly challenging. Qi Moxuan is uncertain whether he possesses the capability to manage another business effectively. In the midst of silence, Cui Qingyi entered with a manuscript wrapped in oiled paper, raising her voice when she noticed no one present. "Is the shopkeeper here?" Qi Moxuan, engulfed in sorrow, lacked the energy to attend to a guest and called out vaguely, "If you wish to purchase the works of Master Qingfeng, you must go to the Qixing book loft across the street. I have none here." For over half a month, he had grown accustomed to patrons leaving in search of Master Qingfeng's books, unable to find them in his shop. Cui Qingyi replied, "Shopkeeper, did we not agree that as long as I could present a work superior to Master Qingfeng's, you would grant me exclusive rights to the profits? Are you truly considering breaking our agreement?" Qi Moxuan emerged from behind the innermost bookshelf, and upon seeing Cui Qingyi, he suddenly recalled their prior arrangement. Yet, he remained skeptical that Cui Qingyi could indeed produce anything of quality. In Dongping County, where there are numerous scholars, many have attempted to emulate Master Qingfeng by crafting stories for sale. While some of these works are commendable, they pale in comparison to those of Master Qingfeng. Can a mere woman accomplish what scholars have failed to achieve? Chapter 32. The successful persuasion of Qi Moxuan did not make a deliberate effort to conceal his emotions. Thus Cui Qingyi perceived them clearly. However, she remained indifferent, for the disregard for women in this era is deeply ingrained. In the feudal dynasty of Dejin, and even in later times where gender equality was espoused, there existed a plethora of individuals who looked down upon women, rendering it unnecessary to dwell upon such matters. "Miss, I was merely speaking casually last time. I do not accept manuscripts." Observing Cui Qingyi's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, Qi Moxuan chose to articulate his thoughts more plainly. "Miss, crafting a manuscript is not a pursuit suited for everyone. Many learned individuals fail at it, so it would be wise for someone of your stature to refrain from such endeavors." Qi Moxuan presumed that upon hearing his words, the young lady would be incensed and take her leave. To his astonishment, she did not depart. Instead, she let out a derisive laugh. "Ha! Their inability is merely a reflection of their lack of talent. Do not conflate me with them." Qi Moxuan was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. He found it hard to fathom the audacity of this young woman. You certainly have a lofty opinion of yourself. I am curious to see what remarkable tales you can conjure. Extending his hand towards Cui Qingyi, she hesitated to hand over her manuscript immediately. Instead, she regarded Qi Ma Xuan with solemnity and stated, "Shopkeeper, before we review the manuscript, let us agree that if you find my work superior to that of the esteemed Qingfeng Gongzi, we shall split the profits 60-40. At this juncture, Qi Ma Xuan was genuinely amused and exasperated. After years of operating a bookstore in Dongping County, he had never encountered such unabashed arrogance, especially from a young woman. Very well. A gentleman's word is his bond. Should your manuscript surpass that of Qingfeng Gongzi, I shall indeed concede to your proposed division." Only then did Cui Qingyi relinquish her manuscript, maintaining a calm exterior while secretly reveling in the shopkeeper's youthful temper. Perhaps he was also an admirer of Qingfeng Gongzi, unable to tolerate the perceived slight from someone he deemed unworthy. Qi Ma Xuan was certain that Cui Qingyi had hastily assembled a few sheets of paper to deceive him. But this notion abruptly ceased when he unfolded the oiled paper to reveal the well-bound pages, adorned with bold, vigorous characters, the record of the blue sky, pursuing the plum blossoms in the snow, signed by Mr. Nanching. Clearing his throat, Qi Ma Xuan remarked dryly, "Your calligraphy is commendable. How did you, as a woman, come to master such a script?" Cui Qingyi replied nonchalantly, "I practice for fun in my spare time. Cui moxion contred. Good penmanship does not necessarily equate to quality writing." Eager to conclude the encounter, he delved into the manuscript, only to find himself absorbed for a quarter of an hour. As he became engrossed in the pages, Cui Qingyi smiled faintly and settled herself comfortably, waiting. After a quarter of an hour, Qi Ma Xuan reluctantly closed the manuscript, a sheepish grin on his face as he looked at Cui Qingyi. This is far too brief. Just as it became captivating, it abruptly ends. Cui Qingyi deemed his inquiry redundant, for this was merely a draft. How could she divulge the entirety of her work? How does the shopkeeper find my writing in comparison to that of Qingfeng Gongzi? Qi Ma Xuan set aside his previous disdain for Cui Qingyi, contemplating. This Qing Tianji is indeed remarkable. However, whether it can be compared to the tales of young Master Qingfeng, I must confess I am uncertain. He was a man of sincerity. Would the shopkeeper be willing to collaborate with me? Qi Ma Xuan hesitated. He acknowledged the merit of Qing Tianji, although he had yet to discover how the story unfolds further. The segment on searching for plum blossoms in the snow was sufficiently captivating, with a narrative that ebbed and flowed, and the details, particularly those concerning the coroner's examination, were expertly rendered. Yet, this genre was unfamiliar to him. It did not align with the contemporary tastes of young masters and misses, and he could not guarantee its commercial viability in the bookstore. Nevertheless, he found himself genuinely enamored with the story. Cui Qingyi, observing Qi Ma Xuan's demeanor, intuitively grasped his thoughts, but was not inclined to exert every effort to persuade him into collaboration. From a moment she decided to write Qing Tianji, she had devised a dual strategy. Should Qi Ma Xuan possess the audacity to join her in partnership, they would profit together in the future. Conversely, if he remained obstinately traditional, she would not press the matter. Upon her arrival in Dongping County, she had already contemplated engaging in some form of business. While her initial ideas had been vague, they had now crystallized into a coherent plan. If Qi Ma Xuan declined, she would open her own bookstore. Very well. If the shopkeeper has reservations, I shall inquire at other bookstores, she thought, reaching for a manuscript. As Qi Ma Xuan noticed her delicate hand, stained with ink, extending towards him, he suddenly made up his mind. "All right, I will collaborate with you, Mississippi. I shall grant you 40%, and I will draft a contract forthwith." Upon receiving the freshly minted contract, Cui Qingyi calmly accepted it. "Mr. Qi, I hope our collaboration will be fruitful." Qi Ma Xuan smiled in return. "Miss Cui, this tale is my shop's chance for revival. Should the subsequent stories falter, I shall hold you to the terms of our contract." Cui Qingyi, exuding confidence, replied, "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, Mr. Qi. I will deliver the next story as soon as possible." Once Qi Ma Xuan had departed, he gazed at the ink-scented study and silently vowed, This is the last time. I shall give it one final attempt. Zhu Jiao, while embroidering, glanced towards the entrance, pondering how the young lady fared in delivering her manuscript today. She was unaware of the intricacies of running a bookstore and uncertain whether they would accept her lady's tale. Balanced between anticipation and trepidation, she feared that a rejection might deeply wound her mistress. Over an hour passed before she managed to embroider a rough outline on a handkerchief. Her embroidered handkerchiefs were immensely popular at the brocade workshop, and the last time she visited, the shopkeeper had pre-ordered several with different patterns, anxious that she might gain notoriety and venture elsewhere. Consequently, the female shopkeeper raised the purchasing price significantly. Zhu Jiao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. She had never imagined that one day she would earn silver. This sensation was novel and utterly enchanting. Life in Dongping County was delightful, and she felt content to establish roots there alongside her lady. Within her heart lingered an indescribable sense of unease. Yet this apprehension began to dissipate somewhat after she discovered her ability to earn a living through her embroidery. It seemed that Zhu Ruo had come to understand the source of her worries. She yearned for a lasting companionship with a young woman, fearing the prospect of abandonment. Cui Qingyi returned swiftly, eager to share her delightful news with Zhu Ruo. Standing at the entrance, she pressed her upturned lips down with determination, only to push the door open with a heavy heart. Upon hearing the creak of the door, Zhu Ruo hastily set aside her embroidery and rushed outside, her heart sinking at the sight of Cui Qingyi's downturned expression. Chapter 33. The Tale of Clear Skies. She found herself at a loss for words, her hands fidgeting awkwardly as she finally managed to utter, "My dear girl, do not be disheartened. It is undoubtedly those individuals who lack discernment." Cui Qingyi maintained a stern expression, yet inwardly, she was suppressing laughter. Previously, when Zhu Ruo had fretted over the sale of her embroidered handkerchiefs, she had employed the very same comforting words, surprised to find that this girl had a knack for learning and applying advice. Observing Zhu Ruo, who was racking her brain to find ways to console her, Cui Qingyi could no longer contain her amusement. "Ha ha, Zhu Ruo, how delightful you are!" she exclaimed, playfully pinching Zhu Ruo's cheeks, which were taut with anxiety, filled with joy. Zhu Ruo, witnessing her mistress's demeanor, quickly grasped the situation. However, she was too elated to mind Cui Qingyi's teasing at such a moment, her face breaking into a wide smile, even more exuberant than Cui Qingyi. "My lady, has it truly succeeded? Really has it?" Cui Qingyi nodded solemnly. "Indeed. Do you not trust in your mistress?" "Ah, this is splendid. You are truly remarkable," Zhu Ruo exclaimed, her voice echoing as she realized the volume of her excitement, only to be reminded of her exuberance by the barks of Yuan Shi from the courtyard. Yet, her joy surpassed even the prospect of earning from her handkerchiefs. With tasks at hand, time seemed to pass swiftly. To ensure the timely release of the Tale of Clear Skies, Cui Qingyi diligently completed the remaining 14 stories within 5 days. She planned to divide the work into 3 volumes. The first would encompass 15 stories, while the second and third would each contain 13. Initially, after reading the first story, Seeking Plum Blossoms in the Snow, Qima Xuan held some reservations regarding Cui Qingyi's capabilities and harbored concerns about the subsequent quality of the tales. However, after perusing the remaining 14 stories, all apprehensions vanished entirely. In Qima Xuan's eyes, each narrative was rich in content, exceptionally captivating, with the protagonists unraveling mysteries in a tightly woven manner that was utterly engrossing. Even he, known for his critical eye toward narrative logic, could identify no flaws. As a partner, Qima Xuan was responsible for the book's typesetting and printing. Fortuitously, he owned a bookstore and had established contacts in the printing industry. After a fortnight of diligent work, he delivered the typeset and printed first volume of the Tale of Clear Skies to Cui Qingyi's residence. Currently, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo faced ostracism in Huaihua Alley, with the townsfolk reluctant to engage with them. Yet they remained keenly observant of any happenings in front of the Cui residence. Thus, Qima Xuan's arrival did not go unnoticed by many. Zhu Ruo was already aware that the esteemed shopkeeper from Oxiangzai might be visiting these days. When she heard a knock at the door, she hurriedly rushed to answer it. With Yuan Shi, the large dog, Faithfully by her side, she had grown accustomed to the environment, and the sound from outside no longer instilled fear within her. Upon opening the door to reveal a young man clad in a long robe, she immediately deduced his identity. "I am Qi Xuan, the proprietor of Moxiangzai. Is Miss Cui at home?" "Yes, Master Qi, please come in." Wang Kai observed the man who approached, following closely in Jun Ruo's footsteps, his wary demeanor eliciting a curious response from Qi Xuan. He had encountered fine dogs before, yet this one, raised by the Cui family, seemed distinctly unique. However, he had not come to admire dogs today. Under Jun Ruo's guidance, he entered the hall. Cui Qingyi was preoccupied with writing in the Qing Tianji volume, and upon hearing the noise, she emerged from the room, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she saw Qi Xuan. "Manager Qi, judging by your demeanor, I presume the first volume of Qing Tianji has been printed?" Qi Xuan beamed with delight. "You are quite astute. This is the first batch of printed copies. Please take a look." He handed a book from his satchel to Cui Qingyi, clearly cautious, as it was carefully wrapped in oiled paper. Cui Qingyi had not held high expectations for the typesetting and printing of this era, given the limitations of the technology. Yet, upon unwrapping the oiled paper, she was genuinely astonished. The title Qing Tianji emblazoned on the cover was particularly striking, and with just a glance, Cui Qingyi recognized the considerable effort Qi Xuan had invested in those few characters. As she turned the pages, her surprise deepened. There were illustrations accompanying the text. Observing her reaction, Qi Xuan smiled with pride. "These are illustrations I created for each story. I wonder if they do justice to Miss Cui's narratives?" "Indeed they do. I had no idea Manager Qi possessed such remarkable talent." Cui Qingyi's praise was sincere. The very thought of pairing each story with an illustration was enough to earn her respect, not to mention how perfectly each illustration aligned with the tales in Qing Tianji. "I am but an amateur, yet I do have some skill in painting," Qi Xuan said without modesty, believing firmly in the quality of his art, attributing his previous obscurity solely to a lack of appreciation from others. Cui Qingyi quickly perused the book, noting Qi Xuan's evident dedication to Qing Tianji, having achieved a level of near perfection under the existing conditions. Even if she had attempted it herself, she could not guarantee a better outcome than Qi Xuan's efforts. "I have come today not only to show you the finished product, but I also wish to discuss with you my intention to share Qing Tianji with a few friends prior to its sale. What are your thoughts on this, Miss Cui?" In their contract, it was clearly stated that Cui Qingyi would provide the manuscript, while Qi Xuan would handle the subsequent sales of the narrative. Thus, he felt no obligation to consult her, yet this being their first collaboration, he had yet to gauge her temperament. After all, she was unlike any woman he had previously encountered, capable of crafting stories such as Qing Tianji, which itself spoke volumes of her divergence from conventional femininity. Upon hearing Qi Xuan's proposal, Cui Qingyi responded candidly, "In matters of business, Manager Qi possesses far more experience than I. As long as your actions benefit the sale of Qing Tianji, you are free to proceed as you see fit. I shall not interfere. Of course, as partners, should you require my assistance in any capacity, I am more than willing to oblige." These words brought great comfort to Qi Xuan. His intention today was to gauge Cui Qingyi's attitude. As Cui Qingyi had mentioned, their relationship was one of collaboration. However, Maxiang Studio was his ancestral heritage, and he did not wish for an outsider to interfere with his methods of management. Should Cui Qingyi be such a person, he would need to exercise greater caution in their future cooperation. Fortunately, Cui Qingyi's demeanor was quite satisfactory to him. "Haha, in that case, I shall certainly not betray Miss Cui's trust." Cui Qingyi raised her teacup from the table, expressing her hope for a pleasant collaboration, where all could prosper together. "Ha ha, indeed. Let's all earn silver together." Chapter 34. The Gift of Books. As the birthday of the esteemed young Master Qingfeng approached, he was set to unveil a new serialized tale, prompting a flurry of activity at the Qixing bookstore. To commemorate this occasion, the storefront was adorned with the prominent characters of young Master Qingfeng's name, and every guest entering the bookshop was presented with an invitation, urging them to grace the establishment with their presence on the appointed day. This novel approach delighted the patrons, who promptly assured their attendance. Once the initial excitement subsided, Zhao, the proprietor of Qixing bookstore, diverted his attention to the neighboring Maxiang bookstore, only to discover that it was unexpectedly closed in the afternoon. He summoned a young assistant, inquiring about the recent happenings at Maxiang. The assistant peered out and noted the closed door, dismissively suggesting that perhaps business had been slow, prompting an early closure. He remarked that he had hardly seen the shopkeeper Qi these past few days. Zhao readily agreed with the assistant's assessment, recognizing that their Qixing bookstore's prominence naturally overshadowed Maxiang, which was destined to struggle given its unfortunate location directly across from them. Pleased with this thought, Zhao relished in the success of Qixing bookstore, a thriving enterprise of the Beijia family in Qinghe City. Earlier in the year, his master had fortuitously met young Master Qingfeng, and the two had quickly formed a bond. Seizing the opportunity, his master proposed a collaboration, which Qingfeng readily accepted. To ensure the success of this venture, the Beijia family invested substantial resources, and within 6 months, Qixing bookstore had expanded to all the towns under Qinghe City's jurisdiction. According to his master's plan, they intended to venture into the capital city by the following year. Meanwhile, Qi Mashuan, visiting a friend's residence, remained unaware that the proprietor of Qixing bookstore was preoccupied with thoughts of him. His full attention was instead directed towards the esteemed Zhang, a local scholar. Qi Mashuan's father and Zhang were close friends, and he had been educated in Zhang's private academy during his childhood. Although he held a degree of trepidation towards the stern scholar, their connection compelled him to visit Zhang during festive occasions. Having previously decided to gift the printed Qingtianji to a few friends, Qi Mashuan's foremost thought was of Zhang. Logically, with his status, Zhang could easily secure a teaching position at the Dongping Academy. Yet he stubbornly maintained his educational philosophy, refusing to align with the academy, believing it would mislead students. It was said that even the county magistrate had personally attempted to persuade him to return to teaching, yet to no avail. Qi Mashuan admired this old scholar's principles. After all, many would covet the opportunity to teach in an academy, yet Zhang simply declined. However, Qi Mashuan was well aware of Zhang's eccentric temperament. Prior to his visit, he had mentally prepared himself, fearing the possibility of being chastised for idleness and subsequently dismissed, a fate Zhang had not shied from imposing in the past. Yet, observing Zhang's evident interest in Qingtianji, as he had been engrossed in the book for a quarter of an hour, Qi Mashuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He lingered in Zhang's residence for half an hour, and upon seeing Zhang set the book down, he looked at him with eager anticipation. After all these years, there has been little progress. Is there a nail embedded beneath you? Qi Mashuan mused internally, observing the situation. With a sheepish grin, he inquired, "Master Zhang, what do you think of this book?" Master Zhang stroked his goat beard, casting a sidelong glance at Qi Mashuan, and replied, "It is passable." Qi Mashuan's heart soared. He did not perceive this assessment as lowly, for those acquainted with Master Zhang understood that receiving such a remark from him was a rare accomplishment. "Who is this Mr. Nancheng?" Master Zhang asked, pointing to the seal of Mr. Nancheng on the book's pages. Qi Mashuan, however, chuckled and waved his hand, unafraid of offending Master Zhang. "Master, I promise to keep Mr. Nancheng's identity confidential. You often say that a gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. I cannot go back on my word." Master Zhang rose, clutching the Qingtianji in his hand. "I must return to my teaching. You should hasten back." As Master Zhang tucked the Qingtianji among other books to carry away, Qi Mashuan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Although Master Zhang had not taught at Dongping Academy, his stature among the literati was exceptional. With Master Zhang's assistance, it would not be long before the Qingtianji circulated among scholars and poets. Subsequently, Qi Mashuan distributed several copies of the Qingtianji to individuals with whom he shared amicable relations in Dongping County. Upon returning to the Maxiang, he was invigorated by the bustling activity at the nearby Qixing study. Qi Mashuan was somewhat aware of its reputation, while he did not dare to aspire to its heights. He merely wished to avoid being cast aside by the market. His current aim was to establish a modest renown for the Qingtianji. Once those who appreciated such tales realized that only his Maxiang held Mr. Nancheng's works the once vibrant atmosphere of his establishment would surely be restored. Qi Mashuan reminded himself to remain patient. In the county office, Ji Yunji sat within, nearly yearning for the passage of time. The comings and goings of the constables were met with indifference. They busied themselves with their tasks, for since the magistrate's departure, Ji Yunji had adopted this idle demeanor, handling only routine affairs while growing increasingly restless. He occasionally glanced at the sky, squatted to count the ants scurrying by, and muttered curses at the detestable Zhou Yanxiu, who preferred to bring along that loquacious scribe rather than his good friend. Zhang Zhua, carrying a stack of documents, passed by and noticed Ji Yunji's listless demeanor. He casually extracted a book from the bottom of the pile and handed it to him. County Magistrate Ji, would you care to look at this newly released tale? Ji Yunji lazily lifted his head and glanced at the remarkably spirited Zhang Zhua, perplexed by how a person of such age could possess such vitality. I shan't read it. That is merely a book for young ladies. In Ji Yunji's mind, those tales typically revolved around a destitute scholar fortuitously encountering a wealthy heiress, leading to instant infatuation, or a gifted couple enduring trials to ultimately unite. Such narratives, while readable, lacked depth and, upon prolonged exposure, risked rendering one foolish. Zhang Zhua raised an eyebrow. How can you dismiss it without having read it? He was preoccupied and had little time to engage in idle chatter with the individual present. Casually, he tossed the book into Ji Yunji's embrace, saying that if he found it uninteresting, he might as well assist in organizing the documents. Compared to sorting papers, Ji Yunji thought that the storybook was not entirely unworthy of his attention. Qing Tianji, what an intriguing title. Ji Yunji opened the pages with a casual mindset, and before he knew it, he was absorbed for several hours. Throughout the afternoon, the officials at the county office had not heard Ji County Magistrate express his boredom. Although the atmosphere was quiet, it felt somewhat unfamiliar. For the first time, Ji Yunji discovered that there existed such a genre of storybooks. Closing the book, he felt a lingering desire for more, realizing that this was merely the first volume, which implied the existence of a second and third volume. He stood up, resolved to seek out Clerk Zhang to borrow the remaining 2 volumes for further exploration. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed that the sky had darkened, revealing the late hour. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 35. The resurgence of Mo Xiang Zhai this night, consumed by thoughts of the remaining tales of Qing Tianji. Ji Yunji found himself restless, tossing and turning in bed. Even when he finally drifted into slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a nightmare, haunted by the grisly details of autopsies recounted in the stories. On the following day, as Zheng Zhubu arrived at the county office, he was intercepted, only to find Ji Yunji before him, appearing somewhat fatigued, clearly having had a poor night's rest. Zheng Zhubu, puzzled, remarked, "Did you go out to catch thieves last night? I heard no word of any disturbances." Ignoring the jest, Ji Yunji extended his hand, requesting, "May I borrow the second volume of Qing Tianji?" Upon hearing the title, Zheng Zhubu understood the situation. Proudly stroking his treasured beard, he retorted, "Did you not say that was a book for ladies? Why would you want a second volume? Stop yearning for it. I do not possess it." With that, he attempted to bypass Ji Yunji to attend to his duties, though he wished to tease Ji Yunji further. The imminent return of the magistrate loomed in his mind, compelling him to expedite his preparations of recent documents. Ji Yunji, hearing this, felt a rush of urgency. How could there be none? In truth, Zheng Zhubu was uncertain of the specifics. The book had been gifted to him by a friend, and he had no knowledge of the existence of a second volume. Thus, he could not provide Ji Yunji with any answers. For the first time in his life, Ji Yunji found himself captivated by a tale, having pondered it throughout the night, now left in a state of unease. After sitting idly in the county office for half the day, he resolved to venture into the streets. After all, the tales were merely purchased from bookshops. If Zheng Zhubu was unaware of the particulars, he would seek it out himself. Cui Qingyi and Qi Mo Xian had not anticipated that even before Qing Tianji was officially released, there would be eager patrons. Qi Mo Xian enlisted others to rearrange the layout of Mo Xiang Zhai, preparing a dedicated section for Qing Tianji, a strategy he had gleaned from the neighboring Qixing bookstore. He felt no shame in this, as in the world of commerce. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. One must learn from the successes of others. The proprietor of Cui Qingyi bookstore observed with a sense of pride the bustling activity at the opposing bookshop. Thinking that Mo Xiang, Zhai was clearly preparing to close down. Just as he contemplated joining the fray, he spotted Yuan Shi and promptly approached him, full of enthusiasm and eagerness to assist. Though Cui Qingyi bookstore hailed from Qingyi City, as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Whenever the northern gentlemen established a bookshop in a new location, they would diligently familiarize themselves with the local social fabric, forging connections where possible, and being acutely aware of whom to avoid offending. As for Yuan Shi, he was not only the county's deputy, but also a close friend of the magistrate, Zhou Yanxiu. It was said that his family background was quite formidable, making him a person to be reckoned with. "Do you happen to have a copy of Qing Tianji?" Yuan Shi inquired, having traversed several bookstores on his way from the county office, yet finding none of the volumes he sought. Hearing that Cui Qingyi bookstore was a prominent establishment from Qingyi City, he had come in hopes of finding the book he desired. Qing Tianji, the shopkeeper meticulously recalled that their bookstore did not possess this particular book, nor had he ever heard of it in Qingyi City. This individual must be unknown to him, likely a work by some rural author that had yet to be recognized by the bookstore. Although the shopkeeper expressed this sentiment outwardly, he internally wondered how such a humble creation could have caught the attention of the county magistrate. Upon learning that the bookstore in Qingyi City also lacked the book, Yuan Shi immediately felt disheartened. Observing his countenance, the shopkeeper, with a beaming smile, suggested, "Why not explore other titles? Our Cui Qingyi bookstore is renowned for having the most comprehensive collection of books in both Dongping County and Qingyi City." The shopkeeper was not merely boasting. The scale of Cui Qingyi bookstore attested to this fact. Yuan Shi waved his hand, stating that the Ji family possessed a considerable collection of books, and he had read so extensively throughout his life that he was nearly fatigued by it. However, at this moment, all he desired was to peruse the Qing Tianji. Unable to find what he sought at Cui Qingyi bookstore, Yuan Shi had no choice but to abandon his search. Upon exiting, he noticed another establishment, Maxiang Studio, but he felt no inclination to browse and headed straight back to the county office. The shopkeeper of Cui Qingyi bookstore felt a tinge of disappointment at failing to establish a connection with Yuan Shi. Many of those who managed the shop were offspring of prominent families from the northern part of Qingyi City. Yet, even among these offspring, there were distinctions. Those who remained in Qingyi City were closer to the main family, and thus enjoyed greater benefits. Monetary gain was but a trivial aspect. The family had established regulations whereby significant contributions to the family business would be rewarded according to the magnitude of the contribution. The previous year, a servant named Lai Shun had been granted freedom and became an esteemed citizen due to his contributions. Now, he held a respectable position in Qingyi City and commanded the trust of the family patriarch. Inspired by Lai Shun's success, those dispatched to various locations aspired to achieve results, not necessarily seeking immediate recognition, but hoping to make a favorable impression on the family by the year's end. Discontented with his mood, he initially intended to enjoy the lively atmosphere of Maxiang Studio, but upon stepping outside, he spotted Qi Moshuan cheerfully directing people as they moved uniquely designed tables and chairs into the establishment. He felt a desire to investigate what was transpiring, yet hesitated, knowing they had effectively commandeered Maxiang Studio's business. Unbeknownst to Qi Moshuan, who was oblivious to the scrutiny of others regarding his studio, he gazed at the revitalized bookstore. Feeling somewhat dazed, despite it being his own establishment, the introduction of those distinctive bookshelves and furniture had entirely transformed its essence. Along the window, a long, soft bench adorned with plush cushions invited patrons to sit and read. Without towering bookshelves obstructing the view, the interior was bright and uplifting. "Shopkeeper Qi, I have brought you something," called Zhu Rou, carrying a basket filled with dolls she had crafted according to Cui Qingyi's designs. According to the young lady, these items were referred to as peripherals, a business venture initiated by her. These little creations were to be sold on consignment at Qi Moshuan's bookstore, from which he would also share the profits with her. Initially, Qi Moshuan was opposed to the idea, believing that placing cloth dolls in the bookstore would detract from its dignity. However, he ultimately succumbed to Cui Qingyi's persuasive arguments regarding the derivative merchandise. Yet, he did not entirely concede. He agreed to allow the dolls to be consigned in the bookstore for 1 month, stipulating that should any customers express dissatisfaction, they must be removed the following month. Cui Qingyi readily accepted this condition, having mentally prepared herself for the conservatism of the scholars of this era. To be fair, Qi Mashuan was already quite receptive to new ideas. Yuanru, aware that the young lady had secured her a month's time, understood that whether her surrounding dolls could continue to be sold in a Maxiang studio after that would depend on her own efforts. Consequently, she approached her work with utmost seriousness, meticulously studying the designs provided by Cui Qingyi to ensure a perfect replication. As Qi Mashuan observed Yuanru arranging the dolls on the shelves, he couldn't help but acknowledge their endearing charm. Chapter 36. The cunning ancients, the proprietor of the Seven Stars bookstore, had been feeling somewhat despondent lately, as several individuals had come seeking a particular volume known as the Qingyi. The proprietor, with a hint of embarrassment, inquired, "Dear guests, might I ask what sort of book this Qingyi is? I could send a message to have it sought in Qingyi City." Upon hearing this, the visitor waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Never mind, I shall continue my search elsewhere." He had observed his friend engrossed in the Qingyi, seemingly captivated by its contents. Eager to peruse the book himself, he learned that it was also borrowed, leaving him with no choice but to satisfy his curiosity by wandering through the bookstores in hopes of finding it. Having nearly exhausted all the bookstores in Dongping County without success, it appeared that the book had yet to circulate in the market. Rather than continue his fruitless search, he resolved to return and persuade his friend to transcribe a copy for him. While the visitor remained silent, the proprietor was genuinely concerned and took it upon himself to pen a letter to Qingyi City, requesting assistance from the local booksellers in locating the elusive Qingyi. In a certain sense, Qi Mashuan's ink fragrance studio had undergone a renovation, as he had obscured the exterior with drapes, contemplating a favorable day for a grand reopening. This maneuver piqued the curiosity of the proprietor of the Seven Stars bookstore, who found himself increasingly anxious to discover what Qi Mashuan was plotting. As time passed, the day of young Master Qingfeng's birthday arrived, and the Seven Stars bookstore busied itself from early morning, in anticipation of unveiling young Master Qingfeng's latest work. Extensive preparations were made. At the hour of Chun, the sound of drums and gongs filled the air, accompanied by the crackle of firecrackers. As a lively crowd began to gather, the proprietor of the Seven Stars bookstore, beaming with delight, stood at the entrance to greet the incoming guests, exclaiming, "Welcome. Welcome to the Seven Stars bookstore. Please, take your time to browse." He enthusiastically promoted young Master Qingfeng's newest creation, inviting patrons to explore its contents. Cui Qingyi, accompanied by her friend, arrived at the ink fragrance studio at the appointed time, in stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the Seven Stars bookstore. The ink fragrance studio could only be described as desolate. Cui Qingyi was perplexed by Qi Mashuan's choice to reopen at this particular moment, wondering what his intentions might be. With arms crossed, Qi Mashuan observed the festivities across the way, occasionally reminding his staff, "Prepare everything. We shall commence as soon as they cease their activities." Cui Qingyi stood by, captivated by the spectacle, growing increasingly impressed by the figure behind the Seven Stars bookstore. She surmised that the owner must be a formidable and innovative individual. The scale of the event rivaled that of a modern book signing event. Had young Master Qingfeng been present, it would have truly been an ancient version of a fan meet and greet. The young gentlemen and ladies who attended emerged from the bookstore, each clutching a copy of young Master Qingfeng's new release. Cui Qingyi felt a pang of envy, as did Qi Mashuan, both wishing fervently that the throngs of customers would flock to the ink fragrance studio. As the sounds of firecrackers from the Seven Stars bookstore finally subsided, early guests began to take their leave. Qi Mashuan hurriedly urged, quickly, let us set off the firecrackers." The sudden crack of firecrackers not only captivated the attention of passers-by, but also drew the gaze of those queuing at the entrance of the Qixing bookstore. The newly inaugurated Maxiang studio, exclusively selling Mr. Nanqing's Qingyi, invites discerning individuals to unravel its intricate mystery. Do not miss this opportunity as you stroll by. Qi Mashuan, determined to make an impression, seized the moment amidst the explosive sounds to call out loudly. The commotion attracted the line outside Qixing bookstore, sparking discussions among the patrons. Mr. Nansheng? Who is that? Qingyi? I've never heard of it. The proprietor of Qixing bookstore had already widened his eyes in astonishment upon hearing the name, Qingyi, and turned his gaze towards the source. Qi Mashuan, noticing the attention, instructed his staff to remove the barriers obscuring the interior of Mashuang's studio. What was once a solid wall was transformed by Qi Mashuan into a series of large windows, allowing a clear view of the studio's inviting space. The well-lit and cozy reading room naturally attracted the younger clientele, further enhanced by the vibrant flowers and plush toys adorning various corners. A keen-eyed girl pointed excitedly at the delightful decor, exclaiming, "Oh, what is that? So adorable. Should we go take a look?" Yet, her companion hesitated, but the books by young Master Qing Feng are almost sold out. Perhaps we should wait. Once more, Qi Mashuan called out, "Today marks the grand reopening of our store. Every customer who purchases Mr. Nansheng's new book, Qingyi, will receive an exclusive book bag. We welcome you to come in and browse." Cui Qingyi found a discreet corner, observing Qi Mashuan's performance and feeling validated in her judgment. He was clever and adept at drawing connections. Rather than harboring resentment towards the formidable competitor, Qixing bookstore, he keenly observed and learned from them. By intentionally choosing this moment to reopen, Cui Qingyi surmised he likely harbored a desire to outshine Qixing bookstore, but more significantly, he aimed to leverage their momentum. Qixing bookstore had invested considerable effort in commemorating young Master Qing Feng's birthday. And Cui Qingyi sensed that nearly half of Dongping County's youth had flocked to Qixing bookstore today. Although Qi Mashuan's timing was somewhat opportunistic, the influx of patrons ensured that Mashuang's studio would not go unnoticed, and perhaps the previously obscure Mr. Nansheng would also find himself discussed. Cui Qingyi reflected inwardly, marveling at the cunning of the ancients. Qingyi, is that the Qingyi by Mr. Nansheng available in your bookstore? A voice in the crowd shouted. Cui Qingyi focused her attention, spotting a teenager clad in the scholar's attire of Dongping Academy. Ah, Qi Mashuan certainly has a wealth of clever ideas. He even knows how to enlist help, she thought to herself. In fact, Qi Mashuan was equally surprised by the shout, yet responded swiftly, "Yes, it is indeed Mr. Nanfingus Qingyi. You're welcome to come in and take a look." Without needing further encouragement, the enthusiastic youth dashed into Mashuang's studio. Observing his demeanor, those who accompanied him could only follow him into the Mo Xiangjai. Indeed, the Chinese have long been inclined to seek out lively gatherings. With such a minor incident, numerous individuals swiftly developed an interest in Mr. Nansheng and the Qingyi, feeling compelled to venture inside to uncover the truth. Song Xing emerged once more, holding the Qingyi, and made his way directly to Qi Mo Xian, who stood outside welcoming guests. "Shopkeeper, when will the next volume of the Qingyi be available? Do you know Mr. Nansheng? I am eager to make his acquaintance, as I aspire to become an outstanding magistrate in the future. Might I request Mr. Nansheng's guidance?" Song Xing poured forth his thoughts, leaving Qi Mo Xian momentarily speechless. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, the notion of having Cui Qingyi instruct a student destined for the imperial examination was beyond his wildest imagination. Faced with such a diligent and earnest student, Qi Mo Xian carefully considered his words. The next volume of the Qingyi will be available next month. However, I must regretfully inform you that Mr. Nansheng may disappoint you. She is currently rather elusive and has already departed from Dongping County. Noticing a hint of despondence on the young man's face, Qi Mo Xian quickly added, "If, by chance, Mr. Nansheng passes through Dongping County again, I shall certainly recommend you to her." Chapter 37. Reciprocity. Although Song Xing felt a tinge of disappointment, he understood that forming an acquaintance with Mr. Nansheng was likely an unattainable aspiration. After all, one capable of penning the esteemed Qingyi must possess grand ambitions and would undoubtedly not remain in the small locale of Dongping County for long. With just a few simple phrases, Song Xing had already surmised that Mr. Nansheng had likely traversed through Dongping County. He could only wonder at the fortune of the proprietor of Imo Xiangjai, who had the privilege of knowing such a talented individual. His words piqued the interest of several onlookers, for which scholar does not dream of one day entering the court, showcasing their talents, and leaving an indelible mark on history? Is it true that Qing Tianji can aid in the imperial examination? One asked. Cui Qingyi observed from the side, noting that the questioner was not dressed in the attire of Dongping Academy, yet seemed familiar with the student named Song Xing. Upon hearing this, Song Xing hurriedly waved his hands in denial. No, that is not my intention. This Qing Tianji contains numerous descriptions of case investigations, with many details absent from the existing legal texts. I was merely wondering if I might request Mr. Nansheng to elucidate these matters. As far as Cui Qingyi knew, the great Jin did not have a specialized judicial discipline in either official or private academies, and forensic science was entirely neglected. The techniques of coroner work had been accumulated over generations, passed down through the ages. It was rare for someone like Song Xing, a youth with such keen interest, to emerge. Encouraged by Song Xing's remarks, the questioner expressed an increased curiosity about Qing Tianji, saying, "Then I shall procure a copy for myself." Subsequently, more individuals trickled into Imo Xiangjai. From a considerable distance, Cui Qingyi observed that the expression of Manager Zhao from Qixing Bookstore was rather displeased. After all, the few who had just entered Imo Xiangjai had initially intended to visit Qixing Bookstore, but were intercepted along the way. It was understandable that he would be irked. However, at that moment, it was not prudent for him to confront Qi Mashuan. Although they were merchants, they were engaged in the business of scholars. Scholars valued their reputation, and if he were to publicly create a scene with Imo Xiangjai, it would inevitably lead others to perceive him as lacking in magnanimity. Perhaps this insufferable fellow had planned this from the outset. Qi Mashuan completely disregarded Manager Zhao's disdainful glances. In his view, this was merely a matter of reciprocity. When Qixing Bookstore had previously suppressed his business without a shred of mercy, he was merely employing a tactic that had been played out by others. Moreover, since meeting Cui Qingyi, he had gained numerous new insights into the realm of commerce. It appeared he had begun to grasp the concept of core competitiveness. Just as Qixing Bookstore's competitive edge lay in having the living emblem of Qing Feng Gongzi, merely invoking his name attracted throngs of admirers. Additionally, Qixing Bookstore was an enterprise of the Bei family from Qinghe City, a family renowned throughout the Great Jin for their wealth, thus able to procure rare editions from across the land. In light of this, it became evident that Imo Xiangjai held no advantage when compared to Qixing Bookstore. Before the arrival of Cui Qingyi, his ink fragrance studio bore no distinction from any other bookstore in the realm. Initially, he had dismissed the thought, but after much contemplation, Qi Mashuan suddenly realized the significance of Cui Qingyi's proactive approach to collaboration. It was akin to a serendipitous windfall. Frankly speaking, Qi Mashuan found himself wishing to elevate Cui Qingyi to a pedestal of reverence. Cui Qingyi, however, remained oblivious to Qi Mashuan's thoughts. She settled into a corner of the ink fragrance studio with Zhu Ruo, observing the throng gathering around the section dedicated to Mr. Nansheng. Many were selecting books and claiming comfortable seats, which gave her assurance. The interest demonstrated by the crowd proved that this genre was not without its market in this era, allowing her to continue her creative endeavors with peace of mind. Zhu Ruo, meanwhile, was fervently watching those who approached the counter with copies of Qing Tianji, barely able to contain her excitement, her heart screaming, "Ah, Mr. Nansheng is indeed the beloved of our household." A young girl approached the counter with a cloth doll, inquiring about her purchase, causing Zhu Ruo's eyes to widen in astonishment. She swiftly turned to grasp Cui Qingyi's hand, her nerves palpable. As the girl departed with her copy of Qing Tianji and the doll, Zhu Ruo's cheeks flushed with exhilaration, her excitement surpassing even that of the buyer. Satisfied with Qi Mashuan's arrangements, Cui Qingyi decided it was time for them to leave. She had been tirelessly working late into the night to keep up with her progress, and now she needed to seize the opportunity to rest. Meanwhile, Ji Yunji had been preoccupied with thoughts of Qing Tianji. Upon returning home that day, he inquired with Clerk Zheng, only to learn that the book had been a gift from a friend, leaving him in the dark about further details. Such is the nature of desire. The more one longs for something, the more elusive it becomes. Taking advantage of the day off, Cui Qingyi strolled through the streets. Fortuitously encountering the ink fragrance studio, it signed for Mr. Nan Chung remarkably eye-catching. Seeing the county magistrate, Jive County, enter the ink fragrance studio, manager Zhao felt an involuntary clench of his jaw. He had previously sent an invitation to the magistrate, hoping for his esteemed presence at Qixing Book Studio, but had been met with a swift refusal. Now, to his dismay, Ji County had chosen to visit the ink fragrance studio instead. Who, exactly, was this Mr. Nanchang? And what was the allure of Qing Tianji? Manager Zhao's curiosity gnawed at him, prompting him to summon an unfamiliar assistant and instruct. Go to the ink fragrance studio and procure a copy of Qing Tianji. He was eager to discover the brilliance of a work that had captivated so many, rivaling even the esteemed Qing Gongzi. In truth, Manager Zhao's thoughts were somewhat exaggerated. At this moment, the name Mr. Nan Chung stood in stark contrast to Qing Gongzi, akin to heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. If one were to ask Cui Qingyi, she might perceive Manager Zhao as a perfectionist, while in her eyes, Qi Ma Xuan and Mr. Nan Chung were but the toads at her feet, marring the otherwise flawless fan meeting of Qing Gongzi. Today, Cui Qingyi dressed modestly, yet the air of privilege and power that accompanied his lineage was undeniable. The moment he entered, Qi Ma Xuan's keen gaze fell upon him, illuminating the already vibrant ink fragrance studio with an additional radiance. As for the county magistrate Qi Ma Xuan was acquainted with him, albeit only in a superficial manner, being a mere merchant of modest means. He had little opportunity to forge a closer relationship with such a distinguished official. Upon observing Cui Qingyi scanning the store and then making a beeline for the section dedicated to the scholars of the southern city, Qi Ma Xuan discerned the underlying intention. The reason he had chosen to send the yet-to-be-released Qing Tianji ahead to others was precisely to serve this purpose. While he was unfamiliar with the prominent figures of Dongping County, he was aware that there were those who were not. Indeed, it seemed that someone had taken the initiative to come forth. However, he had not anticipated that the visitor would be none other than County Magistrate Ji himself. Initially, Qi Ma Xuan had hoped that several scholars from Dongping Academy would grace him with their presence. Many in Dongping County were well acquainted with Cui Qingyi, for the local magistrate was not the type to remain ensconced in his office, but rather, throughout the year, he would frequently venture out with his officials during certain significant occasions. Chapter 38. The hearth as they surveyed the farmlands, personally engaged in fertilizing and planting rice. In repairing riverbanks, their presence was unmistakable. This is precisely why the local populace spoke of Magistrate Zhou, their parental official, with such admiration. Qi Ma Xuan, being a scholar, possessed a deeper understanding of the great Jin than the average citizen. Thus he felt fortunate that Dongping County was under the governance of someone like Zhou Yanxiu. At that moment, with Magistrate Zhou absent, County Deputy Ji Yun was the figure of authority present. Soon, news of the happenings of the Maxiang study began to circulate among the crowd. Observing the increasing number of patrons in the bookstore, particularly in the section dedicated to Mr. Nanchang, Qi Ma Xuan could not suppress a smile. After a brief search, Ji Yun discovered that only the first volume of Qing Tianji was available. He bore no resentment and approached the counter to engage Qi Ma Xuan in conversation. Feeling somewhat anxious at the approach of the county deputy, Qi Ma Xuan had never anticipated such close interaction with someone from the government. Shopkeeper, is there a second volume of Qing Tianji? Although Qi Ma Xuan was aware that Ji Yun was not of a malicious temperament, hearing him speak in such a calm tone left him feeling somewhat flattered. The second and third volumes will be available next month. I kindly ask for your patience. Having mentally prepared himself for this response, Ji Yun was not particularly disheartened. The thought of potentially missing out on the continuation of Qing Tianji was far more distressing than a mere delay. Such is the dread that an incomplete story instills in its readers. Despite having finished the first volume, Ji Yun still purchased a copy to peruse multiple times at home. As he was paying, Qi Ma Xuan lowered his voice. Esteemed county deputy, when Mr. Nanchang sends over the second volume. May I deliver a copy to you? Yi Yun, distracted by the trinkets displayed on the counter, had been so absorbed in Cui Qingyi that he had overlooked the many unique aspects of the Maxiang study. For instance, the cloth dolls on display were quite intriguing. They resembled cats, yet possessed an oddly endearing charm that was rare to find. He thought of his younger sisters, certain they would delight in such whimsical items. Qi Mashuan's suggestion was not subtle, and Ji Yun understood it well. The shopkeeper was offering him a favor. After considering it, Ji Yun found no fault in accepting. He was not surprised that the bookstore owner recognized him. After all, he was a prominent figure in Dongping County. Moreover, one could hardly curry favor with him over a mere book. Very well, I shall rely on the shopkeeper. Please deliver the book to the county office and hand it to the constable. Internally, Qi Mashuan silently rejoiced. He had merely been testing the waters, never expecting Ji Yun to acquiesce. While he did not anticipate forming a close connection with this county deputy from the capital, he hoped that establishing some familiarity would leave a lasting impression. As Ji Yun exited, he carried a bag adorned with the plum blossom insignia of the Maxiang study, which contained not only a copy of Qing Tianji, but also several charming cloth dolls. Qi Mashuan watched the departing figure from behind the counter, feeling a flutter of excitement in his chest. Just moments ago, he intended to present books and plush toys as gifts to Ji Xiansheng, only to be intimidated into silence by a chilling glance from the latter. Qi Mashuan silently admonished himself to exercise patience in his future endeavors. With the reopening of the Maxiang study, the arrival of Ji Yunji attracted numerous patrons, and Qi Mashuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he observed the dwindling collection of books in the Nanqing gentleman section. However, the sight of the sold-out plush toys left him contemplative. He recalled how, when Cui Qingyi suggested creating small items for sale alongside the books, his reluctance had been palpable, and he internally scorned himself for that pretense. By mid-October, perhaps due to excessive moisture, Dongping County chilled rapidly. The vast expanse of the Great Jin Dynasty exhibited a climate reminiscent of Cui Qingyi's previous life, though the variation in latitude introduced subtle differences. Despite Dongping's southern location and proximity to the sea, winters here were exceptionally frigid, characterized by a damp cold that often made Cui Qingyi feel a penetrating chill in her bones. During her years with the Cui family, Yuan Shi enforced strict discipline, compelling her to continue her embroidery even in the depths of winter. Fortunately, the warmth from the charcoal stove made the ordeal somewhat bearable. The true hardship emerged during her time with the Chen family. As an uncherished bride, Cui Qingyi endured numerous unspoken trials, exacerbated by the distance from her natal family in Qinghe City. The inferior charcoal delivered to her courtyard in winter produced smoke that rendered the room uninhabitable, while meals often arrived late and cold. The winter garments sent her way were more ornamental than functional. The servants of the Chen household, likely under the mistress's directive, sought to avoid the stigma of mistreating a daughter-in-law by employing subtle, unseemly tactics. Whenever Chen Linen, in a fit of whimsy, visited her courtyard, the meals prepared in the kitchen were invariably exquisite. Any residual feelings of guilt he harbored towards Cui Qingyi were swiftly dissipated by these superficial gestures. Though merely months had passed, Cui Qingyi felt as though these experiences belonged to a distant past, so distant that she could scarcely recall the appearance of the matriarch of the Chen family. I wish to install a heated Kong in the back house, Cui Qingyi mused, wrapping herself in a cloak as she sipped hot soup, one spoonful at a time. As winter approached, the air was laden with a damp chill. They no longer dined in the courtyard, but rather in the front hall, where a charcoal stove provided warmth. "What is a heated Kong?" Junru inquired, her curiosity piqued by Cui Qingyi's mention of it. Since Cui Qingyi's writings began selling at Maxiang Study, Junru had developed immense admiration for her. Every new term that emerged from Cui Qingyi's lips was meticulously pondered by her. The heated Kong is a traditional northern winter heating apparatus, constructed of earthen bricks, hollow inside, where charcoal is placed to provide warmth throughout the night. One can sit atop it during the day to embroider without suffering from cold hands. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ruo expressed her astonishment at the existence of such a remarkable item. Did you discover this in a book, my lady? She inquired. Cui Qingyi nodded, offering no further explanation. Tomorrow, I shall seek out a few skilled craftsmen to construct it. This endeavor will only take a few days, she continued. Zhu Ruo had no objections and replied, that is splendid. I happen to be delivering some items to Mo Xiangjai tomorrow. I will inquire with Master Qi about finding a few artisans. Cui Qingyi found the concept of a heated Kong to be quite straightforward. Yet she feared that she might struggle to articulate her vision to the craftsman. Therefore, she sketched a simple diagram based on her recollection of the Kang structure. The challenges in construction lay primarily in the load-bearing aspects and the flue. As long as these two components were properly addressed, a Kong made of adobe bricks could easily last for over a decade. Moreover, the Jin dynasty already possessed official kilns, and those constructed of blue bricks would have an even longer lifespan. Chapter 39. Organizing the back room. Qi Moshuan's ancestors had long resided in Dongping County, rendering him well acquainted with every facet of the area. Upon hearing that Cui Qingyi sought to hire a few craftsmen, he personally returned home, instructing his wife to gather some workers to visit her father's house. Qi Moshuan's wife, surnamed Fan, hailed from a family of builders, with their skills passed down through generations. Although she did not frequently visit their bookshop to oversee business, she was thoroughly informed about all matters, big and small, occurring therein. Having been married to Qi Moshuan for 8 years, their relationship was strong, and he never concealed anything from her. Previously, the Seven Stars Book Studio opened across from their own, significantly encroaching upon their business, causing Qi Moshuan much distress, to the point where he struggled to eat. Fortunately, it was later revealed that they had encountered a benefactor willing to sell their books at the Mo Xiang studio, which alleviated their business woes. Though this benefactor was a young woman, Fan did not dwell on it and felt a deep sense of gratitude instead. Now, witnessing Qi Moshuan return with a young lady and asking her to enlist her brothers for work, a broad smile adorned Fan's face. She felt elated that Qi Moshuan thought to support her family. Qi Moshuan, however, had further considerations during his visit to the Cui household. He noted that there were only 2 daughters, which would pose challenges for future interactions with Cui Qingyi. If his wife could establish a rapport with the 2 sisters, it would facilitate their familial ties and ultimately benefit his collaboration with Cui Qingyi. Moreover, his wife was sensible and would not entertain baseless jealousy, alleviating his concerns about her inadvertently offending anyone for trivial reasons. Having entrusted the matter to his wife, Qi Moshuan felt at ease returning to the bookshop, where he had recently been inspired by his collaboration with Cui Qingyi. He was eager to implement several ideas to enhance their business. Fan enthusiastically grasped the hand of the young lady, who expressed her desire to construct a clay Kong, a traditional heated bed. Uncertain of the specifics, Fan decided to take her directly to her family home. The Fan family resided outside the city, and Fan hired a carriage to transport them swiftly to her parental abode. Upon arriving, Fan's mother was busy organizing the winter vegetable reserves when she observed her daughter returning in a flurry, accompanied by another person, and surmised the situation immediately. Over the years, her daughter and son-in-law had introduced numerous business opportunities to the family. Fan's mother was exceedingly warm, causing the young lady to feel slightly overwhelmed. Having spent her life with her daughter, such exuberance was rare for her. Fearing her mother might intimidate the guest, Fan quickly interjected with the matter at hand. "Mother, she wishes to have my father construct a Kong for her home. Please call him back to see if it can be done." Without delay, Fan's mother summoned her eldest grandson to fetch her husband. As winter approached, few were engaged in construction, and there were no pressing agricultural tasks at hand. The elder had taken their 2 sons to the docks to earn some extra income. Fan's father returned promptly. After brief introductions, there was no need for extensive pleasantries, and the young lady handed over the sketch that Cui Qingyi had drawn the previous night. Old Master Fan recognized that this individual had been introduced by his son-in-law. Thus he approached the matter with utmost seriousness, scrutinizing the drawings intently. As a seasoned craftsman with decades of experience in construction, he quickly discerned the intricacies of the heated Kong. He concluded that the most critical aspects were weight-bearing capacity and flue design. It was akin to building a house and creating a kitchen space, following the same principles. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ruo realized that the man's insights mirrored those of the young lady from the previous night, which reassured her of his competence. They agreed upon a time for the next day when Fan's wife would accompany old Master Fan and his two brothers to the site. Zhu Ruo prepared to take her leave, but Fan's wife insisted on offering a meal, which Zhu Ruo politely declined, stating, "There is no need for your hospitality. Our young lady awaits my return home." Understanding the dynamics of the Cui family, Fan's wife refrained from insisting, suspecting that the young lady was indeed waiting for someone to assist her. She hurriedly arranged for the horse-drawn carriage to take Zhu Ruo back. Upon reaching the entrance of Huaihua Alley, Fan's wife recognized the door and informed Zhu Ruo to return the following day before departing. Contrary to Fan's wife's assumption, Cui Qingyi was not idly waiting for Zhu Ruo's assistance. Although Zhu Ruo primarily handled the cooking and cleaning, Cui Qingyi also contributed when necessary. In October, Dongping County experienced significant frost, with mornings often shrouded in fog, obscuring the sun. Fearing the chill, Cui Qingyi decided to light the stove and began preparing a chicken soup. Chopping half of the chicken she had purchased the previous day and simmering it until the meat became tender and the broth rich. She then proceeded to knead dough and roll out noodles. Having grown up in the north, Cui Qingyi was well-versed in the art of hand-pulled noodles. As Zhu Ruo entered, she deftly added the finely sliced noodles into the aromatic chicken broth, bringing it to a boil before lifting them out and garnishing with a sprinkle of scallions. No additional seasonings were necessary for its delightful flavor. Upon tasting the chicken noodle soup, Zhu Ruo exclaimed, "Oh, miss, your noodles are simply exquisite. Let me savor another sip of this warm broth." Initially, when Cui Qingyi first took to the kitchen, Zhu Ruo felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that her inadequacies might displease the young lady. However, as time passed, Zhu Ruo gradually became accustomed to the routine, and she discovered that Cui Qingyi's culinary creations often surpassed those prepared by the cooks of the Cui and Qin families. This bowl of chicken noodle soup, seemingly simple, was a testament to Cui Qingyi's skill. The noodles were elastic and smooth, and paired with a hint of pickled vegetables, it was a delightful feast. As Cui Qingyi savored her noodles and sipped the soup, she reflected on the dish's remarkable flavor, attributing it not only to her noodle-making prowess, but chiefly to the quality of the chicken, free from artificial ripening techniques. The old hen purchased here was genuinely a year or two old, and the slow simmering produced a broth of exceptional richness. The two ladies, basking in the warmth of the charcoal fire, finished off an entire pot of chicken soup, reclining in their chairs with contented sighs. Wang Kai, their loyal companion, lay at their feet, gnawing on large chicken bones. Zhu Ruo mused, "Miss, our lives are truly comfortable now." Cui Qingyi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. Even in her past life, she would never have dared to envision such a fulfilling existence, with ample silver in hand and a thriving business generating income, all while avoiding the grueling toil of labor. This life was one that even the gods would envy and willingly exchange for. As the weather turned cold, a sense of languor enveloped the body, rendering one drowsy after a hearty meal. After waiting to return indoors for a solid afternoon nap, the two leisurely made their way to the back room to tidy up. When Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo arrived here, they brought little in terms of belongings. Thus the back room remained unoccupied. The reason Cui Qingyi decided to set up a heated bed here was twofold. First, the proximity to the backyard made it convenient for building a flue, and by heating the bed in this room, she and Zhu Ruo could comfortably endure the winter months. Once the weather warmed, they could return to the front without any inconvenience. After cleaning the back room, night fell. Zhu Ruo stoked the fire to warm the leftover chicken from lunch, and the two shared a modest meal before retiring for the night. Chapter 40. Completion of the heated bed the following day. Mrs. Fan rose early and, as agreed, brought her father and two brothers to the appointed place. In recent days, she had gleaned a considerable amount of information about Cui Qingyi from her husband, and she had been contemplating the character of the young woman who could craft tales so beloved by many. She imagined her to be refined and elegant, imbued with an aura of scholarly grace. However, upon meeting Cui Qingyi in person, all her preconceived notions were swiftly cast aside. The singular thought that filled her mind was the striking beauty of the young woman before her, Despite sharing the same basic features, Cui's visage was extraordinarily captivating. Cui Qingyi possessed a fair complexion, and her large, round eyes sparkled with a vibrancy that Mrs. Fan found difficult to articulate. Those eyes seemed almost to possess a voice of their own. Her thick, lustrous hair, undoubtedly the result of meticulous care, evoked a sense of envy. Yesterday, Zhu Ruo had informed her that the individuals assisting with the construction of the heated bed were indeed from the family of Mrs. Qi Moshuan. Recognizing the cooperative nature of their relationship, Cui Qingyi was eager to foster goodwill with Mrs. Qi. These must be Brother Fan and Sister Fan. I truly appreciate your assistance. She greeted warmly. Initially, Mrs. Fan had felt a twinge of apprehension upon arriving, having heard from Qi Moshuan of Cui Qingyi's exceptional background. Although their business collaboration was amicable, she worried that Cui might regard her as a mere unrefined individual. To her surprise, Cui Qingyi was far from aloof. Her words flowed gracefully and harmoniously. Yes, she mentioned that you wished to have a heated bed installed at home. My family specializes in such craftsmanship, so I took the liberty of bringing them here, Cui explained. At this moment, Mr. Fan and his two sons listened quietly from behind, refraining from interjecting or casting wandering glances. Cui Qingyi, with a discerning eye, felt a favorable impression of the family. She and Zhu Ruo were wary of attracting unnecessary complications. Mr. Fan, a man of solid character, had always been diligent. Since his daughter married Qi Moshuan, the couple had frequently sought his assistance with construction projects. To avoid any embarrassment for his daughter and son-in-law, Mr. Fan had consistently advised his sons to exercise caution and not to cause any disturbances in the homes they visited. Given Cui Qingyi's unique status, Mrs. Fan had specifically instructed her younger brothers not to wander about indiscreetly during their visit. After exchanging pleasantries, Cui Qingyi led them into the back room. Uncle Fan, I intend to have a large heated bed installed by the window. How many days do you think it will take? Upon discussing her family's legacy, Mr. Fan became animated, quickly assessing the situation. This task is straightforward. The three of us can complete it in about 3 days. However, what materials will be required? Cui Qingyi replied, Fan. I trust Aunt Fan, and naturally, I trust you as well, since I have engaged you for this work. Please let Zhu Ruo provide you with the necessary funds for materials and tools. My only request is that the finest materials be used, and that the exterior remains aesthetically pleasing. This signifies that full responsibility has been entrusted to them, and Old Man Fan does not decline, nodding in agreement. The two parties agree on the daily wages, after which Old Man Fan departs with his two sons to gather the materials needed for the heated bed, leaving Fan Yangzi to converse with Cui Qingyi. Fan Yangzi does not refuse. She has heard every word Cui Qingyi spoke earlier, feeling a sense of comfort in her heart. Although she trusts her husband, she does not wish for another person to be overly intimate with Qi Moshuan. However, during their conversation, Cui Qingyi spoke to her with great respect, which brought her considerable ease. Due to the cold weather, they sat in the hall, conversing and sipping tea. Cui sister, I was too busy yesterday to ask, what is this heated bed for? In just a short while, Fan Yangzi's address for Cui Qingyi has already changed. Cui Qingyi readily replies, Sister Fan, have you heard of a Dilong? This heated bed serves the same purpose. Both are used for warmth during the winter. Fan Yangzi claps her hands. Dilong, I am familiar with that. It is said that the wealthy families in Qinghe City rely on it for heating. She refrains from mentioning that she has heard it requires a substantial amount of coal to operate, costing those affluent families a fortune just to purchase coal for the winter. Yes, I once read in a travelogue that the common folk in the north use heated beds for warmth in winter, so I thought to have one installed at home, making it more comfortable for both me and my daughter during the cold months. Fan Yangzi, being a woman of great discretion, avoids discussions about coal consumption and simply states, once you have a heated bed ready, I must take a good look at it. Conversing with intelligent and tactful individuals is always a pleasure. While waiting for Old Man Fan and his two sons to return with the materials, Fan Yangzi has already begun discussing designs with her daughter. Given that there are only 2 women in Cui Qingyi's household, Fan Yangzi, fearing any possible inconvenience, chooses to stay and accompany her, waiting for her husband and brother to finish their work before they all go out together. Old Man Fan is an adept builder, known for his reliability. Over the years, people in Huaihua Alley have sought their services for construction. As a family exits the Cui residence, those with good connections inquire, Master Fan, is the Cui family building a house? Old Man Fan replies, no, the homeowners are having heated bed installed. My daughter has taken on this task. The person wishes to ask what a heated bed is, but in the blink of an eye, the Fan family has already walked some distance away, leaving him too embarrassed to stop them for further questions. The last incident involving the Cui family's young mistress sending Gu Erlang and his mother to court is well known. Although they faced no severe consequences, everyone is aware that the lady of that household is not to be trifled with. Previously, there were those in the alley who had their eyes on the young mistress of the Cui family, not just the Gu family, but now all have quieted down. If he were to pry into the Cui family's affairs, and it were to reach the ears of the gossips in the alley, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Old Man Fan, being a seasoned craftsman, fulfills his promise, and in 3 days, a beautifully crafted new heated bed is completed. Cui Qingyi inspects it thoroughly and finds nothing to criticize. Old Master Fan gazed upon the fire Kong he had crafted for the first time, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. This was primarily due to the generous investment from the host family, which enabled him to procure the finest materials. The exterior of the Kong was adorned with exquisite blue bricks, laid meticulously to create a clean and aesthetically pleasing appearance. The Kong door and flue were situated in the backyard, ensuring that the overall beauty remained unblemished. Following Cui Qingyi's instructions, Zhu Ruo ignited a fire within the Kong cavity and promptly sealed the door. Soon, wisps of blue smoke began to emerge from the flue. Upon inspecting the interior, there is no sign of smoke escaping from the Kong itself, confirming that the flue functioned flawlessly. Master Fan's workmanship was impeccable, and Cui Qingyi was equally generous. In addition to the previously agreed-upon payment, she rewarded him with an extra 51 for his efforts. Master Fan was not surprised, for he had often received additional rewards for exemplary work at affluent households. He accepted the extra compensation with a clear conscience. However, Mrs. Fan felt somewhat embarrassed as she held the 4-colored pastries and several exquisitely embroidered handkerchiefs, remarking, "How can I accept this? I haven't done much." Chapter 41. Learning embroidery. Cui Qingyi smiled, her dimples appearing subtly at the corners of her mouth. "Sister Fan, what are you saying? I have a wonderful rapport with you. In these past few days, you have been an immense help to us. Had it not been for you and Manager Chi, my sister and I, being unfamiliar with this place, would have had great difficulty finding such a reliable craftsman as Uncle Fan. If Sister Fan doesn't mind, let us keep in touch often. My sister would love to come here and chat with me." Cui Qingyi's words were sincere and heartfelt, much to the delight of Fan Yangzi. Being a straightforward person, Fan Yangzi had observed during her stay at the Cui residence that Cui Xiaonyang possessed a commendable temperament. Not to mention the maid, Zhu Ruo, who, despite being a servant, enjoyed the same quality of food, clothing, and care as her mistress, Cui Xiaonyang. When it was time to prepare meals, Cui Xiaonyang would roll up her sleeves and take the initiative to cook. Although they were mistress and servant, their relationship resembled that of affectionate sisters. Fan Yangzi had seen servants from wealthy families who were bound by numerous rules. None lived as comfortably as Zhu Ruo did. "Very well. As long as you don't mind, we shall frequently visit each other." Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo stood at the door watching Fan Yangzi walk away before turning back into the courtyard. Zhu Ruo remarked, "Miss, you and Fan Yangzi seem to share a special connection. Back in Linchuan County, you never conversed so amiably with any other young lady." Cui Qingyi chuckled. Sister Fan is quite forthright. Initially, Cui Qingyi had sought to befriend Fan Yangzi due to Qi Mashuan's influence, but after spending a few days together, she genuinely appreciated Fan Yangzi's character, open-hearted, straightforward, and possessing a keen sense of propriety. Her words and actions, though seemingly carefree, were always perfectly timed. There was no one more fitting than her. Establishing roots in Dongping County and having a few friends like her was certainly a boon. Upon returning home, Fan Yangzi praised Cui Qingyi to Qi Mashuan, elevating her to celestial heights. Qi Xuan even questioned whether the Cui girl he knew was the same person his wife had befriended. There were certain thoughts Fan Yangzi withheld, fearing they might jeopardize their marital harmony. Qi Xuan's family was significantly better off than hers, and he was a handsome man often engaged in business outside. Did she not feel the slightest concern? When Qi Xuan informed her of his intention to partner with a young lady in business, her heart sank, fearing he might harbor ulterior motives. Thus, she eagerly accompanied her father and brother to work for the Cui family, partly out of curiosity. However, upon meeting Cui Xiaonyang for the first time, she realized her fears were entirely unfounded. A woman so beautiful and talented, even in misfortune, would never cast her eyes upon Qi Xuan. To her, Qi Xuan was a pearl. To Cui Qingyi, he would be but a mere stone. After a few days of delightful companionship, she genuinely grew fond of Cui Xiaonyang and Zhu Ruo, admiring their qualities. Furthermore, she harbored an idea in her heart that she was unsure how to express to her husband. After a long day, as night fell, the couple embraced in bed, indulging in a tender moment together, clutched the collar of her husband's clothing, finally voicing the thoughts she had been harboring for several days. What do you think about our little Yuan learning embroidery from Miss Jujiao? Little Yuan is the eldest daughter of Qi Xuan and his wife, aged 8. She is remarkably sensible, capable of assisting her mother in caring for her younger brother and tidying up their home. Children grow quickly, and for girls, the age of 15 marks the onset of marriage prospects. She is fortunate to have a caring father like Qi Xuan. But who can guarantee what kind of person she will encounter in the future? However, it is essential for a young lady to acquire skill, ensuring she has a fallback in life. This matter had occupied thoughts for quite some time, and she had struggled to decide what skill would be best for Yuan until she met Miss Jujiao. Qi Xuan pondered for a moment, acknowledging that it would be beneficial for a girl to learn embroidery, but he hesitated to approach Miss Jujiao as she earned her living through this craft. Perhaps we should seek another master, he suggested. Qi Xuan was not the type to favor sons over daughters. Yuan, being his eldest, was cherished dearly. Learning embroidery would undoubtedly benefit her, and he could not oppose it. Yet, seeking out Miss Jujiao felt somewhat imposing. Murmured, "It's different. I only realized the true essence of embroidery after visiting the Cui family. In every household of the Great Jin, girls learn domestic arts, but what do common folk learn? They make clothes and shoes, and if fortunate, they might learn to sew a few flowers on garments. But is that embroidery? No, it is not. The piece displayed in the Cui family hall, as described by Miss Cui, was commissioned by a prominent patron from a brocade workshop, who recognized Miss Jujiao's exceptional skill and paid a handsome sum for her custom work. Although less than a third of it was completed, each detail seemed alive, as if waiting for the last stitch to be sewn before it could spring to life. Felt a surge of excitement. If little Yuan could master such an art, her future, while not guaranteed to be smooth, would certainly not be bleak. She grasped Qi Xuan's hand and pressed it to her chest, pleading, "My dear husband, I know this may be a bit much to ask, but for our little Yuan, could you please inquire?" Though she wished to ask herself, she understood that if Qi Xuan initiated the conversation, there would be a 5 out of 10 chance of success, whereas her own attempt might yield only 2, possibly irritating Miss Cui in the process. Qi Xuan gently patted his wife's bare shoulder and replied, "Very well, I shall choose a suitable time to ask. But let us agree that if she declines, we shall not harbor any ill feelings towards her." Upon hearing his consent, a smile illuminated S' face as she playfully tapped his arm. "In your heart, you see me as a petty person. If she declines, I shall find another master for Yuan to learn from. The child cannot be delayed any longer as she grows. All right, let's rest now. Tomorrow will be busy." Meanwhile, at the Cui family home, Cui Qingyi stoked the heated Kong with additional charcoal, while Jujiao sat nearby, her enthusiasm for the warmth of the Kong unprecedented. Had it not been for the dampness, she would have eagerly lain down to experience its comfort. "Miss, how many more days until this Kong is ready for use? The charcoal should not extinguish. Burning for 3 to 5 days will suffice." If the former self of Cui Qingyi were to foretell that one day she would cherish a heated Kong, she would undoubtedly scoff. Yet, after 19 years in this unfamiliar dynasty, Cui Qingyi had grown weary of the pervasive dampness and chill. The thought of waiting for the snowy days. Nestled with Juanru on the warm Kong, with charcoal glowing in the room and roasting sweet chestnuts, filled her with anticipation. Ever since receiving her wife's instructions on that day, Qima Xuan had rehearsed in his mind several times how to broach the subject with Juanru. Chapter 42. The thief. He felt it was a delicate matter. If mishandled, it might lead Cui Qingyi and her servant to think that he and his wife were envious of others' prosperity. Should Cui Qingyi conclude that his character was lacking, it could jeopardize any future collaboration, leaving him utterly despondent. Yet, contemplating his perceptive 8-year-old daughter, Qima Xuan thought it might be worth inquiring. If unsuccessful, he could always find another master for Xiao Yuan. While Qima Xuan wrestled with his thoughts, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo were blissfully unaware. As they busied themselves preparing for their first winter alone, they first tidied the ear room adjacent to the firewood shed, intending to use it for storing durable vegetables such as bok choy and radishes. These were common vegetables at present. Other varieties were typically seasonal and would vanish with the changing seasons. In the winter of the Great Jin, some vegetables were cultivated in greenhouses. However, maintaining warmth required constant charcoal burning, which incurred exorbitant costs. Thus, the fresh produce from greenhouses was reserved for the royal palaces and noble families. Common households and ordinary folk relied on dried and pickled vegetables preserved during the summer months to survive the winter. Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo arrived too late to prepare pickled vegetables. Fortunately, these could be purchased with silver in the market. It was during one of their aimless strolls in search of groceries that Cui Qingyi lamented the unlikelihood of roasting sweet potatoes in winter. For the Great Jin had yet to see the arrival of potatoes or sweet potatoes. This realization further confirmed her suspicion that the history of the Great Jin dated back, at least to the Ming dynasty. In addition to vegetables, they also needed charcoal for warmth. Every winter, many farmers from Dongping County would burn charcoal in the mountains and bring it to the city for sale. The charcoal produced by farmers, while less refined and smoky, was significantly cheaper than that from official charcoal factories. Cui Qingyi resolved to purchase a substantial amount of loose charcoal for heating, while for the indoor brazier, she would procure charcoal from the official factory. On the matter of purchasing charcoal, both Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo independently decided to buy generously. Previously, they had been constrained and unable to make decisions. Now that they were in charge and had silver in hand, it seemed unreasonable to be miserly about something as essential as charcoal. As they awaited the delivery of numerous loads of charcoal, stacked high in the shed, its dark hue brought a sense of reassurance. In recent days, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo had been tirelessly busy, leaving Wang Kai to guard the house. Thankfully, he did not disappoint. Every day, he patrolled the premises, displaying more vigilance over the household's valuable possessions than even his mistresses. Since the quarrel with Mother Gu, Fengshe had been compelled by her mother-in-law to venture outside and work alongside men. Her husband, Linda, toiled at the docks, carrying heavy loads and enduring exhausting labor, yet managing to earn a meager income. Naturally, Fengshe, as a woman, could not engage in such strenuous work. Her husband arranged for her to assist other women in tasks such as sorting and gutting fish and tending to fishing nets. Initially, Feng was constrained by her husband and mother-in-law, diligently toiling from dawn until dusk. However, within just a few days, she could no longer endure it. The dock, with its relentless winds and scorching sun, was filled with a cacophony of unpleasant odors. After a short time, Feng felt as though the stench of fish had permeated her very being. She would have preferred returning home to tend to the fields rather than continuing to gut fish there. Furthermore, her incessant chatter had quickly earned her the ire of the other women working alongside her, and within days, she had offended them all. Yet, her husband, under the stern admonitions of his mother, was determined not to allow Feng to escape back home after just a few days of labor. Thus, regardless of her antics, she was forcibly kept at the dock for over a month. As the weather began to grow colder and many vessels ceased their voyages, the tasks available at the dock dwindled, and only then was Feng permitted to return home. However, as the old adage goes, habits are hard to change. After a few days of obedience at home, Feng's old ways resurfaced. Recently, the Cui family had been shopping, and for items too cumbersome for the maid and mistress to carry, they would pay a few coins for shop assistants to deliver them, fearing that winter snow would hinder their mobility. Naturally, they ended up acquiring quite a bit. Additionally, several small vendors selling coal had arrived, further igniting Feng's covetousness. After observing from her home for several days, she seized the opportunity to scale the wall of the Cui residence when Cui Qingyi and Zhuruo stepped out. Her familiarity with the layout stemmed from her previous visits when the Wang family had vacated the premises. During that time, she had freely entered and exited the empty house without concern. However, now that the estate belonged to the Cui family, her intrusion would be considered thievery, punishable by imprisonment if caught. Ensuring the alley was deserted, Feng nimbly landed in the Cui courtyard. Yet, upon closer inspection, her envy intensified as she beheld several pots of blooming plants in the corner, and she muttered under her breath, lamenting how the two young girls squandered their money. Having visited numerous times, she was well acquainted with the courtyard's layout and made her way directly to the kitchen, intent on the treasure she had seen the two girls acquire. Feng disregarded Cui Qingyi and Zhuruo, focusing solely on the desirable items within reach. And by the time she sensed something amiss, it was far too late. A fearsome growl erupted directly in front of her, revealing the fierce dog, Wang Kai, which had spotted her the moment she scaled the wall, poised to strike. Terrified, Feng realized too late that the Cui family kept a dog. Get away, get away. Help, help. The dog is biting me. The once quiet alley erupted with her frantic cries, awakening the residents. The first to hear was her mother-in-law, Old Lady Lin, who was teaching her granddaughter embroidery. Startled by her daughter-in-law's scream, she inadvertently jabbed the needle in her thumb, causing blood to gush forth. Yet, she paid little heed to her injury, turning to her granddaughter and asking, "Where is your mother?" The girl, known as Feng's daughter, glanced around in a flurry of panic. "I don't know. I haven't seen her since lunch." Dia had long grown accustomed to her mother's sporadic disappearances. Feng was notoriously lazy and had a habit of vanishing after every meal. "Oh, mother, save me!" Feng cried out desperately. The urgency of her pleas resonated deeply, prompting the grandmother and granddaughter to abandon their sewing and rush outside. The anguished cries drew the attention of several nearby households, whose men quickly grabbed their tools and hurried to the scene. Despite their annoyance at Feng's incessant chatter, a sense of neighborly duty compelled them to respond. It would be callous to ignore a potential danger in their shared alley. Upon seeing the grandmother and granddaughter, the concerned crowd inquired, "What has happened? Why is your mother screaming so?" Wide-eyed and frantic, fixated on the locked gate of the Cui family's residence, utterly bewildered by her mother's presence there. Chapter 43. Reporting to the authorities, once again, Old Lady Lin trembled violently, unable to comprehend why the unfortunate Feng had infiltrated someone else's residence. She was acutely aware that if word got out about the thief in their household, her grandchildren's future would be irrevocably tarnished. However, before she could devise a plan, Feng let out a piercing scream. "Don't come near me, stay away." The crowd, having not heard any barking, was unsettled by Feng's terrified cries. It appeared she had noticed the presence of someone outside and, disregarding everything else, shouted out desperately, "Mother, please save me. I'm going to be bitten to death by this beast." The onlookers gathered in the alley turned their gazes towards the locked gates of the Cui residence. Some quick-witted individuals, familiar with Feng's character, immediately grasped the situation. Feng had indeed attempted theft, explaining the pallor of the grandmother and granddaughter. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd, punctuated only by Feng's wails, which resonated with the despair of a dying person. How had she entered the Cui courtyard when the door was locked? Curiosity rippled through the crowd. They too wished to know how she had managed to get inside. A man wielding a stick swallowed hard as he recalled. Didn't the Cui family have a large black dog? Indeed, that dog was fierce and had previously knocked down Gu Erlang during an altercation. The memory of the mighty canine stirred concern. They needed to extricate Feng swiftly to prevent her from being mauled. Some compassionate women, moved by Feng's cries, felt a pang of sympathy. As they pondered their next move, all eyes turned to Old Lady Lin. "Bigya, she is your sister-in-law. You must take charge of the situation." The Cui family was evidently not home, and how Feng had managed to slip inside remained a mystery. They needed to either scale the wall or break the lock on the front gate. Such actions could lead to dire consequences. Old Lady Lin's face darkened, her heart brimming with disdain for the ill-fated Feng. Glancing at her equally bewildered granddaughter, she gritted her teeth and instructed, Bigya, hurry to the docks and fetch your father. We cannot allow this troublemaker to remain in our family. My grandchildren cannot have a thieving mother. With tears welling in her eyes, Bigya, feeling lost, sprinted towards the docks. Everyone, please break the lock and get her out first. I will personally apologize to the Cui family afterwards. With Old Lady Lin's words, the man with the stick no longer hesitated and rushed forward to smash the copper lock on the door. Inside the courtyard, the dog, Yuan Shi, had Feng cornered against the wall. Hearing the sounds of the door being battered, it growled deeply, lowering its body in a stance ready to attack. Feng, clutching her arms, was nearly paralyzed with fear. Perhaps the commotion outside had emboldened her. She curled up, her eyes filled with resentment. The dog, silent yet deadly, had lunged unexpectedly, and had she not raised her arm in defense, she might have lost a piece of flesh from her face by now. Once she steps outside, one must certainly call the Yu's father to put an end to this beast and demand compensation from those two wretched girls. The quality of copper locks in this era is generally poor. After being struck forcefully, it soon fell to the ground. As the door swung open, everyone beheld a sleek, black dog, crouching low with its claws dug into the earth, poised to attack, baring its teeth at the threshold. This display clearly indicated a frenzied rage, causing a shiver to run through the crowd. Could it be that the woman, Feng, had been fatally bitten? A man brandished a stick towards the dog named Yuan Shi, shouting, "Get lost, move away." Yuan Shi despised sticks above all else, forever haunted by the memory of one such object that had once shattered its leg. At the sight of this implement once more, all the old grievances surged forth. Instinctively, it longed to pounce and rend, yet it hesitated, recalling the woman's command to refrain from biting. Yuan Shi was a remarkably astute dog, having dragged itself to a new home with a broken leg. It understood that disobedience could lead to expulsion. It cautiously retreated a few steps, and the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that it exhibited a fear of humans. Old Lady Lin gritted her teeth. "Feng, if you're not dead, come out at once." Hearing the voice, Feng rolled up her sleeves to wipe away her tears. She wished to move, but found her legs too weak to rise. Mother, tell that wretched girl to come in and help me. I cannot stand." Cui Qingyi and Jianru had just returned from Jinxiafang after delivering embroidery samples when they turned into the alley and spotted a throng gathered before their home. Sensing something amiss, they hurried towards their door. Feng awaited assistance to rise. Yet without Dia present, the others were not foolish. They had yet to ascertain why Feng was in the Cui household. If they recklessly entered, they would have much to explain upon the owner's return. Initially, Cui Qingyi assumed it was merely a disturbance at her doorstep, but as she drew nearer, she found the door wide open. The copper lock evidently torn from its place and lying on the ground. An explosion of realization erupted in her mind. Again, why did this keep happening? Why was there always someone attempting to invade her home and disrupt her tranquil life? Jianru, too, was seething with anger. She shouted at the crowd, "What are you doing? Are you thieves?" Upon seeing the mistress return, the crowd hastily parted, chattering among themselves. "Ah, Cui, you have finally returned. Look at the ferocity of the dog you've raised. It has nearly bitten Dia's mother." The onlookers, for reasons unknown, refrained from mentioning why the courtyard of the Cui family stood ajar or how Feng had found herself in their yard. In an instant, Cui Qingyi's initial fury subsided, and she realized that Yuan Shi, eager to greet her, remained rooted in the corner, growling softly. It quickly dawned on her that Yuan Shi had likely been frightened to the core. Ever since arriving at her home, it had only roamed the confined space of their yard, and despite the open gate, it would never venture out on its own. The current situation is quite evident. Mrs. Feng took advantage of the moment when she and Zhu Ruo stepped out to her home to commit theft. Upon being discovered by Yuan Shi, she cried out, attracting a multitude of onlookers. These individuals, in their fervor to rescue Mrs. Feng, forcefully breached her courtyard. "Fortunately, Yuan Shi, fierce and steadfast, guarded the entrance, preventing any of them from entering even a step. Yuan Shi, stand firm at the gate. Zhu Ruo, go report to the authorities. Zhu Ruo, equally exasperated, found these individuals utterly intolerable. Upon hearing that Cui Qingyi was resolute in her decision to report to the officials, a woman friendly with Granny Lin interjected, "Miss Cui, we all reside in the same alley, often crossing paths. You haven't suffered any significant loss. Why must you be so adamant?" Her words resonated with some of the onlookers, who echoed in agreement. "Indeed, Miss Cui, you merely broke the lock. Let Mrs. Feng compensate you for it. We all live in this alley, and such trivial matters do not warrant escalating to such extremes." Chapter 44. The official investigates, although old Lady Lin wished fervently to see Feng imprisoned for her disruptive antics. She firmly believed that her grandchildren should never have a thieving mother. Now, with someone speaking on Feng's behalf, she trembled as she stepped forward. "Miss Cui, we shall compensate for all the damages. Can you perhaps allow Yi to emerge first?" Having regained her composure, Cui Qingyi's mind was now entirely clear. She had left the den of wolves that was the Chun household. She stood as an independent head of her household, in her own residence, her own home. Any malevolent intruder would face the full force of the law. No one could compel her to forgive a thief. Tall and poised, Cui Qingyi stood at the entrance facing a dozen onlookers, her back straight. "I fear that may not be possible. Though my family is not particularly wealthy, we do possess some savings. With the intruder's breach, I am still uncertain whether any valuables have been lost or damaged. It seems we must await the official's arrival to assess the situation before releasing anyone, given that someone has just pleaded for the thief inside. I am still unaware whether this incident is solely the doing of Feng or part of a larger conspiracy. All of this requires the official investigation to reach a conclusion, so I kindly ask you all to wait with me." With that, Cui Qingyi meaningfully gestured towards the open door and the copper lock lying on the ground, as if to say, "This is the evidence of your collective wrongdoing." Her words painted Feng as a common burglar, implicating not only her, but also those who had assisted in breaking down the door and defended Feng. This immediately unsettled some of the crowd. The man who had wielded the club to break the lock hastily discarded his weapon. His wife pulled him aside and exclaimed, "Miss Cui, please do not misunderstand. We heard Feng's cries from your courtyard and were merely concerned that the dog might harm her, which is why we broke the lock. But look, we did not step inside your home, and the lock was to be compensated by the Lin family. Stealing is hardly a noble act. We merely came to help and should not be dragged into this mess, especially not for someone as troublesome as Feng." Crouched in a corner, Feng had overheard Cui Qingyi's words and, ignoring the pain in her arm, shouted back, "Bah, you little wretch, who wants to steal your things? At such a tender age, you flaunt your seductive ways, living so easily without a man. Who knows how you acquired your silver? You report to the authorities? I shall do the same. You keep such a fierce dog. I merely passed by and was pulled in by that mad beast. You owe me medical expenses and must hand over that dog for me to slaughter and feast upon." Ah, truly, it was the epitome of twisting right and wrong. A perfect example of blame shifting. Those listening outside gasped in shock. Feng's audacity was astounding, her shamelessness unparalleled. The old lady nearly knelt before Feng, realizing the foolishness of her words amidst the throng of witnesses who could see the truth of the matter. She initially intended to leverage her age and sacrifice her dignity to plead for leniency, perhaps even offering some silver to resolve the matter amicably. However, her indiscreet outcry left no room for negotiation. The few women who had just spoken in favor of Mrs. Feng found themselves in an awkward position. These were private conversations, and Mrs. Feng had spoken out of turn. Mrs. Feng's assertions nearly elicited laughter from Cui Qingyi, as she attempted to forcefully distort the truth. The efficiency of the local officials in Dongping County was as high as ever, and upon hearing of a burglary, the county office took it very seriously. While the county, under the governance of Magistrate Zhou, had not reached the point where theft was unheard of or doors remained unlocked at night, the people were generally law-abiding. The occurrence of a burglary within the county was tantamount to slapping the magistrate's face. Several constables, swords at their waists, strode purposefully forward, with a timid figure trailing behind. In the face of the imposing officials, the crowd instinctively parted to create space. The leading constable waved his badge before the assembly and inquired, "Where is the thief?" Just as Cui Qingyi was about to respond, Mrs. Feng interjected, "Officer, help. I am about to be killed by the dog raised by that little wretch from the Cui family." Cui Qingyi shut her eyes for a moment, inhaling deeply, her hands itching with the desire to retaliate. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered someone so audacious. Striking a person before the officials seemed unwise. The constable disregarded Mrs. Feng's outburst and turned to Cui Qingyi, asking, "Did you report this incident? Is this your residence?" Cui Qingyi bowed slightly and quickly recounted the events. Although the officials from Dongping County had not dealt with many major cases, they had apprehended at least 50 thieves, making them quite experienced. After listening to Cui Qingyi and inspecting the damaged wooden door and copper lock, they understood the situation. The leading constable scanned the premises and strolled to the western wall, where he observed several footprints. Mrs. Feng was not a seasoned thief and had not thought to cover her tracks. It was likely that she had been captured by Yuan Shi as soon as she entered the courtyard, leaving her no opportunity to conceal her actions. Old Lady Lin watched the constable's movements without blinking, noticing the distinct footprints that deepened the scowl on her already darkened face. She silently mused that it was imperative to have her son divorce Mrs. Feng. She was beyond redemption. After examining the footprints, the constable approached Cui Qingyi once more, asking, "Do you have a dog? Tie it up. We need to investigate inside." Cui Qingyi nodded and called out to Yuan Shi, gesturing towards the backyard. The large black dog, understanding the signal, wagged its tail and quickly disappeared into the rear. The constable raised an eyebrow at this scene. Cui Qingyi had no intention of restraining Yuan Shi. She feared that the officials might take the dog away. She was uncertain how a dog that bit someone would be treated in this era. But she could not risk it. Yuan Shi was a capable guardian and should not lose its life for biting a burglar. As soon as the constables stepped into the courtyard, Mrs. Feng came rushing towards them, wailing as if she intended to throw herself upon the officials. However, before she could reach them, the leading constable swiftly kicked her away. Cui Qingyi observed the scene behind her, clearly convinced that the Feng family's intellect was lacking. Why resort to such exaggerated antics when one could simply communicate? Ahem. As she watched the woman she had just kicked away, the officer felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat, realizing he had acted too hastily. Xiao Wu, witnessing the situation, approached at the beckoning of the leading officer and positioned himself before Mrs. Feng. Just as she was about to protest her innocence, her legs barely shifting, a gleaming blade was thrust before her eyes. Mrs. Feng trembled and obediently squatted on the ground. The leading officer surveyed the courtyard, confirming that Mrs. Feng had indeed scaled the wall from outside. He then inquired about the man who had previously broken in, along with several onlooking women. While the crowd had previously attempted to jest and plead for Mrs. Feng's cause in front of Cui Qingyi, the presence of the stern officer silenced their frivolities, prompting them to recount the events with utmost clarity. Cui Qingyi noted a scribe swiftly documenting the testimonies of those present, followed by the meticulous process of obtaining their fingerprints, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Chapter 45. Intimidation from the officials upon arriving at Cui Qingyi's residence. The officials first instructed her to inspect her home for any other missing items before proceeding to take her statement. Previously, Feng had referred to her and Zhu Ruo as little wretched creatures, and Cui Qingyi initially contemplated extorting a few taels of silver from her, hoping to instill some fear and curb her sharp tongue in the future. However, she soon abandoned this notion. The officials exuded an air of seasoned experience in handling cases. Feng was cornered by Yuan Shi, clearly having had no opportunity to reach the front door of the house. Therefore, her claims of lost silver lacked credibility. After confirming that there were no additional losses, the officials instructed Cui Qingyi to sign the documents before escorting Feng away. As they departed, the head official grasped the hilt of his waist sword and addressed the gathered townsfolk with a resonant voice, under the governance of Magistrate Zhou. Dongping County has always enjoyed peace and prosperity. Our citizens live in harmony, and the affluence we enjoy today is hard-earned. One must not entertain malicious thoughts. Should anyone, Emboldened by numbers, dare to oppress their neighbors. Know that the county's punishment devices have long been unbloodied, and I trust none of you wish to experience the county's lash. His words were laced with threats and warnings, yet Cui Qingyi felt no fear. Rather, her curiosity about Magistrate Zhou deepened. The caliber of his subordinates suggested he was a formidable leader, and she wondered what manner of person he himself was. Zhou observed as the onlookers lowered their heads, their faces painted with terror, and he nodded in satisfaction as he led Feng away. Feng, gripped by fear, cast a haunted glance at old Lady Lin, longing to cry out for help, yet silenced by the ambiguous smile of the official. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. As long as she refrained from causing a scene, the officials paid little heed to her weeping. After all, what was there to cry about after brazenly trespassing to steal in broad daylight? As the group of officials reached the mouth of the alley, they were intercepted by a tall figure. Linda emerged from the cold, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. He had been laboring at the docks when he heard from Deya about the commotion and rushed back in a frenzy. He was acutely aware of his wife's character, but never imagined she would dare to steal from another's home, especially to be caught in the act. Furious with Feng, he nonetheless recognized that she was his wife, the mother of their children. If this matter were mishandled, their family's future would be jeopardized. Linda fervently hoped he could return swiftly enough for his mother to intervene with the Cui family, preventing them from reporting the incident to the authorities. He planned to offer a sincere apology and compensate for the losses. All he wished was to keep her out of jail. However, despite his utmost efforts, he was a step too late. Upon seeing the officials, he realized he would not make it in time. Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of her husband, and she cried out desperately, "Husband, save me, please." Zhou Wu raised his sword, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he regarded Linda, seemingly poised to strike should he make a move. The common folk inherently feared the officials under the weight of their gaze. Linda retreated a few steps to clear the path. They could not afford to offend the authorities, especially since Feng had erred. Old Lady Lin, witnessing this scene, was nearly paralyzed with fear, terrified that her son might misjudge the situation and confront the officials. Although the local magistrate offers considerable protection to the populace, the brutality with which the county magistrate dealt with bandits 5 years ago remains etched in the memories of the people. As the officials vanished into the alley, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief, returning home in a tangle of arms and shoulders. Cui Qingyi observed this scene with a cold expression. It seemed the local citizens harbored a profound fear of the authorities. Perhaps the words of that official had left an impression, for it was likely that, for a considerable time to come, even those who harbored disdain for her would not dare to provoke her easily. In an instant, only Deya's family and the household responsible for damaging the Cui family's copper lock remained. The woman from that household furrowed her brow and directed a low voice towards old Madam Lin, suggesting, "Aunt, please compensate Cui Xiaonyang for the lock." Though she felt pity for Deya's family, her husband had damaged the lock while assisting the Feng family, and thus, the payment should rightfully come from the Lin household. She had been terrified when the fierce official had come to inquire, fearing that he would hold her husband accountable. In the biting cold, she was already sweating profusely, eager to settle the debt and return home. Old Madam Lin wiped away her tears and, after a brief moment at home, returned holding a piece of silver, which she handed over to Zhu Ruo. The master and servant paid little mind to the goings-on outside, securing their door from within. Zhu Ruo felt a sense of misfortune, saying, "Miss, perhaps we should consider relocating. The people in this alley are quite troublesome. First, there was the Gu family, and now the Feng family has joined in. None of them seem to settle down." Cui Qingyi, too, felt a tinge of weariness. In recent days, she and Zhu Ruo had been busy preparing supplies for the winter, and perhaps their abundance of goods had drawn too much attention. However, Cui Qingyi harbored no regrets. Having lived in this alley for an extended period, they were well aware of each family's circumstances. In these days, aside from her household, others had also procured charcoal, rice, and vegetables, yet the Feng family had not dared to pilfer from anyone else. They simply viewed her as an easy target. She felt fortunate that the Feng family had made such a large misstep. Otherwise, having such neighbors would have been truly vexing. There's no need to move. No matter where we go, there will always be people like Gu and Feng. After today's events, I doubt anyone will dare to provoke us easily. Should it happen again, we will report it to the authorities. I find the officials of Dongping County to be quite reasonable. The words of the leading official just now, in Cui Qingyi's view, carried a hint of consideration for them. As long as the government officials harbored no ill intentions, the common folk would not be able to rise against them. Zhu Guo nodded, mustering her spirits. Today we owe much to Yuan Shi. If it weren't for him, who knows how much the Feng family would have taken from us. Cui Qingyi wholeheartedly agreed, and upon mentioning Yuan Shi, they realized they had not seen him all day. Knowing he would not wander off carelessly, Cui Qingyi called out a few times, and after a moment, a shadow stealthily poked its head through the door. Upon seeing Cui Qingyi beckoning, it straightened up and dashed over, looking rather like a thief. The previously somber mood of Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo brightened instantly. Cui Qingyi generously lavished praise upon Yuan Shi, exclaiming that it had not been a waste to offer so many meaty bones. Zhu Ruo chimed in, affirming that Yuan Shi was indeed the great benefactor of their household today and promised an extra meal in the evening. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi's plump ears perked up with delight. Ever since arriving at the Cui residence, it had enjoyed frequent servings of large bones and rich bone broth. Its already substantial frame had broadened further, and its coat shone with a glossy black sheen, inviting a comforting touch. Cui Qingyi pondered where the previous owner had acquired such a creature. Increasingly convinced that this dog was no ordinary local mutt, the native breeds lacked such a robust physique. Moreover, its eyes glimmered with a hint of blue, and when not in a foolish demeanor, it bore a somewhat imposing gaze. Perhaps aware that it would not be punished for biting, Yuan Shi gradually relaxed its top back as Cui Qingyi stroked its fur, obediently lying down beside her feet. Chapter 46. Cast aside, the efficiency of the county office was remarkable. By the following day, the verdict regarding the burglary committed by the Feng family was rendered. In the Great Jin, there exists a codified law pertaining to theft, and an incident such as Feng's, characterized as breaking and entering, was deemed particularly severe, warranting a penalty of 2 years of labor. However, as no property was stolen, a lenient sentence was prescribed, resulting in Feng being sentenced to 1 year of labor, assigned to the arduous task of repairing the riverbanks. Repairing the riverbanks is no trivial undertaking, especially for those who have erred and are being punished. Such offenders are often dispatched to the most perilous and laborious locations. Of course, if family members are willing to intervene, the convict's circumstances may improve somewhat. Upon learning of Feng's fate, Cui Qingyi chose not to dwell further on the matter across the way. However, that very evening, an uproar erupted within the Lin household. The sounds of adult wrath and children's cries intermittently filled the air, causing Yuan Shi, resting beneath the eaves, to grow increasingly restless and lowly growl. With its thick fur and the charcoal stove in the hall, it would soon seek the cooler outdoors. Feng's mother, bereft of dignity, collapsed in the Lin family's courtyard, tears and mucus streaming down her face as she vehemently berated Linda. "How could you, Linda? My daughter has been married to your family for over a decade, bearing your children and managing the household, caring for your elderly mother. She may not have earned accolades, but she has certainly endured hardships. Now that trouble has arisen, you would cast her out? Have you no conscience left?" Feng's father wore a dark expression. He was acutely aware of his daughter's nature. She had always been prone to petty misdeeds, yet he could hardly fathom her audacity to steal from another. The punishment of hard labor was indeed self-inflicted. Nevertheless, the damage was done, and there was no way to reinstate her in their home. "My son, I recognize that De Hua has erred and brought shame upon your family. But after all these years of marriage, for the sake of the children, you cannot simply cast her out. How is she to survive? With our advancing age, my wife and I have little time left. Can you not, for the sake of our old faces, show her mercy this once?" As he spoke, Feng's eyes reddened, and tears flowed freely. Linda crouched beneath the eaves, unable to lift his gaze to his father-in-law and mother-in-law, paralyzed by uncertainty about how to resolve the situation. Thea hid behind the door with her 2 younger brothers, their eyes swollen with tears, yet they dared not step outside to plead on behalf of their mother. Their grandmother had warned them that if they couldn't bear to part with her, they would have to accompany her back to their maternal home. Witnessing this scene, Old Lady Lin felt a pang of compassion, yet she steeled herself, resolute that Feng could no longer remain in their household. Otherwise, who could predict what calamities might befall them in the future? With this thought, she forced herself to adopt a stern demeanor, her countenance cold. In-laws, there is no need to pressure him. This household is still under my authority. You are parents, and so am I. Since marrying your daughter, our Lin family has incurred the ire of many in Huaihua Lane. Not merely among neighbors, but even our relatives have distanced themselves from us due to Feng's conduct. While I have overlooked her penchant for petty thievery in the past, how could she have the audacity to steal from others? Her eyelids were shallow, and she was both foolish and malicious. She relished the opportunity to bully the two defenseless young girls, hastily stepping forward to trample on them, harboring the vain hope that they would remain silent about the injustice. Now, however, she found herself in a dire predicament, sent to serve as a laborer in the frigid depths of winter. It was one thing for her to suffer, but she had also brought disgrace upon the Lin family, as her children now had a thief for a mother. The eldest daughter was 15 and soon to seek a suitor. Who would dare to take her with such a mother? And what of her two younger brothers, with a mother who was a thief? Their prospects for marriage and a respectable life were bleak. Dear in-laws, Lin's mother paused, wiping away her tears before continuing. I shall speak plainly. The Feng family is no longer acceptable to us. Today, let the eldest write a letter of divorce. Once her labor is complete, you may take her back. Initially, Lin's mother had wished for a separation agreement, considering the years they had spent together and the children they had raised. However, knowing that Feng would likely complicate matters, she deemed a straightforward divorce more prudent. Feng's mother, realizing that Lin's matriarch was resolute, turned her gaze to the three children behind the door. The eldest daughter, meeting her gaze, hastily averted her eyes and closed the wooden door. Seeing this, Feng's mother despondently let her arms drop. They had come to plead their case, but her daughter had made a grave mistake, and now the Lin family had firmly rejected her. It was indeed a tragedy. The two elderly women supported each other as they exited the Lin household. Upon witnessing the tightly shut door of the Cui family across the street, they understood that it was this family that had reported their daughter. Yet they dared not confront them. They could only depart in dismay. As they walked away, Feng's mother murmured, "If only I had treated the eldest daughter better, and not allowed her mother to neglect her, perhaps today that child would have spoken up for her mother." Feng's father remained silent. What was done, and regretting it now served no purpose. That evening, the commotion at the Lin residence was considerable, and the nearby households in the alley heard the uproar, quickly learning that Feng had been summarily divorced. This revelation silenced the gossiping women of the neighborhood, who dared not speak ill of Cui Qingyi any longer. It seemed that those who refused the wine of courtesy were destined to face the bitter draft of punishment. Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo had made a polite visit bearing pastries, yet their attempts at cordiality had led to a series of disturbances, prompting the neighborhood to treat them with newfound respect. As another rain fell, the weather turned decidedly colder. By mid-November, winter had firmly arrived. In the early morning, Zhu Ruo was filled with excitement, exhaling clouds of mist. "Miss, the heated bed seems dry now. When shall we move over?" Cui Qingyi extended her hand from under the covers, only to quickly retract it as goosebumps formed on her delicate arms. "Let us light the fire today and tidy up the room before moving. This place is far too cold." She had been awoken multiple times by the chill during the night, and it was only by morning that the bedding retained any warmth. Zhu Ruo responded affirmatively and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, also lighting some charcoal to stoke the heating pit in the back. Waiting for Cui Qingyi to rise, the two began to tidy up the items strewn across the bed and transferred them to the back room after enjoying a steaming bowl of dumpling soup. Cui Qingyi first retrieved the reed mat she had purchased from the street, laying it at the bottom. The woven mat effectively isolates dust and moisture, making it ideal for the heated bed. Next, she spread a thick mattress and covered it with a bedsheet crafted by Juanru. The bed was now prepared. Cui Qingyi pulled Juanru down to test it, and the newly made mattress was plush and soft, offering an exquisite comfort upon lying down. They still needed to procure a heated bed table. After all, one cannot have a heated bed without a table. As for the cushions, Those could be fashioned at home without the need to purchase them externally. While they arranged the necessary furniture for the room, the warmth from the heated bed began to permeate the air. Even without the charcoal basin, a sense of coziness was palpable. Juanru slipped her hand beneath the covers and joyfully exclaimed to Cui Qingyi, "Miss, it's warm now. The bed is warm." Chapter 47. Taking on a disciple, seeing her unrestrained joy, Cui Qingyi could only sigh, realizing she was indeed a true Southern belle. Subsequently, she slipped her hands beneath the quilt, feeling the unique warmth of the heated Kong, imbued with the essence of home. The comforting sensation coursed through her limbs, evoking a deep sigh of contentment. This was the nostalgia of a northerner, long yearned for and dearly missed. That night, the two of them nestled on the Kong, adding fresh charcoal to the stove before sealing the Kong door. Throughout the night, Cui Qingyi experienced an extraordinary comfort in her slumber. So much so that even the punctual Ju-Ru slept past her usual time. It was only when Yuan Shi, waiting outside for his master, scratched insistently at the wooden door that the two were roused from their restful state. Startled awake, Ju-Ru peered outside to find the dawn breaking brightly. In a flurry, she attempted to rise, only to be gently pulled back by Cui Qingyi, who reminded her of their current situation. She exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that even if they awoke late, they would not suffer from hunger due to missing breakfast. Ju-Ru snuggled back into the warm cocoon of the quilt, licking her dry lips. "Miss, this Kong is truly splendid. I slept so soundly last night, and it's still warm even after a whole night. Though it is a bit dry." Cui Qingyi acknowledged the dryness, yet deemed it inconsequential compared to the comfort of the warm bedding. "You'll grow accustomed to it after a few more nights. If it still bothers you, we can place a basin of water in the room at night." Ju-Ru nodded in agreement. She too felt that a bit of dryness was not a significant issue. She often suffered from cold hands and feet in winter, preferring to curl up at night. However, this time, she had experienced the most liberating sleep. After lingering in bed for a while longer, they finally arose to prepare for the day, intending to buy a Kong table. "What would you like for breakfast, miss?" "I shall prepare it." Ju-Ru swiftly tidied up and was ready to cook. Cui Qingyi contemplated for a moment. "Let us have some unleavened flatbreads, a pot of rice porridge, and stir-fried eggs accompanied by some pickled vegetables." "Very well, I shall get to work." Ju-Ru had largely adopted her culinary skills from Cui Qingyi, inheriting her preference for generously applying oil when making flatbreads, resulting in beautifully golden, mouth-watering creations. Rolling up a flatbread with stir-fried eggs and pickles, Cui Qingyi took a bite, savoring the delightful flavors that nearly made her tongue rejoice. Sipping on the warm rice porridge, she felt utterly content. Yuru, emulating Cui Qingyi, also prepared a flatbread for herself, and with one bite, she felt that life could not be more comfortable. Though Cui Qingyi had enjoyed many delectable dishes during her time with the Cui and Chen families, especially in her first year with the Chen family where breakfast was a grand affair with various choices, she often found herself longing for the simplest meals of her childhood. The combination of a freshly cooked flatbread with stir-fried eggs felt more satisfying than any gourmet dish. The two women and the dog devoured a dozen flatbreads and side dishes, leaving nothing behind. Yuan Shi, likely experiencing such food for the first time, lay beside them licking his lips, much to Ju-Ru's amusement. After tidying up and instructing Yuan Shi to guard the home well, they set off once more to purchase a Kong table. Cui Qingyi also planned to acquire an oilcloth to cover the bedding. In the north, to prevent the bedding from becoming soiled, it was customary to lay a layer of oilcloth on the Kong during the day, which could be removed at night when it was time to sleep. The contemporary oilcloth is predominantly employed in the creation of raincoats and oil paper umbrellas. The materials differ slightly from those of later generations, yet the efficacy remains largely unchanged. However, unlike the later iterations, a single piece of oilcloth cannot yield intricate patterns. Qima Xuan has been contemplating the prospect of having Xiao Yuan apprentice under Ju Ruo to learn embroidery, yet he hesitates to approach them directly. For several days, he has been eagerly anticipating the arrival of Cui Qingyi and her servant at the bookstore. However, after several days of fruitless waiting, he resolves that if they do not appear soon, he will ask Huinyang to prepare gifts, and he and his wife will take Xiao Yuan to the Cui household. As he ponders this, he finally spots the duo cloaked in capes. Cui Qingyi has accompanied Zhu Ruo to deliver a doll. Upon entering, she notices Qi Moxuan gazing intensely at them. Cui Qingyi quickly lowers her voice, stating that the remainder of the story must wait a few more days. In truth, she has already completed the middle volume of Qing Tianji, but she intends to present it to Qi Moxuan by the agreed deadline, preferring to avoid any future requests for drafts from him. Qi Moxuan realizes he has appeared overly eager. He offers a simple smile and waits for Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo to peruse the bookstore before summoning the courage to speak. Miss Cui, Miss Zhu Ruo, I have an unconventional request. Internally, Cui Qingyi muses that if it is indeed an unconventional request, it might be better left unspoken. Outwardly, she encourages him to express his thoughts, assuring him that she will assist if possible. Qi Moxuan explains, I have a daughter named Qi Yuan, and my wife and I wish for her to apprentice under Miss Zhu Ruo to learn the art of embroidery. Might it be possible for her to accept Xiao Yuan as a disciple? After speaking, Qi Moxuan bows respectfully towards Zhu Ruo. Zhu Ruo, initially perplexed by his earnest demeanor, is taken aback and swiftly declines, insisting, No, that is not possible. I am not equipped to teach students. Qi Moxuan, undeterred, responds, There is potential. Miss Zhu Ruo, allow her to learn beside you without burdening yourself too much. Zhu Ruo remains resolute in her refusal, believing that her embroidery skills are not remarkable enough to justify such a serious request from Qi Moxuan. My skills pale in comparison to those of my lady. Teaching her might hinder young Miss Yuan, she thinks, fully aware that while many can embroider, only her lady possesses the creativity to conjure unique designs. Upon hearing this, Qi Moxuan casts a hopeful glance towards Cui Qingyi. Understanding the situation, Cui Qingyi surmises that the notion of having their daughter learn from Zhu Ruo likely stemmed from Madam Fan's admiration of Zhu Ruo's embroidery at home. Yuru, blissfully innovative, does not recognize that the embroidery techniques she has acquired are far beyond what most households encounter. Contemplating the matter, Cui Qingyi reflects that it might not be unfeasible for Zhu Ruo to take on this apprentice. With a smile, she proposes, I have not wielded an embroidery needle in many years, and my skills have grown rusty. How about this, tomorrow? If Master Qi and Sister Fan bring Xiao Yuan to my home, and if she demonstrates any aptitude in this art, I shall take it upon myself to convince Zhu Ruo to accept her as a disciple. What do you think, Master Qi? That sounds splendid. I shall certainly bring my family to visit tomorrow, Qi Moxuan exclaims. Bowing to both Zhu Ruo and Cui Qingyi, he expresses his gratitude. I appreciate your consideration. Konjac never imagined that she would take on disciples. Once she stepped out of the bookstore, she leaned closer to Cui Qingyi and said, My dear lady, how could a servant like me be a master? In her eagerness, she inadvertently revealed her affiliation with the Chun family. Cui Qingyi adjusted her cloak and replied, Why can't you? As long as she possesses the talent and willingly acknowledges you as her teacher, you simply need to impart your knowledge to her. And that is not a difficult task. The master-disciple relationship today is quite different from that of the future. The saying, once a teacher, always a father, is not merely a phrase. If Konjac has the ability to take on several disciples, then regardless of whether she marries or not, she will have someone to care for her in her old age. Though it may seem premature to speak of such matters now, it is certainly wise to prepare for the future. Chapter 48. Taking disciples to Jujube has always followed whatever Cui Qingyi says, and she harbors no particular thoughts about accepting Qi Yuan as a disciple. Since the young lady has requested to see, she shall indeed take a look. Once the person has departed, Qi Moxuan hurriedly relayed instructions to the shop assistant before rushing home. Upon learning that they would take little Yuan to the Cui residence the following day, Madam Fan immediately became excited. Although it would not be a formal apprenticeship, they still needed to prepare earnestly to demonstrate their sincerity. The couple conferred and then set out to procure gifts for their visit the next day. Since it was not an official apprenticeship, there was no need to adhere to the customary etiquette. Madam Fan selected several local delicacies from Dongping County and purchased fine embroidery thread from a stitching workshop. Upon returning home, they called their eldest daughter, Qi Yuan, to them and earnestly instructed her, Tomorrow, be obedient. If they ask you anything, do not be afraid. Just answer generously. Your parents will be right beside you. Little Yuan obediently nodded and replied sweetly, I understand, mother. At the age of 8, Yuan resembled her mother, Fan Hui, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a certain spiritedness. Fan Hui had taught her well. This 8-year-old girl conducted herself with grace and poise, showing no signs of shyness, which endeared her to others. Although Fan Hui wished to give her more advice to ensure Yuan could charm both Miss Cui and Jujube, she reconsidered. Judging by her recent interactions with Jujube, it was apparent that despite her youth, Jujube possessed a remarkable composure. Though her past experiences remained unknown, she had likely encountered significant events and seen much of the world. If they instructed Yuan to act deliberately, it might yield the opposite of their intentions. Qi Xuan shared this sentiment. If they urged Yuan to perform artificially, it would undermine the sincerity of their desire to seek an apprenticeship. That night, Qi Xuan and his wife, preoccupied with thoughts of their visit to the Cui residence the next day, found it difficult to sleep. In contrast, little Yuan, dreaming of her parents finding her a mentor, slept soundly. Although children at the age of 8 were quite sensible in this era, their understanding of the world differed greatly from that of adults. While parents exhaust themselves striving to provide the best for their children and secure their futures to the child, it is a simple matter. Tomorrow she would visit another's home, and if she performed well, she might gain a master to teach her embroidery skills. Just like her younger brother, who at 6 had already begun his education with a tutor. As the Qi family was set to visit today, Cui Qingyi and Jujube did not linger in bed, rising early to tidy the house. After breakfast, they prepared the pastries to welcome their guests. Standing beneath the eaves, Cui Qingyi gazed up at the sky. The weather was overcast, and a cold wind had begun to blow early in the morning, mixed with barely discernible snowflakes that vanished upon touching the ground. Jujube emerged from the back room and saw her standing there in a thin jacket. She hurried inside to fetch a light pink cloak to drape over her, chiding gently, though we are in the courtyard, this damp wind is chilling. Be careful not to catch a cold. Cui Qingyi gently adjusted her cloak, which was as crisp as could be. Her physique was rather robust. If it were otherwise, she would have been worn down during her years in the Chun family's inner quarters. Regardless, Zhu Ruo paid no mind to this. She produced a tea stove and added some red dates, longan, goji berries, and dried ginger, followed by a pinch of tea leaves, placing it atop the charcoal stove to heat. On a frigid day, such a brew would not only nourish the blood, but also ward off the cold, making it a fitting refreshment for female guests. Had it not been for Qi Xuan accompanying them, Cui Qingyi would have preferred to host Fan Hui and her daughter directly in the back room. The Qi family arrived promptly during the hour of the dog. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Madam Fan pushed the quiet little girl, Qi Yuan, forward. Xiao Yuan, greet Sister Cui and Sister Zhu Ruo. The young lady, adorned by her mother, looked exquisite and playful, clad in a brand-new goose-yellow jacket with a delicate cream-colored skirt that barely covered her shoes. Her dark hair was partially braided into 2 round buns, embellished with a few pearls, while the remainder cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, both charming and unique. With a shy smile, the young girl curtsied properly, saying, Sister Cui, Sister Zhu Ruo, greetings. Ah, so she's called Xiao Yuan. Madam Fan has truly raised a delightful daughter, one who instantly captivates the heart. Upon hearing the praise, the previously confident little girl leaned bashfully against her mother. Once the formalities passed and the tea and snacks had been enjoyed, Zhu Ruo retrieved some embroidery thread and invited Xiao Yuan to assist her in sorting it. Though seemingly a trivial task, this process profoundly tests one's patience. A tangle of threads, if not handled with care and diligence, can quickly become knotted, requiring forceful measures to untangle. This reflects the notion that learning embroidery demands extraordinary patience. Qi Xuan and Madam Fan felt a twinge of anxiety, not out of concern that Xiao Yuan might become impatient and throw a tantrum, but rather that Zhu Ruo might deem the child's fingers too clumsy and unrefined. Cui Qingyi observed their expressions with clarity, secretly admiring Xiao Yuan's fortunate fate in having parents who thoughtfully considered her upbringing. Watching Xiao Yuan successfully sort the threads as requested by Zhu Ruo, without tangling or miscoloring, brought visible joy to Madam Fan's face. Once Zhu Ruo demonstrated a few stitching techniques with the embroidery needle, Xiao Yuan mimicked her actions. Marking the conclusion of this simple assessment, Zhu Ruo glanced at Cui Qingyi, who nodded in affirmation. Their agreement from the previous day was that as long as Qi Yuan exhibited patience, Zhu Ruo would gladly accept her as a disciple. With Xiao Yuan displaying commendable patience and aptitude, Zhu Ruo felt a touch of bashfulness at her first instance of taking on a student. Exchanging glances, Qi Moshuan and Madam Fan shared a moment of surprise, as neither had anticipated such ease in the process. From that day forth, Madam Fan personally brought Xiao Yuan to Cui's residence every other day to learn embroidery. Occasionally, when busy at home, she would leave her daughter in Zhu Ruo's care before hurrying back, while at other times, she would stay to observe. Xiao Yuan had taken a master, thus becoming one of the family. The place of teaching, once a simple setting, naturally transformed into a cozy back room, where they nestled on the warm calm. Even after embroidering for half an hour, her hands remained warm. While resting, they enjoyed rich red date tea and pastries. Cui Qingyi and Junruo were not like typical strict masters. Xiao Yuan quickly transitioned from her initial timidity to a state of ease, finding joy in every visit to the Cui residence. Xiao Yuan was quite fascinated by the warmth of the Kong, and, upon returning home that day, inquired of Fan Hui why they did not have one. Naturally, Fan Yang, who frequented the Cui household, found herself irresistibly drawn to the Kong as well. Sitting at the Kong table, watching Xiao Yuan learn, she mused, "This Kong is truly delightful. I shall have Qi Moshuan clear out our back room to set up a Kong. When it snows, our family can also gather around it." Chapter 49. A discussion on cooperation at the Seven Stars Study. Cui Qingyi set down her pen. The second volume of Qing Tian Ji, now gracing the shelves of Mo Xiang Studio. She was diligently recording the content of the volume. "Let Uncle Fan prepare a meal for you. The adults are fine, but the children are suffering in this damp and chilly weather," she remarked. Fan Hui replied, "Indeed. While our region may not be as frigid as the north, I too remember the frostbite on my hands and feet during winter in my childhood." The elders of the Fan family were not the type to prioritize sons over daughters, disregarding the well-being of the latter. However, being ordinary folk, they could not afford to indulge their daughters excessively. Conversely, some elders would begin teaching their daughters household skills at a young age, fearing that if they could not manage domestic chores, they might be ridiculed by their future husbands. Thus, girls were trained to be capable young women, adept in both domestic and external affairs, ready for marriage. Fan Hui was renowned as a most capable young woman in the vicinity, a testament to her skills that enabled her to marry Qi Moshuan, a man of means in the county. Yet, as a mother, she wished to spare her daughter from enduring the hardships she had faced. Ever since Xiao Yuan began learning embroidery from Zhu Ruo, Fan Hui had relieved her of most household chores, even purchasing hand creams to protect her daughter's hands. With the advent of the heated Kong, which provided warmth and comfort, Fan Hui was not one to be stingy. "Yes, I will set up today, aiming to arrange the back room like yours before the heavy snow arrives." She admired the back room of the Cui family, finding it utterly delightful. As Mrs. Fan took Xiao Yuan to the Cui residence daily, the residents of Huaihua Alley became aware that she was sending her daughter to learn embroidery. Initially, when groups of women gathered to chat, they would remark, "Is it necessary to seek a master for embroidery? Can't we teach it ourselves?" One woman proudly displayed the shoes she had crafted for her husband. The others leaned in for a closer look, nodding in agreement. They were not merely flattering her. Her craftsmanship was indeed commendable, neatly stitched with a soft, layered sole that promised comfort. Sister Li, holding a shoe to attach the sole, did not rush to speak, waiting for the others to admire her work. Once they had finished, she smiled and said, "The embroidery learned by others truly differs from our own. They learn the art of embroidery. A skilled artisan can earn over 10 coins for a simple embroidered handkerchief, and those with more refined skills can command hundreds for a screen or a landscape painting." Since Mrs. Fan had specifically arranged for her daughter to apprentice, it was likely that the two artisans in the Cui family possessed considerable talent. Upon hearing Sister Li's words, the previously chatty women fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances. Had it been anyone else, they would have scoffed, and made light of such claims. Yet Sister Li was the daughter of a scholar, whose family had once enjoyed the benefits of a court stipend. Even in misfortune, they had undoubtedly encountered more of the world than these ordinary women had. The woman seated beside Sister Li tightened her lips and lowered her voice. I believe Sister Li speaks the truth. Previously, I observed the two from the Cui family entering the embroidery workshop, and when they emerged, they were personally escorted out by the female proprietor. Upon her utterance, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Could they truly embroider handkerchiefs to earn a living? One woman, who had previously visited the workshop, gasped. That female proprietor must have her eyes on the crown of her head to personally see them off. The embroidery workshop had been established in Dongping County for several years. Yet these women would never consider purchasing fabric there. Firstly, the workshop offered only the finest materials, which were not only beyond their means, but also unnecessary for their needs. Secondly, as this woman remarked, the proprietor was far too aloof to engage in their business. The earlier speaker insisted I did not missee. That proprietor not only escorted them, but appeared to be smiling radiantly. The atmosphere grew quiet once more, with a shared discomfort settling over the gathering. A collective thought crossed their minds. We are all human. Why do they seem to live so effortlessly? This afternoon's gossip regarding the Cui family dispersed quickly, and as Sister Li departed, she cast a glance towards the Cui household, her mind racing with countless thoughts. Her daughter was also 9 this year, and had developed quite the skill in needlework. As December brought increasingly frigid weather, Juanru instructed Mrs. Fan to send Xiao Yuan over every other afternoon. On one such day, Qi Moshuan unusually accompanied the mother and daughter. He bore news for Cui Qingyi. The proprietor of Qixing Study wishes to collaborate with us to sell Qing Tianji at the study in Qinghe City. I have come to inquire about your thoughts on this. Upon hearing this, Cui Qingyi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Zhao, the proprietor of Qixing Study, would seek them out for collaboration, especially after his disdainful expression during the recent shelving of Qing Tianji in the ink workshop. What has transpired that he now desires to partner with us? Cui Qingyi inquired. As Qi Moshuan recounted the events, a hint of pride illuminated his smile. You would never guess. The local magistrate, Zhou, visited the ink workshop days ago to inquire about Mr. Nancheng. He paused for emphasis. Magistrate Zhou expressed a wish to meet Mr. Nancheng, and I took the liberty of declining on your behalf. Cui Qingyi nodded nonchalantly. As she had clearly articulated her stance before collaborating with Qi Moshuan, her role in the ink workshop was solely as Mr. Nancheng, with no intentions of mingling with the elite. Observing her indifference, Qi Moshuan felt a sense of relief, though they had previously agreed on this matter. He had harbored concerns regarding the local magistrate's status and feared that Cui Qingyi might entertain other notions. However, after such a prolonged collaboration, Qi Moshuan had come to understand Cui Qingyi to some extent. He recognized that when she claimed to be indifferent, she genuinely meant it. With a sigh of relief, he continued, it is not only Magistrate Zhou. Several scholars from Dongshan Academy have also visited Ma Xiang's studio, specifically to discuss the Qing Tianji. The reputation of Qing Tianji has certainly spread throughout Dongping County. Although it is not my work, it is being sold at my Ma Xiang studio, and I was the one who discerned the talent of Mr. Nancheng. As Qi Moshuan spoke of this, his face radiated pride. The proprietor of Qixing bookstore must have perceived the potential of Qing Tianji, which is why he wishes to collaborate with us. He will handle the sales of Qing Tianji at Qixing bookstore elsewhere, and we will receive a share of the profits. What I propose is to agree to his offer. After all, I currently lack the capability to expand Ma Xiang studio to other locations. However, facilitating the distribution of Qing Tianji could yield greater revenue for us. I believe this venture is worthwhile. What do you think, Miss Cui? Chapter 50, The First Snowfall. I find it entirely feasible, Cui Qingyi stated without hesitation. This is undoubtedly a splendid opportunity. Qi Moshuan was correct. Given his current capabilities, it was indeed implausible for him to expand his business to the capital. However, the Qixing bookstore hailed from the capital, and the Bei family had been engaged in commerce for many years, making this endeavor relatively effortless for them. With Cui Qingyi expressing no objections, Qi Moshuan felt reassured. Then I shall request the county office's scribe to serve as a witness and promptly finalize this matter with the Qixing bookstore. Cui Qingyi had no dissent. After all, she was not required to be personally involved, leaving the entire responsibility to Qi Moshuan. Within the Qixing bookstore, manager Zhao anxiously awaited Qi Moshuan's response. With the new year of the Jin dynasty approaching, if he could secure the sales rights for the Qingtianji before the festivities, it would undoubtedly bolster his standing in front of the elder, even if he could not immediately be appointed as the manager in the capital. As long as the elder remembered him, opportunities would abound. Zhao waited for another 5 days as Qi Moshuan purposely delayed his visit. He was not naive. He feared that Zhao might trace his inquiries back to Cui Qingyi's residence and deduce that she was the mysterious scholar from Nanqing. Although it seemed implausible to most that the author of Qingtianji was a woman, Qi Moshuan had discerned through their prolonged interactions that the individuals from Qixing bookstore possessed a distinctively different mindset. Bundled in a thick coat, manager Zhao finally saw Qi Moshuan just as a second ulcer began to form on his tongue. "Ah, Qi manager," has the scholar from Nanqing replied. Previously, Qi Moshuan had employed the guise of needing to correspond with the scholar to prolong their meeting, and upon his arrival, Zhao assumed it was news from Nanqing. Playing along with the charade, Qi Moshuan replied, "Indeed, the scholar has instructed me to handle matters independently. I intend to accept Manager Zhao's proposal for collaboration. Furthermore, should the scholar have new works in the future, I would be eager to continue our partnership. However, I wonder how much of the profits Manager Zhao is prepared to allocate to us." Zhao's eyes brightened, and he leaned in to inquire, "Is Qi manager's statement genuine? Can you assure me that the scholar's works will continue to be handled by you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Moshuan nodded affirmatively. "That is assured. Regardless of what the future holds, our collaborative relationship will remain unchanged for at least the next few years." Zhao clapped his hands together. "Since Qi manager is so forthright, I shall reciprocate with sincerity. I will grant you a 50-50 profit share, allowing you and the scholar to receive half of the profits, while Qixing bookstore retains the other half. Does this sound agreeable?" Zhao had articulated Qi Moshuan's target profit share perfectly. This had been his initial plan. Moreover, for Qixing bookstore, taking 50% was not overly advantageous, as handling sales also entailed bearing the costs of printing, which included significant expenses for ink, paper, and other supplies. "Very well, we shall proceed as Manager Zhao suggests, splitting the profits evenly." "Excellent. Qi manager, your decisiveness is commendable. The collaboration between Qixing bookstore and Maxiang studio has been firmly established." Cui Qingyi received the contract sent by Qi Moshuan, and, as the original author in this partnership, she will receive 30% of the profits. Cui Qingyi harbored no discontent. Given that Qixing bookstore has a widespread presence in Qinghe City, earning 30% in a month is far more lucrative than Maxiang Studio's profits over 6 months. Holding the contract in her hands, Zhu Ruo sincerely exclaimed, "Miss, you are truly remarkable." Cui Qingyi carefully stored the contract and turned to Zhu Ruo, saying, "You are now a master yourself, with such a thoughtful little apprentice. Does that not bring you joy?" Zhu Ruo chuckled at Cui Qingyi's teasing, replying, "Are you feeling envious, miss? If so, let Xiao Yuan call you master as well." Initially, Zhu Ruo had little thought about becoming a master and taking on an apprentice. However, with Xiao Yuan, a spirited young girl, following her day by day, she gradually discovered the joys of mentorship. Xiao Yuan was a girl of great skill and dedication to learning embroidery. Yet, what Zhu Ruo cherished more was the girl's kind-heartedness and genuine gratitude, treating her as family. From a young age, whenever the Qi family prepared a new delicacy, she always remembered to bring a portion for her master. When tired from embroidery, she would energetically massage Zhu Ruo's back. If they dined at the Cui residence, the little girl adamantly refused to sit alone, but busily followed Zhu Ruo, attending to her needs. Although Madam Fan would undoubtedly guide her from the background, Xiao Yuan's innate disposition was indeed rare. One should reciprocate kindness with kindness, as the adage goes. This is the essence of human relationships. As December approached, Dongping County welcomed its first significant snowfall of the winter. The snow began in the afternoon with tiny flakes, escalating to large, fluffy snowflakes by evening. In a short time, a layer of snow blanketed the courtyard. Despite the thick snow, Yuan Shi refused to stay in the back room, choosing instead to lie in the yard. Before sleeping, Cui Qingyi opened the door to the woodshed, ensuring that if the cold became unbearable, the dog would have a place to shelter from the wind and snow. However, her concerns were entirely unnecessary. Throughout the night, Yuan Shi only rose occasionally to patrol the front and backyards, quietly lying in the snow until the first crow of a rooster signaled dawn. At that moment, the large black dog leisurely stretched, shaking off the snowflakes, and returned to the back room to await his master's awakening. Overnight, the entire county was enveloped in a silvery cloak. Fortunately, the heated Kong, fueled by charcoal, kept Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo comfortably warm throughout the night. Upon rising early, Zhu Ruo began to clear the snow in the courtyard, and shortly after, Cui Qingyi, bundled up warmly, joined her. A pot of bone broth simmered on the charcoal stove in the kitchen. Having anticipated the snowfall since the previous day, Cui Qingyi had decided to prepare a lamb hot pot, and Zhu Ruo had already set the lamb bone soup to simmer early in the morning. Seeing her master clearing the snow, Yuan Shi was not idle either, joyfully running about the yard, leaving paw prints scattered across the snow. The snow continued to fall, but fortunately, the house had been constructed with drainage in mind. The two merely needed to pile the snow in a corner, and once the sun emerged, it would quickly melt, flowing through the drainage into the river below. After waiting for the snow to be cleared, both individuals were adorned with a fine sheen of sweat. They decided to indulge in a bowl of steaming lamb soup before embarking on the preparation of ingredients for the hot pot. The wooden door to the kitchen stood ajar, revealing a clay pot simmering with creamy white lamb soup. Thinly sliced pieces of lamb, cut with meticulous precision, were tossed into the pot. They awaited the moment when they would rise to the surface, ready to be retrieved and enveloped in savory sauce before being savored. As they gazed out at the picturesque, snowy landscape, the flavors of life unfolded before them. Yuan Shi, a dog that could reach Cui Qingyi's thigh when standing, lay at her feet, its plump ears perked up, occasionally catching the morsels that fell from above. In this moment, the seemingly clumsy canine exuded an undeniable charm. Chapter 51. Sister Li's intentions eagerly awaiting a satisfying meal, the two retreated to the back room after closing the main door. On this snowy day, Cui Qingyi succumbed to laziness, propping herself against a large, soft pillow on the Kong while perusing a novel. A few dried fruits lay on the Kong table, which she occasionally reached for. The window of the back room faced the courtyard, allowing her to gaze upon the pristine white landscape whenever she grew weary of reading. Sipping sweet red date tea, she found great contentment in the tranquil day. Jujube, restless, sat cross-legged on the opposite side of the Kong, engaged in embroidery. Her enthusiasm for crafting embroidered handkerchiefs had waned. She now took on only larger commissions, such as screens. Although such work required considerable effort, the ample time allowed her to earn several dozen taels of silver for a single piece, proving far more lucrative than handkerchiefs. After enjoying a steaming bowl of chicken noodle soup for dinner, the leisurely day came to a close. The following morning, the snowfall had ceased, yet the skies remained overcast. Once again, they began the repetitive task of shoveling snow, and by the time the courtyard was cleared, midday had long passed. After lunch, just as Cui Qingyi intended to return to the back room as the day before, a knock resounded at the front door. Could it be Mrs. Fan and Xiao Yuan visiting today? Jujube speculated as she went to open the door. Cui Qingyi observed Yuan Shi rising to follow, realizing the visitor was unlikely to be Mrs. Fan. Outside the door stood Sister Li, cradling a sewing basket, her expression somewhat sheepish as she smiled. With such heavy snow, I grew bored at home and thought to come here for a chat and some needlework. Jujube was taken aback to see a neighbor from the alley. Having experienced the affairs of the Gu family and the Feng family, she was inherently reluctant to engage with the people of the alley. However, with the neighbor at her doorstep and exhibiting no ill intent, she felt it inappropriate to turn her away. How peculiar that she would choose to come here, Jujube mused. Sister Li noticed the reluctance on Jujube's face and pretended not to see it. My daughter is just about to take a nap. Please come in, sister, Jujube said. Had it been anyone else, they might have left, but Sister Li cheerfully accepted and quickly entered the courtyard. Jujube had no choice but to lead her inside. This was Sister Li's first time entering the Cui household, and upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Cui Qingyi, enveloped in a fur cloak, seated in the hall. The young lady's complexion was fair, her hair cascading like a waterfall, and the cloak, adorned with an unknown animal's fur, was strikingly red, enhancing her air of opulence. Only then did Sister Li notice Jujube, who, though lacking a cloak, wore a jacket with a fur collar that warmly framed her delicate neck. Cui Qingyi had a good memory and instantly recognized Sister Li from the alley. Although surprised by the neighbor's initiative to visit her home, she displayed no hint of discomfort, as if their previous altercations had never occurred. With a warm smile, she greeted, "Sister Li, please come in and warm yourself. It is indeed a cold day." Seeing the smile on Cui Qingyi's face, Sister Li's initial awkwardness dissipated somewhat. "I thought it would be dull for everyone given this chilly weather, so I came to chat with you. The courtyard you manage is truly splendid, and the dog is exceptionally well cared for, exuding an air of majesty." It seems that Wang Kai is aware of the visitor's lack of combative prowess, as he lazily reclines at Cui Qingyi's feet, his ears unperturbed by the compliments. Cui Qingyi affectionately strokes Wang Cai's substantial head. He is a commendable guardian, diligent in his duties. Sister Li gazes at Wang Cai's broad back, a pang of bitterness filling her heart. Though the years have been bountiful, her family struggles to save beyond mere sustenance, unlike the Cui family, who have nurtured their dog to such robust health. However, each household manages its own affairs, and she refrains from voicing her thoughts. After spending over half an hour at the Cui residence, Sister Li departs with half-finished shoe soles in hand, inviting them to visit her home when the weather clears. Her eldest daughter, now 9, is at the perfect age for play. Cui Qingyi smiles and nods, initially believing Sister Li had come with a purpose, only to realize her visit was merely for idle chatter and needlework. Once Juanru has seen their guest off and closed the door, Cui Qingyi retreats to the back room. Juanru enters with a brazier, inquiring about Sister Li's true intentions for her visit. She suspects it was not simply a social call. Cui Qingyi is indifferent, stating that it matters little what Sister Li's motives are, as long as her heart is not malicious. Should there be any ulterior motives, they will inevitably come to light. Juanru, contemplating this, decides to set the matter aside. In the following days, Sister Li visits once or twice more, each time engaging in casual conversation and needlework. Due to the cold weather, Cui Qingyi prefers not to inconvenience herself in hosting neighbors, so she leads Sister Li directly to the back room upon her next arrival. Having heard previously that the Cui family was commissioning a craftsman to build a heated calm, Sister Li is intrigued as she sits down and feels the warmth. She contemplates having a similar setup for her own home, but quickly dismisses the idea after learning from Juanru that it requires coal throughout the night, an extravagant luxury for her, as her own bed suffices. It is only when the first firecracker of the season is heard that Cui Qingyi realizes the arrival of the 12th lunar month and the impending new year. At the Li household, Sister Li meticulously slices her homemade lava rice cake into neat squares and instructs her 9-year-old daughter, Li Miao, to deliver them to the Cui family. Upon witnessing her granddaughter dart out the door, Li's mother furrows her brow in concern but refrains from commenting. In the kitchen, she expresses her desire for Li Miao to learn needlework, questioning its reliability. After all, why seek out a teacher when one could teach at home? The elderly woman, having lived a frugal life, has never heard of anyone needing a master to learn such skills. Sister Li, engrossed in her tasks, replies without looking up, "Mother, please do not concern yourself with this matter or speak of it outside. The instruction offered by others differs significantly from what we can provide at home. I have but one daughter, and I wish for her to acquire some skills so that she may navigate life as challenges with resilience. Not everyone is as fortunate as I am. Even after being sold, I've had the fortune of encountering such a kind person as you." As she spoke, she raised her sleeve to dab at the corners of her eyes. Observing her demeanor, the elderly lady found herself at a loss for words. Her thoughts tangled in a web of unspoken sentiments. Alas, your daughter, of course, will heed your words. Just ensure she does not develop lofty aspirations that exceed her capabilities. "Oh, mother, little Miao was raised by you. You know her temperament well. She is not one to be oblivious to her place. The old lady seemed quite pleased by her daughter-in-law's remarks and strolled out with a lighter heart. Sister Li continued her tasks. Having spent many years in the Li household, she had long since discerned the elderly lady's true nature. Though she appeared formidable, she was, in truth, quite tender-hearted. When she was first brought here by her father, overwhelmed and despondent, it was the elderly lady who, with a mix of scolding and coaxing, encouraged her to embrace life anew. It was also the old lady who nourished her with 2 meals a day, gradually restoring her health. While the elderly lady's actions may have been motivated by her son's interests, the tangible benefits bestowed upon her cannot be overlooked. Chapter 52. Double-sided embroidery as a mother herself. Li Miao felt compelled to consider her child's well-being. With a sense of trepidation, she knocked on the grand door of the Cui residence, fully aware of the ferocious dog that resided there. Previously, she had refrained from approaching this area, even when playing with her friends. However, her mother had been visiting the Cui household frequently, and now insisted that she deliver some labakanji. Though she felt obliged to heed her mother's wishes, fear lingered in her heart. Before long, the tightly shut door creaked open, and Zhu Ruo, peering out, spotted the young girl standing there, holding a bowl. "Ah, you must be the little Miao from Li's family. Come in." Zhu Ruo recognized the girl immediately, having seen her a few times and heard her mother mention her often. With a slightly bashful smile, Miao replied, "Hello, sister. I am Li Miao. My mother sent me to deliver labakanji." As she spoke, she extended the bowl towards Zhu Ruo, momentarily taken aback. Zhu Ruo realized it was indeed Laba Festival, a day they had also prepared some festive delicacies, but she had not anticipated receiving any offerings. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, accepting the bowl and pulling Miao into the courtyard. "Wow, this laba cake looks delightful. It smells so sweet. Please wait a moment, and I will return the bowl to you." Miao nodded, standing quietly in place. At that moment, she felt something brushing against her leg. Turning around, she was met with the sight of a large black dog, sniffing her curiously. The dog was truly enormous. Miao felt a surge of fear and instinctively tensed up. Just as she contemplated whether to call for help, Zhu Ruo's voice resonated from the kitchen. "Yuan Kai won't bite. Do not be afraid. Your sister is deceiving you. This big black dog does attack. I've seen it with my own eyes." Miao exclaimed, recalling how Gu Urge had been knocked down by the dog. Yuan Kai, having caught a whiff of Miao's scent, initially lost interest and turned to leave, but upon noticing the bustling figure in the kitchen, he halted. Having grown accustomed to a life of leisure, Yuan Kai settled down beside Miao, waiting patiently for Zhu Ruo to emerge. When Miao felt the large black dog sit next to her, she shivered initially, but then, unable to resist, reached out to stroke the dog's broad back. So smooth, even more so than her hair, was her first thought. Yuan Kai sensed the gentle touch of her small hand, but remained indifferent, fixated on the kitchen's entrance. Zhu Ruo emerged to find the two in such a peculiar position. Amused, she playfully patted Yuan Kai's head and chided, "You clever creature. Just wait until I tell on you later." Then, she handed the bowl back to Miao, saying, "This is our homemade laba cake. Take it home and enjoy." Miao nodded in agreement, accepting it graciously. Exchanging laba cakes was customary during the festival, a tradition she had long embraced. As she stepped outside, a sense of joy bubbled within her. She had conversed with the beautiful sister residing there and even petted the fierce black dog. Later, she would eagerly share with her friends that the dog was not frightening at all. Sister Li was delighted to see the laba rice cake that Xiao Miao brought back. The laba rice cake from the Cui family was unlike any she had made. It was filled with an array of dried fruits and nuts, many of which were high-priced delicacies from the dried fruit shop, items she would not dare inquire about on ordinary days. However, her joy did not stem from the cake itself, but rather from mutual exchanges between them. She broke off a piece of the laba rice cake, tasted it, and then handed the remainder to Xiao Miao, saying, "Take it to your grandmother and enjoy it together." Xiao Miao's eyes crinkled with delight as she happily carried the bowl into Old Lady Li's room. Meanwhile, after finishing her chores at the stove, the maid, Zhu Ruo, entered the back room carrying several plates of pastries. The teapot on the charcoal stove was bubbling with steam. "Miss, what do you need the embroidery frame for?" Zhu Ruo asked, surprised to see Cui Qingyi leaning against the Kong, holding her embroidery frame and examining it. Ever since her marriage at 15, Cui Qingyi had not touched an embroidery needle. Zhu Ruo knew she had no fondness for embroidery, which made her curious. Cui Qingyi held the embroidery frame, a needle pinched between her fingers, her mind contemplating the art of double-sided embroidery. Zhu Ruo, do you know what double-sided embroidery is? Zhu Ruo looked puzzled. Double-sided embroidery? What is that? She replied, unaware. In truth, Cui Qingyi found her own question rather silly. Having grown up together, even learning embroidery from the same master, she had never heard of double-sided embroidery in Dongping. So how could Zhu Ruo know about it? What is double-sided embroidery? Zhu Ruo inquired. Cui Qingyi replied, I'll tell you once I figure it out. Zhu Ruo exclaimed, Oh, your skill is truly remarkable. In her past life, Cui Qingyi's understanding of embroidery was limited to the occasional news reports featuring renowned inheritors of intangible cultural heritage at various events, or instances when a nation gifted double-sided embroidery as a state gift to foreign leaders. The embroidered works depicted in these reports were often exquisite, whether portraying figures or animals, evoking admiration from the populace. Cui Qingyi had once searched on a well-known shopping site, intending to purchase a piece of embroidered art for her collection. However, true artisans were exceedingly rare, and the prices of their creations were exorbitantly high, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Ultimately, Cui Qingyi had to reluctantly abandon this desire. Now, having acquired her own exceptional embroidery skills, she found it ironic that the double-sided embroidery, which once filled her with envy, had yet to come into being. This missed opportunity could only be described as fate's whimsical play. Recently, watching Zhu Ruo teach Xiao Yuan, Cui Qingyi suddenly felt inspired to delve into the study of double-sided embroidery. As the name suggests, double-sided embroidery involves creating images on both sides of the same fabric during the embroidery process, with identical outlines and equally exquisite designs, making either side a work of art worthy of admiration. Double-sided embroidery is both challenging and not overly difficult. It is challenging for those without any embroidery skills, yet not so for those who have mastered the techniques. However, this does not imply that Cui Qingyi could simply stitch a few times and master the technique of double-sided embroidery. If it were that simple, this art form would not have become an intangible cultural heritage in later times. At the very least, on the day of the Laba Festival, Cui Qingyi found herself devoid of any notable accomplishments. Zhu Ruo, unaware of the concept of double-sided embroidery, merely felt a pang of discomfort in her eyes as she observed her young mistress repeatedly unraveling and re-stitching the embroidery thread. A heavy snowfall blanketed Dongping County once more. The 18th day of the 12th lunar month marked Cui Qingyi's 20th birthday. Zhu Ruo meticulously remembered this date, commencing preparations for Cui Qingyi's birthday feast day in advance. As she watched her tirelessly laboring in the biting cold, Cui Qingyi gently urged, It's merely a birthday. We've celebrated it in the past, so a simple meal will suffice. However, Zhu Ruo, covering her ears, refused to heed her mistress's words. After all, a birthday is never the same, especially not the significant milestone of turning 20. This year's celebration, in Zhu Ruo's eyes, was indeed extraordinary and unlike any other. Chapter 53. The Chun family of Qinghe on the auspicious day of her birthday. Zhu Ruo rose early to prepare. Cui Qingyi, eager to assist, was promptly shooed back to the back room. Watching Zhu Ruo bustling about in the kitchen brought a smile to Cui Qingyi's face, which gradually transformed into warmth. She retreated to the back room before her eyes could betray her emotions, curling up on the Kong with her eyes closed, lost in thought. The evening meal at the Cui residence was particularly sumptuous. Although the portions of chicken, duck, fish, and meat were modest, all essential dishes were present. In the center of the table sat a large longevity peach, radiating festivity. A small bowl of steaming longevity noodles, topped with a golden fried egg and vibrant greens, was served first. At this moment, the longevity noodles were significant. A single unbroken strand symbolized long life and continuity. Zhu Ruo had intended to make the noodle longer, but feared that Cui Qingyi might bite through it in her eagerness, so she settled for a perfectly sized portion. Seeing Cui Qingyi dutifully finish the entire strand of longevity noodles brought a radiant smile to Zhu Ruo's face, for she had practiced extensively for this dish. Once the noodles were consumed, their meal officially commenced. Zhu Ruo raised her wine cup and wished Cui Qingyi a happy birthday, with hopes for longevity and health. Cui Qingyi clinked her cup and drank it all at once. After finishing her drink, Zhu Ruo joyfully retrieved a red pouch from her bosom and presented it. "My lady, this is a birthday red envelope I prepared for you." Observing her excitement, Cui Qingyi accepted it without hesitation. The pouch was plump, and upon opening it, Cui Qingyi realized that this Navi girl had given her all the silver she earned from her embroidery work over the past days. A wave of emotion washed over her, and her vision blurred momentarily. Taking a deep breath, Cui Qingyi fought back the lump in her throat and spoke softly. "Thank you, Zhu Ruo. I am incredibly happy." Zhu Ruo, who had been eagerly watching Cui Qingyi, noticed her reactions and felt her own eyes welling up with tears. If the lady is happy, then I am happy too. Having grown up, she recalled the first birthday red envelope she received at 5. A single tael of silver gifted by Cui Qingyi. For over a decade by her side, she had received a red envelope every birthday. Yet, despite having her biological parents, Cui Qingyi seldom celebrated her birthdays properly. Now, it felt wonderful that she could finally give a birthday red envelope to her lady. As the sentimental moment passed, the two sat in the warmth of the room, enjoying the most liberating and serene birthday banquet of their lives. In her joy, Cui Qingyi indulged in a few extra drinks. Perhaps influenced by the alcohol, tears began to flow despite the joyous occasion. That evening, in a haze of drunkenness, she cried for a long time, uncertain of the reasons behind her tears, merely feeling a deep sense of grievance that found no outlet. When pressed to articulate her specific grievances, Cui Qingyi would falter, overwhelmed by an insistent, lingering sensation that could not be ignored, expressing it through tears instead. Seeing her cry, Zhu Ruo joined her in tears. At last, the master and servant, overwhelmed with tears, gradually drifted into slumber, enveloped in the warmth of the heated calm. Outside the door, Yuan Shi rested his large head on his forepaws, emitting a few whimpers upon hearing the steady breaths from within. In the inner courtyard of the Chun residence in Qinghe City, Lining anxiously awaited Chen Linen's arrival, her irritation mounting as she tossed the jade comb onto the dressing table. Where could the young master be? And why had he not yet returned? The maid, with a submissive demeanor, replied, "I do not know, Mississippi. The young master has not been seen by any of us in the front courtyard." Lining, already on edge, felt her anger surge upon hearing this, and swiftly struck the maid's face with a resounding slap, scolding, "What good are you useless wretches? What purpose do I have in keeping you?" The young maid, appearing no older than 13 or 14 and rather slight of build, fell to the ground from the blow, covering her face, stifling her sobs, and only managing to emit some uncontrollable whimpers. At that moment, the door curtain was lifted, and a figure clad in peach pink hurriedly entered. Lan Chao, Lin Ying's personal maid. "My lady, why engage in a quarrel with such a young girl? It is not worth harming your own health." Lan Chao gently assisted Lin Ying in sitting down, taking up the jade comb to style her hair, signaling for the young maid to exit hastily. Having struck someone, Lin Ying felt some of the pent-up frustration dissipate, yet a wave of grievances surged within her, prompting her to cover her face and weep. "I do not wish to act this way, but my cousin has scarcely entered my room for over a month. What have I done wrong to warrant such disdain?" Lan Chao softly patted Lin Ying's shoulder, offering gentle consolation. "The young master is preoccupied with his studies. His absence here does not imply he is elsewhere. With the madam as your support, you need not fear anything. Once you bear a son, your position will be even more secure." The mention of the madam deepened Lin Ying's sense of injustice. Before marrying her cousin, her aunt had treated her exceedingly well. But now, her cousin ignored her, and when she sought her aunt's guidance, she was reprimanded for failing to understand her husband's feelings. As a lady of the house, she was advised to be more prudent, rather than indulging in frivolities with her husband. Lin Ying felt deeply wronged. It was not merely mischief she sought with her cousin. It was her aunt who urged her to conceive quickly. Yet how could she do so when her cousin never visited her chamber? Nearly 4 months into her marriage, There was still no sign of movement within her womb, and the glances from those in the Chun family, who once conspired against the childless Cui, now bore a different weight. Yet how could she explain her cousin's absence in her chamber to others? Truly, she was like a mute suffering bitterly in silence. In the front courtyard, Chun Linen drank alone, with a young servant standing by, hesitating to speak. The young mistress's people came repeatedly, and yet the young master remained elusive, leaving the servant to dread the trouble that would inevitably befall him once the young mistress sought him out again. However, given the young master's current state, the servant dared not voice any objections, fearing the wrath of a drunken master would land him in trouble. The servant silently pondered, finding his young master rather peculiar. In the past, when the Cui family's young mistress was present, he was consumed with thoughts of Lining, constantly finding ways to vex the young mistress. Now that he had finally sent the Cui family's mistress away and married Lining, one would expect him to be fulfilled in his desires. Yet, within less than half a year, the young master of the Chun family began to reminisce about the divorced Cui. The servant, unable to comprehend the nature of such behavior, simply deemed his master exceedingly greedy. Chun Linen downed cup after cup of wine, remembering that today marked the birthday of Cui. The tidings that had returned from Lin Shu only exacerbated his restlessness. He had never fathomed that Cui possessed such audacity to sever ties with the Cui family. Now, he was left in the dark about her whereabouts and the plight she might be enduring. He had contemplated sending someone to search for Cui, yet even the Cui family was unaware of her location. The mere thought that she might be suffering or in dire straits might hastily wed another filled him with unease. Such matters were not ones he could share with others. He could only seclude himself and drown his sorrows in drink, hoping that inebriation might alleviate his troubled heart. Chapter 54. The binding of the filial duty. Chun Linen believed he had conducted his affairs discreetly, yet the happenings within his courtyard were far from concealed from his mother. Madam Chun. The moment Chun Linen dispatched someone to Lin Shui, Madam Chun was already apprised of the news, with Chun Linen's daily sorrow evident. How could she not surmise the cause? However, were this situation to pertain to another, she would undoubtedly scorn it, deeming such a man to be ungrateful, demanding both affection and respect. Yet, when the individual in question was her beloved son, Chun Linen, the circumstances were altogether different. In a fit of rage, Madam Chun shattered her most cherished set of teacups, railing against Cui, whom she deemed a seductress, for still enticing her son despite being cast aside. After venting her ire upon Cui, she turned her wrath on Lining, lamenting the loss of her previous cleverness. Had she not once captured Linen's heart entirely? How could such a short span of time render her inadequate? The words that escaped her lips were met with silence from the maids present, including Lin Mama, who had long served her. After all, Lining was a young lady of the Lin family, the lady's own niece. As an elder, Madam Chun, despite her harsh words, was entitled to express herself. However, should the servants utter anything inappropriate, they would be courting disaster. Lin Mama cautiously replied, "Madam, the young mistress is still quite young. Perhaps you could offer her more guidance." As she handed over a cup of tea at the perfect temperature, Madame Chun took a sip, her anger slightly abated. Have I not guided her sufficiently? Were it not for my indulgence, could she have driven Cui away? Now she stands as the young mistress of the Chun family. Lin Mama chose to remain silent. While she had been unable to temper Madame Chen's temper when Cui was present, she had hoped that with Lining assuming the role of young mistress, tranquility would return to the household. Yet, it seemed that in Madame Chen's eyes, her son was akin to a celestial being, fearing that aside from royal princesses, none would be deemed worthy. Alas, they are all a source of worry. Go tell Lining to be more attentive to Linen and to bear me a healthy grandson soon. Lin Mama smiled in response. I shall attend to it shortly. Our young master is indeed a paragon of talent. Surely his offspring will be as ethereal as celestial beings. Having served for many years, she knew well which words would please her mistress. As evening fell, a drunken Chun Linen was assisted by several young servants back to Lin Ying's courtyard. Lin Mama observed as the maids helped him prepare for his ablutions and called out to Lin Ying, who was about to follow them inside. "Young mistress, please wait. I have a few words I wish to share with you." Reluctantly, Lin Ying hesitated, concerned for her cousin's state, if those maids entertained any improper notions. What chaos might ensue. Yet, she dared not disregard Lin Mama's authority. Mama, please speak freely. As a seasoned matron from the Lin family, Lin Mama held deep affection for the household she had watched over since childhood. Missing, I have watched you grow, and today I wish to speak candidly. You are no longer the same as before. Within the Chun household, you are no longer merely a cherished guest of your maternal family, but the young mistress of this estate. The roles of a daughter-in-law and a niece are vastly different. To thrive in this grand residence, you must establish your own presence. Once, the Cui family was not favored by the lady and the young master, and you have witnessed the days they spent in this residence. At that time, both the lady and the young master protected you, allowing you to create discomfort for the Cui family. The people in the manor, regardless of their motives, naturally reveled in our family's discord. However, now that the Cui family no longer resides here, you are surely aware of who others are waiting to see falter. Regardless of the circumstances, your focus should not solely rest on quarrels with the young master. The most pressing matter is to conceive a child. Linning pressed her delicate red lips into a thin line, feeling somewhat defiant. It was inappropriate to express her grievances to her aunt. Yet could she still endure this servant's remarks? Is it that I do not wish to conceive? My cousin hardly visits my quarters even a few times a month. How am I to bear a child alone? Upon uttering these words, Lin Momo felt an immediate darkness cloud her vision. The girl, whom she had previously regarded as clever, now appeared quite foolish. Despite the multitude of points Linning made, she seemed to focus solely on the notion of childbirth. Indeed, procreation is significant, yet Linning has only been in the household for less than half a year, making the urgency of this matter rather questionable. The essence of her words was clearly a reminder to Linning to refrain from mischief simply because she is the niece of the lady. She ought to regard the lady as her mother-in-law and the young master as her husband. It is inappropriate to constantly refer to her as aunt and cousin, flaunting her entry into this family. However, it was evident that the listener had completely missed the point. Lin Momo silently gathered her thoughts, deciding to let things unfold naturally. Once Lin Momo departed, Chun Linen had also been tidied up and properly settled in a bed, while Linning dismissed the attendants and lay down beside him. Tentatively, she reached out to touch the person next to her, who promptly murmured and turned away from her. Linning silently bit the corner of the blanket, shedding tears throughout the night, leaving that for now. Due to the exhaustion from crying the previous night, Cui Qingyi naturally rose late the following day. Perhaps buoyed by the effects of the wine and her tears, upon awakening, she felt refreshed, as though the pent-up frustration that had lingered in her chest for over a decade had finally dissipated. Unlike others, she experienced a profound sense of panic upon finding herself transformed into an infant in this unfamiliar dynasty. After painstakingly deciphering the nature of this era and the family into which she had been born, she still felt a lack of security within. She was not a truly naive child and could clearly discern the resentment and discontent in Yuan's eyes, as well as the alien nature of the feudal dynasty and her disapproving mother. For Cui Qingyi, this marked the true beginning of her tumultuous journey. The time she spent reading time travel novels offered little in the way of survival wisdom. Cui Qingyi lamented that, in the context of this era, she was an anomaly, a notably weak one at that. Fearing that the Yuan family would regard her as a burden, she began learning how to behave like a proper person of the past from infancy. Under such immense pressure, she persevered for 20 years, and now at last, she could breathe freely. Allowing her thoughts to wander, she soon compelled herself to return to the reality at hand. Regardless of the past, one must strive to live each day to the fullest in this world. As the festive season approaches, Zhu Ruo assigned some tasks to Xiao Yuan before granting her a break, with classes resuming after the new year. In the final lesson, the Fan family not only delivered a monetary gift to Zhu Ruo, but also brought New Year presents for the Cui family. Although the monetary gift amounted to merely 5 taels of silver, Zhu Ruo found it utterly fascinating to hold the silver in her hands. After relishing the moment herself, she eagerly showed it to Cui Qingyi, exclaiming, "My dear, does this not feel like a dream? I, too, have received a monetary gift." Contemplating, If one could truly traverse time and arrive in a foreign dynasty, would the initial response be one of panic or exhilaration? Chapter 55. The alchemist of the Bei family Cui Qingyi playfully pinched her cheek and laughed. Our Ju Ruo has truly become remarkable, having become a female educator with a stipend. It seems that in the future, I shall rely on our Ju Ruo for sustenance. Ju Ruo grinned widely, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth, and generously placed silver coins before Cui Qingyi, raising her hand in a gesture of solemn promise. Rest assured, my lady, I shall strive even harder to earn silver, and by next year, we will fill the woodshed with charcoal. Cui Qingyi responded with a hearty laugh. Haha, splendid. I shall await the blessings from our Ju Ruo. As for the profits from the Mo Xiang study, Qi Ma Xuan delivered them just a day before the Lunar New Year. Given the elevated status of scholars, the prices of books, brushes, paper, and ink had soared. Although it had only been 3 months, the share that Qi Ma Xuan brought amounted to over 200 taels, which Cui Qingyi regarded as exorbitant profits. Gazing at the shimmering silver ingots before her, Cui Qingyi couldn't help but anticipate the performance of the Qixing study in the coming year. The Qixing study, renowned throughout Qinghe County, held the potential to propel her Qing Tianji into the market. Should it reach even half the success of Qing Fenggongzi, it would prove to be a tremendous windfall. Motivated by the prospect of wealth, Cui Qingyi secretly vowed to work diligently in the coming year to pen several more volumes. Meanwhile, Qi Ma Xuan sat with Madam Fan, meticulously calculating their accounts. As he deftly maneuvered the abacus, Fan Hui counted the silver, and the couple's eyes began to gleam with increasing brightness. Fan Hui felt a tremor in her hands. While their bookshop had earned silver in previous years, this year's profits were truly staggering. How can a mere storybook be so profitable? She mused, unable to comprehend. Taking a deep breath, Qi Ma Xuan finally understood why the Qixing study had gone to such lengths to secure exclusive rights to Qing Fenggongzi's works. The Bei family, seasoned in commerce, truly possessed a sharp acumen. He advised Fan Hui earnestly, "We must engage more attentively with the Cui family. You should maintain close ties with them." Upon hearing her husband's counsel, Fan Hui nodded solemnly. "That goes without saying. For the sake of our little Yuan, I shall be diligent." While Qi Ma Xuan reveled in his good fortune, Manager Zhao of the Qixing study faced a more tumultuous situation. Recently, he had dispatched the first and second volumes of Qing Tianji to Qinghe City via swift courier, and he had been anxiously awaiting a response from his superiors. He had high hopes for the potential of Qing Tianji and was confident that, under the management of the Qixing study, it could achieve the same acclaim as Qing Fenggongzi's works. Surely, the master would recognize its merit. However, as the wait dragged on, his certainty began to wane, and his mind wandered into a labyrinth of doubt. Could it be that the messenger encountered unforeseen delays along the way, preventing Qing Tianji from reaching the master? Or perhaps the manuscript had arrived, yet the master dismissed it or failed to recognize its uniqueness. Even more troubling was the thought that someone in Qinghe City might wish to thwart his ascent. The more he pondered, the more tormenting the uncertainty became. Had it not been for the absence of a summons from a masteress household, Manager Zhao would have taken it upon himself to inquire personally. At the very least, he wished to stand before the esteemed elder and perish with clarity. In Qinghe City, at the grand residence of the Bei family, a heavy snowfall had delayed the messenger departing from Dongping County by 2 days. As a new year approached, failure to deliver the items back to the estate in a timely manner would undoubtedly hinder Manager Zhao's significant endeavors. The fortunes and misfortunes of those dispatched alongside the managers were intricately tied to the success of their superiors. Only when Manager Zhao flourished could they hope to ascend as well. Thus, despite the unyielding inclement weather, the messenger resolutely commenced his journey. Fortunately, divine favor smiled upon him, as within half a day, the sun broke through the clouds, shining brightly overhead. The days from the 25th to the 28th of the 12th month were designated for the Bei family's annual account settlement. During this time, the leading managers from various shops were required to return to the Bei household to collectively review their accounts. This occasion served not only as a reckoning, but also as an opportunity to report on the year's achievements to the master. The managers would share experiences and learn from one another, adopting successful practices while avoiding the missteps of their predecessors. Ultimately, the head of the Bei family would summarize the proceedings, bestowing rewards where due and administering penalties as warranted. The grand hall of the Bei family buzzed with activity, with the current head, Elder Bei, seated prominently at the forefront, flanked by a beautiful maidservant deftly manipulating an abacus. The stack of account ledgers beside her rose impressively high, yet diminished with remarkable speed. It was at this moment that the messenger from Manager Zhao was escorted into the hall by his servant, and due to the unique nature of his cargo, he was led directly before Elder Bei. Please be at ease, esteemed elder. This is an item sent by Manager Zhao from the Qixing study in Dongping County for your perusal. A lovely maidservant stepped forward to accept the item, which was wrapped in oil paper, but rather than presenting it directly to Elder Bei, she circled around and placed it upon the incense burner, allowing it to be infused with fragrant smoke before carefully setting it on the table before Elder Bei. A plump, emerald-ringed finger extended languidly, flipping through the pages with a leisurely pace. Soon, the solitary finger transformed into two, and the pages were turned one after another. The maidservants, standing in attendance, exchanged curious glances, intrigued by the nature of the object that had captured the elder's interest. It was well known that, prior to the new year, many managers had presented gifts to the elder, most of which he had scarcely acknowledged. Yet now, he seemed captivated by an ordinary book. It was noteworthy that the elder was not particularly fond of reading. Even the tales of the esteemed Qing Feng had only elicited a few perfunctory page turns. No one dared to interrupt Elder Bei, and even the managers, preoccupied with networking, gradually fell silent. A collective thought flickered through their minds. The elder must have discovered yet another lucrative opportunity. Who among the managers was fortunate enough to be the subject of such attention? Despite the Bei family's current prominence in Qinghe County, just 2 decades prior, they had merely been a small tea egg vendor at the docks. It was only with the birth of Bei Shangyuan that the family's fortunes began to flourish as if guided by divine intervention. The tea egg has transformed into a breakfast stall, which in turn has evolved into a breakfast shop, eventually giving rise to Beijia eateries and Beijia restaurants. Only the longtime elders who have accompanied Beijia through the years are aware that all of this is attributed to a man with a golden touch. Over the years, every venture that Bei Shangyuan has deemed promising has flourished remarkably. It seems as though he was born solely for the purpose of amassing wealth. After finishing a unit of stories, Bei Shangyuan casually picked up the brush resting on the table and inscribed the character for Can. As for how Manager Zhao would be overjoyed upon discovering this character days later, that is a tale for another time. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, Dongping County was graced with light snowfall for several consecutive days. The snowflakes were not abundant, quickly melting into water upon touching the ground. Yet, this mere moisture significantly heightened the humidity in the air, compelling Cui Qingyi to either nestle by the heated Kong or keep a hand warmer close at hand throughout the day. This marked the first new year that the two had spent independently, and not only was it significant for the little one, but even Cui Qingyi felt it held extraordinary meaning. On the morning of the 31st day of the year, Cui Qingyi took it upon herself to assist the little one in pasting couplets and hanging lanterns. Although merely adding some red decorations, the entire courtyard was infused with an abundance of festive cheer. Despite her hands growing cold from prolonged exposure to the elements, Cui Qingyi felt warmth enveloping her whole being. She prepared a red envelope for the little one and even adorned Wang Sai's neck with a few copper coins tied with red thread. The large dog, oblivious to the significance of this gesture, nonetheless remained by Cui Qingyi's side, its tail wagging vigorously. Chapter 56. A prosperous new year. Cui Qingyi gently stroked Wang Sai's large head and smiled. Wang Kai, will our new year be prosperous? Wang Kai responded with a cheerful bark. Woof, woof, woof. The dog's barks were crisp and resounding, bringing great satisfaction to Cui Qingyi. Today, she decided to reward Wang Kai with extra dumplings. As they prepared to adorn their home, Cui Qingyi began kneading the dough. Although there were only 2 of them, Zhu Ruo skillfully mixed shrimp and pork with radishes and cabbage to create 2 varieties of dumpling fillings. After placing the prepared dough in a bowl and covering it, the two sat in the warm kitchen after their New Year's Eve dinner to begin making dumplings. The primary dumpling maker was undoubtedly Cui Qingyi, Zhu Ruo. Despite her best efforts, could not match Cui Qingyi's speed even with a rolling pin in hand. At such moments, Zhu Ruo often fell into self-doubt. After all, she was the one who frequently cooked. Why was the young lady so adept at making dumplings? With deft fingers, Cui Qingyi expertly pinched and shaped the dough into perfectly round dumplings. Yuruo, undeterred, mimicked Cui Qingyi's movements. But her usually nimble fingers seemed to have minds of their own, producing oddly shaped dumplings instead. Noticing one particularly unsightly dumpling standing out among the beautifully crafted ones, Zhu Ruo quietly nudged it towards the corner, contemplating whether to discreetly dispose of it while Cui Qingyi wasn't looking. Cui Qingyi had long noticed Zhu Ruo's little maneuver, but chose not to call her out, suspecting that the unfortunate dumpling would never make it to the pot intact. As they neared the end, and only a few wrappers remained, Cui Qingyi took out a pre-washed coin and tucked it inside one of the dumplings. New Year celebrations were all about feasting, and in addition to dumplings, they prepared a sumptuous spread for their New Year's Eve dinner, regardless of whether they could finish it or if they would be eating leftovers for many days to come. The New Year's table was certainly abundant. After finishing their meal early, the two retreated to the back room, where the warm Kong radiated a delightful heat, and the table was adorned with an assortment of dried fruits and snacks. Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo each occupied one side of the Kong table, sipping tea and savoring the dried fruits as they kept vigil for the new year. As the midnight bell tolled, the past year came to a definitive close, ushering in a new year filled with hope. Once the New Year's vigil concluded, steaming dumplings were served. Zhu Ruo took the first bite and discovered the coin hidden within. Cui Qingyi remarked, "It seems our Zhu Ruo will have great fortune in the coming year." Yuru, delighted by the coin, giggled as she savored her discovery, vowing to treasure it. Shortly thereafter, Cui Qingyi also bit into a dumpling containing a coin, and even Wang Kai, bewildered, spat out a shiny coin. The trio welcomed the New Year's good fortune together, and Cui Qingyi felt immense satisfaction. That night, Zhu Ruo dreamed of the small coin, secretly vowing that upon waking, her first task would be to weave the coin into a red thread bracelet to carry with her always. Thus, on the first day of the new year, Cui Qingyi opened her eyes to find a red bracelet beside her pillow, neatly strung with a lucky coin she had discovered in her dumpling the previous night. Reaching for it, she peered through the coin's square hole into the courtyard, exclaiming, "Ah, the first day of the new year is a glorious sunny day." At the entrance of the alley, Sisterly rose early, deftly preparing herself and the family's breakfast, eagerly awaiting their arrival to share the meal. This routine unfolded day after day, and neither she nor her family perceived anything amiss. Li Miao quietly tucked a few firecrackers into her hand, ready to venture out and seek companionship among her peers. Although she often assisted Sisterly with household chores, she had once heard a saying that those who were busy at the beginning of the year would toil even harder throughout the year. Thus, during these festive days, Sisterly forbade her from entering the kitchen. Consequently, Li Miao resolved to follow her heart and play with her contemporaries. But this year, Sisterly called out to her just in time. "Xiao Miao, go change into the new skirt your mother made for you. We shall visit the Cui family to pay our New Year's respects." Li Miao hesitated. She did not particularly enjoy wearing the skirt, as it was cumbersome for running about in the streets. Moreover, after her last visit to the Cui household to deliver labakanji, she had been ridiculed by several of her friends, who claimed that her sudden interest in the wealthy Cui family was superficial. In this era, a 9-year-old girl stood on the threshold of understanding and naivety, while Li Miao admired the beautiful sisters in the grand residence. Being ostracized by her close friends left her feeling disheartened. Particularly painful was the silence from Daya, who had not spoken to her for days, even deliberately avoiding her in the alley upon learning of her visit to the Cui family. Li Miao and Daya, having grown up together, were the best of friends, and she did not wish to lose that cherished bond. Today, she had intended to seize the opportunity of inviting everyone to play with firecrackers to converse with Daya, but her mother insisted on taking her to the Cui household for New Year's greetings. "Mother, why don't you go by yourself? I wish to find Daya and the others to play." Sisterly wiped her hands and beckoned Li Miao closer. "Xiao Miao, Your mother wishes for you to learn embroidery from the beautiful sisters of the Cui family, just as Qi Yuan from Madam Fan's family did. Are you willing? Li Miao looked up in confusion. Mother, can't I learn needlework from you and Grandma instead? Why must I go to the Cui family? If she truly went to learn from them, Dia would surely shun her even more. Mother, you said Grandma makes beautiful shoes and clothes. I would rather stay at home and learn from her. Sister Li, uncharacteristically stern, replied, Are you disregarding your mother's words? As the elder daughter, Sister Li had invested immense effort into Li Miao's future, pondering how to secure a bright path for her since the day she was born. Yet, being the daughter of a destitute scholar from an ordinary family in this county, her aspirations seemed futile. The relentless toil had nearly made her forget such aspirations, but now, with the emergence of the Cui family in Huaihua Alley and the arrival of Qi Yuan, Sister Li finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. She was not oblivious to the whispers of the townsfolk regarding her. Indeed, as the daughter of a scholar, she was well versed in the art of flattery. However, Sister Li remained unfazed. Her approach towards the Cui family was driven by purpose. She had neither stolen nor cheated, and her desire to seek apprenticeship was earnest and dignified. Accompanied by her daughter, as long as her little meows were commendable, the idle gossip held no weight. Observing her mother's genuine displeasure, Li Miao refrained from expressing her intent to visit Dia, obediently donning the newly tailored jacket and skirt, following her mother to the Cui household. Chapter 57. Sister Li's visit. The door of the Cui family remained firmly shut from within. Just before knocking, Sister Li gently grasped the head of the downcast Li Miao, affectionately caressing her crown. She had been sold to the Li family by her gambling father and, by fortune, encountered a relatively decent husband and mother-in-law. When she conceived Li Miao, she was engulfed in profound sorrow, grappling with the bitterness of being treated as a mere commodity by her own father and the anxiety over her missing sister. These myriad pains intertwined, suffocating her spirit. It was the arrival of this child that rekindled her will to live. When she first felt the flutter of life within her, she vowed never to become a father like her own. As the midwife presented the rosy infant swaddled in cloth, declaring, Congratulations, you have given birth to a beautiful girl. A tumult of emotions surged within her. Why must she be a girl? In this harsh world, living as a girl was akin to surviving as a wild weed. Yet, the moment the child smiled at her without even opening her eyes, she realized she would sacrifice everything, even her own life, for this child. Recalling the past, Sister Li felt her eyes sting and closed them momentarily, crouching down to face Li Miao. Little Miao, in the past, I always thought you were young and had your mother to protect you, so there were things I never told you. Your father purchased me with silver. It is only because your father and grandmother are good people that I have had a decent life. But not everyone is as fortunate as I am to encounter kindness. Over the years, I have learned an important lesson. One must stand firm on their own in this world, for there is always a glimmer of hope. Now, I wish for you to learn embroidery at the Cui family, for they are different from us. They possess great abilities. If they're willing to teach you, and you can learn even a fraction, your future will surpass mine. You may not understand this now, so please listen to your mother, all right? A drop of slightly cloudy tear rolled down Sister Li's cheek, unnoticed by her. 9-year-old Li Miao watched the tear fall, feeling a painful lump in her chest. Unable to articulate the sensation, she could only wave her hands in a flustered manner, her voice tinged with urgency and a quiver. Mother, please don't cry. I promise I will listen to you. All right, I won't cry. Let us happily go and wish the Cui family's elder sister a happy new year. After a moment of composure, the mother and daughter finally knocked on the Cui family's door. Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo had only recently arrived in Dongping County, and apart from the Qi family, they had not made many acquaintances. Therefore, their new year was exceptionally quiet, and the two of them adhered to few formalities, indulging in a variety of culinary delights each day. In just a few days, Cui Qingyi noticed her face had rounded out in the mirror. This discovery brought her joy, for she had always felt too thin. Previously, under the strict supervision of Yuan Shi, she could not eat freely, with her daily routine of rising and retiring at fixed hours preventing her from gaining weight. Upon arriving at the Chun family, where she was not favored by her mother-in-law, her daily life remained regimented, and she often found herself summoned to adhere to rules, making it difficult for anyone to gain any weight in such an environment. Now, gazing into the mirror, she sees her face adorned with a rosy hue, a clear sign of fortune, and she could not be more pleased. At the moment when a knock resounded at the door, Cui Qingyi was leisurely nestled on the heated Kong, with Zhu Ruo, the table in between adorned with a charcoal stove used for brewing tea, where plump, glistening chestnuts crackled delightfully. These chestnuts were a serendipitous find during the previous year's preparations for the new year. Cui Qingyi had stumbled upon them at the dock when a merchant ship stopped at Dongping pier to replenish its water supply, unloading bits of cargo for sale. Among the array of goods, a heap of chestnuts caught her eye, and she spent a mere 100 to acquire several pounds, eagerly anticipating roasting them for the festive season. The roasted chestnuts were soft and sweet, even beloved by Yuan Shi, the large dog. Zhu Ruo pointed at the wagging tail of the dog, exclaiming, "Miss, it seems Yuan Shi has grown fatter. Perhaps it should eat less. If it continues to gain weight, it won't be able to chase away any intruders." Zhu Ruo's comment was somewhat exaggerated. Yuan Shi, with its sturdy frame, could afford to gain several more pounds without issue. However, this creature not only knew how to curry favor, but also understood whom to heed, always responding solely to Cui Qingyi's commands in her presence. Engrossed in peeling chestnuts, she paid no mind to the amusing banter between the girl and the dog. At times, she truly felt as if she were tending to two children. Despite the language barrier, they always managed to engage in lively exchanges. Perhaps, to them, this was a form of amusement in itself. The table was cluttered with chestnut shells, and upon hearing the knock, neither made haste to tidy up. They had no intention of ushering anyone into the back room, especially during the festive season, when such a gesture might seem neglectful. When the door swung open, Cui Qingyi, wrapped in her cloak, stood beneath the eaves of the hall. Spotting Sister Li and her daughter Li Miao entering, she greeted them with a warm smile. "Sister Li Miao, Happy New Year. Come in and make yourselves comfortable." Li Miao was somewhat apprehensive, especially upon seeing the seemingly ethereal figure reminiscent of a fairy tale. Thankfully, Sister Li held her hand, and as they approached, a candy wrapped in red paper was placed into Li Miao's palm. "So this is Li Miao, whom your mother often speaks of. You are truly lovely." Li Miao's face immediately flushed a bright red, her words spilling forth uncontrollably. "You are beautiful too, like a heavenly fairy." "Ha ha! Oh dear Miao, you truly have an eye for beauty." Cui Qingyi accepted the compliment without a hint of bashfulness, emboldened by her 10 additional years of life. Sister Li's eyes sparkled with mirth. While Li Miao's words were indeed exaggerated, they were not without merit, for Cui Qingyi's beauty was indeed striking. Zhu Ruo then presented an assortment of tea and fruits on the table, and after a round of refreshments, Sister Li seized the opportunity to voice her thoughts regarding needlework. "Madam Cui, I have heard that Mrs. Fan's daughter, Qi Yuan, has taken up apprenticeship and is learning needlework from your household. My daughter, Li Miao, is quite proficient with a needle as well. Might she join you in her studies?" Having expressed her thoughts, Sister Li gazed anxiously at Cui Qingyi. Despite her numerous words before Li Miao, she was uncertain within herself, dreading the possibility of rejection. Cui Qingyi was taken aback by Sister Li's apprehensions, but recalling Sister Li's earlier overtures, she understood. She gestured towards the side where Juju stood. Indeed, Qi Yuan had taken Juju as her mentor. It was up to Sister Li to inquire whether Li Miao could be accepted. Without any hesitation, Sister Li turned her attention to Juju, indifferent to who the teacher was, as long as her little Miao could be taken in. Juju wore a gentle smile. She had learned to remain composed and was no longer astonished by being recognized as a mentor. She addressed Sister Li, stating that as long as little Miao was willing to learn, she would gladly teach, though she had her own criteria for accepting disciples. Sister Li eagerly interjected, "Master Juju, as long as you express your wishes, we will comply without reservation." Chapter 58. Climbing the Heights. Juju cleared her throat and stated, "I have taken Qi Yuan as my apprentice, agreeing upon an annual fee of 10 taels of silver, alongside various ceremonial gifts and festive offerings." At this juncture, she paused momentarily before continuing. "As for the ceremonial gifts and festive offerings, I am indifferent to their presence or the nature of the items received. Even a handful of fresh chives from the vegetable garden would suffice. However, the annual fee of 10 taels is absolutely essential. This fee was the result of a careful consideration between Juju and Cui Qingyi, reflecting the situation in Dongping County. After all, embroidery could not be equated with the rigorous studies of a proper scholar. The scholars at Dongping Academy received an annual fee of 30 taels plus festive gifts. The chosen fee of 10 taels for a year of embroidery instruction was thus deemed quite reasonable. In essence, those truly willing to invest in their daughter's education in embroidery were families that valued their girls, seeing the expenditure of 10 taels as an investment in a promising future. Conversely, families that underestimated their daughters, merely seeking to benefit without effort, would find 10 taels a sufficient deterrent. 10 taels. Sisterly felt a pang of distress as she calculated her family's income for the year. Gritting her teeth, she resolved, I will cover the 10 taels. When can my little Meow come to pay her respects to Master Juju? Fearing that any hesitation might sway the decision, Sisterly spoke quickly and with determination. Cui Qingyi, sipping her tea, raised an eyebrow, surprised to encounter so many families in Dongping County who genuinely cared for their daughters. Was it possible that her luck had turned? Or perhaps her previous life had been marred by too many misdeeds, resulting in parents who only valued sons? There's no rush for the apprenticeship. After the Lantern Festival, you may come on the 16th. Qi Yuan will also resume her lessons then, providing the girls with companionship. With this clear information, Sisterly stood up, thanking them with sincerity before leaving without lingering. Once they departed, Cui Qingyi smiled at Juju and gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, Our Juju is truly becoming more and more like a learned teacher. It seems you will soon have students spread throughout the land. Juju beamed with delight. She took Cui Qingyi's playful banter as the sincerest form of praise and never engaged in false modesty. Indeed, Cui Qingyi was genuinely complimenting her. Juju's transformation affirmed that her decision to leave the Chun family and sever ties with the Cui family was indeed the right one. In this small county and their own home, both women welcomed a new beginning. My dear, let us enjoy some old duck soup for dinner tonight. After savoring the duck meat, we can prepare rice porridge in the soup for a warm and comforting meal. Feeling joyful, Cui Qingyi realized it had indeed been a while since they had relished old duck pot. The soup, enriched with rice porridge and finely sliced mustard greens, promised a delectable taste. Li Miao grasped her mother's hand, cautiously looking up. Mother, do we have silver? Will father and grandmother allow me to go? A radiant smile illuminated Sister Li's face. Do not worry about that. Just promise me that once you are at the Cui family, following Master Juju, you must study earnestly. Regarding the men and the mother-in-law, Sister Li understood them well. Although she cared for Xiao Miao, the prospect of spending 10 taels of silver annually for her education was hardly appealing. Nevertheless, after so many years of coexistence, Sister Li had long mastered the art of navigating her relationship with the Li family. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to ensure that Xiao Miao learned embroidery. As for the process through which the Li family had to allocate 10 taels of silver for Xiao Miao's education, due to Sister Li's insistence, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo were unaware and had no intention of inquiring. Just as Zhu Ruo suggested, the customary gifts from master-apprentice ceremonies and festivals could be waived, given the Li family's modest means, but the tuition was non-negotiable. In Huaihua Alley, with so many families living in close proximity, there were essentially no secrets among them. If it were known that Xiao Miao could study for free under the Cui family, and that this craft could yield returns within a year, Cui Qingyi believed that most families in the alley would be tempted. After all, the families at odds with the Cui family were the Gu and Lin families, not hers. At worst, they could emulate Sister Li, humbling themselves to build rapport with the Cui family. After all, pride held little value when tangible rewards were at stake. When her daughter reached marrying age, her connection to the Cui family might even elevate her prospects, making it a remarkably profitable venture. She supported Zhu Ruo's desire to take on disciples, hoping that it would provide her with trustworthy prodigies while discovering a new purpose in life. Rather than merely engaging in charitable acts, Cui Qingyi felt a certain coldness in her heart. As long as matters did not directly affect her interests, she was reluctant to exert herself unduly. As the 5th day of the lunar month passed, the restless Zhu Ruo began to sew again, preparing to craft spring outfits for herself and Cui Qingyi. Cui Qingyi personally designed new patterns for Zhu Ruo, with layers of pink flowers cascading down the hem, creating the illusion of spring beneath her feet as she walked. Observing Zhu Ruo's industriousness, Cui Qingyi, who had initially intended to relax, rummaged through her sewing basket to retrieve her embroidery frame. She began by threading her needle, slowly recalling the double-sided embroidery tutorials she had encountered in her previous life. The foundational stitches were laid out, outlining the general direction and patterns on the fabric. The layered stitches transitioned in color while maintaining consistent progress on both sides. The freeform stitching varied in direction and length, beautifully conveying the texture and light of the design. This step was crucial for bringing a piece of embroidery to life. Although these tutorials were vague, to Cui Qingyi, who had been utterly ignorant of embroidery in her past life, they seemed like an ancient script. Yet now, she could be considered somewhat of an expert in embroidery. The intricate threads of double-sided embroidery in her mind gradually untangled into delicate strands, which she deftly threaded through her needle to weave a fine net. Her fingers danced nimbly, striving to keep pace with her thoughts. Between cutting fabric, Zhu Ruo would occasionally glance at Cui Qingyi. Perhaps it was because, as a child, she had received many reprimands for her embroidery work. Or perhaps it was due to the fact that the mistress often presented her creations to other ladies. Having followed Cui Qingyi since childhood, Zhu Ruo knew better than anyone how much Cui Qingyi despised the tasks assigned by the Yuan family. This aversion has accumulated over time, to the point where even picking up an embroidery needle evokes unpleasant images. Thus, although Cui Qingyi took the initiative to attempt some double-sided embroidery, Zhu Ruo remained concerned that it might trigger her recollections of distressing events. Indeed, as Zhu Ruo feared, Cui Qingyi gazed at the clusters of winter plums on the embroidery and suddenly recalled Yuan Shi. At the tender age of 8, she had embroidered her most cherished plum blossom, placing it delicately on a branch, as if she could inhale the fragrance of the winter blooms. She was utterly enamored with that plum blossom piece. However, just a few days later, Yuan Shi took her to attend the county magistrate's wife's birthday banquet, where Yuan Shi paraded the plum blossom piece among the ladies, carelessly promoting her daughter. To this day, Cui Qingyi can vividly remember the gazes of those women, filled with sympathy, pity, and mockery. It felt as if they were whispering, "Look, that is the daughter of the Cui family, and her mother is desperately trying to elevate her status." Chapter 59. The origin of Cui Qingyi's marriage. As Cui Qingyi gradually matured, her visage increasingly diverged from the initial expectations of the Yuan family. Perhaps fearing that the years of plotting would come to naught, the Yuan family's actions grew ever more frantic. They endeavored to involve themselves in every feast and gathering, treating Cui Qingyi as though she were being roasted over an open flame. Had it not been for Cui Qingyi's accumulated wisdom from 2 lifetimes, a girl of lesser fortitude might have succumbed to shame and despair. This state of affairs persisted until Cui Qingyi reached the age of 13. That year, a relative of the Chun family, who had achieved prominence in the capital, was appointed to a position in Qinghe City. Subsequently, the Qin family relocated entirely to Qinghe, leaving their ancestral home in Linshui merely as a familial shrine, where a few elders remained to tend to the ancestral tablets. Occasionally, members of the Qin family would return to Linshui to pay their respects to their ancestors. On the very year Cui Qingyi turned 13, the matriarch of the Chun family returned with her kin, coinciding with a disastrous breach of the riverbank upstream in Linshui. In the ensuing chaos, their entourage was scattered by the rushing waters. At that time, Yuan was in the process of relocating the servants of the Cui family to higher ground. Spotting a solitary, ornately decorated carriage amidst the turmoil, she instinctively offered assistance. Once they reached safety, the startled matriarch of the Chun family expressed her profound gratitude to Yuan. Astonished to learn the esteemed background of her rescuer, Yuan's eyes sparkled with opportunity, and having just escaped danger, she showcased a piece of embroidery by Cui Qingyi, depicting the rising sun, while lamenting the pressing concern of her eldest daughter's marriage. The matriarch, wise with age, swiftly grasped Yuan's intentions. Under ordinary circumstances, the Qin matriarch would never entertain a match with a family of the Cui standing. However, as one ages, the value of life becomes increasingly cherished, particularly for someone like the Qin matriarch, who had labored for decades to enjoy her hard-won comfort, having borne 4 sons, and with them approximately 20 grandsons. The abundance of grandchildren rendered their individual lives less precious in her eyes. The eldest son of the Qin family had spent several years in Qinghe before marrying the daughter of a noble family in the capital, thereby establishing a prosperous household in the city. Yet, even though the eldest son remained in Qinghe, the matriarch had no authority over his children's marriages. Thus, her focus shifted to the second, third, and fourth sons. After some contemplation, she settled on the second son's match with Linen. The Qin family matriarch's household was currently overseen by her second daughter-in-law. Although their relationship had been relatively harmonious over the years, an inherent discord between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law lingered, leading the matriarch to harbor a quiet aversion toward her second daughter-in-law. Now, the prospect of marrying Linen to the daughter of her benefactor delighted the matriarch. Although the Cui family did not possess the same standing as the Qin family, the fact that they bore the surname Cui was a source of satisfaction, and she viewed it as a suitable arrangement for Linen, providing him with a gentle advantage. Thus, the marriage between Cui Qingyi and Qin Linen was hastily arranged. By the time Cui Qingyi learned of this arrangement, the two families had already exchanged marriage invitations, solidifying the union. The second lady of the Qin family was taken aback to discover that a mere outing had resulted in a new daughter-in-law, and upon receiving the marriage invitation, she nearly fainted from the shock. It appears that Qin Linen is also a victim in this matter. However, the victim later transforms into the perpetrator, which is utterly detestable. Since then, Cui Qingyi has not touched needle and thread again. The past is often not so pleasant, and Cui Qingyi shook her head to refocus her attention. The embroidery in her hands already bore the early semblance of double-sided stitching, yet for some unknown reason, the colors on both sides were somewhat jumbled. To achieve a true double-sided embroidery, she would need to conduct further research. With a concrete idea taking shape, Cui Qingyi felt no urgency. Just as she contemplated destroying the glaringly flawed piece, the nimble Juanru swiftly snatched it away. As the patterns on both sides of the embroidery gradually took form, Juanru was captivated, relieved that she had acted just in time. Juanru cautiously touched the embroidery, her eyes filled with wonder. "Miss, is this double-sided embroidery? How astonishing! Why do the two sides display different patterns?" Ever since she became a master, Juanru's attitude towards embroidery had undergone a transformation. It was no longer merely a means to earn silver, but had taken on a life of its own. With the mastery of special stitching techniques, one could not only create double-sided embroidery with identical patterns, but also achieve two-toned, contrasting designs. This piece was too rudimentary and required further contemplation. "Take a look, and if you have any thoughts, let's exchange ideas." Juanru nodded excitedly, fearing that Cui Qingyi might seize the opportunity to sabotage her. She pressed the lackluster embroidery to the very bottom of her sewing basket, causing Cui Qingyi's eyelids to twitch in irritation. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, Sister Li arrived early, bringing along the newly attired Li Miao. This scene caught the attention of many in the alley. As it was the first day of a new year for classes, Qi Maoshuan and Fan Hui, the couple, had both come to escort her. The two families crossed paths. Upon noticing a stranger in the Cui family's courtyard, Fan Hui immediately discerned that she was likely there to seek out Juanru for embroidery lessons. She gently patted Qi Yuan's shoulder, indicating that she should take the initiative to greet the newcomer. To enter school like a boy was an entirely new world for Li Miao, filling her with both curiosity and trepidation. Standing beside her parents, Qi Yuan, adorned with a pearl hairpin, appeared somewhat unapproachable, causing the typically outgoing Li Miao to want to hide behind her mother. Fortunately, following her mother's prompt, Qi Yuan quickly approached, extending her hand to grasp Li Miao's arm and shaking it gently. "I am Qi Yuan, 8 years old. Are you also here to learn embroidery from the master?" Sister Li remained silent, offering only encouraging glances towards Li Miao. Previously, Li Miao had only seen Qi Yuan from a distance, but now standing face to face, she found Qi Yuan to be like the sun in spring, radiant yet gentle. "Yes, I am Li Miao, and I live at the entrance of Huaihua Alley. I am here to become an apprentice." Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan immediately exclaimed with joy, "That's wonderful, mother. I now have a classmate." Qi Yuan's brother, upon returning home from school each day, would share stories of his classmates' diligence and prowess in reciting texts, which had made Qi Yuan's ears weary from listening. However, as time passed, Qi Yuan began to yearn for companionship, desiring someone to share the art of embroidery with her. Although Master Zhu Ruo and Aunt Cui treated her with great kindness, and she cherished her moments spent with them, the difference between adults and peers of her own age was undeniable. Unexpectedly, after a year, her dream was realized. From that point on, she could attend lessons with her companions, embroidering side by side. The mere thought filled her with joy. Thanks to Qi Yuan's influence, Li Miao gradually opened up. Following Sister Li's instructions at home, she respectfully offered tea to Zhu Ruo, bowed her head, and presented a bundle of silver along with her apprenticeship gift. Zhu Ruo accepted the tea and the offering, then handed Li Miao a sewing basket filled with essential embroidery tools and colorful threads. "I hope you will study diligently in the future and not disappoint your mother's heartfelt intentions," she advised. Chapter 60. Li Miao. This scene exuded an inexplicable sense of sanctity. Li Miao solemnly accepted the needlework basket, nodding with gravity. Over the past few days, she had keenly observed the discord between her parents and grandmother, and she understood that had it not been for her mother's insistence, she would never have had the opportunity to visit the Cui family. Following the completion of her apprenticeship, Li Miao officially remained at the Cui household to commence her studies. Zhu Jiao advised Qi Yuan, as the senior sister, to set a proper example for the newly arrived junior sister, prompting Qi Yuan to approach her studies with heightened diligence today and to proactively clarify any confusing aspects for Li Miao. The two young ladies enjoyed their time together immensely. News of Li Miao from the Li family attending the Cui household to learn needlework swiftly circulated throughout Huaihua Lane. After a quiet winter, the women, eager for fresh gossip, quickly congregated. "Ah, this scholar's daughter is indeed impressive. Look at how she quietly ingratiates herself with the Cui family. Indeed, I saw that girl, Li Miao, leave the Cui residence carrying quite a few items. Is it true? Are there indeed items to take? Absolutely, I witnessed it with my own eyes. How splendid. Perhaps I should send my two daughters there to learn as well." Inherent in human nature is a tendency to conform and seek advantage. When Sister Li frequently visited the Cui family, some had begun to harbor doubts, and now, seeing Li Miao genuinely attending the Cui household, their speculations deepened. Although they may not fully comprehend the unique merits of the needlework taught at the Cui family, if there were no benefits, would the daughter-in-law of the Li family so eagerly send her daughter there? As the conversation progressed, it seemed that many were genuinely inclined to send their daughters to the Cui family, with those without daughters lamenting their perceived misfortune. Observing the conversation escalate, someone familiar with Sister Li hastily interjected, "I heard Sister Li mention that studying needlework at the Cui family requires a tuition of 10 taels of silver per year, plus gifts during festivals." As soon as the words were uttered, a collective gasp arose among the women. What? 10 taels of silver for something so trivial? That amount could sustain a family for an entire year. Indeed, it feels like highway robbery. Sister Li, too, felt burdened by the expense, remarking that a young girl, destined to marry, should not be subjected to such extravagant costs for her education. In a mere few moments, the women's afternoon chatter vividly illustrated the myriad facets of human nature. Due to Li Miao's slower progress, Zhu Jiao arranged for her to attend classes daily until she could barely keep pace with Qi Yuan, after which they would shift to an every-other-day schedule. Li Miao was quite content in the Cui household, eagerly sharing with Sister Li about her day, what her master had taught, the delightful snacks she had tasted, and how Aunt Cui had praised her keen eye for beauty. Though she did not fully grasp the meaning of the compliment, she was certain that Aunt Cui had indeed flattered her. Even while studying at the Cui residence, Aunt Cui rarely engaged in their academic pursuits, often inviting her and Qi Yuan to share snacks. It was precisely this infrequent praise that kept Li Miao elated throughout the day. Upon returning home, Sister Li inquired about whether anyone had visited the Cui family recently, to seek apprenticeship. Li Miao shook her head decisively, responding with a negative. Sister Li remarked, understood. Go about your business. She was aware that her decision to send Li Miao to the Cui family for needlework lessons would not remain a secret among the neighbors. The day she returned home, one of the sisters-in-law, with whom she had a relatively amicable relationship, came to inquire. She did not conceal the truth, directly stating that she was paying 10 taels of silver annually to the Cui family for Li Miao's apprenticeship. Upon learning of the monetary commitment, those who had come to inquire promptly fell silent, as their ties to the Cui family were not strong enough to justify demanding services without compensation. Thus, they had to abandon their curiosity. In the Lin household, since Feng had been punished to repair the riverbank, Lin Dia had taken on the majority of the household chores. Each day involved washing clothes, preparing meals, sweeping the courtyard, and finding time to sew garments and shoes for her family. Although the elderly matriarch occasionally lent a hand, her age limited her capabilities. At the moment Lin Dia learned of Li Miao's visit to the Cui family, she was laboriously transporting a wooden basin full of dirty laundry to the riverbank. Their small courtyard lacked a well, so they had to fetch water from elsewhere for daily needs, and laundry had always been taken to the riverside. In the past, this task had belonged to Feng, but now it had fallen to Dia. Standing at the end of the long alley, Lin Dia gazed at her family home, her thoughts drifting to her dearest friend who resided within. A sudden surge of uncontainable anger surged through her. Clenching her fists, she yearned to confront Li Miao, for she knew that the hardships she endured were largely due to the Cui family. As her closest friend, why would Li Miao choose to engage with the very people responsible for her plight? Only Li Miao could provide an answer to that perplexing question. Meanwhile, Li Miao carefully cradled a handkerchief she had embroidered that day, intending to present it to her mother. Under her master's guidance, she had been separating tangled threads by color, a monotonous task that nonetheless brought her joy, as her master claimed it was a test of her patience. Today marked her first genuine attempt at using the embroidery needle gifted by her master. Although the flowers on the handkerchief appeared somewhat crooked, Li Miao resolved to gift it to her mother. Suddenly, her arm was seized, and as Li Miao reached to retrieve the handkerchief that had fallen to the ground, she was thwarted by an unexpected presence. Helplessly, she watched as her beloved handkerchief landed on the damp earth, becoming soiled. When she looked up to question the intruder, she found it was Lin Dia. Dia, what brings you here? Were you waiting for me? The two girls had played together since they were 3 or 4 years old, and their bond had only deepened over the years. Seeing Lin Dia approach filled Li Miao with happiness, momentarily overshadowing her concern for the fallen handkerchief intended for her mother. However, Lin Dia's expression was grim. She had just witnessed Li Miao exiting the Cui residence with evident glee, waving goodbye to those inside, which made her feel an acute sense of betrayal. With a stiff tone, she replied, "Yes, I was waiting for you. Xiao Miao, why did you go to the Cui family? You know all too well that it was the Cui family who caused my mother to be dismissed and forced into hard labor. Did you not promise that we would be lifelong friends? Then why are you now associating with my adversary?" Anger surged within Lin Dian as she spoke rapidly and pointedly, her words laden with unmistakable reproach. Li Miao was momentarily taken aback by her outburst, before responding in a dry tone, "It was my mother who sent me, and I wish to go as well. Moreover," she paused, lifting her gaze to meet Dian's eyes directly. "Your mother was punished with hard labor because she was caught stealing from the Cui family, and stealing is wrong. Furthermore, your mother's dismissal was orchestrated by Grandma Lin and Uncle Lin, having nothing to do with the Cui family. They were concerned about her close association with you, fearing she might engage in inappropriate behavior. Once the incident occurred, my mother explained the underlying principles to her. Ultimately, this misfortune stems from the actions of your mother." Chapter 61. Tilling the earth, a myriad of emotions, shock, astonishment, sorrow, flashed across Lin Dia's eyes. Then, with a voice nearly piercing the air, she exclaimed, "My mother did not steal anything. She merely went to take a look, just to see. You have no right to speak of my mother that way. You and your mother are nothing but sycophants of the Cui family." After uttering these words, Lin Dia, in the face of Li Miao's incredulous gaze, forcefully stamped her foot upon the embroidered handkerchief that lay on the ground. The handkerchief, already soiled, was now ground deep into the mud, rendering it utterly unsightly. Li Miao stood frozen in place until her hands and feet grew cold, prompting her to squat down and retrieve the handkerchief. As she examined the now unrecognizable piece of fabric in her hands, she thought, "Fortunately, it is merely mud. I can wash it at home and still make use of it, though I cannot give it to my mother now." She had originally hoped that her mother would be delighted to receive the embroidered gift. But now, thus, a pair of once kindred spirits diverged completely, illustrating how individuals of differing frequencies inevitably drift apart, whether sooner or later. Li Miao diligently attended classes at the Cui household and crafted a new, finer handkerchief to present to Aunt Li. As she had anticipated, Aunt Li was indeed pleased upon seeing it, carrying the handkerchief close to her heart each day, yet hesitating to put to use. Before long, the Lin family sold their residence on Huaihua Lane and departed quietly. Upon discovering that the Lin family had left, most residents of the lane shook their heads and sighed, lamenting how a single rotten apple could spoil the barrel. Although Feng had been dismissed, the Lin family's reputation remained tarnished due to her actions, while few dared to speak ill of the Lin family in their presence. The neighborhood children were reluctant to play with the Lin siblings. The elderly matriarch of the Lin family enjoyed a fair reputation in the lane. Yet following the incident involving Feng, she seldom ventured out to socialize. The disintegration of what had once been a harmonious household perhaps rendered relocating a blessing for them. The affairs of the Lin family bore no impact on the lives of Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo. The two continued their daily routines, leading tranquil and fulfilling lives. Spring arrived early in Qinghe County, with the season's warmth palpable even in February. Zhu Ruo was in the main hall instructing her two young disciples while reviewing their assigned coursework. Meanwhile, Cui Qingyi donned spring attire and wielded a hoe in the backyard, tending to the soil. The plot of land in their backyard had seen little use the previous year, so Cui Qingyi resolved to prepare it early this year, intending to plant seasonal vegetables. Last autumn, she had sown a batch of greens that succumbed to frost before they could be harvested, leaving them abandoned in the ground. This year, they would be turned into nourishing compost. In both her past and present lives, Cui Qingyi had seldom had the opportunity to work the land, and now she found herself invigorated by the novelty of it all, wielding the hoe with great enthusiasm. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she felt as though she was only now beginning to grasp the essence of truly living, what it meant to live happily. She was filled with curiosity about all things in Dongping County, even eager to examine the worms unearthed from soil, wondering if the ones in her backyard were more robust than those elsewhere. The large black dog, Yuan Shi, occasionally came to lend a paw, frantically digging with its front paws, only to become increasingly entangled in the mess. Zhu Ruo took a moment to check on the duo in the backyard. They were both absorbed in their tasks, creating a lively scene, albeit one that left them somewhat muddied. Cui Qingyi was drenched in sweat, her hair clinging to her face, her skin radiant with a rosy hue, exuding vitality. Zhu Ruo initially thought that the young lady had never engaged in such laborious tasks. She had assigned her 2 apprentices some work, intending to assist them herself. However, she soon realized that there was nothing wrong with the young lady partaking in some manual labor. At least it brought her joy. This lively girl was a sight Zhu Ruo had not encountered in over a decade. After observing her, Zhu Ruo turned to fetch the teapot and charcoal stove. For Cui Qingyi had a penchant for hot tea. Thus, even with the arrival of spring, the tea stove was always prepared. "Come, drink some water before continuing," she urged. Wang, the dog, responded before Cui Qingyi could, bounding over with a wagging tail, which struck Zhu Ruo as particularly endearing. Cui Qingyi wiped her brow, set down the hoe, and took a moment to admire her labor before approaching with satisfaction. She sipped the tea, relishing its perfect warmth, and exhaled contentedly. Engaging in some physical activity felt rather pleasant. It seemed to stretch her muscles that had been coiled up all winter. As Zhu Ruo helped wipe her face with a damp cloth, she advised a little activity is beneficial, but do not overdo it. Coming from a humble background, she understood that prolonged physical toil could roughen the skin and enlarge the finger joints. Though gaining weight indicated an improved life, Zhu Ruo could not bear to see the young lady's skin become coarse and unsightly. She believed that Cui Qingyi should always remain beautiful. Cui Qingyi nodded, aware that their small plot of land would not take the entire morning to cultivate. They awaited the first spring rain, planning to sow vegetable seeds in the field, confident that soon they would reap a bountiful harvest. When spring flowers blossomed everywhere, Cui Qingyi finally completed an almost flawless double-sided embroidery. The exquisite craftsmanship left Zhu Ruo in awe. Together, they took the piece, which had consumed 2 or 3 months of Cui Qingyi's time, to the brocade shop in the city. Upon their arrival, the shopkeeper promptly paused her conversation with the customer and warmly welcomed them. "What brings you both here today? Since you're here, why not select some new fabric for garments?" The two were already accustomed to the shopkeeper's cordial demeanor, particularly as Zhu Ruo had brought numerous esteemed clients to the shop over the past 6 months through her embroidery. These clients often requested custom pieces from Zhu Ruo, whether it be 100 longevity motifs for a birthday celebration or large screens, each yielding a substantial commission for the shop. Zhu Ruo replied, "You are too kind, but we are here to deliver an embroidery piece." Although it was not yet the scheduled delivery time, the shopkeeper surely welcomed an early arrival. "That's wonderful. Mr. Qin inquired yesterday about when he could expect the delivery." Zhu Ruo shook her head. "You misunderstand. It is not the longevity piece ordered by Mr. Qin. It is a new creation by my young lady, brought here for your appraisal." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper raised her eyebrows in surprise, realizing that she had not known all this time that Miss Cui was also skilled in embroidery. However, upon reflection, it is not surprising. This young lady, Miss Cui, clearly hails from a distinguished background, and such refined young ladies typically possess exceptional embroidery skills. It is indeed the handiwork of Miss Cui. I had a feeling that both of them are indeed esteemed patrons of my embroidery shop. The shopkeeper is quite the eloquent speaker. Although the true form of the embroidery is yet to be unveiled, he showers her with flattery in abundance. Who does not relish kind words? Miss Cui Qingyi is no exception. With a smile, she said, "Then I kindly ask the shopkeeper to lend his discerning eye and assess the value of my embroidery." The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, his anticipation growing. Chapter 62. The women's school Juju carefully presented the intricately wrapped embroidery to the shopkeeper, for it was the first double-sided piece crafted by Cui Qingyi, which was likely to become the signature work of the Cui embroidery artisans. Prior to its delivery, the two had taken time to frame the piece for optimal display. Upon her first glance, the shopkeeper was immediately captivated, having witnessed numerous exceptional crafts throughout her years in the trade. However, the exquisite piece before her was unparalleled. The embroidery, both in technique and color coordination, showcased an extraordinary level of artistry. The depiction of a large black dog, with its profound gaze rendered in meticulous stitches, was nothing short of breathtaking. Each strand of fur seemed to convey a silky texture, prompting the shopkeeper to reach out, yet she hesitated, fearing her rough fingers might mar the beauty of the work. This piece truly breathed life into the otherwise flat canvas. Noticing the shopkeeper's undisguised admiration, Juju playfully smiled, thinking that this was merely the beginning of their journey. Once the shopkeeper had sufficiently savored the artistry, she turned her attention to Cui Qingyi and Juju, exclaiming, "You two are the finest embroidery masters I have ever encountered. If I were to appraise this piece, I would gladly offer 50 taels for it as a treasured collectible." This price aligned perfectly with Cui Qingyi's expectations, as she had indeed aimed for the piece to be a collectible, knowing that those who appreciated such artistry would be willing to pay a premium. Not wishing to prolong the negotiation, Cui Qingyi deftly flipped the embroidery to reveal its reverse side, asking the shopkeeper, "What do you think of its value now?" Gazing at the almost identical, lifelike black dog on the other side, the shopkeeper rubbed her eyes in disbelief, flipping the piece several times to confirm her suspicions. How is this possible? How can there be two identical sides to this embroidery, with no apparent flaws? Cui Qingyi understood that revealing the secret behind this technique was not an option. She was aware that her purpose for visiting today had been thoroughly accomplished. "This is a new embroidery technique I discovered in ancient texts called double-sided embroidery. If you appreciate it, I would be honored for this piece to remain in your esteemed establishment, the Brocade Pavilion." The shopkeeper was utterly enchanted. A new embroidery technique. How fortunate she felt to be among the first to witness it. Truly a divine gift. Of course, I adore it. Who wouldn't? She replied eagerly. Are you truly willing to leave this piece at the brocade pavilion? Cui Qingyi nodded affirmatively, stating, my sisters and I plan to establish a women's school dedicated to teaching embroidery to women. If it is convenient for you, we would greatly appreciate your assistance in spreading the word during your leisure time. The idea of founding a school specifically for teaching women's embroidery had long been in Cui Qingyi's mind, though it had only recently begun to take shape. She was not an ambitious person. Otherwise, she would not have left the Chun family to settle in this remote corner of Dongping County. Yet even Cui Qingyi had to concede that humans are complex beings driven by ever-changing emotions. She had gleaned insights from Fan Hui and Sister Li, recognizing that while the world can be harsh for women, they possess a resilience akin to cattails, capable of flourishing even in the wildest of terrains. In the realm of Dejin, the existence of female educational institutions is not entirely absent. However, in the small locale of Dongping County, such institutions appear particularly extraordinary. The proprietress was momentarily taken aback. A female academy? You intend to establish one? This is truly remarkable. Cui Qingyi smiled and gently shook her head. It is nothing grand. We merely hope that others will wish to join our academy to learn these modest skills. If they can thrive in their craft and earn a living through it, that would be a tremendous solace. Furthermore, our academy is merely a modest establishment, hardly deserving of such lofty praise. The proprietress shook her head in response, saying, it is quite different. Your endeavor may very well transform a woman's life. After a brief pause, she continued, if it were not for the fact that I have only one little monkey at home, I would be tempted myself. The notion of double-sided embroidery, an art form unheard of throughout Dejin, has now emerged in our Dongping County, and the children graduating from the Cui Female Academy are bound to experience great fortune. Once the arrangements were solidified, the two returned home, for there were numerous matters awaiting their attention. Should they wish to establish a dedicated female academy? Even if Cui Qingyi had no aspirations for a grand scale, their current premises were woefully insufficient. This necessitated the search for a new location, one that could be fashioned into a proper schoolhouse. After an idle 6 months, the sudden onset of busyness left Cui Qingyi somewhat unaccustomed. Yet after several visits, 3 or 4 locations were identified and confirmed. The landlord was elated, having not anticipated that business would come knocking so soon upon opening the door. The chosen courtyard is conveniently located behind the county government, with the main entrance leading directly to the back gate of the official residence, where patrols occur thrice daily, ensuring a secure environment. As the academy is intended solely for young women, this location is undoubtedly ideal. If you lease this place, I can certainly speak to my acquaintances among the patrol officers to ensure they make frequent rounds there, the landlord assured sincerely, igniting a fervent excitement within Cui Qingyi. This locale seemed tailor-made for the Cui family's female academy, thanks to Li Miao's fervent promotion. The news of the Cui family establishing a specialized embroidery academy sparked a considerable stir in Huaihua Alley. Just a few months prior, many would have scoffed, deeming the Cui family merely seeking attention, boasting of their ability to embroider a few floral patterns. Yet now, such opinions had vanished. Who could ignore the fact that even Li Miao of the Li family had begun to embroider handkerchief for profit, prompting envious onlookers to contemplate enrolling their daughters in the Cui Academy? On the day the Cui Female Academy officially opened, 10 exquisite pieces of double-sided embroidery were displayed, adorned with crimson silk. After a series of firecrackers heralded the occasion, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo each unveiled a piece of the red silk. For the common folk of Dongping County, true embroidery remains a novel concept. Typically, they would only embroider simple leaves or a few small flowers. But now, they beheld a magnificent sight. A large black dog on the fabric appeared almost lifelike, and the spring flowers seemed to sway gently in the breeze. Qi Yuan and Li Miao, the only 2 students of the Cui Female Academy, eagerly introduced their master's academy to the curious onlookers. My master is incredibly skilled. These are her creations. You may come and see for yourselves. If you have young daughters wishing to learn, they are welcome to join our school. Qi Ma Xuan and Fan Hui stood to one side, observing their eldest daughter, who radiated an extraordinary confidence and joy. During the new year, Xiao Yuan gifted Qi Ma Xuan a handmade embroidered pouch, and presented Fan Hui with a delicately stitched handkerchief. Although these items held no substantial monetary value, and their craftsmanship could not rival that of their master, the couple was utterly delighted, as if they were immersed in a pot of honey. Sisterly gazed proudly at her daughter, while Elderly gradually broke into a smile beside her. She had agreed to send Li Miao to learn embroidery, yet the annual expense of 10 taels of silver had pained her greatly. Had it not been for her daughter-in-law's insistence, she would have never consented, for even without embroidery skills, a girl would not struggle to find a husband. But now, as she looked at her granddaughter amidst the crowd, Elderly suddenly felt that the money spent seemed quite worthwhile. Chapter 63. The Women's Academy 2, for Qi Yuan and Li Miao. This was indeed a novel experience. They could stand proudly before others, for they were among the only 2 students of the Cui Women's Academy. They were also the direct disciples of the esteemed master, who had made it clear that there existed a distinction between students and direct disciples. Some matters remain unexamined until one steps outside the familiar confines of their circle. Yet upon occasionally veering into another direction, one may uncover that which was previously overlooked. From the grand tapestry of the Jin dynasty to the humble households of Dongping County, the tradition of sons taking precedence in the family has been passed down through countless generations. During festivals and ancestral rites, male offspring are typically led by elder males of the family to offer incense and pay homage, while girls are generally forbidden from appearing in such solemn gatherings. They are expected to toil silently alongside their female elders in the background, contributing to the family's celebrations, yet seldom acknowledged for their efforts. However, at this very moment, as they stood here, though it seemed but a small step, the indomitable spirit of women throughout history had come full circle. The exquisite double-sided embroidery prepared by Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo indeed caused a stir, as a crowd gathered in awe before the meticulously framed artwork, reluctant to tear themselves away. Among the crowd were those skilled in embroidery, others with a decent grasp of needlework, and even women entirely unfamiliar with the craft. My goodness, how is it that both sides are identical? Li Miao, standing at the back, smiled and spoke up. This is called double-sided embroidery, a unique skill created by our academy's master. If any of you uncles and aunts have daughters of suitable age, they can certainly join us at the Cui Women's Academy and learn such remarkable techniques. Really? Our girls can learn too? Inquired a woman balancing a vegetable basket. Of course, Li Miao replied. Our master has stated that anyone who enters the academy becomes a student, and all of the master's skills will be imparted to us. The woman peered curiously at the large black dog that seemed poised to leap from the shelf and, with a contemplative expression, departed with her basket. Having rented the premises specifically for the academy, Cui Qingyi had arranged the courtyard simply. The main hall served as a reception area for visitors, while the adjacent rooms, side rooms, and back rooms had been transformed into classrooms. Each classroom housed 4 or 5 embroidery frames, and Cui Qingyi mused that the initial enrollment might not be substantial. Thus, she had not prepared an abundance of teaching materials. Nevertheless, with 5 classrooms combined, there were approximately 20 positions available. Cui Qingyi planned to categorize the students into classes based on age and skill level, awaiting a period of systematic instruction before readjusting according to each individual's progress. With limited enrollment, Cui Qingyi personally sat in the hall to greet prospective students. This experience felt reminiscent of a training session in later years, with Cui Qingyi assuming the role of enrollment director. Miss, is it true that anyone can learn this double-sided embroidery? Can my child really join? The woman's complexion was a deep shade of red, a clear indication of her laborious work, and she fidgeted with her hands, feeling particularly out of place before the elegantly dressed young woman with bright, sparkling eyes. Absolutely, Cui Qingyi affirmed. The Cui Women's Academy is indeed open to all girls. Not only the young maidens, but even those of similar age to me are welcome to enroll. As soon as Cui Qingyi's words fell, a voice of delight echoed nearby. Really, we can too. This was a woman in her 20s, adorned as a matron, drawn here by the celebratory sounds of the opening of Cui's Women's Academy. Upon arriving at the alley behind the government office, she was greeted by exquisite embroidered artworks, the most beautiful thing she had ever encountered in her life. Cui Qingyi maintained her gentle demeanor. Of course, as long as you wish, you may begin at any time. The first student to enroll on the inaugural day of the academy was brought by the proprietress of the brocade workshop, claiming her niece was shyly accompanying her. Silent the entire time. However, Cui Qingyi observed that the young girl's gaze frequently wandered to the embroidery displayed outside the hall, indicating her deep admiration. With this initial enrollment, 3 or 4 more women gradually brought their daughters to register, all around 7 or 8 years of age. Though the numbers were modest, both Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo felt a profound sense of contentment. After all, even the Great Wall was built brick by brick, let alone their humble academy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the county office across the way had grown somewhat tense, as Zhou Yinxiu discovered that some of his carefully cultivated subordinates had quietly established connections with the capital right under his nose. Although no harm was intended, merely sharing mundane details of his daily life with those in the government, he had explicitly stated years ago his desire to sever ties with the capital. The betrayal from those around him left Zhou Yinxiu, who had always prided himself on his strategic acumen, feeling quite unsettled, perhaps, as Ming had suggested. He was competent in public affairs, yet utterly confused in personal matters. Today, with the county office closed, Zhou Yinxiu, after a sleepless night, finally managed to doze off, only to be jolted awake by a cacophony of firecrackers. He closed his eyes and shouted toward the outside, "Zhouwen, what is happening out there?" Upon hearing his master's voice, Zhouwen entered, speaking in a measured tone. "My lord, a women's academy has opened in the alley behind the office, dedicated to teaching embroidery. They are celebrating today, hence the firecrackers. Please bear with it. I believe the noise will cease shortly." Having served in Dongping County for several years, Zhou Yinxiu had always been diligent and never abused his authority as county magistrate to oppress the locals, which is why Zhou refrained from asking the people to stop the celebration. Zhou Yinxiu's voice was low and contemplative. "A women's academy?" Hearing this, Zhouwen's cheeks subtly twitched. Indeed, the academy's female instructor seemed quite formidable. The technique of double-sided embroidery was something he had never even encountered in the capital. With silence returning from behind the curtain, Zhouwen understood that his master had no further inquiries and took his leave. Once outside, he sighed softly, recalling that it had been 5 or 6 years since the lady had departed, yet his master still occasionally remembered her. Inside, Zhou Yinxiu felt a throbbing headache as the term Women's Academy stirred memories of Ming in his mind. Upon her marriage, Ming expressed that during her childhood, while accompanying her family on outings, she was astonished and envious upon witnessing a woman conducting lessons from her doorstep. This experience implanted within her the aspiration to establish a school for girls. However, the vibrant and radiant young woman found herself confined within the domestic sphere, withering away. And for many years, she had not even encountered the term girls' school. To her surprise, she stumbled upon one in the quaint Dongping County today. If only Ming were present, he could have taken her to witness it. Although she could not partake in the endeavor herself, seeing others engage in such a pursuit would surely bring her joy. The morning session concluded, and in the afternoon, several inquiries were made, yet most retreated upon learning that the annual tuition amounted to 10 taels of silver. Some muttered as they departed, questioning why a mere sewing class warranted such a hefty fee. Cui Qingyi overheard their murmurs, but remained unfazed. The doors of the Cui Girls' School remained open until the hour of U, marking the time she had designated for daily dismissal of classes. Chapter 64. The enigmatic individual, just as she had tidied up and prepared to return home, a figure hurriedly approached from a distance. Cui Qingyi focused her gaze and recognized the woman in her 20s who had inquired earlier that day. Chun Ingchun, clutching 10 taels of silver, felt a tumult of anxiety and excitement within her. This was the first time in her 22 years that she had made such a bold decision. With the 10 taels she had painstakingly saved since her marriage at 18, her heart blazed with determination. She was resolute in her desire to learn embroidery, undeterred by what others might say, and was determined to attend the Cui Female Academy. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Cui Qingyi gestured for Zhu Ruo to pause. The courage displayed by a married woman, who might even be a mother, in taking this step was particularly moving compared to the sheltered young girls. Taking a deep breath, Chun Ingchun halted before the still open gates of the academy, smoothing the front of her garments. Facing the academy's plaque, she adopted a solemn expression. "Mr. Cui, I have come to enroll." Thus, Chen Chun became the oldest student at the Cui Female Academy and was assigned to Class A. 7 young girls, along with her, were divided into 3 classes. Qi Yuan and Li Miao were both placed in Class A, while the remaining students were assigned to Class C. The 7- and 8-year-old girls had only just begun to learn needlework and required gradual instruction. Placing them in a higher class might impede Qi Yuan and her peers' progress. As preparations for the upcoming classes were completed, Cui Qingyi, along with Zhu Ruo, began drafting the academy's rules and curriculum. Zhu Ruo listened attentively, occasionally jotting down notes. Although she had prior teaching experience, the sudden responsibility of addressing so many students at the female academy was daunting. Thankfully, she had the support of the young ladies. Observing how effortlessly Cui Qingyi conjured up ideas and frameworks without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Ruo regarded her with admiration. "Oh, how impressive! How is it that she understands everything?" Currently, with so few students and both Qi Yuan and Li Miao having formally apprenticed under Zhu Ruo, she was responsible for teaching both classes. If possible, Cui Qingyi intended to refrain from teaching herself, considering that focusing solely on embroidery might render the curriculum somewhat monotonous. She contemplated introducing other subjects to enrich the academy's offerings. However, such considerations were for another time. Once these tasks were completed, and with time still on their side, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo brewed a pot of tea and sat conversing at the stone table within the academy. Zhu Ruo gazed at the spacious and bright room, meticulously arranged and cleaned, and remarked, "My dear, though it has been less than a year, it feels as if we have lived several lifetimes." Not only Zhu Ruo, but Cui Qingyi also shared this sentiment. No longer confined within the small courtyard, waiting for night to fall with weary eyes, life had naturally quickened its pace. Zhu Ruo nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. Since their arrival in Dongping County, each day had been filled with numerous tasks, and she found joy and happiness in her work, never once feeling the days were difficult to endure. It was only after experiencing such a life that she realized how much she and her companion had once resembled caged birds. Cui Qingyi pointed to a corner of the yard and said, "Let's casually lay some bricks there and plant a few flowers and grasses. When the students finish their classes, they can admire the beautiful scenery and rest their eyes. We shall bring Yuan Shi over another day, so it can familiarize itself with the surroundings." Zhu Ruo was about to suggest what flowers to plant when she heard Yuan Shi's name and couldn't help but pout. That greedy dog is cowardly to the core. It only shows off in its own nest. Hearing this, Cui Qingyi burst into tears of laughter. It was puzzling how this person and dog constantly played tricks on each other. Initially, Zhu Ruo felt envious of the interaction between Yuan Shi and Cui Qingyi, having prepared plenty of large bones to win over the double-standard dog. However, the cunning creature would deceive Zhu Ruo into providing food, and when it was time to cooperate, it would tuck its tail and scamper away. Infuriated, Zhu Ruo grabbed a stick, intending to teach it a lesson about loyalty. Eventually, Cui Qingyi noticed that Yuan Shi seemed to playfully tease Zhu Ruo every time, running away when chased and deliberately wagging its tail before provocatively approaching them, driving Zhu Ruo nearly to the brink of madness. Recognizing the obvious antics, Zhu Ruo felt somewhat embarrassed to have been toyed with by a dog, and she began to unrelentingly disparage the large black dog in front of Cui Qingyi. To Cui Qingyi, both the person and the dog seemed alarmingly childish. Yuan Shi, despite its small frame, was remarkably intelligent. Cui Qingyi pondered creating a leash to gradually take Yuan Shi out. Yuan Shi was obedient and strong, and its physique had grown considerably over the past 6 months, making it quite imposing. It would be a waste to leave such a promising guardian cooped up at home. Hearing Cui Qingyi speak favorably of a large black dog, Zhu Ruo felt a pang of jealousy. She was no longer the favored one. That insufferable fat dog would have its large bone confiscated at night. After finishing a pot of tea and some snacks, the two prepared to head home. At that moment, Zhou Yinxiu entered the gates of the Cui Girls' School. As a school for girls, it was naturally frequented by women, and Zhou Yinxiu's tall stature caused both sides to pause in surprise upon his entrance. Zhu Ruo stepped forward to greet him. "Are you here to enroll your daughter?" Our Cui Girls' School currently offers only embroidery classes, since Cui Qingyi had mentioned that they might add more courses in the future. Zhu Ruo included this statement while introducing the school to pave the way for future admissions. Zhou Yinxiu did not expect that the founders of a girls' school in Dongping County would be such young women, and he felt a twinge of regret for his impulsiveness. However, since he was already there, he decided not to enroll, but to inquire about their motivations for establishing the school. His words came out somewhat awkwardly, causing Zhu Ruo's smile to falter as she worried that he might be there to disrupt their efforts. Upon hearing this, Cui Qingyi emerged from the hall with a furrowed brow and spoke clearly. "Why do you ask such a question, sir? Dongping County enjoys a peaceful order, and County Magistrate Zhou is compassionate toward the people. Within the bounds of the law, everyone is free. Why should you inquire about matters that the county office does not oversee?" Zhou Yinxiu was taken aback by her sharpness. He had merely posed a question. However, recalling that she had just mentioned him, he was struck by the fact that, despite standing before her, she did not recognize him. This woman is likely not a local from Dongping County, and the surname Cui evokes memories for Zhou Yinxiu of another individual with the same surname, whose eloquent speech lingers in his mind. Could it be that all those bearing the surname Cui possess such remarkable talents? Observing her silence for an extended period, her expression appears dazed, as if her soul has wandered beyond this realm. Suddenly, Cui Qingyi recalls some societal news from her past life, feeling a pang of anxiety. Although the girls' school is located behind the county office, there was never absolute safety even in her previous existence, let alone now. Fortunately, Zhou Yinxiu regains his composure just before Cui Qingyi can devise any means of resistance. Chapter 65. Wealthy dog, big black, do not misunderstand, young lady. My curiosity was piqued upon discovering a girls' school in this vicinity. If I have caused any offense, I beg your pardon. Zhou Yinxiu, accustomed to a position of authority, was not accustomed to being challenged, even if his demeanor was often haughty. As the highest-ranking official in the area, few dared to defy him. Thus, when someone spoke to him so bluntly, it caught him off guard. However, as a local magistrate, he recognized that the establishment of a girls' school in Dongping County was ultimately beneficial for his subjects, and he ought to afford the proprietor some leniency. Noticing the other person's amicable demeanor and dignified bearing, Cui Qingyi felt a sense of relief. Currently, my girls' school offers instruction solely in embroidery, and I have managed to establish a modest foundation in this craft to support my family. Should your esteemed family possess a suitable young lady who might appreciate my humble skills, she is welcome to enroll. Cui Qingyi was not inclined to engage further with the stranger. Furthermore, her motivations for founding the school were multifaceted and not easily articulated. As for her final remark, it was made in jest. This man, with his distinguished appearance and the valuable jade pendant at his waist, was clearly of noble birth. Typically, daughters of such families are raised in seclusion, not inclined to deign to visit her modest establishment. Truth be told, Zhou Yinxiu felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing Cui Qingyi's response. He had anticipated that a woman capable of establishing a girls' school in Dongping County would possess the intellect and depth akin to Ming Shi, only to find that she was rather ordinary. It seemed he had overestimated her, mistakenly hoping she would embody the exceptional qualities of someone like Ming Shi. After all, how many such individuals exist in this world? Had Cui Qingyi been privy to Zhou Yinxiu's thoughts at that moment, she might have retorted, "If you are unwell, seek treatment. Do not shy away from addressing your ailments." Feeling rather disenchanted, Zhou Yinxiu took his leave, haunted by memories of his first wife, Ming Shi. As for Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo, they soon forgot about this trivial encounter with the enigmatic Zhou Yinxiu. The girls' school was set to commence classes on March 1st. In light of Zhou Yinxiu's unexpected visit, Cui Qingyi hastily prioritized training the dog, Yuan Shi, for outings. Yuan Shi, with his imposing stature, appeared somewhat clumsy in the presence of Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo, yet he could be quite intimidating to outsiders. His deep, dark eyes, tinged with hints of blue, could instill a sense of being scrutinized in anyone who met his gaze. The intention behind bringing Yuan Shi along was to provide companionship for herself and Zhu Ruo during solitary moments, not to instill fear. To prevent Wang Kai from causing a commotion in public, Cui Qingyi purchased processed cowhide from the market. After careful cutting, she fashioned a large harness for him, twisting the remaining strips of leather into a sturdy leash. Thus, a robust, ancient-style dog lead was crafted. Observing her handiwork, Cui Qingyi called for Wang Kai, who was resting not far away, to come and try it on. With a joyful wag of his tail, the big black dog approached. The process of putting on the harness was remarkably smooth, as Wang Kai proved to be exceedingly cooperative. Cui Qingyi remarked that when it was time to lift the paw was lifted. When it was time to lower the head was lowered, their coordination seamless and harmonious. Once the harness was properly secured, she threaded the leather leash through a pre-prepared small hole, completing the task with ease. Rising to her feet, Cui Qingyi scrutinized Wang Kai with great seriousness, suddenly realizing that naming such a handsome dog Wang Kai had been a rather hasty decision. A dog so striking deserved a name with more character. Dahai would suit him far better. She patted the back of the magnificent black dog and proposed, "Wang Kai, I think I shall rename you Dahai, shall we? If you agree, give your tail a wag." Wang Kai remained as still as a mountain. "Who is Dahai? I know not this Dahai." Cui Qingyi felt no disappointment. She gently stroked Wang Sai's head. "I see you are quite fond of the name Wang Kai, so let it remain. Who would have thought I possess such discerning taste?" Wang Sai's plump ears flicked slightly. "Wang Kai and Dahai do not seem that remarkable, do they?" With the leash properly adjusted, Cui Qingyi led Wang Kai around the yard. Initially curious about the new addition to his ensemble, Wang Kai soon adapted to the rhythm. He even moved instinctively, closely trailing Cui Qingyi's leg. When she walked, he followed. When she paused, he halted, without the need for any commands from her. Cui Qingyi was utterly astonished, for even the most well-trained police dogs may not possess such innate understanding. Moreover, judging by Dahai's teeth and skeletal development, he was merely a young pup, perhaps 2 or 3 years old. What an incredible surprise the heavens had bestowed upon her. Cui Qingyi lavished affection upon Wang Kai, her praises flowing forth in abundance. Jujiao observed as the corners of Dahai's mouth slowly stretched into a grin and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. It was quite absurd for a dog to relish compliments and display such sycophancy. Her disdainful huff was not subtle. Cui Qingyi's smile faltered momentarily before she managed a nervous chuckle. Wang Kai is indeed clever. Jujiao thought it was simply unbearable how distant and self-sufficient her daughter had once been, and now she found herself enamored with a cunning dog. As she watched Jujiao retreat into the kitchen, Cui Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. She patted Wang Sai's head and admonished, "You must not provoke her again, or you may find yourself without a meal." Cui Qingyi's guilt stemmed from the previous night when Wang Kai had, for reasons unbeknownst to her, retrieved Jujiao's shoes and, to her dismay, relieved himself upon them. In the morning, Jujiao had frantically searched for her shoes, only to find them in the backyard, now marred by dog urine, nearly driven to the brink of madness. Brandishing a stick, she declared her intent to punish the dog, leading to a chaotic scene of one person and one dog leaping about the courtyard. In an effort to mediate and restore peace, Cui Qingyi positioned herself between them. Jujiao, in her anger, declared that she could forgive Wang Kai, provided Cui Qingyi pledged not to dote on him for 3 days. Yet, scarcely had the morning passed when Cui Qingyi completely forgot the incident, showering Wang Kai with praise, which only fueled Jujiao's ire. Upon hearing this, Wang Sai's ears perked up, one high and the other low, flickering twice. Cui Qingyi suddenly recalled a phrase, "in one ear and out the other." Training Wang Kai to adapt to the leash is a simple task. Yet an unexpected incident occurred when Cui Qingyi was ready to take him outside. Wang Kai abruptly halted at the entrance, his front paws coming to a sudden stop, and without any command from Cui Qingyi, he lay down on the ground. It seemed he understood that Cui Qingyi intended to take him out. As he sprawled on the floor, his tail firmly pressed against his body, clearly exhibiting signs of resistance. Cui Qingyi was taken aback. She was aware that Wang Kai harbored some fear of going outdoors, but she did not anticipate such a strong display of reluctance. After having raised him for so long, Yuan Kai had proven to be remarkably perceptive, and both Cui Qingyi and Jiruo had come to regard him as an indispensable member of their household. Observing his demeanor, Cui Qingyi's initial reaction was not anger, but rather a profound sense of compassion. Chapter 66. The foreign merchant caravan. She crouched down, resting her hand on Yuan Sai's hind leg. Perhaps even the dog itself was unaware of its gentle wagging. Cui Qingyi's heart softened instantly. She had never contemplated how a dog with a severed leg managed to free itself from its tether and drag itself to Huaihua Lane. Everything seemed to be explainable by the notion of a mysterious fate. Yet, Cui Qingyi found it utterly inconceivable to imagine the sheer determination the dog must have summoned to endure such a journey. From Mule Market to Huaihua Lane, the sight of a limping dog was akin to a gourmet meal delivered right to one's doorstep. One could hardly fathom the perils it had encountered along the way. All right, do not be afraid, Yuan Kai. From now on, I shall protect you, Cui Qingyi vowed. She would never forget how Yuan Kai had overcome its fear of the outside world, rushing forth to safeguard her in times of danger. Thus, she would protect Yuan Kai as fiercely as she would a true family member. Under her patient reassurances, Yuan Kai gradually ceased trembling, lifting its head to affectionately lick Cui Qingyi's hand with its moist tongue. Cui Qingyi contemplated abandoning that day's training. If Yuan Kai was unwilling to venture outside, they might as well stay home. As long as it was happy, that was all that mattered. Just as she reached to remove the harness and leash from Yuan Kai, the large black dog shook its ears and slowly stood up. Then, with a particularly sneaky demeanor, Yuan Kai cautiously extended its nose outward. Cui Qingyi's lips twitched. Why did such a handsome dog have to adopt such a foolish expression? It was almost unbearable to witness. Yuan Sai's nose twitched a few times, seemingly confirming that there were no anticipated dangers lurking outside. The dog straightened its back and tentatively placed its front paw forward. Once the front half of its body was outside, it turned back to Cui Qingyi, signaling with its eyes as if to ask, "Why are you not coming?" Cui Qingyi grasped the leash, and Yuan Kai promptly fell in a step beside her. The pair made a brief circuit through the alley before returning home. Though Yuan Kai had bravely ventured out, Cui Qingyi sensed its lingering tension. Hence, they opted to remain close to home, gradually increasing their distance each day until Yuan Kai became accustomed to navigating through crowds. Before the formal commencement of the girls' school, a merchant ship, purportedly piloted by fair-haired, blue-eyed individuals, arrived at the Bay Dock in Dongping County. Li Miao's father, who worked at the dock, recounted this curious event to his two children upon his return. The next day, when he visited the Cui household, Li Miao shared the tale with Zhu Ruo and Cui Qingyi. "My father said those people looked very strange, with red and golden hair, high noses, and even blue eyes. Among those peculiar individuals, some could speak the dialect of our Jin dynasty, expressing their intent to set up stalls at our market. However, the county officials have already dispatched personnel to oversee these unusual folk along with their merchant vessel. I wish to see what the golden-haired people look like, but my father forbids my brother and me from going to the Bay Dock." Li Miaoyan expressed her deep regret. She genuinely wished to behold the appearance of those fair-haired, blue-eyed individuals, pondering whether they might be fearsome. Cui Qingyi also yearned to see them, not for any other reason, but to discover what treasures lay aboard the foreign merchant ships. Were there Western mirrors? Were there clocks? Most importantly, were there seeds of chili peppers? The mere thought of chili peppers made Cui Qingyi salivate, and she felt as though she might perish from longing. She was uncertain how the county office would handle these suddenly appeared foreigners. The captain of the foreign merchant ship, Philly, was escorted into the county office by a group of constables. Though they were curious about the existence of such individuals in this world, their years of training allowed them to maintain an unflinching demeanor, as if encountering fair-haired, blue-eyed people were quite commonplace in the Great Jin. Philly, meanwhile, mused inwardly that indeed, as Count Kier had said, the Great Jin was a vast and illustrious empire, with its people being well-informed and worldly. They had traversed the ocean currents, encountering several tiny nations along the way, where the locals had nearly captured them as devils. Had it not been for one among them who was a student of Count Kier and possessed some knowledge of Eastern culture, they might have faced a grim fate. Fortuitously, despite the perils they encountered, They had finally arrived in the Celestial Empire. Moreover, the officials here seemed not averse to engaging in trade with them. Zhou Yinxiu, of course, had no objection. Born into a prominent family in the capital, he was accustomed to matters beyond the reach of ordinary folk. For over a decade, our sovereign had diligently dispatched envoys along both land and sea routes to explore neighboring countries. Some had ventured beyond the borders of the Great Qing, only to be compelled to return due to various uncontrollable circumstances. Others had journeyed northward to the grasslands, only to become lost in unfamiliar terrain, emerging months later without the will to continue. Others had sailed from the Great Jin's waters, only to turn back after a month or two at sea. Some even vanished without a trace, their fates unknown. Yet, all of this served to illustrate one undeniable fact. The Great Qing was not entirely oblivious to the world beyond its borders. Thus, while Zhou Yinxiu was indeed surprised by the sudden arrival of these foreign visitors, he was not alarmed. However, upon finally observing the fair-haired, blue-eyed individuals, he could not help but gaze at them several times. Philly, placing his hands across his chest, bowed to Zhou Yinxiu. "Esteemed sir, greetings. I am Philly from the British Empire. I have traversed the seas with my merchant ship, hoping to establish amicable cooperation with the Celestial Empire. Here is my country's letter of state. I kindly ask you to peruse it." Philly's Mandarin was remarkably proficient, to the point that Zhou Yinxiu was taken aback, further solidifying his belief that an envoy dispatched by the Great Qing must have once been in this so-called British realm. Yet, the reason for this individual's failure to report his whereabouts remained a mystery. Zhou Yinxiu contemplated several thoughts internally, but refrained from displaying any outward signs. "Mr. Philly, we of the Celestial Empire warmly welcome guests from afar. Once the authenticity of a letter is confirmed, I shall ensure it reaches our emperor. At that time, the envoy could accompany the merchant caravan to our nation's capital for an audience. As for conducting business within our borders, as long as you and your caravan adhere to our laws, I extend a warm welcome." Upon hearing Zhou Yinxiu's words, Philly was so elated that he danced with joy. He had not anticipated that matters would unfold so smoothly. He had feared they would first be imprisoned and subjected to rigorous interrogation, or perhaps even be expelled without hesitation. Zhou Yinxiu dispatched a contingent of guards to protect and assist Philly's caravan in establishing trade with the citizens of Dongping County of the Docks. Cui Qingyi, filled with anticipation, rushed out the moment she received the news. "I had always believed that the lessons on life and death were still far, far away." Chapter 67. Pepper Seedlings. The government office issued a proclamation announcing that foreign merchant caravans had established a market here, allowing the citizens of Dongping County to trade freely. By the time Cui Qingyi arrived at the Bay Dock, a considerable crowd had already gathered, drawn by their unwavering trust in the county office. Everyone was eager to witness the spectacle, pondering what the golden-haired, blue-eyed individuals would be like. As such an extraordinary event was a rare occurrence, the officials had designated a specific area at the dock for the caravan of Philly to display their goods. After drifting at sea for several months, the supplies of food and fresh water on board were nearly depleted. Finally, a place had been secured for them to exchange their wares for essential provisions, and the members of the Philly caravan shook off the gloom of previous days, bustling with excitement as they set up the market. Initially, the onlookers merely observed from a distance, waiting for the caravan to arrange their goods adequately before approaching to marvel at the curiosities on display. As they discussed the merchandise, they also speculated about the people. The Philly merchants were undeterred by the crowd's curiosity. In fact, their enthusiasm was heightened by the attention. Upon her arrival, Cui Qingyi found the dock teeming with people, feeling as though half of Dongping County had gathered there. However, those willing to engage in trade with the caravan were few and far between. Zhu Ruo, standing on tiptoe, caught a glimpse of a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes behind the display of fabrics. Her eyes widened in shock, a blush creeping on her cheeks as she tugged at Cui Qingyi's arm and whispered, "Miss, these individuals are truly striking." Following her gaze, Cui Qingyi saw a woman with light brown hair and blue eyes standing amidst a pile of fabrics. She wore an open-necked turquoise gown, adorned with a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg, and as she lowered her head, her neck revealed a generous expanse of alabaster skin. Despite the language barrier, whenever someone paused at her stall, she would eagerly showcase vibrant pieces of fabric. Zhu Ruo instantly took a liking to a bright red fabric the woman held, envisioning how splendid it would look on her fair-skinned friend. Cui Qingyi, too, noticed the fabric, recognizing the advanced dyeing techniques evident in its vivid colors, likely enhanced by industrial agents. She and Zhu Ruo perused each stall, discovering that the array of goods brought by the foreign merchants surpassed her expectations. They were astonished by the boldness of these traders, who dared to venture across the ocean to the fabled Eastern Empire with such valuable merchandise. The stalls overflowed with an assortment of gemstones occupying 3 entire displays, various watches, pocket watches, and clocks adorned with shards of precious stones. An array of gold and silver items, palm-sized copper mirrors, products made from rhinoceros horn and ivory, exquisite glassware that refracted brilliant colors in the sunlight, neatly stacked fabrics waiting for admirers. Finally, Cui Qingyi spotted spices of the last stall, leaning in to examine the pepper, cinnamon, cardamom, and saffron, but alas, no chili peppers. Perhaps her disappointment was too palpable, for a short-haired man nearby approached and awkwardly inquired in stilted officialese, "What would you like?" A sentence composed of 7 characters resonated with an unimaginable tone for Cui Qingyi. Were it not for her apprehension of revealing that a native of Shaanxi would dare to speak a foreign tongue, she would have exclaimed, "I can speak English." Fortunately, she was well prepared. Cui Qingyi produced her meticulously drawn depiction of chili plants and ripe chili fruits, extending it forward, while gesturing with her fingers to convey her desire for these items, inquiring if they had brought any. The short-haired man accepted the drawing, and a broad smile instantly illuminated his face. He exclaimed, "Oil." Subsequently, he turned to beckon a young man nearby who was busy unloading goods, quickly relaying their needs in a hurried manner. The young man set down his cargo and sprinted towards the distant cargo ship. Cui Qingyi's heart swelled with joy. She had not anticipated finding chili peppers, yet this merchant caravan surprisingly possessed them. Fortune smiled upon her, and her beloved hot pot was once again within reach. Fearing that the 2 hard-won customers might depart due to impatience, the short-haired man eagerly greeted them, using his limited command of Mandarin. Philly observed the entire merchant caravan from a distance, noting that the locals were merely spectators, showing no inclination to engage in trade, which left him inwardly anxious. Upon seeing 2 customers approach the spice vendor, he rushed over, noting the difficulty in their exchanges. Upon arrival, Philly graciously bowed, his golden curls adorned with azure gemstones, and his cerulean eyes reminiscent of the clearest lakes Cui Qingyi had encountered in her previous life. With a charming demeanor, he addressed them, "Greetings, beautiful ladies. How may I assist you?" Although his tone remained somewhat awkward, Cui Qingyi found it easy to comprehend his words, simplifying the interaction considerably. She pointed towards the stall, stating, "I wish to acquire some exotic spices. Could you introduce them to me?" Upon hearing the customer's request for spices, Philly's face broke into a bright smile. "Of course. Beautiful lady, I am delighted to serve you." Cui Qingyi's lips curled into a dimpled smile, feigning calmness while internally exclaiming, "Ah, are all these foreign gentlemen, resembling ethereal beings, destined to emerge from the sewers?" Philly may not have been well-versed in spices, but Kane was. He detailed each spice's name and usage, which Philly then relayed to Cui Qingyi. In truth, she was already familiar with the names and uses of the spices available, yet with so many officials around, she was certain that their presence was not solely for maintaining order. Before long, any hint of irregularity in the market would surely reach the magistrate's ears. Having spent considerable time in this ancient setting, one of the first lessons Cui Qingyi learned was to exercise utmost caution, never underestimating anyone, especially in an era rife with supernatural beliefs. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Thus, she willingly invested her time in waiting for Philly's explanations. As she spoke, Cui Qingyi had already secured several pounds of pepper. Pepper is indeed a marvelous ingredient, suitable for stir-frying, stewing, and even making congee. It possesses a piquant flavor that does not harm the stomach and can serve a warming and nourishing purpose. Regarding cinnamon and saffron, Cui Qingyi also purchased a small quantity of each. though she seldom utilized these spices in her previous life. This is, after all, the Great Jin Dynasty, and such foreign merchant caravans may not arrive for years on end. These items are better than nothing. In the direction of the cargo ship, a young man approached, cradling a pot of plants. From a distance, Cui Qingyi could discern what it was. It was a rather frail, chilly seedling, likely worn down from its prolonged journey at sea, its leaves beginning to wither, appearing to be on the brink of demise. Chapter 68. Unpleasant matters. Cui Qingyi never imagined that one day she would feel such profound sorrow over a mere chilly seedling. Cain took the pot of peppers and rambled on about it. After listening, Faley relayed with a hint of apology. This chili plant was acquired during their passage through a small country. There were originally several, but they perished along the way. The fruit it bore was visually appealing, yet possessed a slight toxicity that could induce stomach pain and diarrhea in humans. It is said that chili peppers were initially introduced as ornamental plants. Initially, Cui Qingyi felt a pang of disappointment. She had yearned for an abundance of ripe peppers. However, upon reflection, she realized that discovering a chili, which was said to have been introduced to China only during the Ming Dynasty, was already quite remarkable in this unfamiliar era. What more could she desire than a motorcycle? Ultimately, this half-dead chili plant was gifted to Cui Qingyi by Cain. Since she intended to purchase additional items, she left her belongings at Cain's counter, planning to retrieve them later. Knowing that Cui Qingyi had more shopping to do, Faley happily accompanied her. Just moments ago, Cui Qingyi had bought some spices and introduced the uses of pepper and other seasonings to the onlookers, who were intrigued and ended up purchasing some as well. Next, Cui Qingyi bought a delicately crafted copper mirror for herself and one for Zhu Ruo. Although the copper mirrors produced in the Jincheng shops were quite nice, their clarity was far inferior. Cui Qingyi forced herself to acclimate to the hazy appearance of the current mirrors, while Zhu Ruo was utterly astonished. The mirror, which was only the size of a face, was held in her hands as if it were a treasure she could not part with. Cui Qingyi also purchased a clock approximately 30 centimeters tall, suitable for keeping time at home. She had initially wanted a wristwatch, but the small piece cost over 100 silver coins, which she found too extravagant. Additionally, she acquired some fabric and silver items, and the two returned home with their stored goods from Cain. Thanks to Cui Qingyi leading the way, and the enthusiasm of the fair-haired and blue-eyed merchants, the foreign traders' market at the bay gradually became lively. On the way home, Cui Qingyi cradled the pot of chili seedlings closely, fearful of inadvertently damaging her precious find. Zhu Ruo, observing her own valuable goods, found it peculiar that she had never noticed how fond her young mistress was of flowers and plants. In the past, the young lady had only tended to the flowers in the yard out of sheer boredom. She rarely spoke of them, even when the plants were used to grind wealth. "My dear, this flower pot is heavy. Allow me to carry it," Zhu Ruo offered. Cui Qingyi waved her hand, insisting, "No need, I will carry it myself. This is my treasure." Zhu Ruo did not comprehend why a half-dead plant could be deemed a treasure. Upon returning to Huaihua Alley, Cui Qingyi wasted no time resting and immediately began to uproot the wilting chili seedling from its pot. It seemed that the prolonged voyage at sea had been rather dull. Its owner had watered it sporadically without providing sufficient sunlight, resulting in compacted soil, and the roots of the chili had begun to rot. Cui Qingyi decided to cut away all the decayed roots and left in the sun to dry before replanting the chili seedling in the backyard soil. In the backyard, remnants of last year's neglected vegetable seedlings thrived in the fertile soil. After tilling at the beginning of the year and scattering wood ash, the current growth of the seedlings indicated a promising fertility. If fortune smiled upon her, the chili seedlings planted here should survive. While waiting for the soil to be leveled, Cui Qingyi brought over several leftover green bricks from the hearth to encircle the chili seedlings, demonstrating the care she held for this little plant. Once her cherished seedlings were arranged, Cui Qingyi called over her exuberant dog, Yuan Shi, instructing him to keep a watchful eye on the precious sapling. Yuan Shi wagged his tail in agreement, understanding that this little creature was not meant for him to devour. Cui Qingyi's intuition proved accurate. By nightfall, every movement of the Philip merchant caravan was laid before Zhou Yinxiu's desk. However, the county office's primary focus was on the caravan itself, paying little attention to the local populace. Thus, News of the first purchase made by the female teacher from the Cui family academy in Huya Lane barely registered with Zhou Yinxiu. Observing that Philip and his companions had not taken the opportunity to investigate the specific circumstances of Dongping County, Zhou Yinxiu dispatched the relevant documents concerning Philip's group to the capital, eagerly awaiting the response that would allow him to facilitate their departure. The Philip caravan remained in Dongping County for 7 consecutive days. Initially, for the first 3 days, only the local residents frequented the area, leaving Zhou County magistrate's actions a mystery. Gradually, merchants from neighboring counties began to arrive, bringing their goods to sell at the docks, primarily targeting the foreign visitors. Cui Qingyi pondered purchasing a watch for herself and Zhu Ruo, but the exorbitant price and the limited craftsmanship of the timepiece dissuaded her. She feared it would not endure long, and should it break, no one would be available to repair it, rendering the expenditure unjustifiable. However, upon noticing the influx of new merchants, a sudden inspiration struck Cui Qingyi. She realized she possessed a treasure and had yet to discover its worth. Subsequently, she exchanged 2 pieces of double-sided embroidery featuring portraits for 2 watches, one for herself and one for Zhu Ruo. The portrait used by Cui Qingyi was inspired by the celestial nymphs of Dunhuang, radiating an indescribable divinity and elegance, a true masterpiece. The merchant selling the watches was taken aback by the exquisite embroidery, his eyes widening in astonishment, and without haggling, he readily exchanged the watches for her creations. On the day the caravan departed, Cui Qingyi's chili seedlings in the backyard finally regained their vigor. The previously drooping leaves perked up, appearing as though they had been nourished and revitalized. Cui Qingyi beamed with joy. Zhu Ruo and Wang Kai sat nearby, temporarily unbothered, enjoying a rare moment of harmony. With the caravan's departure, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo's academy was set to commence. However, on the very first day of school, an unfortunate incident unfolded. Chen Yingchuan's mother-in-law stormed into the academy, forcefully dragging Chen Yingchun while hurling insults at Cui Qingyi. She accused her of being presumptuous, asserting that a woman establishing a school akin to a man's was already audacious enough, and further condemned her for enticing her daughter-in-law into learning embroidery. The old woman was remarkably strong, and despite Chen Yingchuan's youthful vigor, she found it challenging to escape her grasp. The other party was her mother-in-law. Out of respect for filial piety, she refrained from arguing with her in public, her face flushed as she quietly implored her to cease her tirade. Yet, some individuals are inherently this way. If you exhibit strength, they become submissive, but if you show weakness, they will relentlessly push their advantage. It was evident that Chen Yingchuan's mother-in-law exemplified such a character, perceiving herself to have the upper hand as she observed Cui Qingyi's prolonged silence, especially given her youth. The elderly woman grew increasingly brazen, hurling derogatory insults at Cui Qingyi, just as a droplet of saliva was about to land on her face. Cui Qingyi swung her arm and delivered a resounding slap to the old woman's cheek. The crisp sound of the impact resonated, bringing a sense of clarity to Cui Qingyi's ears. When I was in elementary school, my family had a small garden built of bricks in the courtyard, where I planted a few pepper seedlings. Initially, they thrived, but one day, I diligently applied fertilizer to each plant, only to inadvertently scorch them all. Chapter 69. Frightened away, it was not only Cui Qingyi who experienced a moment of tranquility. The entire space seemed to have fallen silent. Today marked the inaugural day of classes at the girls' school, and Fan Hui had risen early to ensure that Qi Yuan was the first to arrive. She lingered, contemplating whether Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo might require her assistance. Observing the usually composed and dignified Cui Qingyi resorting to violence, throwing punches with considerable force, was astonishing. That slap must have stung, Fan Hui thought inappropriately. Chen Yingchun, witnessing her mother-in-law turn her face away in silence, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. She was well aware of her mother-in-law's tendency to stir trouble, now that she had been struck. It was likely that the roof of the school would be raised in protest. Chen Yingchuan's conjecture proved accurate. Caught off guard by the slap, the elderly matriarch felt a numbing sensation from her face to her head. It took her a moment to realize that she had been struck by a young girl. Having dominated her village for so long, She had never endured such humiliation. "How dare you hit me, you wretched little?" Her voice rang out, a lament that could shake the heavens. Cui Qingyi responded with another swift slap. Once again, the world fell into silence, the sound of a falling pin audible. Cui Qingyi shook her arm, feeling a twinge of pain. Indeed, it is easier to indulge in luxury than to return to simplicity. After just 2 slaps, she already felt overwhelmed. To her surprise, the once unyielding Diao Cuihua could not contain her tears after receiving 2 blows. In Chuning Chuan's shocked gaze, Diao Cuihua collapsed to the ground, her weathered face streaked with tears, her hands pounding the earth. "Woe is me! Is there no law in this world? No justice? At my age, to be struck like this? I shall report this to the authorities. I demand justice from the county magistrate, whether in this life or the last." Cui Qingyi had always managed to live with a semblance of dignity. This was her first true encounter with shrew, witnessing firsthand what it meant to wail and weep so profusely. Frankly, it was quite an unsightly spectacle, especially as the old woman smeared dirt on her face while wiping her tears, blowing her nose, and then wiping her eyes. It was simply appalling. Chun Ingchun stood frozen, torn between helping her mother-in-law to her feet and recalling that she had donned new clothes for the day's lessons. The old woman's lack of decorum would undoubtedly transfer her tears and snot onto her. As the time for class approached and the female students began to arrive, Cui Qingyi grew weary of the spectacle of a madwoman. She pointed toward the school's entrance. "You wish to report this, do you? The county office is right across the street. Would you like me to send someone to help you knock on the door?" Cui Qingyi felt no fear in the face of Diao Cuihua's earlier provocations. Instinctively, Diao Cuihua followed the direction of Cui Qingyi's finger, only to recoil as though burned. The threat of reporting to the authorities was merely a hollow assertion. Should she truly be compelled to go, she would certainly refuse. The magistrates in the county office were fierce and merciless, prone to meting out punishment at the slightest provocation, and at her age, she had no desire to suffer such indignities. Diao Cuihua sprang up from the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Cui Qingyi, exclaiming that today she would surely tear her apart for enticing others. Cui Qingyi restrained the impulse to roll her eyes, retorting in her mind that the only person she was tempting was perhaps her daughter-in-law, or perhaps the old crone herself, seeing her mother-in-law's intent to escalate matters. Chun Ingchun hurriedly positioned herself in front of Cui Qingyi, feeling both resolute and desolate. This trouble was of her own making. No matter whether she could continue attending the girls' school thereafter, she could not shrink away. If her mother-in-law were to harm the female teacher, what would that make her? In truth, Chun Ingchun's actions were entirely superfluous. In an unnoticed corner, the large black dog, Yuan Shi, was already poised for action. It had followed Cui Qingyi to the girls' school and was left alone in an empty classroom, the door secured by Cui Qingyi from the outside. This minor barrier posed no challenge for Yuan Shi. With the commotion outside, it quietly nudged the window open. Had Cui Qingyi turned around at that moment to witness Yuan Shi's actions, she would surely have noticed many peculiarities. Yuan Shi moved with an agility unlike that of an ordinary dog, its gaze icy and its paws light on the ground, reminiscent of a jaguar, an anomaly for any canine. Yet, at that moment, no one noticed the quietly advancing black dog. Diao Cuihua was resolute in her intention to teach a lesson to anyone who dared strike her. However, as she approached, she was met with a pair of cold, unblinking eyes. Yuan Shi stood firm behind Cui Qingyi, its front paws gripping the ground, poised for an attack. Diao Cuihua suddenly found herself unable to move, her legs trembling like noodles, a lump caught in her throat. Why was there such a large dog here, and why did it seem intent on tearing her apart? The reactions of those present varied. Fan Hui and Sister Li, regular visitors at the Cui household, were accustomed to Wang Sai's presence, but were still taken aback by its current demeanor. Fan Hui instinctively clutched her heart, while Sister Li instinctively shielded Li Miao behind her. The onlooking parents, who had yet to depart, exhibited similar reactions. In contrast, the girls, protected by the adults, gazed wide-eyed at teacher Cui and her imposing black dog. Cui Qingyi was already contemplating how to swiftly conclude the confrontation when the elderly woman suddenly turned and fled. She ran. Cui Qingyi was taken aback, while Chun pondered whether they should adopt a dog at home. Yuan Kai had no intention of pursuing. Upon seeing its intended target retreat, the majestic black dog swiftly shifted its demeanor. It squinted its eyes and wagged its tail, approaching Cui Qingyi's legs, appearing to seek praise. Cui Qingyi was startled by Wang Sai's sudden appearance, but quickly comprehended why the previously formidable old woman had scurried away with her tail tucked between her legs. She gently patted Wang Sai's large head and gestured towards the room they had just left. "Wang Kai, go back." The black dog swiftly obeyed the command, darting back to the empty classroom. Cui Qingyi couldn't help but twitch her lips. The dog had indeed learned to open windows. Wang Sai's series of actions alleviated the concerns of those who had previously questioned the presence of such a large black dog in a girls' school. This dog appeared quite commendable, protective of its owner, and capable of understanding human language. With its presence, the safety of the children in the school could be assured. Fan Hui and Sisterly were the first to bid farewell to Cui Qingyi and leave the school. One by one, others entrusted their children to Cui Qingyi before departing. Once everyone had exited, Cui Qingyi led the children into the classroom and finally turned her attention to the downcast Chun. "Have you made up your mind to continue studying embroidery here, or will you return home with your silver?" Though Cui Qingyi felt sympathy for Chuan's situation with her mother-in-law, she recognized that such matters were beyond her purview and did not wish to intervene. Chapter 70. The flavors of the human world. There was but one course of action available to her, should Chun decide to continue her studies. She could ensure that the old woman would not intrude upon the realm of the girls' school. Conversely, if she chose to depart, she would return the tuition fees in full, wishing her a prosperous life ahead. She was not a savior, incapable of shouldering another's fate. Chun felt as though her heart was steeped in bitterness. The anguish of having such a mother-in-law was a burden only she understood. After finally glimpsing a glimmer of hope, could she truly relinquish it? She was uncertain. Life is a long journey, and there are myriad choices to be made along the way. Chun declared, "Mr. Cui, I wish to stay. I want to learn embroidery, and I shall devote myself to it." Cui Qingyi replied, "Very well, then hasten to your classes. You must not be outshone by girls of a few years younger." On the inaugural day of classes at the girls' school, despite a few minor unpleasant incidents, the day unfolded rather smoothly. By the time school was dismissed, the children returned home joyfully. The more extroverted girls had already forged friendships with Qi Yuan and Li Miao, chattering excitedly about their experiences of the day. "My brother often comes home complaining that school is dull and tedious, yet I find it utterly engaging. The lessons taught by the master are delightful." The teaching style of Zhu Ruo was crafted under the guidance of Cui Qingyi, and after some inspiration, she infused it with her own understanding. The lessons were rich, vibrant, and engaging, often interspersed with group discussions, making learning a pleasure for the girls, who found no monotony in it. After school, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo accompanied Wang Kai on their way home. At this moment, Wang Kai appeared rather silly and clumsy, aside from his larger physique. He displayed no trace of aggression. Upon returning home, Cui Qingyi first tended to the chili seedlings in the backyard. For the sake of that precious little plant, she could not help but inspect it thrice a day, yearning for the day when the chili trees would bloom and bear fruit. However, that day was still far off. Before the fresh chilies would arrive, the exquisite flavors unique to spring would grace her palate. On a day of respite from the girls' school, Cui Qingyi set off early to Dongping Mountain with Zhu Ruo and Wang Kai. Fresh mugwort sprouted from the earth under the nurturing spring rain, just the right length to be at its most delectable. Zhu Ruo looked at Cui Qingyi with skepticism, clutching a handful of mugwort. Can this wild herb truly be consumed? Zhu Ruo's homeland also enjoyed wild vegetables, but she had been sold before she could gather them herself. Cui Qingyi, without lifting her head, replied, "Of course it can. The green dumplings sold here are made from the freshest mugwort." Zhu Ruo asked, "So, shall we make green dumplings when we return?" "No, I shall prepare them." With that, Zhu Ruo refrained from further inquiries, content as long as she knew it was edible. The two of them gathered a basketful along the mountainside before returning home, meticulously cleaning and rinsing the mugwort several times to drain any excess water, for later use. Cui Qingyi's method was straightforward. She mixed the slightly dried mugwort leaves with flour and placed the mixture in a steamer, cooking it for a dozen minutes once the water boiled. After steaming, she drizzled it with a prepared garlic sauce, ready for consumption. In moments like these, Cui Qingyi found herself longing to check on her chili plants once more. Steamed mugwort paired with spicy oil was the most authentic combination. Konjac, for the first time, savored the pure and unadulterated essence of mugwort, her eyes widening in delightful surprise after tentatively tasting a bite. "My dear girl, this preparation is quite delectable." This method could be deemed rudimentary. Not only would it be rare on the dining tables of the Chun family, but even in households of moderate affluence. Such a dish would seldom grace their meals. Yet, Cui Qingyi found an immense pleasure in this flavor. She could not discern whether her fondness stemmed from genuine affection or from memories of a past life. As spring arrived, the setting for their meals transitioned from the main hall to the quaint courtyard, where, embraced by the gentle spring breeze, Cui Qingyi devoured an entire bowl of steamed mugwort. This delicacy, while not particularly filling, provided a satisfying sense of fullness in the moment. However, Cui Qingyi had no desire to eat anything else that evening. The tastes of the mortal realm are the most enduring of memories. After enjoying the steamed mugwort, the following day, Cui Qingyi gathered a generous amount of elm seeds. The preparation for elm seeds mirrored that of the mugwort, combined with flour and shaped uniformly into small steamed buns. The steamed elm seeds exuded a delicate sweetness. Yet Cui Qingyi did not particularly relish them. She sampled two for their flavor and left the remainder for Konjac. Konjac, on the other hand, thoroughly enjoyed the taste, indulging while also feeding Yuan Shi, the black dog, who was never finicky about food and would consume anything presented to him. In this tranquil moment, the usual chaos of daily life was absent, and the harmony between the girl and her dog seemed as if it had always existed. At this juncture, Cui Qingyi remained oblivious to the stir her exchange of two exquisite double-sided embroideries had caused within the ranks of the failing merchant caravan. The merchant specializing in timepieces was enamored with the embroideries upon their acquisition, admiring them daily. Fearing he might inadvertently damage such masterpieces, he sought the assistance of Brian, a craftsman skilled in framing artworks within the caravan, to properly preserve the embroideries. Brian had framed numerous pieces, including works by renowned artists, and the universal quest for beauty resonated with him. The moment he laid hands on the pieces, he was loath to part with them. "Ingenious," echoed in Brian's mind. He yearned to purchase the celestial maiden embroidery at a high price, yet the original owner was unwilling to relinquish it. Ultimately, he could only suppress his regret and admiration, wishing to apply all his artistry to the treasured pieces before him. In time, Brian sought out similar artworks in every town he visited, enlisting the watch merchant to assist in showcasing the double-sided embroideries he had acquired. Through Brian's relentless promotion, word spread in every town the caravan reached, particularly among embroidery workshops, that a foreign merchant had procured two unique embroideries claimed to have originated from Dongping County. Many skeptically dismissed the foreign claim, believing that such a small place could hardly harbor exceptional embroiderers. Meanwhile, the Chun family faced a dilemma that could be viewed as both a challenge and an opportunity. The youngest daughter of the Chun patriarch encountered the venerable Lady Qi while partaking in the springtime festivities. The elderly Princess Wang has become a legend in the capital. Hailing from humble origins, she rose to prominence through her exceptional embroidery skills, catching the attention of the Empress Dowager, who favored her and bestowed her as a concubine to her son, Prince Qi. The tale of how this concubine navigated through the thorns of fate to ultimately become the Princess Qi is a story for another time. Now, however, the Chun family seeks to elevate their status by aligning themselves with the esteemed Prince Qi. While his current position is respectable, it pales in comparison to the deep-rooted legacies of other noble families in the capital. Thus, the Chun family aims to emulate the path of Princess Qi. Yet, the realm of embroidery has already reached its zenith under her mastery. Without a novel approach, it is unlikely they will capture her interest. The emergence of double-sided embroidery is akin to a pillow being offered to one who is already drowsy. Chapter 71. A serious matter for the family of three as soon as Philip's caravan arrived in the capital. The Chun family dispatched someone to thoroughly investigate the origins of the exquisite double-sided embroidery. The young lady of the Chun family was instantly captivated by the two magnificent depictions of celestial maidens. Having studied embroidery under esteemed masters since childhood, she prided herself on being among the elite of the Jin dynasty's young ladies. However, in that moment, she realized that there were indeed greater talents beyond her own. This double-sided embroidery must be a celestial treasure, a skill she was determined to master. Upon discovering that this remarkable embroidery came from a small county in Qingyi, the head of the Chun family assigned the task to a relative residing in Qingyi City, clearly stating the importance of bringing a skilled master of double-sided embroidery to the Chun residence in the capital. The Chun family in the capital and the Chun family in Qingyi were closely connected, and the latter was eager for assistance. Thus, they regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. After some deliberation, Mr. Chun and his wife decided to send their son, Chun Linen, along with the eldest son of the third branch, to Dongping County. The couple embodied the archetype of a loving father and a strict mother. Mr. Chun adopted a stern demeanor, stating that the task entrusted by the elder uncle was not only crucial to the marriage prospects of their daughter, but also pivotal to the fate of the Chun clan. He emphasized that this journey was also an opportunity for Chun Linen to make a good impression before his uncle, cautioning him against any shortcomings. Chun Linen did not foresee any complications arising from hiring a female master. Yet in the presence of his father, he straightened his posture and replied, "Father, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you or uncle in this endeavor." He was acutely aware of his family's situation, although he was striving to achieve official status. He understood that even in the future, his success would be intertwined with the influence of his uncle in the capital. Therefore, without needing his father's reminders, he was determined to handle this matter splendidly. Once Mr. Chun concluded his admonitions, Mrs. Chun affectionately beckoned Chun Linen to her side for a private conversation. "My son, do take good care of yourself on this trip to Dongping County. Ensure that you fulfill your duties as instructed by your father and uncle. And also pay attention to your health. Your mother and your wife await your safe return, so please refrain from any reckless behavior." The last remark was not something Mrs. Chun had intended to say. However, Lining, having learned of Linen's journey to Dongping, had come to her in tears the night before, insisting on accompanying him. Mrs. Chun understood her daughter-in-law's underlying concern, the fear that Linen might be swayed by another woman. Yet, she pondered what kind of image it would project for a man to have his wife trailing him on business. After considerable effort, she had managed to soothe Lining's worries, but still felt the need to reiterate her advice. Although she believed that having a concubine was not inherently problematic, she acknowledged that Lining had yet to bear any children, and thus felt it prudent for Linen to exercise caution. Chun Linen raised an eyebrow, immediately grasping that Lining had once again sought out his mother to express her grievances. While maintaining a calm exterior, he felt a sense of annoyance growing within him. In the past, when Shui was still present, his mother had never offered such reminders. "Mother, I understand," he replied. After Chun Linen departed, Mr. and Mrs. Chun sat together, sipping tea and conversing. Mrs. Chun expressed her discontent. "Why must we let Ping'an accompany him? That child is overly competitive. I fear he may clash with our Linen." If one were to identify the individual most disliked by Madam Chun within the household, it would undoubtedly be Elder Madam Chun, with a third branch following closely behind. The disdain for Elder Madam Chun stems from her deliberate attempts to vex Madam Chun by arranging an unsuitable match for Linen, which has irked her for many years. The animosity towards the third branch arises from the exceptional talents of their children, particularly Chun Ping'an, whose brilliance stands out. Chun Yi shook his head in disapproval, deeming such sentiments as narrow-minded. After all, Ping'an is also a member of the Chun family, and his success would be a blessing for the clan. Furthermore, Ping'an's steady disposition could provide support for Linen. Upon hearing this, Madam Chun felt a lump in her throat. Yet she could only internally scoff at his foolishness. Her own son lacked prospects, yet he was preoccupied with the achievements of others. Once all matters were prepared, the Chun brothers, accompanied by their attendants, set off for Dongping County. Unbeknownst to Cui Qingyi, trouble was looming on the horizon. At that moment, she was preoccupied with her friend, Jiao. In the drawing room, counting silver notes, while Wang Kai was stationed at the door, keeping watch. It seemed unnecessary for him to be on guard while they were merely at the entrance. Was this the psychology of the suddenly affluent? On this particular afternoon, the couple, Fan Hui and her husband, unexpectedly arrived, their faces radiating joy, unmistakably heralding some good fortune. Without indulging in pleasantries, Fan Hui pulled Cui Qingyi inside. "Sister Cui, look what I have here." Cui Qingyi bent down to examine the contents, and to her astonishment, Fan Hui produced a plate of silver notes, each worth 100 taels. Even though Cui Qingyi prided herself on her worldly experience, she was taken aback. Were the couple brazenly robbing silver notes in broad daylight? Yet, upon reflection, she found it amusing. Where did this come from? Money. Who wouldn't adore it? Especially in such an era with so much silver. Qi Xuan, trailing behind, finally spoke up. "Today, Manager Zhao from Qixing Bookstore visited. This is his share from the earnings of Qing Tianji over the past 4 months." He paused for a moment, smiling. "I suspect he intends to showcase the strength of Qixing Bookstore, given that their profits for 4 months far exceed those of my Maxiang studio over 8 months. While he felt elated about the successful collaboration with Qixing Bookstore, the comparison was rather disheartening. He had previously believed his business was thriving, only to realize now how limited his perspective had been. Cui Qingyi smiled. "Manager Qi conducts business with an open-minded and astute approach, and with time, you will undoubtedly surpass Qixing Bookstore in success. I look forward to the day when your flourishing business can elevate me." Qi Xuan's comments were merely an expression of his insecurity regarding the substantial investments from Qixing Bookstore, fearing she might one day abandon Maxiang Studio in favor of a direct partnership with them. However, she had no such intentions, having lived 2 lifetimes. She understood all too well the insatiable nature of desire. A life lived peacefully and smoothly is already a rarity. Seeking more often leads to discontent. Qi Xuan laughed heartily, appreciating the benefit of conversing with a clever person. A mere hint from him was enough for her to comprehend his underlying concerns. "Then let us take Mr. Chui's words as an auspicious omen." Typically, when 2 individuals engage in conversation, Fan Hui refrains from interjecting. Each couple interacts with the Cui family in their own unique manner, distinguishing business from personal relationships, ensuring they never conflate the two. Once Fan Hui and her husband departed, the seemingly composed Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo promptly closed the door and retreated into the living quarters, faced with a substantial stack of silver notes. Both Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo were equally astonished. Zhu Ruo swallowed hard and inquired, "Miss, are all these silver notes truly ours?" Although she had previously witnessed the considerable value of the Qing Tianji penned by her young mistress, the magnitude of this fortune was astonishing. Was it truly so effortless for scholars to amass wealth? Cui Qingyi meticulously counted the stack of silver notes several times, then handed it to Zhu Ruo for her to verify as well, before solemnly placing it into the family's money jar. After ensuring that the money jar was securely hidden, Cui Qingyi stepped outside to remind Wang Kai multiple times to vigilantly guard the entrance of their home. Wang Kai turned his head towards the room where the money was concealed and, with equal solemnity, gave his tail a determined flick. Chapter 72. An unexpected visit. Chun Linen, accompanied by his cousin Chun Pinyin, hastened their journey to Dongping County on horseback. The group took lodging at the largest inn in Dongping, where they settled at a window-side table on the 2nd floor and ordered a feast of food and drink. Chun Pinyin dismissed their attendants and personally poured wine for the 2 of them. "Third brother, this time you must take charge. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I am ever at your service," he stated with an understated humility that pleased Chun Linen. He did not mind bringing his younger cousins along, for in the future, as he assumed official duties, he would inevitably rely on the support of his blood relatives. However, this did not imply that he appreciated overly ambitious behavior from his younger siblings, who often vied for attention. No one dislikes a person who is considerate. He raised his glass. "Indeed, as brothers, we must stand united. We now look towards the capital, and in the future, regardless of who achieves success, we must remember to lend a hand to one another." Chun Pinyin nodded in delight. He then sat quietly, enjoying the wine and food, while listening to Chen Linen outline their plans. Once the arrangements for affairs in the capital were settled, Chun Pingyan instructed his associates to thoroughly investigate the matter at hand, for it is said that knowledge of oneself and one's adversaries leads to victory in every battle. Unlike Chun Linen, he had little presence in the Chun family due to his parents' lack of influence. His achievements among his brothers were solely the result of his own efforts. He was patient, aware that many matters could not be rushed. The female academy of the Cui family had already gained some renown in Dongping County. With diligence, they could quickly uncover the identity of the outstanding embroideress in the region. In less than an hour, Chun Linen's associates had discerned the academy's location. Chun Linen then instructed a steward who had accompanied them, "Go procure some gifts and pay a visit to that lady teacher." Chun Pingyan furrowed his brow imperceptibly. Their primary purpose for coming was to invite this lady teacher to the capital, and his cousin's current action seemed rather inappropriate. Talented individuals, regardless of gender, often exhibit a degree of arrogance. He had heard that the technique of double-sided embroidery was indeed remarkable. Should she possess such ambition, she could easily find herself in the royal weaving department. To invite someone to the capital with merely a steward seemed insufficiently respectful. Yet, he refrained from voicing his concerns. If Chun Linen did not err, how could he seize his opportunity? The steward, following the family's instructions, gathered a selection of 4 gifts. Eager to complete the task assigned by the family and hurried towards the Cui family's academy. Inside the academy, Zhu Ruo was conducting a class, while Cui Qingyi sat in the courtyard with Wang Kai, composing stories. The market feedback for Cui Qingyi had been quite favorable, and through this initial venture, she had begun to grasp the preferences of contemporary readers. She discovered that the acceptance of ancient narratives sometimes exceeded that of modern audiences, and their curiosity was no less than that of present-day individuals. As she pondered what to write next, her paper bore a haphazard assortment of thoughts. Of course, Cui Qingyi felt some pressure. The promising start of Cui Qingyi meant that the continued acclaim of Mr. Nanchang would depend on her next work. Just as she was lost in thought, a knock echoed at the door of the academy. In this courtyard inhabited solely by women, the main gate remained bolted during the day for safety, despite its location behind the county office. The patrolling officers would occasionally knock to check on things, which provided some reassurance to Cui Qingyi. When a knock sounded, she instinctively assumed it was the officers, so she set her pen aside and rose to open the door. To her surprise, she found a somewhat portly middle-aged man standing outside. Upon seeing the door open and a young lady appear, the steward instinctively thought she might be a disciple of the female teacher. He clasped his hands and inquired, "Is this the Cui family school for girls?" "Indeed," Cui Qingyi replied. "Whom do you seek?" After a brief moment, Cui Qingyi grasped the situation. She had not anticipated that this man was the steward of the Chun family from Qinghe City. Their intention was to ask her to travel to the capital to serve as a teacher for the Chun family's youngest daughter. This was due to the 2 pieces of double-sided embroidery she had exchanged with a foreign merchant caravan. How curious fate can be. Did the Chun family truly know who it was they were requesting? After stating their purpose, the steward noticed Cui Qingyi's prolonged silence and urged, "I kindly ask the young lady to convey my request to meet with the teacher in person to explain our intentions. Since you have come to solicit a teacher for your young miss, have you ascertained her name?" Cui Qingyi questioned. At her inquiry, the steward appeared momentarily dumbfounded. It seemed they had indeed failed to discover the name of the esteemed teacher, merely referring to her as teacher without further inquiry. The group had unconsciously overlooked this detail. Had they come to the wrong place? In truth, it was not mere oversight, but a deep-seated reluctance to acknowledge that a woman could hold the title of teacher. Sometimes, teacher could merely be a designation rather than a reflection of status. Had the situation involved a man, they would not have made such an error. We dare not address the teacher by name. I implore the young lady to convey my request. I wish to meet with the teacher for a detailed discussion. Cui Qingyi thought to herself, "It is better they remain ignorant. I have finally found a few days of peace and do not wish to entangle myself with the misfortunes of the Qin family, particularly that spoiled young miss who appears precious and esteemed, but is secretly filled with envy." Regarding the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Cui Qingyi found herself utterly perplexed. Despite her decent lineage and her mother hailing from a prominent family in the capital, the girl's temperament bore no resemblance to her parents. Instead, she was strikingly similar to the Chun family's aunt, overbearing, meddlesome, and with a malicious streak. Though Cui Qingyi had encountered her only once over the years, the impression left was indelible. Cui Qingyi lifted her chin and brushed off non-existent dust from her sleeves, her voice cold as she declared, "The teacher does not entertain guests. Nor will she be traveling to the capital, least of all to serve as a teacher in your household." How absurd. You are clearly drawn to the teacher's exquisite double-sided embroidery. All your flattering words are nothing more than a ploy to appropriate someone else's skill. I have no interest in your meager offer. Now be gone. With a resounding thud, the steward stared at the firmly shut door before him, lost in thought for quite some time, perplexed as to why he had received an inexplicable reprimand despite having done nothing. In the courtyard, Cui Qingyi's expression gradually cooled, followed by an exasperated exhale. Perhaps there truly exists a notion of karmic ties in this world. Otherwise, how could she, despite her efforts to keep her distance, still encounter members of the Chun family? The steward of the Chun family returned to the inn, burdened with a handful of gifts. The Chun brothers, Chun Linen and Chun Pingyan, remained seated by the window on the second floor, sipping tea. After spending the entire morning in the unremarkable Dongping County, they were eager to conclude their business and promptly return to Qinghe City. Hence they refrained from venturing out to explore. Noticing the steward's disheveled return, Chun Pingyan understood that the task had not been accomplished, yet he remained silent, awaiting his brother's words. Chun Linen, displeased, remarked, "Were you not instructed to visit that lady? Why have you brought everything back?" The steward, with a pained expression, replied, "I have failed in my duties, and I sincerely apologize for betraying your trust, young master." Chapter 73. The door closed. Chun Linen wore a cold expression, demanding an explanation. The steward promptly recounted the incident to Chun Linen and Chun Pingyan in meticulous detail. Upon hearing the account, both men displayed expressions of perplexity. According to the steward, he had not even laid eyes on the lady in question before being dismissed, and she had uttered some rather unflattering remarks. Chun Pingyan pondered those words several times in his mind, finding them rather intriguing. Logically, if she were willing to teach, she would not be averse to showcasing her skills. Thus, why had their family encountered a closed door when they sought her out? If she disliked visiting others' homes, surely she could have communicated that politely. Did she not realize that such words could offend? Neither explanation seemed to align with the norms of human interaction. There remained a possibility that she harbored a distaste for the aristocracy, or more directly, for their family, the Chun family. However, given the considerable distance between Qinghe City and Dongping County, it seemed unlikely that they had any conflicts with the locals. Perhaps he should delve into the character of this lady herself to accomplish his task successfully. Chun Pingyan, indeed perceptive, quickly grasped the intricacies of the situation. Yet he chose to remain silent, waiting to observe Chun Linen's next move. Chun Linen was well-educated and intelligent, but his flaw lay in having a mother who meticulously considered every detail for him. With someone always catching him when he fell, he was prone to overlook certain matters. Chun Linen's reaction was not what Chun Pingyan anticipated. He initially felt displeased, but after reflecting on the situation carefully and with the steward fanning the flames, they concluded that perhaps the students of that ladies' academy were reluctant to lose such a teacher and had taken it upon themselves to dismiss the steward. Though the ladies' accomplishments were merely in the realm of women's work, they were nonetheless unique in the world, and that so-called ladies' academy was still in its infancy, likely lacking the opportunity to impart certain specialized skills. With this thought, Chun Linen's spirits lifted. Realizing that once they successfully invited the lady to the Chun residence in the capital, his younger sister would genuinely have the opportunity to shine. He gestured to the steward, instructing him to procure some valuable gifts, declaring that he would accompany him to ensure the lady's return. Then, he turned to Chun Pingyan. "Fourth brother, you shall remain here and wait. We shall depart for Qinghe City together upon our return." Chun Pingyan nodded obediently, watching as the two departed. Having driven away an unwelcome presence, Cui Qingyi felt her heart in turmoil. She had deliberately chosen to settle in Dongping County, the furthest place from Qinghe City, reasoning that it was remote and that the Chun family would not venture so far given their development. Yet, as fate would have it, her plans had been thwarted. Although they had long since parted ways amicably, this incident still affected Cui Qingyi's emotions. After school dismissed in the afternoon, Zhu Ruo soon noticed that something was amiss with Cui Qingyi's demeanor. "Miss, why are you unhappy today? Did a student upset you?" The girl had spent the entire day in the classroom, and apart from that, she could not fathom what else could have caused her distress. Between the two individuals, no secret existed. After a moment of contemplation, Cui Qingyi decided to speak the truth. Today, members of the Chun family arrived. "Ah, which Chun family?" asked Zhu Ruo. What other Chun family could it be but the Chun family of Chun Linen? Zhu Ruo abruptly halted her steps, her mind echoing with the revelation. The Chun family. She found herself at a loss for emotions. Was it anxiety, fear, or indifference? "Miss, what shall we do? Leave Dongping County?" Unbeknownst to her, her voice quivered as she spoke. Cui Qingyi, puzzled, asked, "Leave? To where?" "Dongping County is our home. Why should we leave?" It soon dawned on her what Zhu Ruo meant. In Zhu Ruo's mind, the Chun family always loomed above them, and even if they departed from the Chun family, they would remain at a disadvantage, unable to contend with them. Unlike her own perspective, Zhu Ruo's immediate reaction upon learning of the Chun family's arrival was fear, a fear of loss, concern that they might once again lose their home. Understanding this, Cui Qingyi suddenly smiled. She turned around and faced Zhu Ruo, who was retreating. "You and I are free individuals now. No matter the Chun family or the Cui family, neither can dictate the course of our lives. Our presence in Dongping County is our own choice, and no one can force us to leave." At that moment, there seemed to be stars in Cui Qingyi's eyes, bestowing upon Zhu Ruo boundless courage. She puffed out her cheeks and clenched her fists. "Yes, this is our home, and no one could drive us away. Wankai, woof, woof, woof." The trio, 2 women and a dog, returned home bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. Meanwhile, Chun Linen, accompanied by the steward bearing lavish gifts, arrived at the alley behind the yamen, only to find that the girls' school had already dismissed for the day, leaving them empty-handed. Staring at the tightly shut doors of the school, Chun Linen felt a pang of frustration. After a moment of gathering his composure, he signaled to the steward that they would return the following day. At that moment, a few yamen runners armed with large sabers approached, led by a stern-faced officer who scrutinized the unfamiliar faces before him. "Who are you? What are you scheming here in secret?" Chun Linen was taken aback. Who was being secretive? Me? He wondered if the officer was blind. How could he be associated with such a term? Ever since the Cui family girls' school opened in the alley behind the yamen, it had somehow caught the attention of the county magistrate, who had personally instructed the officers to ensure the school's safety. In truth, the officers were already required to patrol this alley 3 times daily, and now they came several times a day. Gradually, the officers responsible for this patrol route had become quite familiar with the 2 teachers at the school. Some even sent their young daughters to study there. The county's officers, apart from a few from well-off families, mostly hailed from ordinary backgrounds. Although they did not toil like the common folk, they earned their daily bread through hard work. Naturally, they were also more observant, understanding that a family's prosperity required generations of effort. Thus, regardless of whether they had sons or daughters, they were willing to invest within their means. Unbeknownst to them, the Cui family girls' school was gradually establishing closer ties with the county yamen. Hence, upon encountering 2 suspicious figures, it was only natural for them to inquire further. Chun Linen, having been well acquainted with the world, found the demeanor of the local constables rather peculiar, yet he was not easily intimidated by a few ordinary officers. "We have come to Qinghe City specifically to pay a visit to the esteemed scholar of women's studies," he stated. "Regrettably, our timing is unfortunate, as the school has already dismissed for the day." The constable scrutinized the 2 individuals before him, confirming that they bore no resemblance to any nefarious characters, and then advised, "The women's school concludes its sessions daily at the hour of you. If you wish to meet with Mr. Cui, you must arrive earlier." "Mr. Cui?" Chun Linen faltered, realizing that ever since a certain moment, the mere mention of the name Cui involuntarily conjured thoughts of that particular woman in his mind. Chapter 74, Origins. Yet he did not contemplate that direction, for he had never witnessed Cui Qingyi engage in needlework. It must be the needle and thread that were inadequate. Chun Linen expressed his gratitude to the constable, accompanied by the steward, and resolved to return the following day. At the Cui residence in Huaihua Alley, Chun Pingyan disembarked from the carriage, leading his attendant into the alley, directly approaching the Cui household. Knock, knock, knock. At this hour, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo were preparing to dine. It was the season for locust flowers, and, after school, the two had gathered some from the locust trees at the alley's entrance. The aroma of the steamed locust flower rice filled the courtyard as they lifted the lid. As the knocking echoed, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo exchanged glances, both uncertain who might be visiting at such time. The only frequent visitors in the alley were the Li family, yet Li Miao seldom came during dinner hours. Zhu Ruo, accompanied by Wang Kai, went to answer the door. Upon recognizing the visitor outside, Zhu Ruo felt a chill run through her veins. Chun Pingyan, however, was not at all surprised. He had undoubtedly gleaned the intricacies of the Cui Women's Academy. Zhu Ruo, it has been a while, he said. Bang! Zhu Ruo swiftly shut the door, questioning whether she had indeed seen correctly. She did not mention that the individual from Dongping County was Chun Pingyan. She and the young lady seldom ventured out, rarely encountering other young masters of the Chun family, except during significant festivities. The fact that he had come unannounced left her perplexed regarding his intentions. Yet, whatever his purpose, as the young lady had stated, it was of no concern to them. Observing the door nearly slam against his face, Chun Pingyan touched his nose. He mused that Chun Linen was indeed wasting his opportunities. Everything that had transpired only confirmed his assertions. Lining had wed Chun Linen, and they prided themselves on their mutual affection, yet scarcely had time passed before their lives became a tangled mess. In contrast, the Cui family thrived after leaving the Chun household, even better than he had anticipated. In a fluster, Zhu Ruo hurried inside, whispering as if she were a thief in her own home. Miss, a member of the Chun family has arrived. Cui Qingyi paused in her plating, quickly regaining her composure. Who is it? The Chun family was quite persistent. They were determined to find a female tutor for Chun Pingting. One rejection was not enough. They sought a second audience. It is Chun Pingyan from the Chun family's third branch. Miss, let us not open the door. He will leave when he realizes it is futile. Chun Pingyan? How could it be him? Cui Qingyi neither affirmed nor denied, and after setting the dishes on the table, she turned to Zhu Ruo. Go and check. If he has departed, let it be. If he remains, invite him in. Zhu Ruo was taken aback that the young lady would entertain Chun Pingyan. Had they not agreed to disregard the Chun family? Reluctantly, she approached the door, her displeasure mounting. Upon opening it, she found him still standing there, as if he were certain they would welcome him. Come in. Our young lady wishes to see you. Chun Pingyan curled the corners of his mouth, unconcerned by Zhu Ruo's unfriendly demeanor, and adjusted his clothing before stepping through the door. Upon entering the courtyard, he immediately spotted the person seated at the stone table. It seemed she was leading a rather pleasant life, compared to the Cui woman of a year ago. Chun Pingyan felt it could be aptly described as a withered tree flourishing anew. This description, of course, did not imply that the Cui woman from a year prior was particularly withered, but rather it spoke to a state of being. There exists a significant disparity between merely existing and living well. He chose not to approach further, but remained at a distance, cupping his hands in salute toward Cui Qingyi. With a silent sigh, Cui Qingyi gestured for him to take a seat. Cui Qingyi did not particularly favor Chun Pingyan. With the wisdom accrued over 2 lifetimes, she had grown adept at seeing through the individuals who crossed her path. Yet, Chun Pingyan remained an enigma to her. His complexity suggested potential trouble, a trait she found unappealing. Chun Pingyan settled in the seat opposite her, exuding the poise and composure that is rare among youth, as if he held the world firmly within his grasp. Miss Cui, I trust you are well. A year ago, I embarked on a journey, and upon my return, I learned you had left the residence, never expecting you had come to Dongping County. Cui Qingyi had no desire for idle pleasantries with Chun Pingyan and directly stated, if your intention is to invite me to the capital, I advise against it. You are well aware of the reasons. She wished to sever any lingering ties between the Cui and Chun families. No, Miss Cui, you misunderstand. Had I known they sought your presence, I would certainly not have come. If anyone else had uttered such words, Cui Qingyi might not have believed them, but coming from Chun Pingyan, they carried a significant weight of credibility. He was not one to squander time and effort on matters that were evidently futile. Ju Ruo returned with the locust flower rice, leaving 2 bowls without a portion for Chun Pingyan, accompanied by a roll of her eyes. Chun Pingyan found this amusing. He recognized the girl from before, having observed her quietly following the Cui woman, appearing quite astute, yet now revealing a lively disposition. Cui Qingyi would not reprimand Ju Ruo for the sake of an outsider like Chun Pingyan. Their meals were portioned, and having finally gathered locust flowers, it was only fair that Chun Pingyan would not partake in their meal. Her willingness to meet with Chun Pingyan stemmed from 2 reasons. First, during her time at the Chun residence, he had come to her aid when she faced difficulties from Chun Pingting. Second, she wished to glean the Chun family's stance through him in order to plan ahead. While she was not well acquainted with the Chun family's main couple residing far away in the capital, she was familiar with Chun Pingting, who was undeniably driven by self-interest. She was eager to learn the art of double-sided embroidery, not merely out of a singular fondness for it. The value it promised was undoubtedly significant. However, what concern was that to Cui Qingyi? It seemed Chun Pingyan sensed her thoughts. He tapped the table lightly, stating, "The Chun family in the capital wishes for Chun Pingting to forge a connection with the Chiwang residents, yet they are hindered by their lesser standing. Thus, they have turned their attentions towards the old princess of Qi, who in her youth was a skilled embroiderer within the palace's weaving department." Chun Pingyan's words were succinct, and Cui Qingyi grasped the situation. Essentially, Chun Pingting aspired to learn the art of double-sided embroidery to curry favor with the esteemed old Wang Fei of Qi, hoping to gain her affection and ascend to the status of the heir's consort. Cui Qingyi could only offer one assessment. Such aspirations are rather fanciful. With a disposition like Chun Pingting's, even if she momentarily caught the old Wang Fei's attention, she would not maintain the facade for long, ultimately bringing trouble to the Qin family. She cast a glance at Chun Pingyan, who seemed almost otherworldly. Could he truly be oblivious to this trajectory? When Cui Qingyi looked over, Chun Pingyan comprehended her meaning. After all, the decision lay with the Chun family's main branch, and she was not even his biological sister, if she was foolish enough to leap into the fire. Why should he not seize the opportunity presented? Chapter 75. The remarkable performance of Wang Kai. The words spoken were chillingly indifferent, yet Cui Qingyi remained unaffected. Upon reflection, Chun Pingyan's assertion revealed a profound truth about the coldness of this world. Although various branches of the Chun family yearned for the support of the eldest branch, such relationships were fundamentally reciprocal. The eldest son had initially relied on the family's collective resources for his education, and his nascent political career was sustained by the family's wealth. The dissolution of human alliances typically stems from the inequitable distribution of benefits. Presently, the most illustrious branch was the eldest, while the second branch held sway back home. One must ponder whether others would willingly serve these 2 branches as mere beasts of burden. From Cui Qingyi's limited encounters with Chun Pingyan, she discerned that he could not possibly be such a person. Yet, he had been rather too forthright in her presence. "I have no interest in your family's affairs. I have long wished to express my gratitude for past assistance, and today, by allowing you entry, I consider it settled." Chun Pingyan pondered this calculation. He had deftly dealt with the notoriously difficult Chun Pingting, yet merely gaining entry was deemed sufficient. Nevertheless, he found it difficult to decline. "Well then, I extend my gratitude to Miss Cui for not turning me away. I hope for your continued safety in the years to come." At this juncture, he shifted the topic, a wry smile playing on his lips as he remarked to Cui Qingyi, "However, I fear this wish of yours may take some time to materialize, as my cousin is utterly smitten with you and thinks of you daily. He is currently in Dongping County, and I believe you shall see him by tomorrow." Cui Qingyi's smile faltered, and her appetite vanished. How repugnant of him to suggest that Chun Linen's infatuation was anything but a blessing. She had no desire for such attentions. Delighted to witness Cui Qingyi's change in demeanor, Chun Pingyan felt a sense of satisfaction. Aware that he was unwelcome, he promptly rose to take his leave. He understood that Chun Linen would never invite her to the Chun residence in the capital. This task had been a failure for the two brothers. Yet it mattered little to him, as he bore no loss regardless of the outcome. Chun Pingin's spirits remained buoyant. Upon returning to the inn, Chun Linen, not finding Chun Pingon, casually inquired about him, and, upon learning he had gone for a stroll, ceased to inquire further. He had initially believed this task would be swiftly accomplished, yet a day had passed without a single sighting. At present, he was too preoccupied to concern himself with his brother's affairs. After leaving the Cui residence, Chun Pingon did not head directly back to the inn, but instead wandered the streets of Dongping County, purchasing intriguing trinkets as was his habit. Each time he visited a new locale, he would procure local specialties, either for his own amusement or to share with his siblings at home. Chun Linen had received such gifts before, thus he was not surprised by Chun Pingin's excursion in this small town. As the next day dawned and Chun Linen prepared to visit the girls' school, Cui Qingyi had already composed herself for the encounter. Although she wished to avoid this individual, she realized that Chun Linen would not relent until he met her. Rather than allowing him to disturb her repeatedly, she resolved to take the initiative and resolve the matter once and for all. As expected, the moment the girls' school opened in the morning, Chun Linen arrived with the steward. This time, the gates of the school stood wide open. Without a second thought, Chun Linen stepped forward, only to be confronted unexpectedly by a pair of dark, menacing eyes. Instantly, a shiver coursed through him, and his feet froze in place. Having been chased and bitten by a small dog in his childhood, he harbored a deep-seated fear of dogs, particularly those that appeared fierce like the one before him. The steward, trailing behind, was puzzled by his master's sudden halt. He leaned in to take a look and, as anticipated, spotted the formidable Yuan Shi. Cui Qingyi sat behind the window of an empty classroom, and through a crack, she observed Chun Linen's cowardice, her smile widening with delight. The unpleasantness she had experienced the previous night, courtesy of Chun Pingon, had dissipated by half. Although she had been married into the Chun family for 4 years without much regard, she was well aware of Chun Linen's aversion to dogs, a fear so profound that he could not move whenever he encountered one. Today, Cui Qingyi had intentionally left the door ajar, deliberately positioning Yuan Shi at the entrance, who did not disappoint her expectations. She resolved to reward Yuan Shi with a large bone today. What a good dog. In truth, Yuan Shi's performance exceeded her wildest hopes. It crouched low, claws gripping the ground, circling the two unwelcome guests in a posture ready for the hunt, its sharp teeth glinting menacingly. The steward also felt a twinge of fear at the sight of such a formidable dog, yet he could feel Chun Linen trembling whenever he drew near. Fearing that he might be dismissed after witnessing the commotion, he steeled himself and stepped in front of Chun Linen, shielding him as a hen would protect her chicks. A comical sight given their height difference. Had she not covered her mouth in time, Cui Qingyi felt she might have burst into laughter. She lamented that if it weren't for the fact that Zhu Ruo had to attend class, it would have been delightful to witness this spectacle together. The steward waved his hand at Yuan Shi, shouting nonsensically, "Beast, get away!" Yuan Shi halted momentarily, rolling its eyes at the oblivious human, and in a sudden burst of energy, leapt towards the annoying figure. "I'll help! Save me!" Chun Linen felt as though he were on the verge of collapse, questioning how such terrifying creatures could exist in this world. In this moment of crisis, both men disregarded their hierarchical roles and clung together in panic. In the early morning alley behind the yamen, 2 grown men contributed the first scream of the day. Yuan Shi landed gracefully, giving a human-like eye roll, disinterestedly sauntering away, its demeanor seemingly mocking their ineptitude. Cui Qingyi felt a thrill like never before, a liberating joy that coursed through her. Yet, she could no longer remain hidden. Quickly composing herself, she pushed the door open and stepped outside. "What's going on? Who are you?" Upon hearing a voice, the 2 men, still in their tangled embrace, managed to lift their heads, revealing a lively young woman standing there, as graceful as spring water flowing through distant mountains. Chun Linen's mind echoed with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Cui family, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Cui Qingyi focused her gaze on Chun Linen, seemingly just now recognizing his identity. Her demeanor shifted abruptly, her previous aloofness transformed into a frosty countenance. Ah, it is Master Chun. What business do you have here? If you have nothing of importance, you should leave immediately. My space does not welcome you. With that, she disdainfully glanced at the two still entangled in each other's embrace, waving her hand dismissively as if to banish an unpleasant aura. Following Cui Qingyi's line of sight, Chun Linen belatedly noticed that he was still holding onto a man's hand around his waist. A wave of goosebumps surged over him from head to toe, akin to bamboo shoots sprouting after rain. Reacting instinctively, he waved his hand, causing the man to stumble back a few steps, his face adorned with embarrassment as he regained his balance. In a flurry, Chun Linen attempted to straighten his disheveled sleeves, waiting for the scene to return to normalcy. Only then did he don what he believed to be his most charming smile, directed at Cui Qingyi. Qingyi, it has been a long time. How have you been? Chapter 76. The self-righteous man, Cui Qingyi, felt a wave of nausea wash over her, nearly retching after breakfast. Young Master Chun, please conduct yourself with decorum. We are now separated by gender. Addressing a woman by her given name is an act befitting a scoundrel. Chun Linen paused, his heart stung by Cui Qingyi's unyielding demeanor. He lamented the stark transformation of the Cui family woman before him. The gentle and demure figure of his memories seemed utterly absent. If Cui Qingyi were aware of his thoughts, she might question when she had ever displayed such gentility in his presence. Who, indeed, was misremembering the past? Chun Linen was adept at self-soothing and quickly fashioned an excuse for Cui Qingyi's change in disposition. After all, a woman discarded by her family would undoubtedly suffer a tarnished reputation, perhaps explaining her drastic behavioral shift. As a man, he ought to exhibit a degree of magnanimity. Thus, believing he had discerned the root of the issue, Chun Linen softened his tone. Qingyi, I acknowledge that I have wronged you in the past. However, as you know, it was my mother's insistence. She is eager for grandchildren, and our circumstances. The moment he uttered those words, Cui Qingyi felt a surge of bile rise in her throat, unable to suppress a retch. She wiped her mouth and, with a wave of her hand, offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, that was simply too revolting. Chun Linen's expression darkened considerably. His memories must have embellished her character. She remained as insufferable as ever. Yet, having finally encountered someone he had longed for, he was reluctant to depart so easily. Chun Linen closed his eyes, reminding himself to maintain composure in his dialogue with the Cui family, lest he be driven to exasperation. Qingyi, it has been quite some time since we last met. Cannot we converse amicably? Who has the patience to speak kindly with you? Cui Qingyi wished to reply, yet she restrained the impulse to engage in endless repartee. Very well. What is it that you wish to say? Upon hearing her tone soften, Chun Linen took a few eager steps forward, only to be halted by a large dog. Unwilling to lose face before Cui Qingyi, he fought the urge to flee. Qingyi, is this your dog? Such a beast lacks civility. It is dangerous for a woman like you to keep it. You should send it away at once. Cui Qingyi affectionately scratched the dog's head, asserting, Yuan Shi is quite civilized. If you doubt it, just ask who here lacks civility. Before Chun Linen could respond, Yuan Shi barked 3 times at him, the meaning unmistakable to any observer. Cui Qingyi was thoroughly amused. Had she known Chun Linen's visit would be so entertaining, she would not have left early the day before. Chun Linen, prioritizing his well-being, decided to address the matter at hand, postponing their personal grievances. Qingyi, I understand you are upset. We shall discuss our issues later. I am here to meet with the gentlemen of the academy, so please convey my request. The gentlemen are right here. Feel free to speak directly. Chun Linen. He took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm. Qingyi, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Please do not act foolishly. Cui Qingyi could not suppress a roll of her eyes. The Chun family had always been a self-absorbed bunch who paid no heed to others. You come to my girls' school, asking me to be Chun Pingting's teacher. Have you not done any homework beforehand? What is the name of this lady teacher? Chun Linen stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that the person he sought was indeed from the Cui family. How could this be? We are looking for the lady skilled in double-sided embroidery, and you have never even touched a needle. The double-sided embroidery you speak of was likely what I exchanged with the Philly Merchant Group. I traded those 2 celestial paintings for 2 jeweled watches. As for your claim that I cannot sew, that is only because you have never witnessed it. How can you be so certain about something you have never seen with your own eyes? Cui Qingyi articulated her thoughts with clarity, and despite Chen Linen's reluctance to believe her, he found himself compelled to do so. Yet, there was a more distressing truth. Cui Qingyi seemed never to have trusted him, never revealing her true self before him. It appeared that she had never regarded him as a dependable husband. As for the Chen family's grand ambitions, they are destined to crumble. I would never teach my double-sided embroidery to stray cats or dogs, let alone to her. She scoffed at the thought of Chen Pingting attempting to leverage her skills to climb the social ladder, dismissing it as a mere fantasy. Cui Qingyi's words were forthright, brimming with unabashed disdain for the Chen family. Having lived 2 lives, she was no saint. Why should she not harbor feelings of disgust? Upon her departure, she had hoped never to see them again, yet now that fate had intertwined their paths, she felt compelled to candidly express to Chen Linen that his entire family was detestable. The steward, who had been quietly trailing behind Chen Linen, was drenched in sweat, lamenting his misfortune. First, he encountered a ferocious beast, and now he had overheard his master's secret. What sort of peaceful days could he expect upon returning home? Chen Linen pursed his lips, beginning to discern an underlying tone in Cui Qingyi's words. While her resentment toward him and the Chen family was palpable, he wondered where such animosity could arise without love. If Cui Qingyi cared little, why would she dwell on these matters? He attempted to reason with her. Qingyi, I know I neglected you during our time at the estate, but since your departure, I have regretted it every day. Not a single day has passed without thoughts of you. I always believed I was enamored with Lining, but only after you left did I realize my feelings for her were merely youthful longing. The one I truly love is you. It is not too late, is it? I have finally found you. Will you allow me to take care of you from now on? Would you come back with me? Cui Qingyi felt as if she might lose her mind. Was this man truly deranged? How could he be so shameless? His thoughts were likely a muddled mess, a chaotic blend of nonsense. He was utterly mad. Having clarified the matter, Cui Qingyi no longer wished to entangle herself with those of unclear intellect. She pointed towards the school gate and uttered a single word: leave. Chen Linen, however, had no intention of complying. Not only did he refuse to depart, but he also sought to bypass Yuan Shi in order to approach Cui Qingyi. Perhaps he sensed that Yuan Shi, being her pet, would not pose a threat, which instilled him with a modicum of confidence. As the children were about to be dismissed from class, Cui Qingyi aimed for a swift resolution. Just as she intended to have Yuan Shi expel the unwelcome presence, a voice from outside interrupted her thoughts. Mr. Cui, has something occurred within the school? Chapter 77. The nonsense of stuffing donkey hair in ears. Chen Linen's voice was remarkably resonant, reaching the ears of the patrolling constables several streets away. Following the sound to the alley behind the magistrate's office, they were surprised to find the normally closed doors of the girls' academy wide open, with sounds of a quarrel emanating from within. The constables hurried over to investigate. Their timely arrival brought a sigh of relief from Cui Qingyi. Unless absolutely necessary, she did not wish for Yuan Shi to resort to biting. Her acquisition of Yuan Shi had been fortuitous, and she had never intended for it to serve as a guardian. However, after several incidents where Yuan Shi had defended her, it had gradually become an indispensable member of their small household. Thus, for the sake of Yuan Shi's safety, it was prudent to keep it low-key. Moreover, the fickleness of human sentiment was concerning. In the immediate aftermath of any biting incident, people might commend Yuan Shi as a dutiful and protective dog, but over time, the perception would shift to viewing it as a ferocious and vicious beast, which would be detrimental to Yuan Shi's reputation. Now that the constables had arrived, there was no need for Yuan Shi to take action. Cui Qingyi patted Yuan Shi on the head, signaling it to retreat to the classroom. Obediently, Yuan Shi nudged its head and quickly vanished from sight. The patrolling constables cast envious glances at Yuan Shi. This dog belonging to Mr. Cui was unlike any they had encountered before. It was remarkably perceptive and well-behaved, igniting their desire to have one of their own. As the burly constables entered the academy's courtyard one after another, Chen Linen wore an expression of displeasure. Having lived in Qinghe City due to an uncle's position as a court official, he was accustomed to interacting with officials and did not regard the minor constables of Dongping County with any respect. with a stern demeanor. He tossed his sleeves back and stated, "I am an old acquaintance of Mr. Cui. We are here to reminisce. I kindly ask you to patrol elsewhere." In Dongping County, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to speak to them in such a manner. The leading constable raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Chun Linen. He noted the young man's respectable attire and appearance, but the tone of his voice was rather disagreeable. The constables were agents of the Dongping County Magistrate, accustomed to taking orders only from their superior. They were not inclined to heed the words of any random passerby. Disregarding Chun Linen, the constables turned their attention to Cui Qingyi. "Mr. Cui, it appears you are in some trouble." With the constables present, Cui Qingyi seized the opportunity. After greeting them, she pointed at Chun Linen and explained, "This man came to my academy, claiming that his younger sister admires my double-sided embroidery and wishes to invite me to their home as a teacher. When I declined, he has continuously lingered here, and as a school for girls, we are all defenseless. I implore you, esteemed officers, to assist in persuading him to leave." Cui Qingyi chose to omit any mention of her past with Chun Linen, focusing solely on the current situation. Unbeknownst to her, as she spoke, the leading constable's expression shifted dramatically. He turned to scrutinize the young man standing firmly in the courtyard. After years of service as a constable, he had encountered all manner of individuals, including the most heinous criminals, and had developed a keen ability to assess character. Although Chun Linen did not exhibit arrogance, it was clear he regarded them with indifference, suggesting a background of some significance. But what of it? A few days ago, the county magistrate had just issued an edict, for the birthday of the Empress Dowager was approaching. He intended to gather some novel trinkets from the common folk of Dongping County to present to her, allowing both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor to witness the lives of the people under royal governance. In truth, many believed the magistrate was merely reluctant to exert effort in preparing a truly special gift for the Empress Dowager, thus resorting to this approach. However, regardless of the items collected, as long as they were claimed to be heartfelt offerings from the people of Dongping County in gratitude for the royal favor, that pretext would prove more valuable than any other. The constables found their magistrate's cleverness rather shrewd, even if it were merely a stone picked up from the riverbed. The royal court would still express approval. In the future, should good fortune arise, the existence of Dongping County would not be forgotten. To the ordinary constables, the likes of the Empress Dowager and the Empress felt distant. They merely heard of the Empress Dowager's birthday, participating in the excitement as bystanders. Yet, within the confines of Dongping County, the magistrate held substantial weight in the hearts of both the populace and officials. When Magistrate Zhou spoke, everyone understood the necessity to execute matters properly. Speaking of unique offerings, the double-sided embroidery from the Cui Female Academy was indeed a novelty. The constables had intended to bring this to the attention of the county vice magistrate, but unexpectedly, trouble arose as someone attempted to appropriate their prize. Those affluent families possessed a certain audacity, striving to claim any desirable item. As lowly officials of the Jin dynasty, the constables were well aware that should Mr. Cui abandon the female academy for the comforts of the wealthy, the skills that belonged to him would likely vanish from circulation, leaving their children bereft of learning. This was undeniably disheartening. Contemplating this, the constable's expression soured completely. He addressed Chun Linen without courtesy, "Leave the academy at once. Should you continue to stir trouble here, you shall be thrown into the dungeons." Chun Linen was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity. When had he caused any disturbance to warrant such treatment? Throughout his life, even the son of the governor of Qinghe County had never spoken to him in such a manner. How dare a mere constable treat him thus? Chun Linen was filled with indignation. "I am not causing any trouble. I am merely reminiscing with Mr. Cui. As you are paid by the court, it would be wise not to be idle and to patrol diligently." Cui Qingyi. The constable internally scoffed. He ceased further dialogue and gestured for his colleagues to escort Chun Linen away. If he refused the courtesy of wine, he would have to face the harsher drink. The constable's seasoned colleagues moved in unison. At the wave of a hand, they swiftly subdued Chun Linen, a pampered young man who had endured little hardship beyond sleepless nights studying, was caught off guard, his arm twisted and mouth silenced, alongside the steward who had been cowering nearby. Not only was Chun Linen caught unawares, But even Cui Qingyi was taken aback. The swiftness of the action was disconcerting. She had witnessed the constables handle squabbles amongst neighbors before, where the participants were usually surrounded by a throng of women, sweat beading on their brows like raindrops. And in those instances, their movements had never been so rapid. Mr. Cui, rest assured in your studies, since your academy has been established in Dongping County. Magistrate Zhou will certainly ensure its protection, so there's no need to worry about any disturbances. Having reassured Cui Qingyi, the constable swiftly turned and departed, closing the academy's gate behind him. Cui Qingyi, these constables are surprisingly considerate. Chun Linen could never have imagined that he would experience imprisonment in his lifetime. Upon recovering from his shock, he initially reacted with furious reproaches directed at the constables for their indiscretions. As he vociferously scolded them, he soon realized they paid him no heed, solely intent on escorting him to the county office. In a flurry, he attempted to invoke his family's status to intimidate them. Yet he was taken aback to find these audacious ruffians seemingly impervious to reason, as if their ears were stuffed with the coarse hair of a donkey. Chapter 78. Beachcombing. Chun Pingyan never anticipated that one day he would venture into the county jail to rescue Chun Linen. Upon receiving the news, he stifled a laugh so fiercely that he nearly caused himself internal injury. Fearing that those accompanying Chun Linen might discern his amusement, he restrained himself until he had thoroughly laughed within the confines of his room before stepping outside. At this moment, the joy Chun Pingyan felt would soon be overshadowed by the challenges that lay ahead. He exchanged barbs with Cui Qingyi, who subtly attempted to trip him up in return. After all, Chun Linen was not truly foolish. The entire Qingyi city was aware that he had come to Dongping County to find a teacher for Chun Pingting. Cui Qingyi's knowledge of this matter indicated that someone had informed her in advance. The individuals accompanying Chun Linen were undoubtedly their own, and it would not take much contemplation to identify the most suspicious party. Cui Qingyi held no concern for how Chun Pingyan would navigate this predicament. She was preoccupied with tending to the small garden in the backyard. Here, the abundant rainfall had transformed the garden into a lush expanse of green shortly after the seeds were sown, and the growth was particularly promising. Each day, Cui Qingyi found immense satisfaction in nurturing the seedlings, watching them flourish. Among them, a particularly well-cared-for chili pepper plant had thrived, now reaching approximately 20 centimeters in height, allowing her heart to finally ease. The yield of peppers was substantial, barring any unforeseen mishaps. The seed from just one plant would suffice to fill the backyard with peppers the following year. Once the weeds in the garden were removed, Cui Qingyi tidied up the corners and planted the chive roots gifted by Sister Li. Chives are known for their hardiness. Once planted, they require little care before they yield fresh produce. Cui Qingyi had a fondness for chive pockets fried in lard, a dish she often prepared for herself in her previous life. The combination of chive pockets and noodle soup was a deeply satisfying meal. While chives are a common vegetable in Jin, their potent flavor meant that they were absent from the dining tables of the Chun and Cui families. After over a decade without them, Cui Qingyi had gradually forgotten their taste, as her routine shopping trips rarely included such pungent vegetables, until Sister Li brought over a basket of chive roots, rekindling her memories. As she prepared to plant the chive roots, a cascade of delightful chive-based dishes began to dance through her mind. However, her eagerness to consume chives paled in comparison to her anticipation for the chili peppers. The following day, Cui Qingyi and Junru rose early to wash up, each relishing a steaming bowl of chicken noodle soup. After consuming the soup, Cui Qingyi felt warmth radiate through her body. With late spring transitioning into early summer, the temperature in Dongping County had risen significantly. Yet the abundant moisture in the air made the early mornings feel rather brisk. Today, the fog enveloped the surroundings, contributing to a damp discomfort. But the nourishing bowl of soup provided her with a soothing embrace. Fortunately, once the sun emerged, it promised to be a splendid day. Dressed and ready, the two of them carried a wooden bucket and a small shovel. Yuan Shi, too, held a small basket in its mouth, specially prepared for it by Cui Qingyi. Yuan Shi, endowed with remarkable intelligence, had observed Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo taking a basket out several times, leading him to frequently sneak glances at the basket, eagerly waiting for an opportunity to snatch it. Despite having grown into a robust large dog, the weight of the basket often proved too much for his jaws to endure. Witnessing the dejection on the big black dog's face, Cui Qingyi, guided by memories, began to craft a small basket for him. In her childhood, her father had woven baskets, and she had learned a bit, though she had nearly forgotten the craft by now. Her skills were modest, resulting in a basket that lacked aesthetic appeal. She initially planned to discard it, intending to weave a better one for Yuan Shi when time permitted. However, Yuan Shi developed an affection for the slightly misshapen and somewhat coarse basket, refusing to relinquish it from his mouth. After several unsuccessful attempts to dissuade him, Cui Qingyi decided to let him keep it. At this moment, the trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, were preparing to set off for the seaside. Cui Qingyi had always been captivated by short videos of coastal excursions, fishing, and observing craftsmen at work. She had long harbored a desire to explore the shore, and surprisingly, this wish, unfulfilled in her previous life despite the advancements in transportation, was about to be realized through this unexpected journey. With excitement bubbling within her as she envisioned catching large shrimp, crabs, and shells, the dimples on her cheeks deepened with joy. Zhu, having been raised in a coastal village where generations had made their living from the sea, understood the challenges of such a life and found it difficult to comprehend the thrill of a simple seaside visit. Yet, seeing Cui Qingyi's exuberance, and recalling that the girl had spent most of her formative years confined to 2 modest courtyards, left her feeling a twinge of sympathy. Thus, mirroring Cui Qingyi's joy, Zhu too found herself uplifted, and their shared happiness resonated with Yuan Shi, who, basket in mouth, dashed ahead, his tail wagging with excitement. Upon reaching the alley's mouth, they boarded a mule cart driven by Sister Li's husband. Li Miao was also on the cart, and upon spotting Cui Qingyi and Zhu, she waved frantically, urging them to hurry aboard, explaining that her father had mentioned the tide would soon recede, and they needed to arrive early lest the best treasures be claimed by others. Sister Li, exasperated, restrained the boisterous Li Miao while beckoning Cui Qingyi and Zhu to board, lamenting that the girl's spirited nature had only intensified since she had acquired some skills, with the men and her mother-in-law indulging her whims. This was Cui Qingyi's first encounter with Sister Li's husband, who was introduced as Li Shun, Li Miao's father, and she was told to address him as Big Brother Li. This was not an attempt by Sister Li to take advantage of Cui Qingyi and Zhu, but rather a customary form of address, as it would be inappropriate to greet someone by name upon first meeting. Li Shun was tall and robust, his skin tanned from years of labor at the docks. He wore rugged, worn clothing suitable for work, yet he maintained an appearance of cleanliness and tidiness. Even his hair was meticulously groomed, reflecting the careful nature of both him and his wife. Cui Qingyi was favorably impressed by Li Shun, not solely due to his seemingly honest demeanor or his relation to Li Miao. Rather, he has taken excellent care of both Sister Li and Li Miao, as evidenced by their daily attire and grooming, which indicates that this household is not merely one that exploits women. After exchanging simple greetings, Cui Qingyi and Zhu got into the vehicle, sitting comfortably on the grass mats handed to them by Sister Li. Indeed, Sister Li is a person of cleanliness. Even the grass mats are impeccably tidy. Li Miao, brimming with excitement, urged Yuan Shi to join them in the vehicle. Yuan Shi, a lively creature, jumped into the car with a bound, but Cui Qingyi, with a frown, promptly shooed the mischievous dog away. The mule pulling their carriage was already heavy enough with the 4 of them aboard. One could see that Li Shun was merely walking alongside the mule. Having a dog occupy a seat in the car seemed quite unreasonable, and despite her fondness for Yuan Shi, she could not allow such a lack of awareness. Chapter 79. The adorable Yuan Shi. Fortunately, Yuan Shi was not a sensitive giant, unperturbed when Cui Qingyi ordered him off the carriage. He wagged his tail and placed the little basket he had been carrying at Zhu feet, nudging it playfully to indicate she should take care of his precious treasure. Zhu rolled her eyes in exasperation. The little basket crafted by the girl had become a daily spectacle, with the dog parading it before her multiple times. Perhaps the girl would make one for her too, as if everyone needed such a display. Li Shun watched it in amazement. Ever since Li Miao went to the Cui household, she had returned home daily extolling Yuan Shi's intelligence. Initially, he had been skeptical, wondering how clever a dog could truly be. However, today he witnessed something extraordinary. This was not mere cleverness, but a form of brilliance. The way Yuan Shi nudged the basket was nothing short of remarkable. Curious, Li Shun reached out to stroke Yuan Shi's back, but the large black dog deftly sidestepped him. Not deterred, Li Shun chuckled as he observed Yuan Shi scampering alongside the donkey cart. As the cart rolled on, a group of people accompanied by a dog made their way to the bay dock. Along the journey, Li Miao chattered excitedly, and with a child interjecting humorously. The adults felt relaxed, laughter echoing throughout the ride. After less than half an hour, Cui Qingyi began to catch the distinct scent of the sea, salty and slightly bitter, filling her lungs and expanding her heart. Gradually, the sounds of voices reached her ears, indicating that others had arrived even earlier than they. Cui Qingyi eagerly leaned forward to peer ahead, eliciting both laughter and a hint of envy from Sister Li. She reminisced about their childhood, before their father became a scholar, when every resource was devoted to purchasing ink and paper for him. Life had been arduous for the sisters, often requiring them to scour the beach for seafood to supplement their household. Those days were far from joyous. Waking early left her weary, often carrying her sister on her back to allow her a few extra moments of sleep. In winter, the biting cold at the beach made one shiver. Yet they endured the piercing chill while wading through the water. Such memories could be sorrowful, but Sister Li quickly cast aside those thoughts. As Li Shun halted the donkey cart, Cui Qingyi could hardly contain her excitement, leaping down with a swift motion that made Zhu Ruo's eyelids flutter. Ancestral spirit, can't we take a bit slower? The sea won't run away, she exclaimed. Cui Qingyi nodded absent-mindedly, extending Yuan Shi's little basket to his mouth. And together they dashed towards the area where the crowd was densest. Li Miao followed closely, clutching her small bucket and shovel. With so many people around and Yuan Shi by her side, Zhu Ruo felt no fear for her safety, choosing to walk leisurely alongside Sister Li's family. Watching the exuberant scene ahead, Sister Li shook her head with a smile. Cui Qingyi truly had the heart of a child, finding such joy in chasing the tide. Zhu Ruo nodded in agreement. This is good. People should live joyfully like this. Those who arrived early at the seaside busily gathered the treasures left behind by the retreating tide, such as seaweed, crabs, and clams, all commonplace finds. A person who had just picked up a large crab stood tall with joy, eager to boast about his find to his companions, only to suddenly exclaim in surprise, "Wow, whose big dog is that?" With this exclamation, more and more people noticed the large black dog, Yuan Shi, and the figures of a large and a small creature following behind it. Recognizing the dog as a domesticated pet, the crowd soon relaxed, no longer paying attention to the peculiar trio of man, dog, and child. The beach, exposed by the receding tide, was strewn with treasures, but time was of the essence, as these treasures could easily be claimed by others. Yuan Shi paused at the water's edge, mesmerized by a large shrimp that suddenly darted away. In his excitement, he opened his mouth to snap at it, only to forget that he was still holding his beloved little basket in his jaws. The basket fell with a splash into the water, threatening to drift away. Yuan Shi panicked, frantically splashing and stretching his neck to retrieve the basket. Just as he managed to grab it, he noticed that the shrimp had already scuttled away, wielding its pincers in a hasty escape. Now, flustered, he rushed after it, caught in a whirlwind of activity, struggling to keep up. "Ha ha ha!" Cui Qingyi laughed heartily, holding on to Li Miao, who was doubled over with laughter, nearly toppling into the water, if not for Cui Qingyi's firm grip. To Cui Qingyi, Yuan Shi had always been a dignified dog, with his occasional mischievousness stemming from his playful interactions with Zhu Ruo. Thus, witnessing the flustered dog was particularly amusing. Ultimately, Yuan Shi chose to abandon the shrimp to safeguard his cherished basket. Soaked and dripping, he trotted over to Cui Qingyi, extending his snout to offer the basket to her, clearly hoping she would hold it for him. Seeing his pitiful expression, Cui Qingyi took the basket from him, saying, "Go play, but don't eat anything indiscriminately." Although she had never been to the beach during low tide, she had watched videos that warned of potentially hazardous jellyfish left behind in the shallows. A sting could be life-threatening if not promptly treated, and she feared Yuan Shi's curious nature might lead him to bite into something dangerous. In the meantime, Zhu Ruo and Sister Li arrived. Aware that it was Cui Qingyi's first time at the beach, they hurriedly cautioned her, "Be careful not to touch anything unfamiliar, and watch your step to avoid being bitten." Cui Qingyi obediently nodded. She was not one to act recklessly, and when treated kindly, she listened well. The group dispersed in search of their chosen treasures, and with the basket in hand, Cui Qingyi followed closely behind Yuan Kai. The beach was still damp and soft from the receding tide, and she tread carefully. She collected clamshells and placed them in her bucket, fully engrossed in her search when a sudden leap from a hopping shrimp startled her. By the time she reacted and attempted to catch it, the shrimp had already burrowed into the mud, disappearing from sight. She also paused to investigate little holes bubbling with air, digging gently with her small shovel. Undeterred by the lack of finds, spotting a slowly moving starfish, she excitedly sprinted after it. This was her first encounter with a living starfish. Unsure of its edibility, she chose not to catch it, instead contenting herself with following it for a while. Yuan Kai dashed ahead, only to realize after a while that Cui Qingyi had not brought along its little basket. It turned back in search of her, and, upon encountering the sluggish starfish, instinctively reached out with its paw. Cui Qingyi gently intervened, prompting Yuan Kai to relent and instead crouch beside her, both captivated by the vibrant marine creature. The sun gradually emerged from the horizon, its fiery hues casting a brilliant tapestry across the meeting point of sea and sky, imbuing the world with boundless vitality. The radiant colors enveloped both the girl and her dog. While not far off, Zhu Ruo suddenly contemplated that upon her return, she would immortalize this scene in her embroidery, cherishing it forever to reminisce upon when she and the girl grow old. Chapter 80. The harvest of prosperity from that day forth. Whenever she encountered a scene imbued with significance, Zhu Ruo would meticulously capture it with her embroidery thread. Years later, she and Cui Qingyi would often retrieve these artifacts, reminiscing about the events of that day, the people they met, and the delectable treats they enjoyed. The sea star, inching along at a tortoise-esque pace, finally made contact with the ocean, prompting Cui Qingyi to rise reluctantly and continue her quest for the day's treasures. Watching his owner lift his little basket once more, Yuan Kai wagged his tail and set off in search of marine delicacies. Zhu Ruo soon discovered a sizable crab, excitedly beckoning Cui Qingyi to come and see. Upon catching sight of it, Cui Qingyi felt invigorated. After all, her previous search had yielded nothing but clams and small shrimp. Could it be that the larger prawns were evading her grasp? Determined, she resolved to change her direction in pursuit of better fortune. However, before long, the sound of Yuan Kai's paws pattering behind her caught her attention. Turning around, she was momentarily speechless. There was Yuan Kai, proudly trotting towards her with a large, pale blue crab clutched in his mouth, exuding an air of triumph. Despite her exasperation, Cui Qingyi eagerly extended Yuan Kai's little basket, only to witness the mischievous black dog faint before darting off towards Zhu Ruo, showcasing his prize in a triumphant circle before returning to drop the crab into his own basket. Zhu Ruo gritted her teeth in frustration. How could this insufferable dog be so petty, even in the simple act of crab gathering? Meanwhile, Sister Li and her husband could hardly contain their laughter, finding Yuan Kai's antics utterly amusing. As for Cui Qingyi, her luck was decidedly lackluster. No matter which direction she chose, she could not find any substantial marine bounty. Yet her spirits remained high. Choosing to forego the search, she relished the opportunity to run about the beach with Yuan Kai, delighting in the unrestrained sea breeze. Yuan Kai, too, was in high spirits. Since arriving at the Cui household, he had largely remained confined to the courtyard, and even when taken out by Cui Qingyi, it was merely a linear journey between home and school. The expansive beach allowed him the freedom to run to his heart's content. As he sprinted, the wind ruffled his sleek fur, and his graceful form captivated the attention of onlookers. As the sun sank lower towards the horizon, the tide having yielded its treasures, the group prepared for their return. They gathered the wooden barrels they had brought, and Cui Qingyi, disheartened, realized that indeed, her collection was the scantest. She had fared worse than even the youngest member of their party, Li Miao, and to add insult to injury, Yuan Shi had managed to catch a sizable crab. Amidst laughter, they boarded the donkey cart for the journey home, leaving behind echoes of joy on the beach. Chun Linen, having been released from prison by Dongping, found himself frustrated by the unresolved matters at hand. Though they should have returned, the more he pondered, the more vexed he became. After an evening spent brooding at the inn, he ultimately decided to make another visit to the girls' school. He had acted impulsively the previous day, forgetting his original intentions upon encountering the Cui family. Upon reflecting on the simple task entrusted to him by his uncle, Chun Linen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He knew that upon his return, not only would his uncle be disheartened, but his own father would likely deem him ineffectual as well. Steeling himself, Chun Linen instructed the steward to prepare gifts once more. The steward, upon hearing of the need to venture to the Cui Women's Academy, felt a shiver run down his spine. He found the former wife of his young master somewhat sinister, as every encounter with her seemed to herald misfortune. Yet, aware of the multitude of secrets he held about his master, the steward dared not refuse and reluctantly set about his task. As Chun Linen made his way to the academy, he repeatedly reminded himself to remain composed in the presence of Cui, vowing not to let her provoke him easily. However, upon arriving at the alley behind the yamen, he quickly realized that all his mental preparations had been in vain. A squad of patrolling constables stood guard, their scrutinizing gazes fixed upon him. Initially shocked, he soon felt a surge of anger, silently chastising himself for underestimating Cui's influence. How had he failed to notice her charm before? It had only been a brief time since their separation, yet she was already attracting admirers. In truth, Chun Linen was overthinking the situation. It was merely a coincidence. The constables had varying schedules for their patrols, and with the establishment of the Women's Academy, their duties had been increased. Thus, their encounter with Chun Linen was purely accidental, and the officers, unfamiliar with him, did not recognize him. It was Chun Linen's own guilty conscience that led him to believe they were lying in wait for him. In reality, he was not nearly as conspicuous in Dongping County as he imagined. Having experienced an inexplicable detention, he was left with an indelible shadow of anxiety, and he preferred to avoid any confrontation with these brusque individuals, retreating instead to the inn. When Zhou Yinxiu received Chun Linen's invitation, he was engrossed in a volume of Tales of the Blue Sky. Although diligent in his official duties, he was not perpetually consumed by them. By chance, he had picked up the book, left on the desk by Yuan Shi, and found himself unable to put it down. He was particularly captivated by the narratives surrounding forensic examinations and investigations, meticulously pondering whether such techniques could be applied in real-life cases. His reverie was interrupted, leading to a slight irritation. Chun Linen, the nephew of Lord Chun? Zhou Wen confirmed. Yes, he is indeed the nephew of Lord Chun, here in Dongping County on business, and has come specifically to pay his respects to you. Zhou Yinxiu did not dwell on this. Anyone with a modicum of awareness could discern his status, and it was not uncommon for the offspring of officials to visit in such a manner. Although he was currently away from the capital, he knew he would return one day, and thus, he typically did not decline such customary social interactions. Rubbing his weary eyes, he instructed, "Let him in." In this instance, Chun Linen was unaware of Zhou Yinxiu's true status, perceiving him merely as an ordinary official. He intended to seize the opportunity of this visit to express his grievances, particularly regarding the constable's boorish behavior, which he believed was closely linked to the local magistrate's negligence. Chun Linen had noble intentions. However, upon encountering Zhou Yinxiu, the convoluted thoughts swirling within him became inexpressible. He was astounded to realize that Zhou's commanding presence was far from that of an ordinary 7th-rank county magistrate. This revelation was particularly striking when Zhou remarked, "I remember your uncle. His writings were quite remarkable." A mere 7th-rank magistrate, yet capable of evaluating the esteemed officials of the capital at will. Overwhelmed by anger, Chun Linen's mind, once clouded, regained clarity as the fog of confusion dissipated. He composed himself, adopting the demeanor befitting a respectful junior visitor, and after articulating the necessary pleasantries, he prudently took his leave. Exiting the county office, he discreetly signaled his companions, and they departed Dongping County silently. Though Qin Pingyan found it curious that Chen Linen had experienced such an epiphany after a single visit to the county office, he paid it no mind. It was evident that both would face repercussions upon their return, yet with Chen Linen present, he felt less conspicuous. Chapter 81. The task assigned by the county office Cui Qingyi remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Linen had sought her out again. She was deeply immersed in the tranquil and harmonious life of Dongping County, quickly casting aside thoughts of the man named Chen. Just a few days after returning from the seaside, Cui Qingyi received an official document delivered by the county office. Gazing at the youthful clerk before her, she incredulously pointed to herself, questioning, "Are you certain this refers to me?" The clerk, with an innocent smile, spoke words that nearly drove Cui Qingyi to the brink of frustration. "Of course it pertains to you. Just look at this description. A person of delicate grace and profound intellect, with innate talent in craftsmanship. Isn't that precisely you, Miss Cui? Your exquisite embroidery is renowned throughout Dongping County. Even someone like me, who spends all day buried in paperwork, is well aware of your accomplishments. With the Empress Dowager's birthday approaching, our esteemed county magistrate wishes to select several distinctive gifts to present to her, and your artistry is unparalleled in the entire Jin dynasty. Surely, it is perfectly fitting. Once your work is favored by the Empress Dowager, the entire Dongping County will bask in the glory, and soon enough, your school for young ladies will find its threshold trampled by eager applicants. Oh, just imagining this scene fills me with excitement. Miss Cui, you absolutely must not decline. I shall take my leave now." With a grin, the clerk chattered on before swiftly placing the stamped document into Cui Qingyi's hands and making a hasty retreat. The expression of resistance on Cui Qingyi's face was unmistakable. She feared that if she hesitated even slightly, he would reclaim the document. Now, she found herself holding a veritable hot potato, feeling both exasperated and stifled. Presenting a gift to the Empress Dowager for her birthday might be viewed by others as an immensely honorable occasion, a chance to bring glory to one's family. Yet Cui Qingyi felt no joy in it whatsoever. If she harbored ambitions of rising above the ordinary, she would have exerted every effort to make her way to the capital years ago, rather than hiding away in this small corner of Dongping County. She genuinely desired nothing more than to live a quiet life, eschewing any aspirations of climbing the social ladder. However, in this era, imperial authority overshadowed all else. To refuse the task of presenting a gift to the Empress Dowager was not merely a matter of voicing dissent. Even contemplating such a refusal required a careful consideration of the consequences one might face. Initially, upon hearing that the county office sought her to create a birthday gift for the Empress Dowager, Zhu Ruo felt a flicker of excitement. But upon seeing the troubled expression on Cui Qingyi's face, her heart began to flutter with anxiety. Once the clerk had moved out of earshot, Zhu Ruo lowered her voice and asked, "Miss, is there a problem with this? Will we encounter any trouble?" The reverence and yearning for imperial power were deeply ingrained in the ancient world, and Zhu Ruo was no exception. Yet, her greater concern lay in whether this situation would disrupt their lives. Sensing the worry in Zhu Ruo's tone, Cui Qingyi managed to smile, feigning ease as she replied, "There should be no trouble. However, we must not be careless in preparing the Empress Dowager's birthday gift. We need to devote ourselves entirely to this task." Zhu Ruo, not comprehending the depth of Cui Qingyi's true apprehensions, clenched her fists and assured her, "Rest assured, I will approach this with utmost seriousness and dedication." Ever since she took on a disciple and established a school, Zhu Ruo has grown increasingly confident in her embroidery skills. At this moment, the prospect of presenting her work to the royal family does not instill any hesitation in her. Cui Qingyi muses that this must be the unwavering confidence bestowed by true professionalism. She too is inspired by Zhu Ruo's attitude, clenching her fists and proclaiming, "Let's strive together." The Empress Dowager's birthday falls just before the Mid-Autumn Festival, leaving them with a little over 3 months to prepare. Naturally, the gift for the Empress Dowager cannot be a trivial piece of embroidery. It must be a grand composition. Additionally, it must resonate with the theme of the birthday celebration and symbolize the grandeur of the nation, making the selection of an appropriate design a considerable challenge. Even more daunting for Cui Qingyi is the requirement for double-sided embroidery, which complicates matters further. However, since the responsibility has been entrusted to them, Cui Qingyi is not one to lament her fate. Instead, she believes that finding a solution to the problem is her foremost duty. Early the next morning, Zhu Ruo attended her lessons at the girls' school, while Cui Qingyi ventured alone to the county office. Since this task was assigned by the county magistrate, Cui Qingyi reasoned that rather than wallowing at home in uncertainty, it would be more prudent to meet with the magistrate directly and seek his guidance. This way, she could ascertain the nature of the embroidery she was to create. The county of Dongping had been peaceful lately, and Zhou Yanxiu was engrossed in reading a book about the celestial realm. In truth, he had perused this book several times, yet there were still aspects he could not grasp. Upon hearing that Mr. Cui from the girls' school had arrived, he set the book aside and instructed someone to invite her in. Cui Qingyi was utterly astonished to discover that she had previously encountered the local magistrate, the peculiar man who had attended the girls' school enrollment day. Upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. The school was located just behind the county office, and it was not unlikely for the magistrate to stroll about in his leisure. Upon seeing Cui Qingyi again, Zhou Yanxiu felt no trace of the earlier turmoil. In truth, he was a person of indifferent emotions. His frequent thoughts of Ming Shi were merely a result of his awareness of the debt he owed her, which had temporarily unsettled him. Once that phase passed, he returned to his usual demeanor. He offered a seat to Mr. Cui. Zhou Yanxiu was not accustomed to using maidservants. Thus, the brothers Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu had always been at his side to attend to him. Upon his command, Zhou Wen swiftly brought a chair for Cui Qingyi and then turned to prepare tea. Cui Qingyi bowed respectfully to Zhou Yanxiu and took her seat with pleasure. She was eager to avoid lingering at the county office and promptly stated her purpose. Lord Zhou, I have come to inquire if there are any specific requirements for the birthday gift for the Empress Dowager. She candidly expressed, to be honest, this double-sided embroidery is rather intricate, and with only 3 months remaining until the Empress Dowager's birthday, I fear that overly complicated designs may not be feasible. This visit was not only to seek Zhou Yanxiu's advice, but also to preemptively convey her challenges. She wanted to ensure that Lord Zhou was not one to seek glory in front of the Empress Dowager while disregarding her plight. If he expected her to produce a vast landscape tapestry several meters long within 3 months, both she and Zhu Ruo might very well meet their doom. Fortunately, Zhou Yanxiu proved to be rational and did not intend to impose unreasonable demands. He pondered for a moment, acknowledging the urgency of the situation. Thus, he requested Mr. Cui to create a double-sided embroidered longevity picture, believing that 3 months would be a sufficiently generous time frame. However, I must caution Mr. Cui that the Empress Dowager deserves to witness novel craftsmanship. He should refrain from harboring any inappropriate ambitions that might lead to unintended consequences. When Cui Qingyi arrived, she anticipated that the magistrate would present some insurmountable demands, yet she was taken aback to find it was merely a longevity picture. As the name suggests, the longevity picture consists of 100 characters for longevity, and even with double-sided embroidery, she and her companion, Zhu Ruo, could complete it in a month and a half. As for the seemingly cautionary remarks from Zhou Yanxiu, Cui Qingyi preferred to interpret them as well-intentioned advice. The imperial authority during this era, common folk may spend their entire lives without ever knowing the current emperor's title. This task, falling upon anyone, could indeed be deemed as a stroke of fortune. However, it is inevitable that some may entertain ulterior motives and engage in actions that are decidedly inappropriate. Chapter 82. The cherry blossoms gifts destined for the royal family naturally undergo rigorous scrutiny. Items of questionable integrity are seldom presented before the sovereign. However, a simple acknowledgement of this reality fosters goodwill among all parties involved. Cui Qingyi is not one to overlook the importance of propriety. She solemnly assured, "Rest assured, Lord Zhou, having accepted this task, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to it." Zhou Yanxiu nodded nonchalantly, his interest in the matter rather lukewarm. The Empress Dowager celebrates her birthday each year, and he has consistently presented gifts. He cannot solely rely on Cui Qingyi's efforts. Should she falter, he possesses alternative offerings to fill any void, though it is preferable to avoid any missteps. as Cui Qingyi prepared to take her leave after receiving the desired reassurance. A timely delivery of tea from Zhou when interrupted her departure. She found herself in a dilemma, neither able to leave nor remain comfortably seated. The magistrate, however, seemed unfazed by such predicaments. He took a sip of the warm tea, his demeanor shifting towards a more conversational tone. "Mr. Cui, may I inquire what subjects are currently being taught at the girls' school? Aside from embroidery, of course." Zhou Yanxio's curiosity was piqued, and, as his previous discontent dissipated, he became genuinely interested in the welfare of his constituents. The girls' school is indeed a commendable initiative for the benefit of the people, and if executed well, it could enhance his reputation in Dongping County. Cui Qingyi, having heard much about Zhou Yanxio's commendable actions, was not surprised by his inquiry. "In response to your honor, the girls' school presently focuses on teaching embroidery. I have plans to introduce additional subjects, such as literacy and handicrafts." Zhou Yanxio expressed interest, urging her to elaborate. Cui Qingyi found herself favorably impressed by the magistrate during their encounter. His reputable standing amongst the populace was well-deserved, as he genuinely contemplated the well-being of the common folk. For instance, in a society that predominantly values male superiority, many regard the existence of girls' schools with disdain, if they acknowledge them at all. Those with a slightly better disposition might choose to remain indifferent, allowing such institutions to develop autonomously. Yet Zhou Yanxio stood apart, genuinely concerned about the curriculum being offered. Recognizing the magistrate's potential support for the girls' school, Cui Qingyi laid bare her aspirations. "In a flourishing state of Dejin, where literary talents abound, I harbor no grand ambitions. My aim is simply to teach the girls, who cannot afford formal education, to recognize a few characters, enabling them to comprehend basic accounts and avoid becoming illiterate in the future. I have heard tales of unscrupulous traffickers deceiving women into selling themselves, signing contracts in ignorance, and thereby jeopardizing their lives. If only they could read a few words, it might save them in critical moments. Moreover, in terms of handicrafts, if families can learn skills such as basket weaving, they could earn a modest income throughout the year, potentially adding several coins to their household. With more practical and rare skills, even a family of 4 could gradually attain prosperity. Upon reflection, I believe that handicrafts should primarily emphasize practicality. For instance, weaving blankets, preparing fruit pastries, and even brewing vinegar are all quite utilitarian endeavors. These are merely preliminary ideas. What do you think, esteemed sir?" Cui Qingyi gazed expectantly at Zhou Yanxio, genuinely hoping for some guidance, as surely the county magistrate possesses far greater knowledge than she does. Zhou Yanxio felt a genuine stir within him. The notions of women's education presented by Cui Qingyi starkly contrasted with his own preconceived notions about schools, to the extent that they could be deemed completely transformative. While the teaching of characters was understandable, the concept of handicrafts seemed rather disorganized, and one might even argue it was beneath consideration. How could such activities be deemed appropriate for a school setting? Yet, on the other hand, he found Cui Qingyi's ideas remarkably sensible. In this era, men could pursue the imperial examinations to become officials, but what opportunities existed for women? Life was exceedingly challenging for them, a reality he had witnessed firsthand. Cui Qingyi's vision was commendable. Should women's education evolve in the manner she envisioned, it would undoubtedly benefit the populace of Dongping County. During Zhou's tenure, Cui Qingyi would be free to pursue her ambitions, and should she require assistance, she was welcome to approach either him or the deputy magistrate. Cui Qingyi's eyes brightened. She had not anticipated such a pleasant surprise today. Given Dongping County's remoteness, receiving the protection of its magistrate was nothing short of fortuitous. Moreover, there was an inexplicable aura about Zhou Yanxio that instilled a sense of reliability. However, the most pressing matter at hand was preparing a birthday gift for Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. Zhou Yanxio gently reminded her that a successful execution of this task would greatly benefit Cui Qingyi herself. He did not hesitate to offer his assistance at the appropriate moment. Cui Qingyi understood the urgency of the situation and promptly rose to take her leave. "Esteemed sir, I shall return home to prepare, and I will seek your discerning eye when the time comes." Zhou Yanxio merely nodded, casually picking up a copy of Qing Tianji. Cui Qingyi's heart fluttered at the sight of the title. Was Qing Tianji truly so widely appreciated that even the county magistrate held it in esteem. As the original author, encountering a fan, particularly one with such a distinguished status, elicited a peculiar sensation that Cui Qingyi found difficult to articulate. Upon returning to the women's school, Cui Qingyi began her preparations for the 100 longevity artwork, accompanied by her assistant, Konjac. Though it was merely a depiction of longevity, it encompassed numerous intricacies, from a selection of threads to patterns, dimensions, and color coordination, all requiring meticulous attention. Even the arrangement of the character for longevity was of significance. From that day onward, Cui Qingyi secluded herself at home, and the Li family refrained from visiting, respecting her dedication. As days passed unnoticed, her cherished chili plants began to bloom. Eager to inspect her seedlings, she ventured to the backyard, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Upon reaching the garden, she was captivated by a delicate white flower. With excitement, she took a few steps closer to the chili seedlings, her hand reaching out only to retreat cautiously. In that moment, Cui Qingyi felt a surge of exhilaration that surpassed even the joy of winning the lottery. Her beloved chili plants had finally blossomed. How far could the fruition of peppers be now? Neither Konjac nor Yuan Shi was at home, leaving Cui Qingyi to contain her excitement without anyone to share it with. She could only release her unanchored emotions by pacing in circles. When Konjac returned from school with Yuan Shi, she discovered to her surprise that Cui Qingyi was not in the embroidery room. Ever since they began working on the longevity picture, the duo had converted one of the bedrooms into an embroidery room, dedicated to accommodating the embroidery frame and their creations, locking the door securely whenever they stepped out for peace of mind. Following Yuan Shi to the backyard, Konjac beheld their young lady squatting on the ground, laughing joyfully, while a delicate white flower on the cherished chili plant swayed gently in the breeze, revered by the girl as a treasure. Chapter 83. The growth record of chili peppers. Jujube's eyes sparkled as she hurried over. Cui Qingyi cherished this little seedling immensely, and despite her and Yuan Shi's teasing, they were genuinely concerned for its well-being. Sometimes, while watering the chili plant, she fretted whether their excessive care might inadvertently lead to its demise. On rainy nights, she would worry about the seedling being toppled by the wind, imagining the disappointment it would bring her. Fortunately, the plant had managed to grow steadily without incident. How long does it take for this chili plant to flower and bear fruit? Jujube asked. Her anticipation for the dishes made from chili peppers piqued by Cui Qingyi's frequent musings. After pondering, Cui Qingyi admitted she was uncertain, but estimated it might take over 20 days. The exact timeline would become clear once the chili was ready for harvest. Thus, she resolved to document the growth of the chili plant from that day forward, ensuring she would possess experience for future planting endeavors. In her previous life, Cui Qingyi's grandparents cultivated land, growing essentials like watermelons, chili peppers, and tomatoes each year. Yet, she had never witnessed the complete journey of a chili pepper, from seedling to full maturity. It was intriguing to contemplate that she was now engaged in this process, reminiscent of methods from centuries or even millennia past. From that day onward, Cui Qingyi diligently carried her notebook to the backyard each day to record the growth of the chili peppers. She watched as delicate white flowers blossomed and eventually withered, making way for tiny green fruits. This progression varied, sometimes taking 8 or 9 days, other times extending to 10 days. She meticulously labeled each flower, ensuring that every bloom had its own growth record. During this time, the collaborative work on the longevity embroidery piece between Cui Qingyi and Jujube was halfway complete. Both of them had been trained by the same master, and Cui Qingyi had personally taught Jujube the intricate art of double-sided embroidery, resulting in a harmonious collaboration devoid of any discord. Occasionally, the youthful clerk, Cui, would visit the county office to observe their embroidery progress, each time expressing his astonishment at their indistinguishable craftsmanship. Particularly, the moment he witnessed Cui Qingyi and Jujube simultaneously completing a character for longevity, his amazement peaked. The two women, working in tandem, made the embroidery needles dance as if animated, penetrating the fabric in perfect synchrony without interference. From Cui's perspective, the needles seemed to flit chaotically across the fabric, Yet they produced identical characters for longevity. Cui Qingyi felt a swell of pride at his astonishment. The rapport she shared with Jujube was unparalleled, and their dedication to practice had not been in vain. Satisfied with their progress, Cui returned to report to Zhou Yanjing. The news of Cui Qingyi and Jujube being chosen to present a birthday gift to the Empress Dowager was a closely guarded secret, known only to a few in the county office and themselves. As the saying goes, secrecy breeds success, and the Li family was only aware that the Cui household was occupied with significant matters, rarely intruding upon them. However, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo did not allow this matter to hinder the normal teaching progress of the girls' academy. The students had submitted their tuition fees. It would be utterly inappropriate for them to delay the educational schedule due to personal issues. At the beginning of June, the Cui Girls' Academy held its first assessment since the start of the term. The parents of the students received invitations from the instructors. Indeed, this assessment was open to the public, allowing the parents to witness firsthand the academic achievements of their daughters over the recent period. Cui Qingyi arranged this to acknowledge the uniqueness of the academy, if they were to remain closed off and prevent the parents from seeing the fruits of their daughters' labor. Many might hesitate to allow their girls to attend in the next term. Thus, she intended for the assessment to be public, which would not only bolster the children's resilience and confidence, but also satisfy the modest vanity of the parents. As expected, those who received invitations were quite excited. This was indeed a rare event, and despite their busy schedules, most planned to take the time to visit the academy. At the Li household in Huaihua Alley, Sister Li delivered the printed invitation to Old Lady Li. Mother, the day after tomorrow, I must accompany Shun Zi to the dock for work. So you will have to accompany Xiao Miao to the academy. Please observe how she performs, and upon your return, provide us with a detailed account. Old Lady Li was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing the situation, she hastily wiped her hands and cautiously accepted the invitation. This is not appropriate. I cannot read, and I fear I will not understand anything. Li Miao quickly interjected, Grandmother, our instructor said anyone from home can come. It is mainly to showcase our recent learning achievements. You should go. Others have company, and if you do not accompany me, I will feel quite pitiful. Li Miao clung to her grandmother's sleeve, her dependent demeanor melting Old Lady Li's heart. In truth, she too wished to attend, having never seen what the academy was like. She clapped her hands and declared, Very well, I shall accompany you. I cannot allow my dear granddaughter to go alone. The three of them exchanged smiles, and thus the plan was set. Delighted, Old Lady Li took her sewing basket and made her way to the large locust tree at the alley's entrance. Within half a day, nearly everyone in the alley was aware that Old Lady Li was going to the Cui Girls' Academy to watch Li Miao's examination. Some were envious, others jealous, while a few thought the Cui family was making a fuss over a mere girl learning embroidery. Regardless of others' opinions, they were of no consequence. Having reveled in her moment of pride, Old Lady Li dressed in her cleanest garments and, hand in hand with Li Miao, proceeded to the academy. Along the way, she encountered acquaintances, and regardless of whether they greeted her, she beamed with joy, proclaiming, I am taking my granddaughter to school. Today is the examination, and our instructor invited us to watch. The Cui Girls' Academy was bustling with excitement that day, with Qi Maoxuan and Fan Hui appearing together, while Qi Yuan's cheerful face was flushed with enthusiasm. For quite some time, she had been under the tutelage of her master. Although her father occasionally expressed concern, his greater focus remained on her brother's studies and writing. Her affairs were primarily overseen by her mother. However, today, to her delight, her father accompanied her. Standing between her parents filled her with joy. Qi Yuan, brimming with excitement, eagerly took her parents' hands to explore their classroom and her personal embroidery frame, her little mouth continuously narrating every detail of the girls' school. Qi Maoxuan and Fan Hui, the couple, looked on indulgently, although they were ostensibly there to observe their child's examination. They seemed more like a family on a leisurely outing. Families like the Qis, consisting of just two members, were a rarity. Most often, it was the female relatives who accompanied the children. Despite being strangers to one another, the gathering fostered numerous shared topics of conversation among the families, and soon, lively discussions ensued. Chapter 84. The first assessment of the Women's Academy in contrast to the excitement radiating from others. Chun felt only the tension in her palms, which were clammy with sweat. Today, she had come alone, but she paid little heed to this fact. Her sole concern was the impending assessment and the fear of failing. To her, this was not merely an examination, but a pivotal moment in her life. Previously, her mother-in-law had stormed into the academy, demanding the return of her dowry, only to be expelled by Mr. Cui. Subsequently, the county constables had patrolled the area, and the old lady, daunted by the presence of authority, had resorted to creating disturbances at home, turning her household into a realm of chaos. Initially, her husband had stood by her side against his mother-esque pressure, but as the old lady feigned illness after several days of uproar, he hesitated, contemplating whether she should withdraw from her studies and return home. Although Chun had foreseen this outcome, a tinge of disappointment still lingered in her heart. It seemed that nothing ever unfolded smoothly in her life. Even her marriage was fraught with complications. Reflecting on that day, she marveled at the courage she had summoned. Standing in the cramped courtyard, she had never felt so resolute. Withdrawing is out of the question, but we can part ways. You may find a more obedient wife. Her husband had been taken aback by her words, followed by seething anger. Yet, Chun felt no fear. In fact, she secretly entertained the notion that a separation might not be such a misfortune. She could not fathom the source of her audacity. Ultimately, her husband conceded, for he had neither the means to marry another. Dingling the bell of the academy rang, silencing the lively chatter as confusion swept through the crowd. The students swiftly took their places alongside their families in the designated area, prepared for the assessment that Mr. Cui Qingyi had arranged in the main hall. The spacious setting accommodated the students' embroidery frames, and the benches prepared for their parents quite comfortably. Father, mother, please sit here and watch me closely during the exam. Qi Yuan instructed her parents, Qi Ma Xuan and Fan Hui, with a playful poke on her daughter's nose. Fan Hui chuckled. We will, don't worry. Your father and I won't miss a moment. Seated beside Fan Hui was old lady Li, who felt even more anxious than her granddaughter, her palms slick with perspiration. When Cui Qingyi emerged, she found the candidates and their families already settled, each face bearing a serious expression. There is no need for such anxiety, esteemed parents. Although this is an assessment, the primary goal is for you to witness firsthand the fruits of your children's efforts over the past 3 months. We wish to demonstrate that they have been diligent in their studies and worthy of your investment. Despite Cui Qingyi's reassurances, the atmosphere remained tense, as the parents worried about their children's performance and the potential for ridicule. Observing this, Cui Qingyi refrained from further commentary and promptly declared the assessment open. The announcer took the stage, detailing the duration and content of the examination. The children each received a tangle of embroidery threads, tasked with sorting them by color within a quarter of an hour. This exercise tested their fundamental skills, patience, meticulousness, and keen eyesight. Anxious that her impulsive nature might cause her to tangle the threads. After all, the master had warned that a single knot would signify failure in the first round of assessment. However, it wasn't long before Fan Hui smiled. For Qi Yuan did not disappoint her. With unwavering focus, she skillfully extracted several strands from the chaotic bundle, and in a surprising display of dexterity, she deftly separated a complete thread with just a pull. Old Lady Li closely observed her granddaughter, Li Miao, who was only slightly slower than Qi Yuan, allowing her to relax her previously taut nerves. The first to finish the initial round was Chun, whose threads were impeccably arranged by color. The proprietress of the brocade shop gazed at Chun with gleaming eyes. After years of experience, her discerning judgment told her that Chun was a promising talent. If she could recruit her to the brocade shop, her major clients would no longer have to wait in line. The more she contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. She had previously inquired with Cui Qingyi, who had no intention of running an embroidery business, thus alleviating her concerns about poaching talent. The second round of assessment involved selecting a design, which ideally should have included a drawing task. However, Cui Qingyi, considering the practical circumstances, eliminated this step and instead provided the candidates with her own sketches. These sketches were uncolored, requiring the children to select appropriate threads based on their understanding of the patterns. This stage revealed each individual's skill level, as personal aesthetics varied, leading to differing interpretations of the design and, consequently, a range of quality in the final products. A master embroiderer possesses an unparalleled appreciation for beauty. This segment was relatively time-consuming, with the children fully engrossed in their work, while the parents present refrained from idle chatter, eager to observe closely. Once again, Chun was the first to complete her task. She set down her embroidery needle, stretched her stiff shoulders, and beheld the peony blossom emerging on the embroidery frame. This small flower, with its center crafted from 3 different threads and its delicately detailed petals, truly embodied her efforts. If one overlooked the adjacent frame, it almost appeared alive. Yuan was the second to cease her work. Unlike Chun, her immediate action upon laying down her needle was to glance at Fan Hui and Qi. Fan Hui beamed a broad smile at her daughter, while Qi discreetly gave her a thumbs up, astonished by her daughter's embroidery skills and further admiring Cui Qingyi and a master. The saying goes, teach a disciple and starve the master. Yet these 2 instructors were unreserved in their teachings. Li Miao's movements were slightly slower, yet she successfully completed the assessment within the allotted time, allowing old lady Li to finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was ostensibly an evaluation of her granddaughter, yet she found herself more anxious than anyone else present. At times, she feared that Li Miao would lag behind due to her slow movements. At other moments, she worried that her clumsiness might result in pricking her finger with the embroidery needle. As the incense used for timing dwindled, her concern deepened, fearing that Li Miao might not complete her embroidery in time. Throughout the entire assessment, there was not a single moment free of her worries. Fortunately, it had finally come to an end. Given that this was an evaluation culminating in a showcase of results, it was only natural that it would not conclude here. The subsequent segment was of utmost importance for the day. Cui Qingyi once again positioned herself before the audience, while the female proprietor of the brocade studio cheerfully stepped to the forefront. In Dongping County, she was quite a notable figure. After all, a woman managing such a substantial enterprise was well known, and no one who frequented the streets could claim ignorance of her presence. Chapter 85. Collaboration with the embroidery workshop. Cui Qingyi's purpose in inviting the female manager was straightforward. She wished to convey to the parents who had sent their daughters to learn that acquiring this skill was not a waste of time. Embroidery could genuinely bring financial benefits to a family and provide the young ladies with a valuable skill for their future. The female manager understood Cui Qingyi's intentions clearly. She stood confidently before the crowd, allowing them to scrutinize her. Today marked the assessment day for the children, and she did not wish to take up too much of their time. She simply wanted to inform everyone that if the children could master the skills taught by Mr. Cui and Master Zhu, their embroidery could be sent to her workshop, where she vowed to offer a fair price. Furthermore, should the young ladies be interested, they could also work at her embroidery shop once they completed their training, and she assured that all applicants would be welcomed. Upon finishing her speech, the manager cast a lingering glance at Chun, which stirred excitement within her heart. Her words brought smiles to the faces of those present. It was akin to the discussions among the women in Huaihua Alley, where they remarked that the female manager of the embroidery workshop was someone of great stature. The prospect of having their children's embroidery accepted by her shop and the opportunity for them to work there was something they had never dared to dream of before. Everyone was human, none were fools. Previously, opportunities were scarce, and women had limited means to earn a living. However, now that opportunities had arisen, though they themselves might have missed them, their children were seizing them, which was enough to evoke profound excitement. In the following moments, Cui Qingyi and Zhu provided critiques on each assessment piece. Their evaluations were not merely dismissive remarks about poor craftsmanship or unsuitability for learning embroidery. Instead, they offered insights into the overall composition, color coordination, and threading techniques, praising the strengths and suggesting improvements for weaknesses. The children, as well as the attending parents, listened with rapt attention. Upon hearing Zhu commend Li Miao's embroidery for its remarkable spirit and potential for mastery with diligent study, old lady Li could not suppress her smile. At that moment, she felt her daughter-in-law truly possessed foresight. After all the children's works had been assessed, Cui Qingyi announced that literacy courses would be introduced at the girls' school, encouraging parents to prepare writing materials for their children. This news elicited mixed reactions among the audience. Someone promptly inquired, "Mr. Cui, will there be an additional fee for these literacy classes?" Many shared this concern, but Cui Qingyi shook her head, clarifying that the school charged an annual fee of 10 taels of silver, with no other hidden costs. Attendance for these courses would not be mandatory, alleviating any burdens on the families. After all, the costs for writing materials were not insignificant, and for some households, supporting their daughters in learning embroidery was already a significant challenge. Nonetheless, for those truly eager to learn, even practicing on the ground with a stick could yield valuable lessons. In the future, for the other courses that may be offered, Cui Qingyi does not intend to compel the children to participate. It ultimately depends on their personal interests. Upon hearing that there will be no pressure, many parents breathed a sigh of relief, while some began contemplating purchasing inexpensive writing materials for their daughters, seizing the rare opportunity to learn a few characters. The inaugural ancient-style parent-teacher meeting at the Cui Women S Academy concluded successfully, with parents departing contentedly alongside their children in embroidery pieces. Cui Qingyi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The educators of this era bear little resemblance to teachers in modern society. The female proprietor of the embroidery shop lingered to converse with Cui Qingyi, inquiring whether Mr. Cui truly had no intention of opening her own embroidery studio. With the apprentices trained here and their burgeoning reputation, your business could potentially flourish across all of Jin. Cui Qingyi shook her head. "I do not plan to do so. Running a business is no trivial matter. My partner and I are already overwhelmed with managing the academy. If we were to open an embroidery shop, we might scarcely have time to eat." Upon hearing these words and observing Cui Qingyi's demeanor, the proprietor discerned that she spoke the truth. She genuinely did not intend to open a shop. "Then I consider myself fortunate, for my fabric store has always been lukewarm. However, since encountering the novel items from your establishment, my business has thrived. Now, observing the many talents nurtured here, I am contemplating opening an embroidery studio. How about this? Mr. Cui, you could receive a 20% share of the profits from my studio, and I shall ensure that your students are promptly directed to my establishment." The proprietor understood that a mere word from Cui Qingyi or her partner could significantly influence the future paths of the students emerging from the Cui Women S Academy. As long as she maintained a good rapport with Cui Qingyi, she would always have access to prime resources. Moreover, her ambitions extended beyond Dongping County, aspiring to expand her business into Qinghe County and even further afield. This meant that regardless of how many students graduated from the Cui Women S Academy, her shop could accommodate them all. Cui Qingyi was awaiting this very proposition from the proprietor, although she did not intend to profit from a shop. She bore no animosity towards wealth. She was not a saint, after all, and did not wish for her hard work to merely benefit others. The proprietor was astute in business and adept at seizing opportunities. After this period of assessment, her character seemed to pass muster, and Cui Qingyi noted that the proprietor genuinely wished to assist underprivileged young women. This alone made Cui Qingyi feel reassured about collaborating with her. After some contemplation, Cui Qingyi expressed her desire to partner with the proprietor, yet insisted on not seeking anything for free. "I shall invest my own funds as capital, but I would prefer not to be involved in the management of the embroidery studio. Would that be agreeable to you?" The proprietor was overjoyed, of course. "That is perfectly acceptable. However, it seems I would be at a disadvantage in this arrangement." Cui Qingyi did not share this sentiment. She preferred to avoid the complexities of running a business while still being able to reap substantial profits from her investment. This wealth would suffice for her and her partner to live comfortably for the rest of their days, which was indeed a favorable prospect. Thus, the partnership with the proprietor was established, providing the Cui family with an additional avenue for profit. Junruo felt increasingly optimistic about their future. The days unfolded in a routine manner, as Cui Qingyi devoted herself to embroidering the double-sided longevity tapestry. Each day, she would sit beneath the eaves of the courtyard, engrossed in books while sipping tea and indulging in light snacks. When her eyes grew weary, she would casually place her book aside, close her eyes, and reclined in her chair for a brief nap. Unbeknownst to her, a little raccoon had taken up residence in the corner of the courtyard. This slender creature would only emerge after Cui Qingyi had fallen asleep, timidly scurrying out to feast upon the food she had specially prepared for it. Although the raccoon was diminutive, Cui Qingyi had attempted to catch it upon its arrival, only to have it deftly evade her attempts. After a day or two of absence, it would return, noticeably thinner each time. Seeing its plight tugged at her heartstrings, prompting her to abandon her pursuit. Instead, she prepared food daily, allowing the little raccoon to eat at its leisure, hoping that it would eventually sense the safety of its surroundings and lower its guard against humans. Cui Qingyi's days were blissfully tranquil, filled with playful interactions with the creatures around her. However, it was at this juncture that Yuan Shi went missing. Chapter 86. Searching for the dog, it was not until evening that Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo realized that Yuan Shi was missing. Yuan Shi enjoyed finding a quiet corner to retreat to when at home, especially since a kitten had arrived in the house these past few days. Cui Qingyi had specifically advised him to keep a low profile, so as not to frighten the little creature. During dinner, noticing his absence, Cui Qingyi called out several times. After waiting for a while without seeing the large black dog, she ventured into the backyard, subsequently searching every nook and cranny of the storage room. It then dawned on her that Yuan Shi seemed to be absent from home. Zhu Ruo began to feel anxious, desperately trying to recall whether she had left the main door ajar when she had stepped out earlier. Cui Qingyi, equally flustered, started to regret advising Yuan Shi to hide from the kitten. Yuan Shi was already quite attached to her, often feeling jealous of Zhu Ruo. Perhaps she had inadvertently hurt his feelings. After searching the entire property repeatedly, Zhu Ruo was on the verge of tears. "My dear girl, where could Yuan Shi have gone? He is just a dog, and he rarely ventures beyond the alley." The more she pondered, the more her worry deepened. In her eyes, Yuan Shi was an exceedingly timid dog. He would not dare to leave the yard without her or Cui Qingyi by his side. Now, she feared he might have been taken by someone with ill intentions. Cui Qingyi forced herself to remain calm and analyze the situation carefully. She comforted Zhu Ruo, urging her not to panic. Yuan Shi is quite clever. The likelihood of him being lured away from home is minimal. Furthermore, I haven't truly slept this afternoon. If someone had come, I would surely have heard. After much contemplation, Cui Qingyi concluded that the most plausible scenario was that Yuan Shi had ventured out on his own and had done so quite silently. She shared this possibility with Zhu Ruo, who, upon reflection, agreed that Cui Qingyi's reasoning made sense. Although Yuan Shi was timid, he was astute and not easily deceived. Nevertheless, despite this line of thought, Cui Qingyi found it hard to remain at home. She and Zhu Ruo changed their clothes, resolved to first inquire in the alley if anyone had seen Yuan Shi, and then proceed to search outside. While Yuan Shi was indeed clever, he was still a dog. It was not implausible for him to wander off and play and fail to return. Their first stop was the former Lin residence across the street. Since the Lins had moved away, a family by the surname Qiao had quickly settled in, consisting of an elderly mother and her 2 sons, with little interaction between the households. At this hour, only the Qiao matriarch was home, and she appeared somewhat surprised to see the young ladies knocking at her door. However, Cui Qingyi wasted no time on pleasantries. "Madam, my large black dog is missing. Have you seen him today?" Unlike the Cui household, the Qiao family kept their main door wide open during the day, with the matriarch often sewing in the yard. Observing the 2 young women's anxious expressions, she promptly reflected on Cui Qingyi's words. She had a vivid memory of the large dog from the Cui family, having rarely encountered such a robust creature in her lifetime. His glossy black fur suggested that he was well cared for, and he was remarkably obedient, never causing trouble in the alley despite being tethered with an unusual leash. It was no wonder that the owners were so distressed over such a fine dog. Indeed, I must say I have witnessed something today. It was merely following behind this young lady. With that, Mother Qiao pointed towards Zhu Ruo. In an instant, Zhu Ruo felt her legs weaken. Following her? How was she unaware of this? Hadn't she been instructed to stay home to keep the young lady company? As tears threatened to spill from her eyes, Mother Qiao hurriedly attempted to reassure her. "Oh, do not fret. Perhaps the dog has wandered off to play somewhere. This old woman shall accompany you in searching for it." With that, the elderly lady untied her apron, ready to join the search. At that moment, Cui Qingyi, unable to decline, knowing that Yuan Shi had followed Zhuruo out, promptly made her way to the entrance of the Li family's alley. The Li family, surprised by Cui Qingyi's visit at such a late hour, wondered what brought her there, for though their homes were close, Cui Qingyi seldom paid visits, especially at this hour. "Sister Li, is Annie home? Could you kindly inquire if anyone has seen my Yuan Shi today?" The elderly Mrs. Li, who often enjoyed chatting beneath the locust tree, was called upon. Hearing the voices of Cui Qingyi and Zhuruo, the members of the Li family emerged, their attention drawn to the missing Yuan Shi, all glancing towards Mrs. Li. Mrs. Li, slapping her thigh, exclaimed, "No, I was sitting beneath the locust tree, sewing all afternoon, and did not see Yuan Shi come out." Given the size of the Cui family's dog, she would certainly have noticed if it had ventured out on its own. Confused, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo pondered where such a large dog could have gone, having left the Cui residence but not the alley. As their inquiries yielded no answers, Cui Qingyi felt a rising panic. The situation seemed beyond her expectations. Zhu Ruo's face was streaked with tears. Observing the distress of the two young ladies, Mrs. Li called for her son, "Shun, why don't you and your wife head out to search in the streets? I will take Xiaomiao into the alley to look." Having lived for many years, Mrs. Li quickly discerned the issue from her conversation with Mother Qiao. Yuan Shi had exited the Cui family home but had not left the alley, which meant it likely remained within. If it were unable to return home, it was probable that someone had tethered the Cui family's dog. Although Mrs. Li considered the likelihood of this scenario to be slim, Yuan Shi was a large and clever dog. After all, she felt compelled to search. Having resided in the alley for many years, she had a certain rapport with the neighbors. Thus, she knocked on doors to seek the dog. Many families, upon hearing of the search for Yuan Shi, sent out their men and women to assist. Even a few children expressed their desire to help, saying, "Yuan Shi is missing. I want to find him too, for he helped me chase away the bad dogs in the street." Such is the peculiar nature of neighborhood relationships. While trivial disputes might arise over mundane matters, when a genuine issue occurs, it is the very same neighbors who readily step forth to lend a hand, to assist in locating the dog. Nearly half the families in the alley joined in, most of whom had amicable relations with the Li family. A number of men diverted to the street to search alongside Mr. and Mrs. Li, while Cui Qingyi instructed Zhu Ruo to remain in the alley, clutching a stick as she ventured into the street, fearing that Yuan Shi might be reluctant to emerge upon hearing unfamiliar voices. After more than half an hour, the searchers returned, yet Yuan Shi remained elusive. Cui Qingyi's expression had become utterly blank, while Zhu Ruo supported Li Miao's shoulder, both standing in a state of bewilderment. To them, Yuan Shi was not merely a dog. He represented their first family member since arriving in Dongping County, making it impossible for them to suppress their sorrow. After a moment of composure, Cui Qingyi realized that it was too late to trouble their neighbors any further in the search for the dog. She expressed her gratitude, acknowledging the inconvenience caused, and suggested that everyone return home to rest, promising to bring gifts to show her appreciation at a later date. Upon hearing this, the neighbors hurriedly waved their hands, insisting that Cui was being overly courteous, for this was a trivial matter among neighbors. The Cui family had little conflict with most households in the alley. It was merely that the two members of the Cui family seldom mingled, creating a distance. Ironically, their collective search for the dog had fostered a sense of closeness with the women of the alley. Previously, some readers mentioned that there were inconsistencies regarding the dynasty. It initially began with the Dali period and later transitioned to the Dejin era. I have been unable to locate the specific details myself, so if any kind soul could kindly me with the exact information, I would be immensely grateful. Chapter 87. The Unfaithful Dog Yuan Shi. However, the men in the household had laborious tasks awaiting them the following day, making it impossible for them to continue assisting the Cui family in searching for their dog. The crowd offered a few words of comfort to Cui Qingyi and Juanru before departing. Sister Li and Li Shun wished to remain and help further. Yet Cui Qingyi insisted they return home. To them, Yuan Shi was family, but to others he was merely a dog. There was no need to keep them here. Once everyone had left, Cui Qingyi and Juanru returned home as well. Cui Qingyi instinctively glanced at the corner by the entrance. In the past, Yuan Shi would always wait there for their return. She had never given it much thought before, sometimes even finding it a nuisance when it tripped her up. Now, however, that spot felt achingly vacant. The dinner they had prepared lay untouched on the table, and neither felt inclined to eat. Jianru felt a restless emptiness within her, akin to the prick of a cat's paw. "Shall we go search for him?" she asked. Cui Qingyi yearned to go, but she knew it was unwise. "Let us wait until morning. While this place is safe, it would be foolhardy for the two of us to venture out alone at night. If anything were to happen, we would be at the mercy of fate." Yuan Shi was dear to her, yet she could not gamble with her and Jianru's safety for his sake. Jianru understood the wisdom in Cui Qingyi's words. Though selfishly she thought Yuan Shi was important, but he could not compare to the young lady. That night, both women struggled to find sleep, with Jianru rising several times to check the yard, hoping for Yuan Shi's sudden return. In the stillness of the night, on the northern side of East Mountain, a shadowy figure paused, sniffing the remnants of scent lingering on a tree trunk. It stood beneath the tree, gazing down the mountainside. After a moment of hesitation, it unleashed its claws and sprinted northward, pursuing a migrating wolf pack that passed through the area. Unbeknownst to Cui Qingyi and Jianru, their 2-year-old Yuan Shi had entered his first heat and was audaciously chasing after the passing wolves. On the following day, just as dawn began to break, Cui Qingyi and Jianru set out to search for their dog once more. This time, they ventured all the way to the foot of East Mountain, questioning every vendor they encountered, but returned home disheartened. The news of the missing large black dog had spread widely, as it had accompanied Cui Qingyi and Jianru in and out of the girls' school daily, even taking on the responsibility of watching over the children. The students were deeply saddened to learn of its disappearance. After several days without Yuan Shi, even the officials patrolling the alley behind the yamen came to inquire. Upon learning that Yuan Shi had run away of his own accord, many expressed their sympathy, lamenting the loss of a dog so well cared for by the Cui family. Life continued despite Yuan Shi's absence. Cui Qingyi and Jianru did not make a dedicated effort to search, yet whenever they found themselves with spare time, they would stroll through the streets, hoping to catch a glimpse of the large black dog. As days turned into weeks, they gradually grew accustomed to the disappointment. Xiao Yishe returned home after 5 days away, only to be met by his mother's incessant lamentations about the missing large black dog from the Cui family. He found himself at a loss for words. When he and his elder brother had gotten lost as children, their mother had not fretted for so long, and they had even received a beating with a bamboo stick. Every day, Mother Qiao gazed at the 2 flower-like young women across the street as they ventured out in search of their lost dog. She could not fathom the notion that a mere dog, despite its loss, warranted such a commotion. Being a meticulous person, she felt a pang of sorrow for the dog that had consumed countless grains and care throughout its upbringing, even if it did not belong to her family. She could not help but feel distressed, knowing her son would be reluctant to listen. She nonetheless persisted in her lamentations. "Do you think some scoundrel has taken that dog from the Cui family to feast upon it? If that is the case, I curse them with the most wretched afflictions." Xiao Yishe felt an ominous line forming on his forehead as he took a hearty bite of his steamed bun, struggling to comprehend her fervor. "Mother, that is someone else's dog. Why are you so agitated?" This remark struck a nerve with Mother Qiao, who turned to her younger son with a frosty demeanor. "You heartless wretch! When I was pregnant with you, your aunt pilfered a hen we had set aside for nursing, leaving me without a single morsel during my confinement. Later, when you cried from hunger, your father was compelled to hunt on the mountain. Had it not been for your aunt's theft, you might have grown stronger." She expressed her lifelong disdain for thieves. Xiao Yishe sealed his lips, regretting his earlier outburst. For his mother had recounted the tale of the stolen hen for over 20 years, and he was growing weary of it. Once Mother Qiao's tirade subsided, he finally interjected. "If that large black dog across the street hasn't been captured for meat, I spotted it heading up the Eastern Mountain 5 days ago." At that moment, their escort team had just departed, and he had merely glimpsed a fleeting shadow, initially mistaking it for a wolf from the mountains. Now, he surmised it must have been the Cui family's dog. Otherwise, he knew his mother would continue her incessant chatter. Upon hearing this, Mother Qiao's expression brightened, prompting her to hastily visit the Cui household. She had developed a good rapport with them lately and thought it wise to share this lead, sparing the two young women from further anxiety. Cui Qingyi had been troubled and irritable these past few days, her mouth sore from the stress, which only exacerbated her frustration. Mother Qiao indeed brought news that lightened her heart considerably. Her greatest fear regarding the disappearance of Yuan Shi was that it had been taken for meat. The mere thought of such a fate left her breathless. As she prepared to leave, Mother Qiao remarked, "I believe Yuan Shi is a female dog. She is likely off in search of pups, and in due time, she may return with her offspring." Both Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo were momentarily taken aback. It seemed they had never considered Yuan Shi's gender before. Moreover, the dog had never exhibited any peculiar behavior, leading them to wonder if such a pure-hearted creature could possess worldly desires. Nevertheless, they finally felt a glimmer of hope, eagerly anticipating Yuan Shi's swift return, regardless of whether she bore pups. During Yuan Shi's absence, the little cat, Lai Fu, had officially settled into the Cui household, enjoying its own cozy nook and food bowl. The aloof kitten Lai Fu tends to be indifferent to human interaction, often simply meowing a couple of times in the living room to signal to the bipedal creatures that it is time for its meal. In the untamed wilderness, Yuan Shi voraciously devoured the provisions brought back by its pack, preparing for the journey home. Among the wolves, a robust male attempted to follow, only to be halted in its tracks by a commanding bark from the alpha. Unfazed by the internal dynamics of the pack, Yuan Shi resembled a contented femme fatale, eager to return, resolutely departing in the direction from which it had come. Behind it, the intermittent howls of wolves echoed, but Yuan Shi paid them no mind, already yearning for the succulent bones that Zhu Ruo had prepared. After trailing the pack for over 10 days, Yuan Shi accomplished its return journey in a mere 10. Chapter 88. Yuan Shi returns at the break of dawn. A piercing wolf howl echoed from the eastern mountain, stirring the dogs in the county into a frenzied barking. The county officials, fearing that wolves were descending from the mountain, began to select personnel to drive them away. An experienced constable, glancing towards the eastern mountain, mused, "At this hour, there are plenty of wild animals on the mountain. Logically, the wolf pack would not descend and might not even approach from the south. What would be happening this year?" Regardless, the presence of the academy on the eastern mountain compelled the county to send someone to investigate. Cui Qingyi awoke that morning with an unsettling sense of anxiety. Holding a needle for embroidery, she felt increasingly restless and ultimately abandoned her needlework to tend to the vegetable garden in the backyard. For Cui Qingyi, working in the garden was more of a diversion. She first hoed the weeds and then picked some vegetables to bring to the kitchen. In the moment she turned around, a dark silhouette unexpectedly intruded upon her space. Cui Qingyi's heart skipped a beat, for the figure was imposing and its gaze fierce. In her confusion, she recalled the wolf howl from earlier that morning, momentarily believing that a wild wolf had invaded her courtyard. Yet, upon closer inspection, the disheveled figure was none other than Yuan Shi. Before surprise could settle in, a wave of anger surged within her. Cui Qingyi turned to retrieve the small hoe she had cast aside, determined to teach this audacious dog a lesson. Yuan Shi, seemingly oblivious to his owner's wrath, ambled over with a sagging posture, eagerly nudging his large head towards her hand. Cui Qingyi raised the hoe, then hesitated, her teeth gritting in frustration, yet never bringing it down upon Yuan Shi. Moments later, she surrendered, tossing the hoe aside and wrapping her arms around Yuan Shi's head, vigorously rubbing it while scolding, "You wretched dog, where have you been all this time? Do you have any idea how worried we were? I thought you might have ended up in someone's pot." Yuan Shi buried his head deep in Cui Qingyi's embrace, taking a long, satisfying sniff, his expression unmistakably conveying that this was the familiar scent he cherished. Cui Qingyi was not one to openly display her emotions. In her 20 years in the Great Jin, she had only cried a few times, once at birth and a few times later to deceive the Yuan family. Yet, this was the first occasion she laughed and cried without regard for her composure. Yuan Shi, whether understanding his owner's sentiments or feeling a twinge of guilt, allowed her to fondle his head without resistance, appearing as docile as a dog that had once roamed triumphantly among wolves. The serene moment between the girl and her dog was abruptly interrupted by a series of grumbling sounds emanating from Wang Sai's belly. Wiping her tears, Cui Qingyi glanced at Wang Sai's midsection and declared, "If you don't produce at least 10 or 8 pups this time, just watch how I handle you." As the weather warmed and food became scarce, with Wang Kai absent from home, Cui Qingyi and the konjac did not stockpile much food. Consequently, they could only combine the leftover rice and dishes to feed Wang Kai. Although he preferred meat, Wang Kai was not picky and devoured the remnants with great enthusiasm, leaving nothing behind. Cui Qingyi gazed at the pristine dog bowl with a sense of satisfaction. She was finally free from the burden of leftover meals. While Wang Kai dined, Lai Fu sauntered in with feline grace, pausing a few paces away to observe the long-lost black dog. Wang Kai squinted at the noticeably plumper raccoon and chose to ignore it. In this household, as long as there were no other dogs present, it mattered little to him. After Wang Kai finished his meal, Cui Qingyi hurriedly prepared to venture out for some large bones. Wang Kai appeared lively, his frame having grown, yet he seemed considerably thinner than during his time at home. Though Cui Qingyi feigned disdain, her heart ached at the sight of her once vibrant dog's coat now lacking its luster. If she had known that her beloved Wang Kai had been thriving among a pack of wolves, feasting on their hunted prey while losing his own weight on the way back home, she might not have felt such heartache. As Wang Kai observed his owner departing, he eagerly retrieved his leash from the woodshed. "Are you coming too?" he seemed to ask with a wag of his tail. Cui Qingyi's smile deepened, and as she fastened the leash around Wang Kai, she realized it was a tad snug. "We will make do today upon my return. I shall craft a new one for you." Stepping outside with the large black dog, Cui Qingyi fell into silence as she stared at the closed door, the unresolved mystery of Wang Sai's departure resurfacing in her thoughts. Understanding that Juju was concerned about Wang Kai, she decided to take the black dog to the girls' school first. Along the way, anyone they encountered gasped in astonishment, "Ah, Wang Kai has returned." Upon arriving at the school, Juju's tears flowed freely upon seeing Wang Kai. And evenly Meow and her companions embraced the dog, weeping into his fur. Had Cui Qingyi not intervened, the flood of emotions from these women might have overwhelmed the school. That evening, Wang Kai savored the large bones prepared by Juju, and after weeks of toil, the black dog finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing at Cui Qingyi's feet in deep slumber. Across the way, Mother Qiao made a special visit to take a look at Wang Kai. Having raised livestock for many years, she scrutinized Wang Kai and remarked to Cui Qingyi, "It is highly likely that he is expecting. Given his size, he could bear several pups." Cui Qingyi felt a pang of concern. Her earlier threats to Wang Kai had been in jest, but if he were to bear 8 or 9 puppies, how would she manage? Canines carry their young for over 4 months, and Cui Qingyi calculated that Wang Sai's offspring would arrive in October. By then, the tribute they were preparing for the Empress would have reached the capital. She hoped everything would proceed smoothly. Back at home, Wang Kai enjoyed a life free of want, officially entering the days of gestation. Cui Qingyi sometimes looked at him with envy. His existence was undoubtedly more blissful than that of many humans. Zhou Wu from the county office, having seen Wang Kai at the school several times, approached Cui Qingyi with a request to be given one of Wang Sai's pups once they were born, offering to purchase it. Cui Qingyi did not respond immediately. She was uncertain how many pups Wang Kai would have. If it were only 1 or 2, she would certainly keep them, but should he bear 8 or 9, it would be necessary to find them homes. Time flows swiftly for Cui Qingyi, yet it drags on for Qi Mashuan. He has waited so long for Cui Qingyi to pen a new book that his hair has begun to turn white. After several visits to urge her, he learned that she has taken on a task from the county office and is now utterly overwhelmed, leaving him hesitant to press further. Manager Zhao of Qixing Bookstore has also been incessantly urging Qi Mashuan 3 times a day, as the Clear Sky Chronicle is selling exceptionally well elsewhere in Mr. Nanxing has begun to garner a modest reputation. Manager Zhao hopes to seize this opportunity to truly elevate Mr. Nanxing's name to prominence. However, Cui Qingyi has no time to spare, and Qi Mashuan finds himself powerless in the situation. Chapter 89. Xiao Yishur after much deliberation. Qi Mashuan felt akin to a mouse trapped within a bellows, caught between 2 opposing forces. Even Zhao, the shopkeeper, had begun to harbor doubts regarding the closeness of Qi Mashuan's relationship with Mr. Nanqing, questioning whether it was as intimate as claimed. Confronted by Zhao's skeptical gaze, Qi Mashuan reiterated, time and again, that Mr. Nanqing had indeed been overwhelmed with commitments, but would commence writing a new book as soon as time permitted. Zhao, too, found himself in a predicament. As a shopkeeper responsible for the study at the Bei family, his advantages were limited given the lack of creativity in their trade, which largely adhered to the paths laid down by predecessors. However, with the emergence of young Master Qingfeng and Mr. Nanqing, a glimpse of potential within their field had been revealed. The recent success of Qing Tianji had elevated Zhao's reputation with his superiors, leaving him feeling like an ant on a hot stove, anxious and restless. Yet, he remained unfamiliar with Mr. Nanqing, and the contract he signed with Qi Mashuan contained no stipulation regarding the timeline for the delivery of works. Thus, he had no choice but to heed Qi Mashuan's assurances and wait. He yearned to discover other promising talents, yet the submissions he received fell short of expectation. Fortunately, Cui Qingyi felt a sense of regret herself. After calculating the time, she realized that, according to the pace set by herself and Zhu Ruo, the 100 longevity painting would be completed by mid-August, allowing her the opportunity to write a new book thereafter. This thought served as a balm for Qi Mashuan's worries. Yuan Kai had returned. When Yuan Kai was initially lost, the neighbors had helped search for the dog, and Cui Qingyi had intended to express her gratitude in person. Various delays had pushed this visit to the present moment. Taking advantage of the school's break, Cui Qingyi and Zhu Ruo devoted an entire day to personally crafting pastries at home. While they could have easily purchased confections from a shop, Cui Qingyi remembered her earlier promise to introduce practical and unique courses at the girls' school. This occasion provided her an opportunity to promote her skills within the neighborhood. Should anyone appreciate her and Zhu Ruo's craftsmanship and wish to send their children to learn, it would be a fortunate development. As this endeavor also served as a promotion for her girls' school, Cui Qingyi spared no effort in creating exquisite pastries. In her previous life, she had enjoyed following online tutorials to make various confections, and in this life, she had learned a great deal from the chef of the Cui family, thus mastering several delicacies with ease. However, considering that there were others in Dongping County who made their living from pastry making, Cui Qingyi prudently chose to avoid the more common varieties. Furthermore, with the opening of the course at the girls' school, she intended to specialize in pastries for weddings and funerals, as the market for celebratory and offering pastries remained largely untapped in the area. Delicacies such as flower buns and wedding cakes, as well as offering fruits for funerals, were conspicuously absent here. If someone were to take the initiative, it could prove to be a lucrative venture. Zhu Ruo was responsible for packaging the cloud cakes and mung bean cakes, while Cui Qingyi took charge of stamping the wrappers with her intricately carved seal. The characters Cui's pastries were elegantly inscribed, complemented by a plump and cheerful character for good fortune in the lower right corner, adding a touch of delight to the presentation. The seal was meticulously carved by Cui Qingyi, and it will henceforth serve as the exclusive emblem of the Cui family pastries. Her previous collaboration with the proprietress of the brocade workshop served as a revelation for Cui Qingyi. While she harbored no fears of teaching her apprentices to the detriment of her own livelihood, it was unnecessary to forfeit lucrative opportunities. The courses offered at her academy are profitable, and should any student successfully establish their own shop, she intends to retain a 10% share of the profits. Cui Qingyi considers this a reasonable condition. Once the pastries were beautifully packaged, Cui Qingyi and the glutinous rice cake, along with the beneficiary, Yuan Kai, began their rounds, visiting each household. Although there had been some distance between the Cui family and the residents of the alley, the barriers had dissolved following recent events, and each home warmly invited Cui Qingyi and her companions inside. She was not one to be shy. Their visits served not only as an expression of gratitude, but also for other purposes which could not be articulated in just a few words. The glutinous rice cake first presented the gifts they had prepared. Upon seeing the meticulously wrapped pastries, the host was inclined to decline, exclaiming, "Madam Cui, this is too much. We merely assisted in searching for the dog, and since we did not find it, we cannot accept such valuable gifts." Typically, Ordinary families do not spend their silver on pastries from the street shops, yet even those who have never tasted pork have surely seen a pig run. These confections were evidently not inexpensive. The glutinous rice cake laughed heartily, stating, "Now that I've been through the academy, I have truly been tempered by experience. Sister-in-law, please accept it. We were quite flustered when Yuan Shi went missing, and without your assistance, we cannot fathom the outcome." After some gentle persuasion, the host graciously accepted the gifts. Cui Qingyi then took the opportunity to mention her plans to offer pastry courses at her academy, suggesting that if anyone in the sister-in-law's family wished to learn, they could enroll. The sister-in-law's eyes widened in surprise. "Your academy teaches this? Isn't it a family heirloom?" It was said that the pastry shop in Dongping County, which had been in operation for many years, had been passed down through generations, traditionally inheriting through the male line only. Cui Qingyi replied, "This can also be considered a family tradition of mine, but I am willing to share my knowledge, and no one can hinder that. Moreover, I prefer to pass it on to women rather than men. Indeed, many skills have been lost to history, often due to rigid adherence to tradition. If a family lacked male descendants, they would rather let their craft fade than teach their daughters. This is profoundly unjust to women." As they continued their visits, over half an hour had passed by the time they arrived at the Qiao household. Qiao's mother was seated in the yard, engaged in needlework. Upon seeing Cui Qingyi and the glutinous rice cake approach, she greeted them with delight, her straightforward nature shining through. "I just saw you carrying something out. Have you visited the other families already?" Cui Qingyi nodded, confirming their visits. "Thanks to the neighbors' help last night, we must express our gratitude now that Yuan Shi has returned." Qiao's mother affectionately patted Yuan Shi's large head, exclaiming, "You are indeed fortunate to have such a good owner." Startled by the sudden affection, Yuan Shi reluctantly buried his head into Cui Qingyi's arms, eliciting hearty laughter from Qiao's mother. Qiao Yishe was initially taking a midday nap at home when the sound of his mother's laughter indicated the presence of visitors, prompting him to step outside. As he emerged, he beheld two young ladies seated in the courtyard, and he was momentarily struck by the thought that their once drab yard had suddenly been illuminated. Upon noticing her son, Qiao's mother scolded him. "Why are you standing there like a pillar? These are Miss Cui and Miss Ju." Qiao Yishe certainly recognized them as a skilled bodyguard. He was adept at remembering faces, despite having only encountered them once or twice in the alley. Moreover, the large black dog named Yuan Shi lay at the feet of one of the young women. However, it was the first time he learned their names, and he mused to himself, "Ju, what a peculiar name. Ah, please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall take a stroll," he said. Sensing that his mother was deeply engaged in conversation, Qiao Yishe feared his presence would render the two ladies uncomfortable. Thus, he took the initiative to step outside. Qiao's mother,